Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Neighborhood Watch, After the EMP, by E. Isherwood. Narrated by Kyle Tate. Chapter 1. The blazing Florida sunshine and walk out of the shower humidity no longer bothered me. I'd sweated through many hot Chicago summers, but my attitude about the weather flipped on its head the minute I retired to the Sunshine State. Behind the wheel of my spankin' new convertible Corvette, driving back to my dream home in suburban Fort Myers, I didn't even care how soaked my shirt had become. I was free of the daily grind for the first time in my life. I had to tell someone. My new car had been programmed to interface with my phone, so I tapped a button on my steering wheel to engage the system, then spoke my nephew's name. "Call Joey." The car's custom Bose speakers blared the ringing phone as if it was a radio tune, until a voice cut in. "Hello? Uncle Frank? Hey, Joey. Yeah, it's me. My car auto-dialed you." Joey laughed. "By accident?" "No, on purpose. I wanted to test out this fancy technology in my new ride." I let the words hang out there, since Joey knew of my big plans for retirement. "Oh, man, you bought it already?" Being a 52-year-old guy with a typical lead foot, I answered in the only way appropriate for such a question. I revved the engine, causing the tires to chirp in response. The satisfying purr of the pistons resonated through my foot, up my leg and spine, and injected itself directly into the hot rod wing of my brain. I knew he'd feel it too. "Shit!" Joey exclaimed. "What did you buy? A race car?" "Just about. This baby is a Chevy Corvette ZR1 in Sebring orange, with blacked-out wheels. It's a 2019 model, not even for sale yet. But I know a guy." It helped that I'd spent the last 30 years in the trucking industry. I kept in touch with lots of transportation guys all across America. Those connections are what made my recent move between cities so simple. And it was worth every penny my overcharging friend squeezed out of me. It has 755 horsepower boiling under the hood. I could get back to Chicago in about 5 hours, if the police looked the other way. The kid whistled. "You said it was 1,000 miles to Florida. It goes 200? I had to decelerate to a stop sign, but it was no problem for the oversized brakes. In fact, I let the beast continue at 50 miles per hour until the last second. Then I stomped on the pedal, reveling in the crisp stopping power. It made me laugh to myself as if I was back in high school, showing off for friends. However, there was no one to impress, save for a woman in a minivan coming from the other direction. 200 and change, in fact. This engine is a monster." Instead of coming off the line and roasting the tires across the intersection, as my foot begged of me, I kept it at a respectable speed. It was the middle of the day. The woman probably had a small child or two in her back seat, and there was no reason to scare them. Once she was safely behind me, however, I planned to impress my nephew with more of the rich sounds of the motor. But I didn't get the chance. My good-natured showboating was interrupted by 2 swept-wing military jets ripping across the sky. They came in low from the east, above the rows of subdivision entrances on that side of the road. They shot away over the forest on the left side. The roaring engines resonated in the bottom of my lungs like a bass drum. Joey mistook the sound as coming from my car. "Holy shit! Is that a supercharger?" I spoke slowly at first, not sure what I'd witnessed. "It does have a supercharger, yeah. But that wasn't me. The screams came from a couple of low-flying military jets. doing maneuvers or something. My nephew showed no interest in the aircraft. Congratulations on buying your dream car, Uncle Frank. You always talked about moving out of this cold-ass town and settling down in Florida. I'm glad I could help make it happen. He was my sister's son, and the only living relative who'd showed any interest in my trucking company. I'd been happy to sell it to him to keep it in the family, though I made it clear about 400 times I wanted nothing to do with Headache Incorporated once I was in my new Florida pad. So, other than to brag about your new car, why you calling? Afraid I've already stuck the company's foot into the toilet? Joey laughed. Nah, I laughed with him. You paid me fair and square for it. It's yours, nephew. The other end remained silent for a short time, before Joey spoke in a sober voice. I really appreciate you selling it to me, Uncle Frank. My nephew was a good young man, beyond being family. He had a business degree from a local college, which was way more than I had when I started. He'd also worked for me while he got his degree, giving him the necessary experience to keep it all going. Yeah, I cut him a break on the sale price, but I didn't mind. I know you'll do me proud, I said. I will, he replied. Are you going to do anything awesome with your bitchin' new hot rod? Maybe go down to the beach and impress the ladies by revving it up. I'm looking at my hot date right now, actually. I glanced over to the passenger seat. No shit? He bubbled with excitement. Is she hot? I bet she's hot as hell. You wouldn't go out with an ugly lot lizard from down at the truck stop. Yeah, she's smoking hot from sitting in the sun. She's pretty, too, though it's dangerous to judge a book by her cover. You can't know what she's like on the inside. This one, I think, has about 600 pages I'll need to go through. That shut him up. I laughed it all off. It's a book, jackass. I've got a front seat full of books. I'm going to take 'em home, pile 'em on my patio table, pull up a 6-pack of beer, turn on my music, and spend the rest of today doing absolutely nothing but turning pages. Sounds boring as shit, he said dryly. Don't knock it till you try it, I chuckled. Joey tried to rally. Come on, man. You've got the whole state of Florida at your fingertips. You can get anywhere you want in minutes if you go the full 200. If you're going to knock anything, you should be knocking boots. Soon enough, I allowed. Finding a nice lady was one piece of my many retirement goals. But like any puzzle, I needed to get a sense of the larger picture first. For starters, I had no creature comforts in my house, besides a mattress on the floor and a card table for eating meals. No woman worth her salt was going to date a guy eating canned chili on folding chairs. The rest of my furniture was in a moving truck somewhere between Chattanooga and Atlanta. Once I had my things, and that puzzle piece was squared away, I could entertain a lady. I'm going to work on my Tom Selleck mustache and buy a closet full of Hawaiian shirts. Once I have them both, I'll be ready to go out and mingle. I don't think you understand how retirement works. It's supposed to be fun, not filled with books and ugly shirts. Joey was poking fun again. The sign for my housing development approached on the left. It was nice to talk, but it was a Monday, and he did have work to do. I didn't want to keep him too long. Well, bud, I'm back at my subdivision. I'll let you go. Good luck with the company, and tell your mother I said hello. I will, and thanks again for everything you've done for me. I smiled. I love you, kid. Don't ever forget it. Take good care of my baby. Talk soon. Turning left, I happened to notice black dots in the sky above the roadway to the south. 3 huge military choppers moved in a triangle formation toward the west, like the earlier 2 planes. There had to be a serious military exercise going on today, which was something I hadn't considered when looking for houses in Florida. Was that a common thing? My subdivision, known as the Yucca Reef Community, was typical of our area of Fort Myers. A huge billboard sat at the entrance, adorned with a tropical orange fish, and text inviting people to buy their next home there. The 2-lane streets beyond the sign were long and straight, flat as pancakes, and almost always paired with a freshwater canal, so Joe retiree could take his little pleasure boat out to the ocean. The development was also bracketed on 3 sides by a forest, making it seem more rural than it was. Our entire subdivision was shaped like the letter E lying on its side. The long connector was about half a mile long. Each branch was about a quarter of a mile from south to north. The first street I passed on the left, Albacore Anchorage, was a couple of years old, and thus had the most houses. The second street, Barracuda Bay, was only about half filled with homes. A few of the closest ones were still under construction. I slowed and turned left on the last street, the playfully named Clownfish Cove, which had the fewest sold properties. Other than a few partially finished luxury homes in the middle of the block, all the completed houses were at the far end, on the cul-de-sac. My Florida-styled McMansion was the one at the exact center and facing the length of the street. Flowers and shrubs surrounded a streetlight standing in a small island of grass in the middle of the circle. Like everything else in the place, the developers had spared no expense. There were a dozen high-dollar exotic cars parked in front of one of the first 2 homes on the right side. It looked like the kids in what I called the frat house had hosted another pool party last night. The 2-story brick mansion was one of the larger houses on Clownfish, with the tallest palm trees around it, and those kids certainly liked to live it up on the property. At the moment, I couldn't see anyone stirring, so I suspected noon was still too early for them. Driving on, I briefly waved to a healthy-looking young woman watering her flowers in front of the next house on the right. She was a dark-haired beauty who reminded me of Jennifer Lopez. I admired her string bikini top for a second, then returned my eyes to the final approach. I pulled into my driveway, wanting to get in my 3-car garage as fast as possible. It wasn't that I was antisocial, far from it. But once I set my mind to something, I wanted to carry through. I'd been in the place for almost 3 weeks and had been working the entire time. My goal for today was to taste from the chalice of retirement for one solid afternoon. Tomorrow, I'd likely be unloading the moving truck. The garage door fell behind me with a clunk. My trusty black pickup truck sat in Bay 2. It's what got me to Florida in the first place. Bay 3 was stacked 5 feet high with cardboard boxes. It was the stuff I didn't trust to any moving company. I hustled inside the house with my books, shucked off my boots and socks, and slipped on my flip-flops. I grabbed a beer bottle, but as I closed the fridge door, the floor, windows, and light fixtures rattled. What the hell? It was the unmistakable sound of fighter jets again. Based on the volume, they must have flown about 10 feet above my roof. I flip-flopped out the back door to get a look, but their droning afterburners were already well in the distance, beyond the trees. Even an annoying military exercise wasn't going to stop me from enjoying my day. I turned on my portable CD player and let it spin Jimmy Buffett right off the bat. I cracked open the beer, noted that I didn't have to care if it was 5 o'clock anywhere, and then I finally sank into my patio chair. Hell yeah, I said aloud, taking a deep, satisfying breath of the ocean air. It was one of the big differences between Florida and Chicago heat. It felt right to be hot, when the Gulf of Mexico was only 2 miles away. I'd set the books next to my chair, so I reached over and grabbed the top one, not caring which title I'd picked. I was retired. I would eventually read them all. This was the life, and I'd earned it. I sucked down half the beer to celebrate my day's achievement, and it was the best-tasting beverage I'd ever experienced. "To retirement," I saluted. I enjoyed the hell out of the first few pages of the novel before my CD player quit playing Jimmy. That didn't take long. I put the book on my lap as I chuckled. I hit the machine a few times, figuring the old boombox needed a little love to get it going again. However, when my efforts failed, I followed the cord to the wall outlet to confirm the most basic element of troubleshooting. It was plugged in, leading me to think bigger. Did I blow a fuse? I went through the hurricane door into my dark kitchen. I was certain I'd left the lights on when I grabbed my beer, but now they were off. I flicked the switch a few times. Then I went into the utility room and did the same for the breakers. My house was less than a month old, so kinks were to be expected. But this time I concluded the trouble might be coming from outside. I went to the front door, still in flip-flops, and strode onto my porch. The young woman remained in her front yard, but no one else was around. Our street was fairly quiet in the daytime. Most people had jobs and weren't there until dinner time. After seeing nothing unusual, I pulled out my phone, curious how many minutes of retirement I'd managed to get before something had gone wrong. However, it was out of battery and wouldn't turn on. I couldn't recall if I'd charged it the previous night. When I looked up, the guy 2 houses to my right peeked his head out the front door. "Is your power out?" I called to him. He turned to my voice, waited a few seconds, then gave me the thumbs-up gesture. To my surprise, he came out of his house and jogged across the street to the woman. She was pruning some of the bushes near her house, but when the man got to her, she stopped what she was doing to talk. After only a few words, she hurried into her garage and went inside. That guy walked across the circle, cutting through the small park-like middle, and then came up my lawn. "Hey, I'm glad I saw you. Does the power go out a lot around here? I work from home and I really can't have any interruptions like this." I held out my hand. "I'm Frank Douglas." The guy was younger than me, perhaps in his 30s, with a friendly, tanned, nothing-to-hide demeanor. His dark hair was combed and styled with gel, like he was going somewhere. However, he also wore tan cargo shorts and a black t-shirt with Kermit the Frog on the front. They were clothes suggesting he never intended to leave his home again. Despite his dress code, his handshake was firm, and he looked me in the eyes like a man. "Nice to meet you. I'm Luke Farmington. I know I've seen you a few times, but it's hard meeting neighbors, you know?" Having just driven into my garage and shutting it behind me, I knew. "Well, Luke, it looks like it's more than just one house. As I spoke, the pretty J-Lo impersonator from 2 houses to my left came walking down her driveway. She seemed to search for Luke, but once she found him, she headed our way. "Do you know her?" I whispered. "Carmen? I only know her from a couple of times we've talked from next to our mailboxes. The neighborhood gossips think she might be a drug dealer, based on how many strange cars pull up and visit her house. But I don't know for sure. In fact, all I know for certain is we have a common interest in the assholes who live next to her." "The frat guys?" I asked. "Are they? I just thought they were rich beach bums who thrived on keeping me and my family up all night with their partying. And her up all night." Luke spoke the last words much louder, intending to be heard by the new arrival. He pointed to Carmen, who was now at the edge of my model home quality lawn. "Are you talking about me?" the woman replied, smiling. "Yeah, I was telling Frank here how you and I have trouble with your neighbors." He pointed to the 2-story frat house, which was the third house down the street on my left side. "Frank, huh? I'm Carmen Perez." She held out her hand as Luke had done. I took it, noting her more reserved squeeze, her long fingers, and the vibrant glitter on her painted fingernails. Her green eyes caught mine mid-flight and held me there for 5 seconds, until we both let go. "Nice to meet you," I replied. It was impossible not to notice her change of clothes. When I drove by earlier, she'd been wearing yellow shorts with nothing but a black bikini top above. Now she'd put on a breezy floral blouse, pulled her long curly hair into a loose bun, and I was fairly certain she'd added a gold necklace and some large hoop earrings. "Is your power out too?" She nodded readily. "I checked everything. My Hurricane Jenny didn't kick on either. It has gas and everything." I turned to Luke. "Do you have a generator?" "I do. I should have mentioned mine didn't come on either. It's wired into the house, and I've tested it a bunch of times. I do remote programming on internet hardware, and breaks in power can interrupt my coding, setting me back a whole day sometimes." I had a nagging suspicion develop as we stood on my front lawn. A possible explanation for multiple houses going out at the same time. An explanation for why my phone wouldn't turn on. There was only one way to satisfy the itch. "Will you wait a second while I check on something?" It only took a few seconds to go through the house and get into my garage. Without the power, I had to unlatch the garage door opener hook so I could lift the door manually. When I did, my 2 new friends came over to the driveway. "Wow, sweet ride," Luke commented. "I love the orange." "It's pretty," Carmen said under her breath. "I just got it." I pulled the keys from my pocket. "I'm going to test a hunch." I opened the driver's door, then plopped in the sporty bucket seat. I pushed the button to start her back up, but nothing happened. "Shit," I blurted. Carmen came around to the passenger side. "Why won't it start?" "Let me check one more thing." I jumped out and ran over to my GMC pickup truck. The thing was the most reliable piece of machinery I had ever owned. It was a 95, but it hummed along for the last 20-something years like a rock. When I put the key in, it wouldn't turn over either. Now both Luke and Carmen stood at the far window of my truck, looking at me as if I was about to reveal something big. "I think we got hit with an EMP," I said. "A what?" Carmen asked. "An electromagnetic pulse. There are different kinds, and different sizes and intensities. But basically, it's an electron blast in the upper atmosphere, usually from a nuke. Anything with a computer chip gets fried, including power stations, smartphones, and even cars and trucks." Luke's face was suitably serious, but Carmen seemed less impressed. "If you're so sure this is an EMP, what are we supposed to do next? How long do we have to wait before everything comes back on?" "It might never come back on," I said, turning the key again. "Say what?" she asked. "I read a lot of books on stuff like this, end-of-the-world scenarios. Usually with an EMP, it knocks out the transportation network first. Trucks stop delivering food. Factories stop making stuff. The whole modern world grinds to a halt. Then riots start. Cities descend into anarchy. Some estimates are that up to 95% of all people in America would die because of lack of food, clean water, and general warfare." I looked up at their faces, realizing I was being too literal. With my best smile, I added, "But I'm sure this isn't going to be anything like those stupid books. It could just be a little hiccup, and the power will come back tomorrow. I saw lots of planes in the air earlier. Maybe this was a local training accident." While their expressions did seem to relax, a new sound blared from the distance, further ruining the moment. It was a civil defense siren, but it wasn't the constant signal of tornado sirens I was used to back in the Midwest. This one warbled in ups and downs, more like a police car. I admit, I'd never heard the haunting tones before, outside of the movies. It usually meant something bad was about to happen. I also had no idea how it was functional if this was an EMP, but it might have its motors underground, or even hand-cranked. Whatever. Doesn't matter now. "I'm supposed to go to my mom's today, so I have to call her." Carmen gave us a curt nod, then hurried out of my garage. Luke remained, seemingly frozen by the menacing noise. I had to keep him from panicking. "Hey, bud, let's go back outside. Fresh air always helps me think." There was no doubt in my mind. Power out, phones out, cars out. Florida had been hit by an EMP, and possibly the whole country had been affected. What I did in the next few minutes could mean life or death for me and 95% of those around me. It was time to test what I'd learned reading all those books. Chapter 2. The warning sirens wailed over our subdivision, which brought out a few more of my neighbors. The attractive soccer mom next door stood by her brick pillar mailbox at the end of the driveway, looking up in the sky. A gray-haired lady in the fourth house down the street stood at the curb, too. Both had to be wondering what the hell was going on. Standing outside my garage with Luke, I reflected on my books. I couldn't remember how many stories I'd read where the people were oblivious to the most basic clues about a disaster. There was no way in hell I'd let myself become one of those idiots. Logic said I was dealing with an EMP strike, so I had to act like it. With that goal in mind, I waved my next-door neighbor over. Once she saw me, she hurried into the street and came up my driveway, waving nervously. She had to speak in a loud voice to be heard over the din.
"Hi, what's the deal with those sirens?"
"Not entirely sure," I lied so that I didn't start a panic. "All the power is out on our street, though, and the vehicles aren't working either. Is your phone dead by chance?" She pulled a pink-cased phone from her back pocket. While she glanced at it, I noted she was dressed as if about to go to a business meeting. She wore low black heels, gray slacks, a thick black belt, and a cream-colored dress shirt. Her straight blonde hair was layered in a fancy way as it bracketed her face. The longest locks flowed to an even cut at her shoulder blades, as if she'd recently been to the salon. Her makeup, expensive watch, and tasteful stud earrings completed her look. The woman tilted her phone toward me.
"It's dead, but I know it was charged this morning. My daughter goes to daycare on Monday and Tuesday, so I need to have this with me in case they call."
I could tell she was worried sick. Having a kid would probably make the sirens and confusion feel a lot worse, so I held out my hand to be comforting. "I'm Frank Douglas. This is Luke, our neighbor from the two-story over there." I pointed to Luke's home, which was almost as large as the frat house on the other side of the street, but without any of the palm trees or sports cars. His place did have 4 of those pink flamingo yard decorations, making it more stereotypical Florida and less Hollywood party pad.
"I'm Penelope O'Rourke, but you can call me Penny. Nice to meet you, Frank. And Luke?"
She gave us both quick handshakes.
So we have sirens, a power outage, and those damned planes flying overhead. Do I need to get my daughter?
Hold that thought, I replied. I was going to be asked the same questions over and over, so I figured it would be better to answer everyone on the cul-de-sac's questions at once. The woman far down the street was kind of looking in our direction, so I waved my arms to get her attention, and then motioned for her to walk to us. Guys, let's go to the park benches to talk, I suggested. I led them to the middle of the circle, which acted as neutral ground for all our homes. I briefly considered running over and inviting Carmen, but there was no way she didn't know we were outside. Whatever she was doing, I'd respect her privacy. We arrived at about the same time as our neighbor coming from the other side. The gray-haired woman was a little on the heavy side, and older than me, probably around 60. Her short hair seemed unflattering for her body type, and her frown did nothing to brighten her arrival. In fact, the lady stood outside the meeting area, as if afraid to get too close. Hi, I'm Frank. This is Luke. She's Penny. I made it clear I was talking to the woman. You can come over and join us.
My name's Evelyn.
The newcomer stepped a little way into the grass, but left a large gap between us.
I'm waiting for my husband to get back.
She checked over her shoulder as if the guy might show up at any second. Glad you were able to get out, I said over the siren wails. I take it your power isn't working?
Nothing is,
she shrugged.
I tried calling Ben to get his help with the lights, but my landline doesn't have a dial tone right now. I really need him to call me so I can tell him to get back home.
Evelyn's attire was closer to a homeless person than an upper-middle-class Florida neighborhood like ours. Her oversized white blouse was dotted with faded flowers, and it sagged below her hips. Clown heads poked off the ends of her purple fuzzy slippers, but they were dirty and matted, as if she seldom took them off. Her black stretch pants had a long rip in the fabric of one leg. Taken together, she didn't look like the kind of person who left the house much. Thanks for coming up here, Evelyn. The three of us were about to talk through what all of this means, and it's good you're here. I couldn't get too graphic like I'd done back in my garage. I had to be more thoughtful about what I said. At the same time, if we were in an EMP, I couldn't be too easygoing about it either. My best guess is it looks like maybe there's been some kind of accident. Perhaps a military plane got shot down, or an EMP went off. EMP means an electromagnetic pulse is shot across the sky, knocking out power, cars, and things with computer chips, like our phones.
Oh my,
Evelyn said, covering her mouth. Try not to worry, I counseled. We really don't know what it was, but there are some very simple steps we can take in a disaster like this one. I stopped for a moment, because the sirens seemed to get louder, as if the wind blew the constant screams directly onto our street. That noise gave me an idea of what the first step for them needed to be.
Like what?
Penny pressed when I didn't continue right away. Yeah, Frank, Luke added. I'll do whatever I can to prepare. Well, I'm sure you all have a few things stored away in case of a hurricane, right? Why don't we all go back home really quick? Take a mental inventory of what you have. Then we'll meet back here in 10 or 15 minutes. The sirens continued to annoy me. Sending my neighbors away for a few minutes was the perfect excuse to get away from those horns. It was important to get them thinking about what was inside their homes in terms of survival, but it would also help save our voices from all the shouting. We could talk like regular people when the sirens stopped.
What are we looking for?
Penny asked.
My husband keeps a bunch of stuff for emergencies, but I'm not sure where it all is, or even what it is. We've only lived here for a few months. I've never looked at it.
Just look for the basics. How much water do you have? How many days of food do you think your family has? Maybe see if you have flashlights handy. Stuff like that. Let's pretend a hurricane is coming in an hour, and we can't flee to Atlanta. Would you be ready for it?" Delaying our in-person meeting for a few minutes would also give the others a chance to come out of their houses. I think the guy who lived to the right of my place was a retired police officer. He'd probably have a ring-bound manual with the town's emergency management steps associated with an EMP. "We good?" I asked, and the three of them nodded in sync. I clapped to give us a sense of breaking from a football huddle. Then I headed for my garage. I was anxious to do my own check of the resources I'd brought with me on that first trip from Chicago. I'd only been able to pull a small U-Haul trailer behind me, and I'd dumped most of that load in my third bay. However, I'd seen so many boxes the last few months, I couldn't readily recall the details of each one. Food and water were the priorities. I left the garage for now and headed for the kitchen. The cupboard was sparse, but I'd bought a couple 24-packs of canned chili, which formed the centerpiece of my bachelor menu. There were loose cans of spaghetti, ravioli, and soup, too. Basically, I'd stocked up on a few weeks of canned goods that didn't require any baking or cooking, since most of my pots and cookware were on the moving truck. As for drinking, I'd purchased 10-gallon cartons of spring water, since I wasn't used to the sulfur and rotten swamp taste of the municipal water in Florida. Those sat on the floor of the closet, toward the back. A full one chilled in the fridge, though without power, it would soon be warm again. I also had a full case of beer in the fridge, minus the bottle I'd taken to the patio to toast the first 10 minutes of my retirement. The last thing I checked was in a hallway utility room near the entrance to the garage. When I opened the door, I flipped on the light switch out of habit, but nothing turned on. I grabbed an emergency flashlight I kept on a nearby shelf. Then I used it to scope out a little utility sink, the empty space where my meat freezer was destined to go, and a trio of school lockers bolted against the back wall. Those metal boxes were 3 pieces of gear I definitely didn't trust to the movers. "Better to have and not need," I said with pride as I approached. I opened the locker on the left, revealing 1/3 of my gun collection. Boxes of ammunition were neatly stacked in the lower half. I like to have plenty for each caliber of weapon in my inventory. If I had to guess, I probably had 10,000 rounds stuffed in there. But 2,000 of that was .22 caliber, which would all fit inside a kid's lunchbox. However, I'd opened the cabinet for what was on the top shelf, an assortment of semi-automatic pistols and revolvers, many sitting in vertical slots to keep them upright. I picked up the Springfield XDS sitting alone toward the front. The small black semi-automatic pistol was inside its stealthy holster already, so I slid them both into my waistband at the 4 o'clock position, ensuring my loose Hawaiian shirt draped over it. I picked up a spare 9-round mag, already loaded, and dropped it in my front pocket. I was never able to get a concealed carry license back in the legal nightmare state of Illinois, but it never stopped me from having a weapon locked in my truck. Here in Florida, where the laws were more friendly to gun owners, I had planned to get licensed to carry, but I hadn't been able to squeeze it in yet. However, these were special circumstances. Law or no law, I needed to be armed at all times. Returning to the front door, backed by almost 20 rounds of 9mm ammo, the feeling of relief was amplified by what I'd found in the kitchen. Sure, I didn't yet have the year's supply of food and water I'd intended to buy, and I didn't yet have enough ammo to outfit an army division like I wanted. But I did have the foresight to gather the basics: water, food, protection. Thank God I prepared the bare minimum. In my first quick garage meeting with Luke and Carmen, they had listened to me like I knew what I was talking about. lessons I'd picked up reading so many books about EMPs and world disasters. Using that same knowledge while out on the circle, I'd been quick to point out the need to check supplies of food and water to Luke, Penny, and Evelyn. None of them would listen to me again if I went outside and told them I needed to borrow their food and water, since I'd neglected to prepare those things myself. So I was relieved I'd avoided such a fate. The sirens finally spun down, signaling it was time to get back to my neighbors. Before returning to the circle, I noted the piles of boxes in the third bay of my garage. There wasn't time to get into them. Later, I could rip them apart and itemize everything. I knew some camping gear was in there, as were a few fishing poles and a tackle box. Plus, I had at least one basic first aid kit. My toolbox, filled with a small selection of most used hand tools, sat on the otherwise empty workbench. Again, it wasn't a lot, but it wasn't nothing either. That's what mattered in an emergency. Briefly, I wished I still had my dad's '78 Ford pickup. I'd driven that until I bought my '95. If it hadn't already been scrapped in a junkyard, it would have probably survived the EMP blast, since it had no computer chips to burn out. Older vehicles would become highly sought after if this became a long-term event. I hoped this wasn't a long-term event. I hurried out of my garage and went down the long driveway. Penny was already in the meeting place, and Luke and Evelyn were making their way over. I acknowledged Penny as I got there. It's a good thing I love canned chili. It's what I'm going to be eating for the next few weeks.
You think it's going to be that long?
Her buoyant blue eyes turned into dark wells. Well, to be fair, I would have been eating that whether we had an EMP or not. I'm not much of a cook. I grinned, hoping to disarm her anxiety. Fortunately, Luke walked up a moment later. What did you find? I hastily asked him. I have 2 hungry teens, so no matter what we buy, those kids clean out our pantry almost every week. My wife has a huge shopping list hanging on the refrigerator, and I was supposed to go to the store this past weekend, but I got tied up with other things. Okay, I was at my daughter's track meet. He seemed to notice Penny and I waiting for his final answer. That's a long-winded way of saying at this moment, we don't have much in the way of extra food, I'm afraid. Evelyn arrived, winded, hearing the tail end of Luke's report.
Us either. Ben says he likes to catch his meals, instead of spending hard-earned money on food. He's out on his boat right now, fishing for our dinner.
She huffed.
I'll never understand that man. We have more than enough saved up to be able to afford to eat out every night if we wanted. Yet he prefers to disappear on his boat all day.
Luke and I shared a quick glance. I didn't know what was on his mind, but I could take a wag as to why Evelyn's husband wouldn't be around much. After 30 years in the trucking industry, whose business model was to take drivers away from their spouses for weeks at a time, I had a sixth sense for rocky marriages. I didn't want to be rude to the poor woman, so I spoke about what I'd found instead. I have a few weeks of food, a bit less on water, but we live next to a freshwater canal, so that shouldn't be a problem. I didn't mention the guns, for now, since the very mention of them could send Evelyn running. For all I knew, it might also offend Luke or Penny. I needed to get to know them all a bit better before bringing up the subject of firearms. Finally, I returned to Penny, hoping she'd have better news. What about you, ma'am? I asked.
We're fine on food and water.
She spoke in a monotone, as if saying the words, but thinking about something else.
My husband works up in Tampa. He provided me and my daughter with everything we could ever need. We'll be fine for a long while, I think. Were you really joking about this going on for weeks? Weeks?
Evelyn answered.
No, my Ben would have seen this coming. He reads the paper every day. He's never mentioned an EPM before.
EMP, I corrected gently.
Whatever. You can't be right about that.
Evelyn sucked in a deep breath, as if making a decision.
It's been nice to meet you all. I hope I helped in some way, but I shouldn't be out here talking without my husband. I'm heading back home to get dressed and wait for him.
She strode off before any of us could even think of asking her to stay.
See ya,
Penny said before she got too far away. Evelyn briefly waved her hand without looking back. Once I was left with Luke and Penny, I decided I could be a little more open about my lines of thought. I wish this had happened when folks were off work. So many people seemed to be gone. I pointed to the home of the retired police officer, to the left of my house, as I looked at it from the street. I haven't seen either of them come out. I'm sure they'd be out here if they were home. The next house on that side was Luke's. The third house down the line, just beyond the curve of the circle, belonged to a young black couple I'd seen a few times. Are they around? I asked Luke as I pointed to the couple's home. Nope. They always take off at about 8 in the morning on weekdays. I think he said his wife was a social worker, but I know for sure he works for a security company, installing video surveillance cameras. We've chatted a few times over the fence. I pointed to the fourth and last house on that side of the street. And that one belongs to Evelyn and Ben, right? Yep, Luke replied. I motioned to the 3 houses on the other side of my property, one after the other, as I spoke. Penny is here. We know Carmen is home, and we can guess the frat boys are sleeping one off if the sirens aren't bringing them outside. Who lives in the last house on that side? I can't remember their names, Penny replied, but the mail lady has screwed up a few times and delivered the couple's mail to me. His company paycheck shows he works for a construction outfit in downtown Fort Myers. Not sure about the wife, but I know she works all the time, probably at a decent job. I've seen her get out of her car a couple of times, and she always dresses very nice. She's right on all counts, Frank, Luke went on. I've never met 'em, but they're definitely workaholics. They leave before the sun rises and don't come back until it sets. I'd bet anything they aren't home right now. Penny moved closer to me and spoke in a hushed voice. You're acting like this is much worse than it looks. Taking inventory of our stuff? Asking who's home? When I look around, I don't see anything dangerous at all. It all seems so normal. What aren't you telling us? I worked for a trucking company. When trucks pull over to the side of the highway, it seems safer than rolling fast with traffic. But the danger of disaster rises tenfold. The distracted driver of a four-wheeler could plow into the back, kicking off a chain reaction of mayhem. See it happen a time or two, and you learn not to take any hint of danger for granted. In our case, it would be a mistake to assume this is local, or will be brief. Although I didn't want to say those words in front of Evelyn. Thank you for being straight about it, Penny replied, releasing some of her tension with a sigh. So, you think this is worse than it appears? She emphasized worse. Yes, I said. And an EMP means cars are out. Computers and so forth? Everything with a microchip is toast, I answered. I know this is going to sound crazy, but if what you say is true, I'd really like to go get Daisy from daycare. My husband isn't going to be home anytime soon, and I have no one else in this town. I'm going with or without you, so don't feel obligated, but you seem to really know what you're doing. Would you be willing to go with me to get her? I can pay you. My snap reaction was to say yes, but I had to know more. Nah, don't be silly about money. We're neighbors. How far away is her daycare? I didn't want to commit myself to a trip to Orlando or Miami by accident.
I'm not sure how far it is to walk, but it only takes a few minutes to get there by car. It's close to the North Point Library, if you know where it is.
I'd come from there less than an hour ago. The commercial area north of the sprawl of subdivisions was home to the library, a community pool, a golf course, and dozens of small fast food and retail shops. As she said, it was less than a 5-minute drive. 3 in a ZR1. Walking there would take a bit of time, however. I rubbed my chin and weighed the risks and benefits. Nothing was going to stop me from helping a mother in distress, but there were some larger issues to at least acknowledge. If the total power outage went on for more than a day or two, society was destined to break down into violence, as every book I'd ever read on the apocalypse would attest. But it never happened in the first 5 minutes. There would be a window of time, possibly several days, we could safely travel through the community. In fact, as I thought it through, if trouble did go on for an extended period, there would never be a safer time to go out than right now. So not only was helping the mom get her child the right thing to do, it would be foolish not to use these first hours to see what was happening beyond our street. I know exactly where that place is. I stole a glance toward Penny's house. Her garage door was already open, exposing the back end of her silver Mercedes-Benz SUV. She'd probably tried starting it, as I'd done with my vet. I'll go with you to get your girl, but I don't suppose you have a bike in your garage? Riding would make better time than walking. She clapped her hands with enthusiasm.
Thank you so much. I do have a bike. Let me change my clothes and I'll bring it out. We can get started right away, if that's good with you.
Her lip quivered in a cute way, as if she was really worried I'd say no. We can leave whenever you're ready. Do you, by chance, have 2 bikes? Does your husband have one I could use? Unlike feeling weird about borrowing food or water, I felt fine asking about the bicycle. I'd never owned a bike, or thought about owning one. Not since I was a kid, anyway. The woman clenched her jaw momentarily, as if it were a sore topic for her.
I only have mine. My husband bought the bike for me when I suggested it would be a good source of exercise after the baby, but he never had the time or inclination to get his own.
I have a ton of bikes, Luke interjected. Really? I replied. Oh, yeah. What do you need? I have 3 carbon fiber road bikes and a his and hers set of hybrids. My son even has a mountain bike. He never rides it, but he'd probably still call me an evil troll if he knew I'd loaned it out. He laughed in a funny way, suggesting he wasn't too serious. The hybrid is the one in the middle, right? Not the skinny tires, but not the fat ones either? I could name every part of a truck engine, but I'd revealed the limit of my bike knowledge in one sentence. That's the one I would recommend, Luke replied.
Can I go get my stuff?
Penny edged toward her house. Of course, go ahead. It looks like I have a bike after all. Penny hurried away, leaving me and Luke on the circle. Of all the people I'd met on the street, he seemed to be the one I could trust with a little extra preparation. I took a step closer, deciding how I wanted to lay it out. You want me to get the bike? He asked. Not yet. Listen, Bud, you've heard me go back and forth about how bad an EMP can be. Keep in mind, I have no special talent beyond what I've read. No one will be happier than me if I'm wrong. However, having said all that, if this is as bad as I think, you're going to want to prepare like your family's lives depend on you. Go fill your bathtubs with water before the municipal supply loses water pressure. Use duct tape over the sealed stoppers, and overfilled tubs so you can fill them to the brim. If you can, also start filling empty containers. Double up trash bags, and make big water balloons. Fill up everything you can think of. I have a shower hose I use for our dog, so filling things will be easy. But do we really have to worry about water? Didn't you say the canals will provide water for us? Sure, but we'll have to boil that nasty shit before drinking it. It's full of bird droppings, grease and oil from the streets, fertilizer runoff from crops, and probably a few of your dog's turds floating around in there. The stuff you collect now will be fresh. We might not have running water for long, and once it's gone, it may be a while before we get any more. Trust me, it's an easy thing to fill those tubs. You'll want to get it while you can. I'll do that, Frank. And if I could ask for another favor, I'll start filling my tubs too. Would you mind going into my house to check on them, so they don't flood my living room? I'll leave all the doors open. Of course. That won't be a problem at all. Luke stood there looking at me for a few seconds before continuing. This is insane. I was just on a conference call with my remote team in New Orleans, and now we're talking about filling bathtubs at the end of the world. It doesn't seem possible. Tell me about it. I was doing... Oh, it doesn't matter. You better get me that bike so we can get this over with. We'll have a lot more things to discuss when I return. I promise you. Thanks for the tips, Frank. I honestly didn't think you'd turn out to be such a cool dude. You're welcome, but what the hell? I laughed. Why would you think that? I'm a super cool dude. My nephew tells me so all the time. You're the new old single guy at the end of the street. Doesn't talk to anyone, is hardly seen. Me and my wife thought the worst, I'll admit. Nah, I'm not like that. I just retired. All I wanted to do was get to the good part, you know? For the past 3 weeks, I've been painting inside my custom-built house, dealing with the sale of my company up in Chicago, and sleeping on an uncomfortable mattress on my floor. None of it has put me in the mood to socialize. Me and Melanie painted our house, too. You don't need to explain yourself. No, I do, I replied. What's happening now is totally different. This could be a disaster of biblical proportions, and no one can survive on their own when the shit hits the fan. The best defense is to stick together as neighbors. Help each other survive until relief arrives. Keep each other from freaking out. I know you're worried you don't have enough food and all that, but I'll share what I have with you and yours, so you can rest easy. Luke held out his hand again, coaxing another shake from me. Thank you, Frank. You are really making me feel better. I can't wait until my family is back, so I only have to worry about the less important things. He laughed it off. Where are they, if you don't mind me asking? Not at all. Tyler and Rainey are my teens. They're in classes down at South Point High School. I'm hoping the buses are still running and can bring them home at the end of the day. My wife Melanie works in IT for a deep-sea fishing company in downtown Fort Myers. I worry more about her, since she's so far away. I figure she can get a ride home with someone in the company, or the police. I see, I replied. I doubted buses or the police would be up and running, but it wasn't the time to squash his hopes. Okay, I'll be right back. Luke ran off to get the loaner bike, leaving me momentarily by myself. In my head, I'd been treating Penny differently because she had a kid to worry about. What I failed to notice was Luke was a family man too. All the people he loved were out in the city, and I'd let it slip a few times how dangerous things might become out there. It taught me again to try to keep things positive and upbeat with my neighbors. But it also made me appreciate what a stand-up guy Luke appeared to be. Penny also seemed to have a solid head on her shoulders, volunteering for a trip to help her family. If the rest of my cul-de-sac was filled with Luke's and Penny's, we might be in good shape. I ran inside my house, anxious to enact my water conservation plan. It took me about 10 minutes to seal off the drains of my 2 garden tubs and start filling each of them. I planned to fill up more containers at the kitchen sink, but Luke shouted from my garage before I could do more than pull out some big pitchers.
"Frank, I've got your bike ready to go. Penny is ready too."
I hustled out, but immediately looked past Luke. I was shocked to see my pretty neighbor riding her bike around the circle, dressed like one of those guys from the Tour de France. The black bike shorts hugged her hips and graced the contours of her thighs. Her red jersey was similarly tight. It advertised for some charity I didn't recognize. Her loud outfit was topped with a bright pink helmet.
"I'd say she's got you beat on style, Frank."
Luke pinched the fabric of my colorful shirt.
"She looks like a pro. I hope you can keep up with her."
She pedaled on a white road bike that appeared expensive to my untrained eyes. A bright-colored child's trailer with 2 big tires was hitched behind the bike's frame, which made sense in the context of getting exercise after having a baby. The husband had intended for her to take the kid with her.
"You're going to want something besides flip-flops, too."
He pointed down.
"Shit, what am I getting myself into here?"
"Spin the cranks, and you'll be fine," he chuckled.
"I aired up Penny's tires, checked over your ride, and I also stuck a full water bottle in your cage, so you guys are good to go."
I ran inside and changed into a pair of walking shoes. When I came out, Penny had rolled up to the bumper of my dead Corvette.
"You ready?"
she inquired, adjusting a pair of clear protective glasses. "Almost," I replied.
"Hey, I could come with you guys,"
Luke added as he rolled his bike over to me.
"if you think it would help."
"We appreciate it, Luke, but I've already got my tub started. You've got to manage yours, too. You should also tell Evelyn and Carmen to start collecting water if you see them. Plus, you should be home in case your kids are let out early."
"Oh, good points. I'll keep things going here. Good luck out there, guys."
"Thanks," Penny replied as she backed the trailer out of my garage. I threw my leg over the hybrid bike and got it rolling, but I only went to the end of my driveway before stopping. While straddling the top tube, I rang the little bell on my handlebar to test it out. The bring-bring sounded like a lost baby bird after the deafening cries of the earlier sirens. Penny wheeled up next to me, her brakes squealing on the rims as she slowed.
"You ready for this?"
she asked, sounding nervous. "I'm ready for anything," I said with confidence. "Let's go get your daughter." Chapter 3. Penny stood up and mashed the pedals as she left my driveway, obviously pumped to get to her daughter. She also looked the part, with her skin-tight uniform, pro helmet, and special biking shoes which snapped onto the pedals. However, her burst of speed only lasted to the empty lot next to Evelyn's house. Then she seemingly flamed out. "Are you okay?" I asked, easily catching up.
"I haven't been on my bike since before Daisy was born. It's also the first time I've ridden outdoors since I was a little girl. It felt good to pedal fast, but we've got a long way to go, so I need to pace myself."
I must have had a dumbfounded expression.
"What is it?"
she challenged me as we coasted along the street. The tick-tick-tick noise of her rear wheel seemed extremely loud compared to mine. "You serious?" I asked. "You've never ridden outside?"
"That's right. I basically didn't touch a bicycle until I met my husband. When we lived in Denver, he got me this bike and put it on a trainer in our basement. I had one of those TV systems where you pretend you're riding with others. It got me exercise, but it wasn't really my thing."
"You could have fooled me. Your bike seems top-notch. You have the trailer, and you work the gears like a master." I hoped she wasn't judging me on style, since my shifting was still a work in progress. She sat up in her saddle.
"Looks can be deceiving, huh? My husband said this is how bikers dress, and he bought me all these clothes, so I always wore these to train. I guess I was on autopilot when you told me to get my bike. I probably shouldn't be dressed like this just to get my daughter."
"Nah, you pull it off just fine," I chuckled. "Me, however, I'm a different story. If I had to wear form-fitting clothes like yours, I might have made you go with Luke." I tried to keep the mood light, but there was a grain of truth to my claim. Besides wanting to avoid looking ridiculous, I wouldn't go on such a journey without having a way to hide my pistol. Looking at her, there wasn't a place on her body where the imprint of a firearm wouldn't be obvious.
"I'm just lucky the trailer was already hooked up, because I've never used it. My husband at least did that for me."
Her lingering tone of voice seemed like an invitation to ask about her spouse, but I didn't know her well enough to press, so I picked out the other thing she'd said. "Why didn't you ever take your daughter in it? I know they call Florida America's basement, but it's got to be nicer out here than your indoor trainer." Our neighborhood was surrounded by woods that were part of a forest that stretched for miles to the east, north, and south. It was left there by the state to offset the suburban hellscape sprawl along the Florida coast. My realtor said I was extremely lucky to score an empty lot on the border of the preserve, since no other houses would ever be built back there. I wasn't sure if his statement was true, since I assumed he'd say anything to get me to sign on the dotted line. However, as far as places to ride bikes, the nature preserve around our subdivision made the area quite beautiful.
"Yeah, it's nice, but my choices had nothing to do with scenery. You'll find this funny, I'm sure, but my main hang-up was that I didn't think the trailer was safe for her."
Obviously, she'd changed her mind about that. We passed 4 empty lots, 2 on each side, before getting to the new construction. "Looks like we'll have more neighbors soon," I said, to switch from a topic she seemed to find uncomfortable. "More big houses." A 2-story mansion was on the right side, though the windows were boarded up and the tile roof was less than halfway installed. There was a ranch model directly across the street from it, completed in most respects except for the garage. Several pieces of construction equipment had been shoved in there, as if to keep it out of the rain.
"To be honest, I wish we would have bought a smaller house," Penny declared. "Everything on this street is a bit much for me."
"I would have gone bigger if I could. I've lived in shitty apartments my whole life, so I'd give anything to have more walls between my bed and some asshole playing rap at 3 a.m.
"Then why are you living in a home with only 1 floor?
I had to make concessions. I wanted a big house, but I also needed to be on the cul-de-sac, so I wouldn't have cars whizzing by at all hours. When I finally retired, the only lot available on the circle was designated for a ranch-style home. I sacrificed the bigger house to secure my quiet spot at the end of the road."
"You got lucky then," she said.
"Why's that?" I asked.
"No matter what else happens, I promise I'll never play rap at 3 in the morning."
We laughed together. The last pair of construction sites were mostly framed out, with plywood sheets already prepared for a proper roof. But they still had a long way to go. I'd seen a few guys poking around on ladders when I'd gone to the library, but they must have left before I came home, because their trucks weren't there now. Once we got beyond those 4 properties, the last 200 yards of the street was bare grass and a long line of electrical poles leading back to our houses. The openness made it easy to see the homes on Barracuda Bay across the canal, and slivers of albacore anchorage beyond. We traveled in silence to the end of our road and curved right onto Poseidon Pier, the street that would take us to the exit of the subdivision. We immediately crossed a short bridge over the canal and made it to Barracuda Bay. There were about 20 finished houses on Barracuda, grouped toward the far end, and it looked as if residents were standing around talking. I would have loved to get down there and see if they knew anything, but that would have to come later. Ahead, there were a few people already traveling by foot, so I had to keep my attention there. "Stay in the middle of the street," I advised. A pair of older men walked in our direction, dressed in colorful polo shirts. They carried golf bags over their shoulders, and both waved happily when we passed, as if they were on a leisurely stroll to the 19th hole. A second pair of pedestrians, a young mother and a preteen girl, each wearing regular street clothes, jogged past us without a word. When I looked back, they'd already turned into Barracuda. There was also a guy loitering on the other side of the canal, to our left. He stood at the shore as if he'd come out of the woods and was looking for a way to get to Poseidon Pier. He'd either have to walk back to the far side of Clownfish Cove or go to the main highway in order to avoid the water. As I passed, I happened to notice what the man was watching. A huge alligator swam in the middle of the canal, heading the same direction as us. Those animals were another piece of the charm in America's basement, though in my pre-retirement research, I'd made sure attacks against people were very rare. Once he noticed us beyond the gator, he gave a brief wave. I waved back. We finally passed the third and last street in our subdivision. Since it was the one with the most houses, it didn't surprise me to see a lot of people standing around, as if a block party was in progress. There seemed to be more residents, relative to the 30 or 40 homes, so I assumed they were mostly retirees. Penny's brakes squealed as she halted at the north-south highway, also known as Bayside Road. The huge orange clownfish on the billboard greeted our arrival, as did the clean, highly visible stop sign. Back where I lived in Chicago, stop signs were usually covered in graffiti, so the fresh red paint was a nice reminder of how much better it was in Fort Myers. "How do you feel?" I asked, impressed she was barely breathing hard from the exertion. Her bulging calves and well-toned thigh muscles suggested she was in much better shape than she let on. "I'm doing good," she replied. As she looked up and faced the sun, I noticed a light sheen of perspiration from the effort, so at least I knew she wasn't superhuman. "We've gone 3/4 of a mile already." "We've got about 4 to go," I remarked. "Ready to head into suburbia?" "I've never been more ready," she said, and then took a few quick breaths to get herself pumped up. There were no vehicles moving on the dual-lane highway, though there were a small number parked on the shoulder or stopped in the lanes. This part of Florida was pancake flat, and the highway looked like it had been drawn along the edge of a 10-mile-long ruler, so we had a clear view of the disabled vehicles in both directions. There were more stopped cars and roving pedestrians to the south, and I assumed because it was closer to downtown Fort Myers. Fortunately, we had to go north, and there were fewer people out on the road in that direction. "After you," I motioned. I planned to ride next to her, since there was no traffic, but I wanted her to set the pace. Whatever she could do for speed, I'd keep up. We pushed off and shifted gears until we were flying along. I felt my shirt billowing behind me, leading me to wonder if my Springfield pistol was visible. I made a mental note to bring a backpack the next time I went traveling, since it would keep my shirt cinched to my side, hide my weapon, and would also allow me to take more gear. There wasn't much of scenic interest along the highway. The right side was mostly forest, save for some standalone houses and a couple tiny subdivisions like mine. By contrast, every square inch of land on the left side had been clogged with mega subdivisions, full of monotonous homes, look-alike streets, and the usual canals. It was about 2 miles to the coast, and you could probably jump from rooftop to rooftop the whole way. I figured we'd gone about 2 miles before I wanted to fill the silence with conversation. "You said you lived in Denver before. What brought you to Fort Myers?" She rode for a few seconds before answering.
Short answer? My husband works in finance for B of A. They were supposed to give him his own branch in Fort Myers, but there's been delays. Instead of being together in our new house, he spends most of his time in Tampa, which is the next closest branch. I only get to see him on the weekends. Usually.
Long-distance relationships suck, I replied. Believe me when I say how well I know that.
Oh?
Where would I begin? I'd dated stay-at-home women back when I was an over-the-road truck driver. I'd also gone out with a few traveling lady drivers while I ran the company. Somehow, long-distance relationships had become the norm for me, though it was an issue I'd intended to correct during retirement. A lot of someone's, actually, I answered after a brief pause. I've spent my whole life in the trucking industry, and it was a job I loved. But as far as relationships went, I wouldn't wish the traveling lifestyle on my worst enemy.
Me either, she replied.
Well, I hope it works out for you soon, I said to try my best to cheer her up. We coasted for a little while, and then we both resumed pedaling, but at a more comfortable riding pace.
So, Frank, how did you end up as my neighbor? What was it about our street which made you plunk down the money for one of those insanely big houses?
Would you believe me if I said it was a random chance?
Nope,
she deadpanned. I had to chuckle, since I already knew the end of the story. So, I dealt with maps a lot. With a trucking company, it helps to know the towns where you're sending people. About 10 years ago, I decided I wanted to get the hell out of Chicago when I retired. I knew it was going to be a warm place like Florida, and I didn't even care what city. I pulled out a state map, pinned it on the wall, then made a blind stab at where to live.
And you pointed here?
She asked. Yep, Fort Myers. I did a lot of research on streets in this area, but I've known almost since the beginning it was going to be close to the forest.
And Clownfish Cove was the winner?
It beats the hell out of living deep inside one of those monstrosities. I motioned to our left, toward another of the endless line of subdivision entrances. The streets and canals all linked together, with little or no trees to shield one street from the next. I prefer not having houses everywhere I look. Don't you?
She remarked. It's okay, I guess. I'm not a huge fan of raccoons getting into my trash cans, so it has its downsides, too.
I felt as much as heard the thumping helicopter rotors in my lungs. Hold up, I declared, and mashed my brakes to come to a stop. She slowed next to me, and her left shoe dragged on the street as she stopped.
What is it?
She asked, and her eyebrows pinched together. The sound lingered, as if not getting any nearer. Do you hear them? Helicopters. She strained to listen, and held a few loose locks of hair away from her ear.
I do.
The chopper noise finally grew louder, and I saw them appear to the north. They had to be a few miles ahead, since they looked like small flies from so far away. However, their dangerously low altitude reminded me of the ones I'd seen earlier. The whomp-whomp rotor beats droned on the wind.
I thought the EMP took out everything with technology.
Her voice was matter-of-fact.
Why are they still in the air?
I'd read about stuff like this a bunch, so I had a few guesses. The military builds their equipment with EMP shielding to prevent them from falling out of the sky. It's a good thing, too, since they'll be the ones riding to our rescue. Nobody does humanitarian work better than the US of A.
I see, she continued. That's good, I guess.
I wish we could talk to them. If anyone knows what's going on, they do.
Do you think they're close to Daisy?
I was trying to be positive about the possibility of getting news from them, but it was clear all she cared about was her daughter, and I didn't blame her at all. No, they're even farther away than North Point, It looks like they're moving out. See? I pointed to show how the helicopters were flying to the west, hopefully well away from the business district, which was now maybe a mile up the road. Yeah, she allowed. But let's keep going, all right? This time I'll lead. I wiped sweat from my brow, knowing what I was signing up for. It had been nice to talk and distract ourselves from the manual labor, but she wouldn't stop thinking about her daughter until we reached her, so it was best to make it quick. I kept us at a pace at the edge of my ability. The combination of tennis shoes, a shirt which acted like a parachute, and my historical avoidance of cardio made it so I had to suck it up and spin those cranks, like Luke had said. I was able to maintain the speed for most of that last section and got us all the way to the edge of the North Point business district. We're close, I exhaled. I think we've earned a quick rest stop. We again hit the brakes. Take a drink, I said, and then grabbed the water bottle Luke had prepared for me. I'd been thinking about taking a swig for a while, but I didn't want to attempt it while the bike was in motion. Now, with feet firmly planted, I squeezed water into my mouth between heavy breaths. You should get a bike, Frank. You're a natural. She'd pulled out her water bottle and took a long drag, though she was barely sweating, even now. No, you're killing it. I wondered again if she was superhuman. How the hell are you not winded? I'm one of those people who can't sit still for 5 minutes. I only work 2 days a week, so I have to keep busy the other 5. When I'm not at home with Daisy, I spend a lot of time at the rec center. I do Pilates, swimming, and, I'll admit, spin classes. That explains it. Maybe I should take some spin classes too. I could definitely use the exercise. You don't have to wear biker clothes, she mused. But it helps. Oh no, that's never. I cut myself off as soon as I noticed a lone man approaching. My heart rate instantly went beyond the effort on the bike. Heads up, Penny. A guy on foot about 50 yards ahead of us was desperate for our attention. He wore a navy blue business suit and waved his hands over his head, as if we were taxis and he was the fare in the big city. Penny and I both holstered our water bottles, which made it appear as if we were going to roll out. Hey, don't go. I need to ask you something. He trotted toward us. I figured the guy was harmless, but I treated him with the same caution I would have given any stranger on the side of the road. I let him walk to within about 20 feet before I held up my hand. We can hear you from there. Hey, guys, I've got $500 if you sell me one of those bikes. He shook a wad of cash in one hand. My car broke down, and I've got a big meeting in Port Charlotte this afternoon. It's only about 20 miles, but I'll never make it on foot. Think you could help me out? Sorry, our bikes aren't for sale. We've got our own meeting in that direction. I gestured to the shops of North Point. Please, I really need to, he pleaded. We think there's been an EMP, I interrupted. It means whatever you've got going in Port Charlotte has probably been canceled. All the power is out. The cars are dead. That's why the vehicles on the streets are stopped. With a gentle tap on Penny's arm, I showed her I was getting underway, and she matched my actions. Not all of them, he pleaded as we biked past him. I saw some Army Humvees come out of the woods about 15 minutes ago. They went up this highway, then turned off somewhere in the town up ahead. Were the Army men still in town? I had to get there and find out. Good luck, I said to be sympathetic. He seemed harmless, but he sounded a bit desperate, so I never took my eyes off him as I rolled past him in the far lane. All right. Thanks anyway, the guy replied as if I'd kicked hope right out of him. 60 seconds later, we crossed a canal and reached the flowery welcome sign for the town of North Point. It was like a shopping district had been plopped at the edge of the subdivisions, to provide residents with food stores, restaurants, and 100 different boutiques and shop fronts. The forest to the east of the highway was still there, but the boundary had been pushed back several blocks by the urban growth. "Are we close to Daisy?" I asked.
"We make a right, then go through 4 lights."
We passed a strip mall on our right side, which had about 10 shops. A small number of people stood outside the doors. Shopkeepers and shoppers watched us go by. 5 or 6 women in yellow uniforms hung out in front of a nail salon. All of them seemed to hold a cigarette. A couple of them even waved. The little mall sat at the southeast corner of a 4-way intersection. A bank was on the opposite side. The houses of one neighborhood butted up against it. A pair of dead gas stations were on the other 2 corners. We made the right turn at the 4-way stoplight. Several cars were parked under the dead bulbs, but we easily went around them using the empty lanes. The new street was more crowded with vehicles. The lanes on each side were for metered parking, and many cars had been there when the EMP knocked them out. The 2 lanes in the middle also had abandoned vehicles in our way, but there weren't enough to block it completely. Almost all the streets in this part of Florida were drawn on a grid, and North Point was no exception. At a glance, I placed us on the lower line of a square, riding our way toward the bottom right corner. Between us and that turn, there were 4 cross streets heading north, deeper into the commercial district. The right side of the road was the edge of the town, with a row of shops and some empty lots. Behind the row, a tall fence and a canal separated the town from the woods. "4 lights this way?" I asked.
"Yep,"
she replied. Drivers from the disabled vehicles stood wherever their cars had been parked or stopped. They were talking to each other and the people already at the local establishments. We went through the first intersection without dealing with them. But beyond the second set of lights, a U.S. postal van had been stopped halfway into the entrance of an upscale bank. A small crowd had gathered on the sidewalk beside it. "Look alive," I said to Penny. As we approached the group, a man stepped out next to the post office truck to flag us down. He was dressed in sandals, knee-length shorts, and an island print shirt. He was probably in his 20s. The guy spoke in a loud voice. "Hey, do you guys know what's happening?" "You keep going, okay?" I whispered to Penny. "I'll talk to him."
"Are you sure?"
she fretted. "Totally. There's nothing to worry about. I'm just going to see what he can tell me about this town, so we know what to expect when we get your daughter. Stay alert until I catch up, okay?" My decision to briefly split up was tactical. I wanted Penny to make it to her daughter without stopping, since she had said the daycare was a few blocks ahead. At the same time, it was dangerous to travel into populated areas without a sense of what was going on. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to investigate. "Hey, bud," I said, and then slowed to meet him in the street behind the truck. "What can I do for you?" Penny continued past the man. He watched her go by, mouth open, as if wowed by her athletic appearance. When he turned back to me, his demeanor changed to embarrassment, perhaps thinking we were together.
"Sorry, man. I'm just looking for answers about what the hell's going on. I came out of the cafe and my truck was dead. Every other car is dead too. Now some people are saying there's been a nuclear war. Do you think it's true?"
I stood on the pavement, leaving about 10 feet between us, giving me the option to use my gun if things went bad. "Sounds like bullshit to me. The news didn't have anything about a coming war, you know? Besides, with the way everything has gone out, including our phones and electrical power, I think we got hit with a high-altitude EMP blast." The man turned and shouted to the main group on the far side of the mail truck. "This guy says it was an EMP, not a nuclear war. Thank God." a young woman yelled back.
"Did he hear about the Cubans attacking Miami?"
The man turned to me.
"Did you?"
Nope. Sounds like more crap from the rumor mill. How would you have heard what's going on in Miami anyway? Does someone have a working radio?
All we have are these rumors.
He laughed nervously.
The mail guy said it was the Cubans, I think. I stopped another biker earlier who said something about a failed science experiment up north. Then there were the Army guys.
You saw them? I'm kind of looking for them.
Yep. They came through a couple of blocks north of here. I tried to run up and meet them, but I was too slow. Spoke to a guy who supposedly talked to him, but all he would say is that he had to get home to his family.
I pretended to stretch my legs, checking out the people by the truck, the man in front of me, and the seemingly disinterested Floridians elsewhere in the congested area. There were no obvious threats. Did you see where they went?
They went that-a-way,
he replied, and sounded a bit like Daffy Duck. His demeanor made me laugh for a bit, but I got right back to business. I'll keep an eye out for them. There are also lots of helicopters and jets flying around. All those military folks have to know more than the rest of us. If you can link up with them, you'll get your answers.
I'll try, dude,
he answered. Anything else going on in town? I'm heading this-a-way. I tried to mimic his Daffy Duck impression while pointing behind him.
I've been here since the sirens. Haven't seen nothing but people standing around. I'm figuring I should walk home.
I would, I replied. Beat the rush. He cracked up.
Smart.
Thanks for chatting, but I've got to catch up to my friend. Good luck. As I spoke, I hopped on my pedals and rolled past him. I took note of how easy it would be for a bad guy to knock me over, should it come to violence. Bikes were great on the open road, but they had severe limitations in close quarters. The trip was teaching me in ways I never would have thought by only reading books. Penny was a full block ahead, but she was pedaling slowly. To her credit, she kept swiveling her head from side to side, as if keeping watch for trouble like I'd instructed. A few isolated people stood here and there on the upcoming stretch of road, but we seemed to have passed the bulk of the pedestrians.
Did you learn anything?
Penny asked when I caught up to her.
Not really,
other than he said no one knows what happened.
Did you tell them your theory?
Yeah, but I'm guessing, like everyone else. They think it was a nuclear war, or Cubans attacking Miami. Either one could be true, I suppose, though I still believe the EMP scenario fits the circumstances the best. We rode for a short way, past a large golf supply store, and then made a left turn on the last street, which was the far edge of the gridded town. Some shops and structures were on the right-hand side, but the forest was beyond them.
There it is,
she cried out. She pedaled toward a trio of small structures on the right side. A nondescript, blue-roofed building sat between a tire-changing service station and yet another bank. However, there was no question where she was going. A dozen toddlers climbed the playground equipment inside a chain-link fence behind the middle building. As we got closer, I noticed a small sign on the blue roof, emblazoned with Corky's Daycare. Penny became frantic as we pulled onto the parking lot shared by all three buildings.
I see Daisy.
She's in the yard? I asked.
Yes, we have to hurry.
She hopped off her bike and walked it past the few cars on the lot. I did the same and ran my bike next to hers. We should take these inside the front doors, I said. If there was one guy waving around $100 bills to buy one, there were others who would steal our rides at no charge. I didn't need any book to explain that one to me.
Sure,
she said as she pulled the glass door open. Once inside, the place was surprisingly quiet. The small waiting room had a well-worn carpet, as if parents had picked up and dropped off their children here for decades. Before I had a chance to catch my breath, a woman came up to a half door blocking off the classroom part of the building. She was a few years older than me, with patches of gray hair above her temples.
May I help you?
The lady squinted at my companion and her elaborate biker gear.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. O'Rourke. I hardly recognized you. You're here for Daisy, I'm sure.
She nodded.
I saw her out back.
The woman stood behind the half door while speaking quietly.
You're the first person to come back. I've got to tell you, this power outage is really scaring the children. That's why we put them outside to play. They should be in here having lunch.
Always aware of the heavy stress on people during emergencies, I tried to take it down a notch. Lunch sounds wonderful. What are you serving? The woman frowned and looked alternately between Penny and myself, perhaps trying to figure out our relationship. I'm kidding, I went on once I saw that the woman had no sense of humor. I'm helping Mrs. O'Rourke stay safe on her bike ride. I'm her neighbor.
Why aren't other parents picking up their children?
Penny whispered to the teacher.
The power is out all the way down to our subdivision, which is almost 5 miles south on Bayside Road. This is a huge disaster.
I don't know, but I hope they all clear out before 5 o'clock. I've got to get home and make dinner for my 2 kids. They're in middle school, but sometimes they act like they're still in preschool, if you know what I mean. Talking about her family seemed to make the woman lower her guard. She even laughed at her own joke. A small bell sat on a shelf-like countertop affixed to the door, like the kind you'd find on a hotel's welcome desk. None of us were touching the silver shell, but the striker inside began to vibrate, causing it to barely ding. I recognized the deep rumble of helicopters again. The women noticed it too.
Can I get her now?
Penny asked in a dry tone.
Right away.
The friendly woman held up a wait here finger, then turned and left the doorway. I tapped the bell to make it stop doing its weird thing, chuckling as I did so. I tried to act like it was no big deal there were choppers nearby. Despite suggesting to 2 guys the military might have important information, I could tell the only mission today was going to be getting Penny's daughter to safety. That ringing sound only reinforced the need to hurry.
Mommy!
A little girl cried out from the next room.
Daisy!
Penny leaned against the barrier. The older woman came back and opened the bottom part of the door, revealing a cute little 4-year-old child behind it. The girl wore a pink one-piece dress and a pair of shiny pink shoes with princesses on them. Unlike her mother, the girl's blonde hair was long and curly, rather than straight, but her facial features almost matched Penny's to perfection.
Mommy, I wasn't done playing. Robbie and Patricia were in my boat and they need me to point them where to go.
The girl's lips smashed together, creating a tiny pout.
I'm sorry, darling, but something special is happening today. Me and my, friend, Mr. Frank, are riding our bikes. We've got a neat trailer for you to ride in. Would you like to go with us?
As soon as she'd said the words, the little girl's face lit up.
I always wanted to ride with you, Mommy, she cheered. You are dressed so pretty. Can I get a red shirt like yours? Of course. I'll get you the shorts, too. Then you'll look just like Mommy.
Daisy clapped.
Right now, I need you to wear your own pretty clothes, okay? Your spot is right here, on this nice big chair.
Penny walked her around the back of the trailer and flung open the plastic roof, revealing a pair of canvas seats.
Whoa,
Daisy blurted.
It has seat belts? That's right. Let's get you in there.
It took a couple of minutes before Penny was satisfied the belt was hooked and the lid was on correctly. She pretended to play peekaboo with the girl through the clear plastic roof, as well as the side windows, as if proving to her daughter she wouldn't lose sight of her. Daisy seemed to love the whole idea, if her permanent smile was any indication. I wheeled my bike outside, then held the door wide. "Thanks," she said, stopping next to me as she came through the entryway. "I mean it. I'm so glad I didn't have to do this by myself."
"Bye, Miss Lynn,"
Daisy called out to the teacher watching us.
"Bye-bye, Daisy," the lady replied in sing-song. "I hope I'll see you tomorrow."
Penny met my gaze, and we both knew that wasn't going to happen. I gave her a friendly nod, and she continued outside. "See you, miss," I said to the woman before letting the door shut. The thump of rotor blades was growing, but the sound waves bounced off the storefronts of the strip mall across the street, making it hard to tell where they came from. A quick glance into the clear blue sky didn't reveal their location either.
"I'm going to go fast, Daisy."
Penny straddled her bicycle.
"Just enjoy your ride, okay?" "I can't see you, Mommy."
The girl sounded a little worried.
"I'm right here."
Penny twisted at the waist and leaned off the saddle, so the child saw her through the side window.
"There you are,"
the girl cheered. We rolled off the parking lot together, but Penny immediately lagged behind. While she caught up, I stayed alert for where I might spot the helicopters. I'd given up the idea of chasing after the army trucks, but there was a chance the aircraft were meeting the men on the ground. If it happened along our route, we might still have a chance to learn what they knew. She caught up as we made the right turn back onto the street with the mail truck, though she was now showing some strain in her legs.
"This got a lot heavier," she chuckled.
"Mommy, faster!"
Daisy cried out from her cocoon.
"I'm trying, dear,"
the mom replied like a good sport. The rotor chop persisted as we went by the golf supply store we'd passed earlier. When we reached the first cross street, the reverb noise disappeared, as if it had been turned off with a switch. "Whoa," I said, hitting the brakes. Penny hadn't been going fast, so she stopped only a bike length or two ahead of me, despite the surprise. She looked over, worried.
"What is it?"
I pointed up. The sound went away. A single woman screamed from a parking lot close to the intersection. It was a blood-chilling howl, as if she was witnessing a horrible murder. Penny and I froze in place. Motion caught my eye to the north, about half a mile down the cross street, among the fast food joints, stores, and little buildings. A shape appeared from behind a grove of tall trees and moved from left to right, like it was coming onto a stage in front of us.
"Oh, God,"
Penny shuddered. A huge gray aircraft silently lumbered across the sky, tipped sideways, so we only saw the bottom of the four-engine monster. It looked like the pilot had been flying low and banked to avoid the trees, but then stalled out. The right wing teased the ground clutter for a couple of seconds. The tip scraped across the road. Then it sliced into a building. From there, the giant bird seemed to get pulled to the ground. It crumpled and broke apart before the mass of falling steel erupted in an orange fireball. "Oh, shit," I blurted out. A wave of heat blew into my face, as if I'd just opened an oven door.
"Wow,"
Penny yelped. "On the bike," I ordered. "We've got to move." How many other planes were up there? Chapter 4.
"Mommy? What was that?"
Little Daisy sounded scared, and after what had just dropped out of the sky, I didn't blame her. We'd stopped at the first intersection to watch the crash, but the kid had a hard time seeing out the side of the trailer, which was for the best.
"Don't worry, dear."
Penny clicked into her pedals as we moved out.
There was a little accident, that's all.
Understatement of the year. Go, I said in my calmest tone of voice, unable to look away from the fireworks. The tail of the plane rose up one last time, then crashed back into the fiery wreck. The concussive roars of explosions echoed through the streets of the powerless business district. In the background, barely audible, the screams of fleeing citizens highlighted what was heading our way.
Is anyone ouchie?
The child asked her mother. The fallen plane's crash site couldn't be more than half a mile away. But even in those few seconds, I could tell there would be lots of ouchie people over there. Secondary blasts rattled the glass in nearby storefronts.
I don't know, sweetie,
Penny fibbed, but her shaky voice gave her away.
Why don't you just enjoy the ride, and we'll be home real soon. Okay,
Daisy complained, like the ride wasn't going to be as fun as she thought. We got back up to speed, but it was only 100 yards to the second cross street. I had to keep an eye on the fallen plane, if only to confirm there wasn't a tumbling wave of fiery debris barreling toward us. Take it slow when we get there, I advised. As we entered the intersection, a small piece of metal skittered through the spokes of my front tire. A similar metallic clunk impacted the stoplight signal above my head. In a few seconds, there were dozens of hits, and the sounds kept growing in intensity. Get behind that, I said as I pointed to a lifted pickup truck with huge tires. We crossed most of the intersection and skidded next to the abandoned truck, as more metal bits fell around us. Some ricocheted off the smooth red paint of the big Ford. Others put chips in the glass of the cabin and hopped around the cargo bed. Before I could think of our next move, one of the debris fragments bounced off the concrete, slammed into the vehicle's underside, and rolled to a stop almost at my foot. What the hell? I blurted.
It's freaking money,
Penny exclaimed, picking up a quarter. Is it hot? I asked, a second too late to stop her.
No, it wasn't orange, so I assumed it wasn't.
$1 million hailstorm cracked windows and dented the hoods of cars parked up and down the street. Other pedestrians took cover behind whatever they could find. I chuckled at the cruel irony. The plane must have hit one of the 50 banks in this town. The crash sent buckets of coins into the stratosphere. After 10 or 15 seconds, the downpour became a trickle. Then it faded out. I waited until I didn't hear anything before I stood up. From our position, I still had a view up the second cross street toward the wreck. I couldn't see the main crash site, but there was an oily wall of smoke headed our way, with people on the street running from it. We've got to move again, I said, gesturing Penny ahead. Go!
Uh-huh,
she answered. We rode for a few seconds before I caught her watching me.
You're riding all hunched over, she said, like more money is going to fall on us.
I guess I'm being careful. I came out of my crouch. There's no telling how high that explosion sent crap into the sky. If it hit the bank's vault, bricks of gold might come down next. That would really suck, she replied. But at least we'd die rich, I mused. She chuckled at my horrible effort at breaking up tension. For a few seconds, I searched the sky for falling threats, though I soon became more interested in the road ahead. The people who'd been standing around the mail truck had cleared out, but they'd gathered with others and created a larger group of about 40 onlookers at the next intersection. A few scurried about picking up coins, or ran for their lives, but most still watched to the north, toward the big show. We'll ride on the left side of the street, Penny, to avoid contact. The left side of the road had fewer buildings, since it was the edge of the North Point town center. It was tempting to cut behind them and go through the woods toward Bayside Road. But it wasn't possible. A canal ran back there, and the city had built a tall fence alongside it, as if people from the shops had once made a habit of falling into the water. Some of the running citizens tried to scale it, but only those in good shape made it over. For our party, the only realistic means of escape was to backtrack the way we'd come.
"I'll stick to your tire," she assured me.
We shot across the intersection, going around the disabled vehicles. Penny and I both acted like rubberneckers, checking out a rush-hour car accident. All I saw of the wreck from my new vantage point was a tall black smoke plume. It rose above the advancing line of smoke, which was spreading all over town like ripples on a pond.
"We can't outrun the fumes," I said as I struggled to sound calm, "but we'll try to minimize our time in it."
I'd seen a few tractor-trailer wrecks in my day, including a tanker truck on fire. The smoke from that crash hadn't been fatal, though it was an eye-watering simulation of what it might be like to stick my head in a gas can. I could have taken us into one of the shops to wait out the smoke, but that seemed too much like giving up. I wanted to get us away from town and avoid the risks of fire, panicked people, or having a safety deposit box drop on us.
"Whatever you say."
She pedaled like a banshee on speed. The next obstacle in our route was the half-turned mail truck. The guy in the sandals and island shirt was nowhere to be seen, but two young men had opened the back door of the white and blue truck, and they yanked out bins of mail from the cargo space. They turned as we approached, since the loud clicking noise from Penny's back wheel made it impossible to sneak up on anyone. I met their eyes and nodded to acknowledge them, but I didn't slow down or show any interest in what they were up to. Their faces were grim and unfriendly, acknowledging the fact they weren't supposed to be there. For a few seconds, I wondered if they were going to make a move toward us, but as we whizzed by, they went right back to what they were doing. One of them yanked out a brown cardboard box, suddenly smiling like it was his birthday.
"Phew,"
Penny remarked as we got away.
"They probably thought no one would be watching them with the plane crash so close."
The smoke still loomed on our right side, but I continued our conversation to keep Penny focused on what was ahead. "You're probably right," I replied. "They must have been eyeing it when we came through here before. That's how they moved in so fast."
"I'm glad they didn't want to mess with us," she commented.
"They knew we wouldn't be easy targets," I replied. The truck was obviously a target of opportunity, but criminals were unpredictable, so I'd made sure they knew we weren't potential marks.
"Why?" she asked.
I made eye contact with them.
"And what does that do?"
she pressed. The bad guys want it easy. Easy money, easy loot, easy everything. If you make it clear you aren't a clueless pushover, they generally leave you alone and wait for easier targets. The best thing you can do out there is put your phone away, keep your eyes opened, and carefully observe your surroundings.
"Well, the phone's not a problem, since mine is toast. But you did tell me to pay attention earlier when you talked to that one guy, and I rode ahead."
"Exactly," I replied. "And I watched you look all around as you rode. That was perfect." I finally caught sight of what I'd been waiting for. The black smoke wafted over the roof of one of the shops to our right, causing me to tense up for action again. "We'll have to talk about this later. Right now, we have to pedal a little faster." I sped up and hoped she'd follow, but she had extra weight behind her, so she was struggling.
"Are we going to be okay out here?"
she asked, as she noticed the impending arrival of the smoke. "Yes," I said with resolve. "You're doing awesome. Just keep at it." The main body of the black cloud reached us at the next intersection. It broke like a crashing wave over the long line of buildings on the north side of the road, but it came out faster and stronger in the narrow channel created by the cross street. A few men hung out in front of a pizza parlor on the corner, but they didn't seem to care about the unusual smoke. Or maybe they didn't even see it. Instead, they worked together as they kicked and shoved an outdoor ATM machine. The black ash from the plane crash swept around the corners, washing over all those guys, and then smothered our bikes a moment later. I held my breath for a few seconds, but my ongoing workout made it impossible to hold it for longer. When I sucked in, my lungs filled with fumes.
Yuck,
the little girl sniffed.
What stinks?
It's okay, Daisy, Penny called to her daughter.
Try to hold your breath. It's a fun game.
The billowing debris cast the street in shadow, mostly blotting out the sun. It carried the stench of jet fuel mixed with the acrid smell of burning metal. It was going to be hell on our lungs, and our deep breaths sucked in tons of it. But we had to get ourselves out of town as fast as possible, so it became a vicious loop. I coughed a few seconds later. We'd already gone by the scene at the ATM, but I looked back when I heard breaking glass, and then saw a young man had tumbled through a huge window on the front of the pizza place. He scraped himself off the front sidewalk, glanced down at his bloodied arms, then looked toward the trio working over the ATM.
Why are you all standing around? This is a broken arrow situation, people. This poison was released from a CIA chemtrail plane. We're all gonna die.
The guys looked at him for a few seconds like he was nuts, but they scattered when he ran toward them. He chased after the group, but they all ran around the corner, out of my sight.
That was weird, Penny volunteered.
No doubt, I replied. We both coughed at the same time, causing us to laugh a little. How are you enjoying this Florida scenery? I mused.
Oh, it's wonderful,
she said with heavy sarcasm.
I can see so many great tourist attractions. The beach is over there, Disney World is over here, and Cape Canaveral is just down the road.
Penny glanced left and right, as if on a tour bus. We traveled another few seconds before noticing a young man in a red fast food uniform. He sprinted out of the parking lot on the right, hardly focused on where he was going. Heads up, I cautioned. All his attention seemed to be on the clouds of smoke wafting over the buildings from behind. I expected him to slow, but he came out into the street with barely a glance at us. Watch it, buddy, I yelled. Penny's brakes squealed as she tried to avoid the collision. He saw us at the last moment. The man had enough dexterity to jump her front tire, barely missing the handlebars, and he somehow stuck the landing. He stumbled for a couple of seconds, got better footing, then continued running between two parked cars.
Nice driving, bitch, the guy yelled.
Sorry, asshole, she muttered. Daisy started to sob, probably from the sudden jolt.
It's okay, baby girl,
Penny said to her daughter.
We just had to slow for a second.
My neighbor looked at me with sad blue eyes, and I knew exactly what was on her mind. She wanted to get out and check on her, but now was neither the time nor the place. I got up out of my seat and pedaled. Penny did the same. When we reached the next cross street, the choking debris cloud was still blowing our way from the connecting road, as if we were on the wrong side of a smoky campfire. A few people stood in the worst of it, watching into the void. Others huddled in little gatherings, perhaps deciding which way to go. The smart ones ran across our route, to the south, fleeing danger. Someone also banged metal on metal, like a sledgehammer hitting a steel door. I couldn't tell exactly where it came from, since the heavy smoke made it hard to figure out the direction. However, as it continued, Daisy started to cry.
"What's that noise, Mommy?"
the little girl asked.
"It hurts."
"You're okay, I promise," Penny comforted her daughter, before coughing up a lung. She then turned to me, worry plastered all over her face. The banging got louder. As we cleared the intersection, Daisy cried with more intensity, then kicked and hit the sides of the trailer like a little Tasmanian devil.
"Mommy! Mommy!"
I'd intended to push for the exit of town before dealing with the girl, but Penny became dangerously distracted. She'd slowed her bike, spent time looking into the trailer behind her, and was oblivious to potential threats. I knew exactly why she was doing it, and I also suspected it would be impossible to get her to ignore her daughter, even for a short time. So I had to come up with a solution. "Penny, I think we should switch bikes before we get too much farther." I applied the brakes, which got her attention.
"No, I'm fine. Once we get on the main highway, I'll be able to pedal a lot faster."
"That's not why I want to switch." I forced out a chuckle. "Just slow down for a second." Penny glanced over, as if unsure, but she eventually relented. I couldn't talk for a few moments as I coughed and tried to catch my breath. The smoke was so thick, I could taste it each time I inhaled. Stopping ran contrary to my desire to escape the sickening cloud. But I knew it was for the best, even if I had to endure the sickly odor a little longer.
"I'm fine,"
she repeated as she rolled to a stop next to me. The stinky smoke provided some concealment from the pedestrians around us. Men, women, and children ran on the parking lots or across the streets, but none of them were close. The blowing ash let us hide in plain sight.
"Penny, I need to switch with you."
"Why?" she wheezed.
"Daisy is scared because she can't see you. If I pull the trailer on your bike and you ride on Luke's behind us, she'll see your face."
I did consider unhitching the trailer and moving it to my bike, but it had a bunch of straps and locks that I didn't know how to operate. I knew it couldn't be overly complicated, but an emergency wasn't the time to test my theory. A man howled in pain from one of the side streets. The repetitive banging sped up. Daisy's sobs went incoherent. Penny thought about it for another second, then swung a leg over her top bar.
"I should have thought of that. I was too wrapped up in my little girl's tears to think of the big picture."
"That's okay. This is why I'm here, to help."
"These pedals are made for my shoes," she pointed down, "which are way too small for you. How are you going to ride my bike?"
The pedals were about half the size of a normal flat pedal and had notches where her shoes clicked in. They were obviously made to be paired with her special type of shoe. However, there was nothing to be done about it, since I was committed to swapping. "I'll make it work. Take my bike." She grabbed it and immediately rolled backward behind the trailer so her daughter could see her face.
"Hi, baby,"
she said to Daisy. The sobbing was immediately cut by half. Through the tears, Daisy tried to speak.
"Can I get out, Mommy? I don't like this." "Not yet, but soon."
Penny knelt beside her.
"Mommy is going to be watching you from this bike."
She hopped up and put her leg over the top bar of Luke's bicycle, showing the girl how she would be behind her.
"Can you see me?"
Daisy fought lingering sobs.
"Yeah-huh." "We've got to ride again," Penny insisted. "Just watch Mommy, okay?" "Okay,"
the girl replied with sadness. For a few seconds, we looked like clowns in a circus, trying to get on bikes clearly not made for us. She almost fell over since her seat was too high, and I almost hit my knees on my arms when I tried to pedal, since mine was too low. We both raced to adjust our seats. "Go," I insisted as I hopped on the new bike. Penny caught up and dropped in behind her daughter. "All good?" I asked over my shoulder.
"Yeah. And you?"
she coughed. I didn't have good form developed over years of spin classes, but I was taller and stronger than her. As I shifted through the gears, I got us cruising as fast as we'd been doing before we picked up the little girl. Even the weird pedals didn't slow me. "Me and Daisy are doing great." I didn't hear the girl crying anymore, so I hoped it was true. "Right, Daisy?"
"Right, Mr. Frank,"
she sniffled. The smoke cleared a bit, revealing the final intersection out of the North Point area. It seemed to be a gathering place for those who'd rushed out of the town center, though most of them stood around as if waffling between staying or heading south. I guessed there were between 50 and 75 people, and they were anything but calm. Even from 100 yards out, I saw a couple fistfights and a multi-person wrestling match.
"We're almost back to Bayside Road,"
Penny advised. "Yeah, but..." I stopped myself from speaking truthfully about the clogged street ahead of us. Daisy didn't need to be more frightened than she already was. "But keep up with me. We're going to take a detour to make it around this corner with, fewer issues." The smoke continued to dissipate, though I coughed again from what was already in my lungs.
"Detour?"
she asked from behind me. "Just stay on my tail," I instructed. A few of the people at the intersection flailed their arms as if to flag us down. Others hopped up and yelled to get our attention, but I was pretty sure they didn't only want to talk. If they were waiting to go south like us, they probably wanted to do it with more than leg power. They wanted our bikes. When I'd gotten to within 50 yards, I knew my initial suspicion had been correct. Those who saw me held out their arms defensively, broadcasting how they intended to stop us no matter what. Some even jogged in our direction, as if to be the first to make their offer, or to grab what they could. One of the runners was dressed in the yellow uniform of the salon technicians we'd passed earlier. Adrenaline dumped into my system like nitrous fuel on funny car night. I dug deep and pushed those pedals to maintain my momentum. We had to reach my proposed detour route before they cut us off. When we'd come through earlier, I'd noticed the strip mall had a rear parking lot for employees and deliveries. At about 25 yards, I saw the little driveway on the left, where I'd planned to make our evasive maneuver. I counted down the seconds as I watched the distance between us and the runners. About 5 men and women had closed the distance, including the woman in yellow. I aimed for them, as if we'd started up a large game of chicken in the left lane of the road. But I only did it so they wouldn't catch on to where I was really going. It was going to be close. A couple of the lead runners faltered, perhaps thinking twice about being struck. However, the salon woman and another guy kept coming. "Now!" I cried out as I yanked the handlebars left, a few yards in front of the lead attacker. "Hey!" the man yelled as he shifted direction toward me. I made it onto the lot, but I could tell Penny was in danger. She grunted, obviously pedaling incredibly fast.
"Stay back,"
Penny ordered in a roaring mama bear voice. I heard an "oof" from behind. Penny came up beside me, since she'd sped up to avoid the collision. When I looked over my shoulder, the yelling guy tumbled sideways across the lot, as if he'd missed a tackle on Penny's back tire. The other chasers passed the downed man, intent to continue the pursuit. "Don't stop pedaling," I advised in as level of a voice as I could summon.
"Why are they coming for us?"
Penny wheezed.
"What the heck did we do?"
We shot by employee cars, empty pallets, and worker break areas. There was a 6-foot wall along the left side of the lot, making it impossible to ride that way. Behind, the woman in the yellow uniform still pursued us on foot. The fallen guy was already up and running. Ahead, a row of dumpsters appeared to mark the far end of the parking lot. "They just want our bikes," I answered, pretty certain they weren't out to physically harm us. However, if the dumpsters represented a dead end, and those runners didn't stop coming for us, we might test that theory in seconds. The building was about 200 feet long, with 8 or 10 stores in the row. Since we'd accidentally stirred up the unruly crowd, I was certain some of them were shadowing us on the front side of the strip mall. Even if we could somehow stop and fight off the few behind us, others would come at us from around the other side of the building. "Go, go, go," I repeated, hoping to outrun any violence. We both breathed hard from the exertion. Ahead, the end of the lot loomed larger, and I'd begun to think realistically about pulling out my pistol. Could I threaten to use it against those behind us, to get them to leave us alone? Surely they weren't already so desperate as to not care about being shot. Not over stupid bicycles. My lungs turned to lava as I sucked in air and pumped as fast as my legs would spin. Those intense efforts carried me toward the bank of dumpsters. I held my fingers over the brake levers, ready to crush them if there wasn't a way out. Out of time, I squeezed. I'd lost half my speed, but I was shocked to see an opening. "We can make it," I yelled. The dumpsters were spaced, so it was hard to judge distance from the rear corner of the building. But once we got on top of them, I found a gap big enough for a car to pass through. However, it was a sharp right turn. I decelerated more to make the 90-degree angle, dropping down to a walking pace on my bicycle. The sprinters were still half the building behind us, but it felt like I'd given away our most valuable advantage, so they weren't as far back as I wanted. The right tire of the trailer clipped the corner. "Ow!" Daisy cried out. I'd forgotten her trailer was wider than my bike, causing me to misjudge distance, so the tire banged the concrete, then bounced sideways. If I'd been going faster, she might have tipped over. "Sorry, kid," I exhaled, already pumping to recover our speed. Penny stayed behind me to weave through the narrow turn. "Daisy and I aren't stopping for anything," I yelled to my partner. The far end of the strip mall opened up to a large side parking lot, giving us room to maneuver. But I'd forgotten there was a little burger place next to the strip mall. A connecting piece of blacktop joined the two lots about 100 feet away, and it was the most obvious escape route for us. "We're almost there," Penny called back. We'd gone maybe 3 seconds before someone appeared at the front corner of the strip mall. A man halted, oriented on our position, then sprinted to cut off our route. He wore running shoes, shorts, and a torn athletic shirt, as if he'd come from the gym. "I need your bike!" 5 or 6 others fanned out behind the leader, though they stuck to the front of the lot, perhaps thinking I'd try to exit from the mall's main entrance. One of them was another young woman from the nail salon, and the sheer determination on her face reminded me of someone out to commit murder. The chasers from behind the stores also emerged, coming through the same gap we'd used, but they were at the worst angle to catch us, as long as we didn't stop. My heart rate was out of control, but I ignored it as best I could. I focused on turning pedals, frantic breathing, and the footfalls of our pursuers. I kept veering left, away from the front side runners. Penny and I stood on our pedals like 2 kids being chased by bullies. It was going to be close to see who made it to the little patch of road linking the 2 parking lots. "You've got this, Penny," I encouraged her. "I'm trying," she panted. As we approached, Another man emerged from behind a parked minivan near the side exit. He trotted sideways, as if positioning himself to play goalie in the connecting roadway. A second later, as he held up a fistful of paper money, I recognized him as our old friend in the navy blue suit.
"Hey, buddy, I've got $1,200 cash I'll give you for that bike."
The curbs were all too high to ride my bike over, especially with a trailer, and the running people to our right had blocked off any other exit. The suit man waited near one side of the exit, leaving me most of 2 car widths to shoot through.
"Please, it's all I've got."
He took a step toward the middle, which blocked more of the path. I couldn't stop, since any delay or slowdown would let the sporty guy catch us in a heartbeat, followed closely by the nail technicians from 2 directions. Unlike the businessman, the others didn't seem like they were offering anything in exchange for our bikes. My math skills went into overdrive as I tried to gauge the intersecting routes of various pursuits, my clearance next to the guy ahead, and the chances of wrecking Daisy's trailer in any accident. My vision went to a pinpoint as I concentrated on my escape. There was about 30 feet to go.
"Please stop,"
the man begged, and planted his feet directly in my intended path. I'd never expended so much energy to pedal a bike, and the motion was foreign to my burning leg muscles. However, after thinking of the scared girl in my trailer, I ignored all the suffering and dug even deeper. The suit man stood at my 10 o'clock, holding his cash up for all to see, but I kept cranking the pedals, showing no fear that I was bringing the pain directly to him. We locked eyes when I was almost at point-blank range. "Move!" I bellowed. I was mentally preparing myself to elbow the guy in the face, allowing nothing to stop my forward momentum, but he hopped sideways to avoid my freight train of potential trauma. I leaned away, barely missing him. In the next instant, Penny raced by too.
"I've got a meeting I can't miss,"
the guy hollered at our backs. My first thought was to tell him to put his money away, but there was no time to be polite. We rolled onto Bayside Road, where a few people were already walking south. They'd turned to watch our escape, and I had no way of knowing which side they'd take. Any one of them could make a run at us. I pedaled for my life for another 60 seconds, using every ounce of saved energy. We weaved around the stragglers, went past the North Point welcome sign, and made it over the canal marking the edge of town. Once we got beyond those landmarks, I coasted to catch my breath and keep my heart from tearing out of my chest.
"You did it, Frank,"
Penny declared.
"We're clear of all the people."
I looked over my shoulder. Sure enough, the chasers had given up at the exit of the burger place. The walkers on the road had stayed out of our way, which was what normal people did. Far beyond them all, a black pillar of ash rose high into the sky. Penny was about 20 feet behind. I'd outpaced her, even with the trailer.
"We did it,"
I exhaled in relief.
"We got your daughter to safety."
She soon came alongside me, since I'd stopped pedaling.
"Are we safe, Mommy?"
Daisy squeaked.
"Yes, we are,"
Penny replied, and I could hear the smile in her voice, even without turning around.
"Mr. Frank sure took you on an adventure, didn't he?"
The little girl coughed briefly. I turned so the little one could hear me.
"Daisy, do you want to go back and do it again?"
She gasped with high drama.
"No, that was scary."
"Yeah, Frank,"
Penny added with a chuckle.
"We have to go home, remember?"
"Oh, yeah, I guess we do. We can ride bikes another time, okay, Daisy?" Seeing the sunshine without the smoke made it feel as if we'd escaped a collapsing star. not the place where I bought my milk and checked out library books. Was the library still there? With everything we'd witnessed, I couldn't recall if the library was on the same block as the plane wreckage. While I fought to regain my breath, I tried to recall what books I already had checked out. Would any of them provide clues on how to survive, should the EMP be a worst-case scenario? Hope for the best, but plan for the worst. We went about half a mile before a group of people caught my attention ahead. They stood on the right shoulder of Bayside Road, flagging us down in a non-threatening way.
"Do we stop?"
Penny asked. "Heck no," I replied. "We'll slow and be neighborly, though." Unlike the people back at North Point, these folks appeared calm. A few pointed back the way we'd come, so I figured they wanted information about the ash-filled sky to the north, not our bicycles. "It was a plane crash," I shouted as we were about 20 yards out. An older gentleman took his ball cap off and waved it at me. "Anyone need help up there? Anything we can do for them?" I had no doubt there were injuries, and worse. But everything I'd seen on my way out suggested there wasn't much to be done for them at the moment. "You might make it worse, actually. The people back there are desperate and unpredictable. Some are heading this way, so I guess it wouldn't hurt to have some guns at the ready." We rolled in silence for a few seconds, save for the annoying clicks coming from the rear wheel of Penny's bicycle. When we passed the people, I turned to them. "Sorry we can't stop and talk, but we were almost robbed, so we want to get our little girl back home." The man with the cap nodded gravely, as if he knew the subtext of my message. Looters came out even during a mild hurricane, so it wasn't unreasonable to think the chaos of the plane crash would send those opportunists into the subdivisions, like a boot kicking over an anthill. Even beyond the people chasing us, I'd already seen hints of lawlessness with those two men in the mail truck and the fight at the ATM machine.
"Our little girl?"
Penny said with a grin after we'd gotten clear. "Oh, sorry. I only meant—"
"I know what you meant,"
she laughed. Riding down the rail-straight highway for a couple of minutes, we soon ran into other groups of residents standing around watching the smoke plume. Each time I interacted with them, I hastily reported how a plane had crashed. People were panicked up there, and everyone should make sure they had some guns ready. By the time we reached our own subdivision 15 minutes later, I'd probably repeated myself 10 different times.
"I need to stop,"
Penny said, finally sounding winded. We halted at the corner of Bayside and Poseidon Pier, near the sign with the orange fish, like we did when we'd left. She got off Luke's bicycle and rolled it beside the trailer so she could open up the rear flap. I was surprised to see the little girl sound asleep. "That's one cute kid," I whispered.
"She's my whole life, Frank. I can't say enough how grateful I am that you put yourself at risk for us, and for treating her like you said, as our little girl. Also, thank you for going with us at all. It's not in my nature to ask for help sometimes, but you made it easier by not talking down to me." I glanced at Daisy for a moment, before figuring out Penny wasn't talking about her daughter anymore. I wondered if she wanted to say more about her husband, since she'd brought him up a few times already, but she held out a hand to shake before I could ask. Penny flashed a huge smile as we clenched hands, and I was overcome by all the gratitude in her deep blue eyes. But she broke away after a few seconds. "You're welcome," I said. She pointed to my bike. "Can I have my water bottle?"
"Of course." I handed over the water from her cage.
"Thank you,"
she said. In response, she pulled mine from Luke's bicycle and offered it to me. "And thank you," I mimicked, as I took it from her. Penny took a long swig, then rested the bottle against her jersey.
I heard what you told all those people about getting their guns ready. My husband and I don't have any at the house. He had a few when we got married, but I made him put them in storage when Daisy was born, because I didn't want to take any chances, you know?
I nodded, though I didn't necessarily agree with her reasoning. Having spent a lot of time on the unpredictable road over the years, I never wanted to be unarmed, especially in my own home. Having a baby to care for would probably make me want even more guns, not less. If anyone ever threatened my family, they'd need a tank to stop me from defending them to the death.
But I can see why you'd say it, she went on. Those people in town weren't acting right, were they?
No. That crash put the fear of God in them. Fear makes people do a few different things. Some, like us, get focused on protecting their loved ones. Others, like those guys who were stealing mail, also get focused. But they see the chaos as their green light to take advantage of others. The rest, like almost every other person we saw running around out there, have no idea what they're doing. Eventually, everyone in that third group is going to migrate into one of the first two. That's why I told everyone to arm up. Believe it or not, guns are what's going to hold society together.
But won't the bad guys have guns too? She asked.
They always did. The key is to make them think twice about using their weapons when they come out this way. In the past, it was the fear of having a police car roll up on them. Now they'll think twice if they see an entire street of badasses walking around with heavy artillery.
Oh my. I understand why you'd say such a thing, but it sounds terrible.
Let's hope it doesn't go that far. I didn't want to scare her. I don't mind telling you, after seeing the plane go down, I'm probably more paranoid than I should be. It's only been a couple of hours since the EMP went off, and we don't really know what happened. So let's not write off society just yet.
Sounds like great advice, she answered.
Since Daisy was sleeping, it seemed like a good time to return to the same bikes we'd started with, so I held out the handlebars, as if presenting them to her. You can pull her home from here.
Did the lack of real pedals finally get to you?
She walked Luke's bike closer to me.
Nah,
I chuckled, before turning sarcastic. Remember what I said about not wanting to wear a tight biker outfit? I'm a pretty vain person, as you can imagine, so I can't be seen back home riding on a woman's bike. Penny squinted at me in a mocking way.
You aren't serious, are you?
My real reason leaned more toward letting her have the honor of taking her own daughter home. But there was more to it. I also wanted my neighbors to see us coming back safe and sound, to avoid any panic. I intended to reveal all the details of our trip to town, but I wanted to do it in small doses, not one big shot. They'd know something had gone wrong if I was the one pulling the trailer down our street.
Dead serious, I smiled mischievously.
I have a reputation in our cul-de-sac to uphold. As I pressed the joke, I realized it did my heart good to use humor again. I figured we both could use a laugh before presenting ourselves to the neighbors.
We all just met you, and you don't have a reputation. Yet.
Exactly. Which is why I can't have people's first impression of me riding a girl's bike.
Your vanity is safe with me, Frank, she said as we made the switch.
We rode in silence for a couple of minutes, passing Albacore Anchorage and Barracuda Bay. After our moment of witty back and forth, I'd begun to come down off my high alert. Playing Paul Revere and recommending those people go get their guns had only served to remind me how much I wanted to get back and do the same thing. But it would help no one if I rode up screaming, "We're all going to die!" like the man who'd smashed through the plate glass window I needed to be calm. A woman's scream echoed from one of the nearby streets. The sound amped me right back up to maximum threat level. Penny and I glanced at each other.
"Where did it come from?"
she gasped. It could have come from our street.
"Hurry," I insisted.
Was it already too late to get out the guns? Chapter 5. After hearing the piercing scream, I had to get to our cul-de-sac and make sure my people were safe. So I pedaled along Clownfish Cove with all the energy left in my legs. A small group of my neighbors had gathered in the street, but when they saw us coming, they walked a bit in our direction. By the time Penny and I passed the 4 houses under construction, they'd made it next to the Ferrari parked in front of the frat house. Their frantic waving convinced me I was about to get bad news.
"I'm taking Daisy straight home,"
Penny declared as we approached our neighbors.
"Whatever's going on, I don't want her around it."
"Okay, but stop with me for a second until we know if it's safe."
"Just for a second,"
she agreed.
"Frank!"
As soon as we were close, Luke waved us in.
"Thank God!"
I jammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop a few feet short of Luke, who stood in front of Evelyn and Carmen. I'd gotten a lot more confident on the bicycle compared to when I left the street, and my stop was timed to perfection.
"Is everything all right?"
I panted from the exertion.
"We heard screams."
Luke and his black Kermit the Frog shirt reached out to retrieve his bike.
"Yeah, we heard them too, which is why we're all standing out here. We don't know what happened, but the sounds came from across the canal, not from any of us."
I stood there with my heart in my throat for a few seconds, positive there was still something wrong, but I finally let out the breath I'd been holding.
"You guys are really okay?"
"We're fine,"
Luke answered.
"But I can't lie. We thought you guys were in serious trouble. We heard a giant boom. Was it a bomb?"
"Hell no. There was a—" I glanced over to Penny's trailer, wondering if Daisy was still asleep. If not, I didn't want to scare the child by recounting what we'd been through. Penny and I shared a knowing look. A silent method of communication developed over our short but dangerous bike ride together. Then she stepped on her pedals to take her daughter away.
"I'll be back when she's in bed,"
Penny declared. The 4 of us watched until she was onto her driveway, and then all eyes returned to me.
"It was a huge military plane, a cargo carrier, I think. It crashed up in North Point, a few blocks inside the town. The trip up there was a piece of cake, and we had no problem getting Penny's daughter. But once the plane went down, things got a little hairy."
I kept my promise to not dump out all the bad news at once. They all hit me with questions, but Carmen's was first.
"Were you right about the EMP?"
I stepped off the bike, glad to be back on firm ground. I wiped my forehead, doing my best not to look as winded as I felt, especially in front of the younger cyclist, Luke. As I often did, I'd use the physical delay to organize my thoughts. I wanted to answer her truthfully, of course, but Evelyn looked even worse than she did before, almost as if she expected me to confirm her worst fears.
"Well, were you?"
Carmen repeated louder. The attractive young woman had changed her clothes since the last time I'd seen her in my garage, but her new outfit went the wrong direction for what was appropriate in a national disaster. Her high-heeled gold sandals wrapped around her shins, drawing attention up her tanned legs, to the shortest summer dress I'd ever seen. The peach-colored sleeveless number with a swooping neckline looked like she was soon expected at a rich person garden party.
"Look, all I know for certain right now is that it had all the signs of being an EMP. It could be a million other things, from sunspots to aliens, but it does us no good to speculate. I went with Penny to get her daughter, and I'm thankful we were able to bring her back safely. but I also went up there to learn more about what's going on, so I could bring news back to you. On that score, I didn't get all the information I wanted, mainly because I didn't see any police or city officials.
Okay, now we know what it is.
Carmen spoke fast, with an almost unintelligible Hispanic accent.
So what the hell do we do about it? That plane crash was real. Those screams from the next street were real. I tried for half an hour to call my mother in Miami. Nothing is working like it should. I can't just stand here and talk. I have to do something.
It struck me that maybe she hadn't been trying to call her mom the entire time. Based on her styled hair and fresh change of clothing, it was more likely she'd used her time to play dress-up. But I had no idea why she'd waste the effort.
Yeah, Frank. Will you help me find my husband?
Evelyn shuffled forward.
I'm sure he heard that boom. Why isn't he home?
I glanced toward her, but immediately noticed the sprinkler in her yard. Why is that on?
Well, you said the water would soon be off. I don't want my elephant ears to dry up, so I figured I'd get them real good one last time.
That's great, I chuckled. Did you also fill up your tubs? Evelyn shook her head.
It messes with the water pressure. I'll fill them when Ben gets back.
Her words hung out there. I was mildly annoyed that she hadn't taken my advice, but we were in totally alien territory, so I couldn't expect her to get it right away. I had to be patient with her and anybody else who messed up, since we were now a team, whether we liked it or not. Okay, I replied to her. I'm counting on you to do that as soon as he gets back. What else should we be doing? Luke asked in an even tone. Of my 3 neighbors, he seemed the least skittish. Did you get the water flowing in our houses? Yep, the tubs are full at my house and yours. I've mentioned it to these 2.
I'm not doing anything until my Ben gets home,
Evelyn said with finality.
It's ridiculous to fill tubs and waste all that water.
I looked at her soaking wet plants.
I've got mine running, Frank.
Carmen held up her hand as if she were in class.
I don't care about water like some people, but that's no big deal. If planes are landing on our heads, we need to do more than collect water, right?
If we were going to cooperate with each other, I had a lot of work ahead of me. Okay, guys, there are some very easy things we can do right this second. You're going to want to prepare some gear, such as flashlights, candles, and so forth, for when it gets dark. If you have food sitting out, you might want to put it behind a locked door, mainly so you know it's all in one place. After seeing those 2 guys picking through the back of the mail truck, I was preparing my friends for the possibility of a visit from thieves like them. And grab a pad of paper and a pen. Go through your food, water, toiletries, and any camping or emergency gear you have. Unlike earlier, when I told you to give things in your houses a once-over, this time I want you to write it all down. A master list will help us share when one of us runs out of certain types of supplies.
I won't share anything until Ben returns, Evelyn answered. He'll know what we have, and what we can give away.
There was no doubt she was going to be the boat anchor of our group. That's fine, Evelyn. Just head home and make notes about what you can, so Ben doesn't have to do it all himself. When he returns, I'm sure he'll help you fill in the gaps. She seemed to think on it.
All I have to do is write it down?
Yep. It will really help out your husband. I promise.
I'll move the sprinkler before I get to work.
She smiled briefly, then headed for her driveway. Sounds great, I replied. Luke and I shared a knowing look, like he knew she was difficult too.
I'm here,
Penny called to us, rushing across the middle of the circle. She still wore all her biking gear, minus the helmet, suggesting putting her daughter to bed had been fast and easy.
What did I miss?
I turned back to Evelyn. "Hey, don't go just yet." Penny took stock of Carmen's new look.
"That dress is darling, and I absolutely love your necklace and armbands. What are they made from?"
Carmen beamed, holding the greenish-blue elephant charm off her chest so everyone could get a good look at it. She also wore similar-styled jewelry wrapped around her upper arms, making her almost look like a Greek goddess.
"Thank you, Penny. It's all turquoise. The necklace and wraps were gifts from my mother after I divorced my husband, whom she hated."
"I just love it," Penny said again, pointing to her dress.
"The color goes perfect with the dress."
Carmen bowed with gratitude. "So," I continued, "while we're all here, I'm afraid there's one last thing I need to ask. I don't want to scare anyone, but if you have any guns, I strongly recommend you clean them, load a few spare magazines, and have at least one ready to go."
"At least one of them?"
Evelyn snarked.
"Who needs more than one? Benjamin and I lived in New York City for 10 years. We were never mugged, and our apartment was never broken into. So I can't see how it's more dangerous out here in the suburbs, even with the power being out."
"I assume you don't have any guns?" I asked her.
"You'd have to ask Ben."
"What about you?" I asked Luke. "Melanie and I aren't big into guns. Funny story, though. Her dad put it in his will that when he died, we would get his firearms collection. He had AK-15s, or whatever, out the wazoo. Probably 10 of them. Of course, we didn't have any use for war guns, so we sold them at auction after he passed." "I'm sorry to hear about your father-in-law," I said. "It was a few years ago, but thanks." Luke smiled gracefully. "And it wasn't a total loss. Mel and I agreed to keep one shotgun from his collection, in case my son ever wanted to go hunting. We have a lot of ammo for it, too. I think we have a box of 50 rounds. He stressed the word 50 as if it were 5,000, which is a number that would have impressed me. 50 rounds through a shotgun was a warm-up during an afternoon at the shooting range. 50, huh? I said to be polite. It would have been easy to blame Luke for not knowing anything about firearms, but it was pretty common with guys in their 30s. I'd seen the same thing with younger drivers the last several years. My older contractors carried concealed pistols regularly, or at least hid them inside their trucks. The new guys went out on the highway unarmed, like they were in Lollipop World, a place only populated by well-meaning individuals. I moved on to Penny. You said you don't have any either, right? It was one of the things we'd discussed briefly on our bike ride.
Correct. But I have to admit, after being out with you today, I really wish I had one. I don't want anything to happen to Daisy.
That was the type of thinking I like to hear. We'll get you something. I have a few guns I can loan out to those who want them.
Isn't that illegal?
Evelyn gasped. I winked at her. I won't tell if you don't. The woman was at a loss for words, so I turned to Carmen. What about you? She cocked her head in an as if pose, then came closer. I was overcome with her vanilla sugar perfume, which hit me extra hard after having my nose filled with a stench of jet fuel.
Do I look like a woman who would live alone, without a weapon? When my cheating ex-husband left me for that slut, I went down to the gun store and bought myself some protection. If he ever shows up...
What kind did you buy? I asked.
I have no idea.
Her expression of confidence faded.
It's still in the box. I can get it for you, if you want. Yes, you need to see it. I'll bring it over.
Without asking, she started toward home as fast as her heels would carry her. It appeared as if my small sampling of neighbors wasn't going to be the wealth of firearms I'd hoped. But if Carmen could prove she had one ready to go, She'd be one less person I had to worry about. I watched the pretty lady walk away for a bit, but then returned my full attention to the group. "Does anyone else have trouble understanding her?" I asked. "Here." Luke raised a hand. "I barely caught what she just said." The older woman crossed her arms in apparent disgust.
I heard her just fine, but I don't like her or anyone else's excitement about guns. Someone is going to get shot accidentally for no good reason. It happens all the time on the news.
"I'm not worried about accidents," Penny replied. "We're all grown-ups here. When Frank and I were getting Daisy, we saw strangers who tried to harm us. And now I wish Frank had brought a gun to scare them away." I still had the pistol on my hip, but I didn't tell her I'd been carrying it during our ride. My rule, drilled in by countless books, was a gun shouldn't come out unless you intended to use it. There were a few times I'd been mentally prepared to pull it out, but I was lucky it had never risen to that level of danger. "We haven't really needed a gun, even in North Point," I said with ease, trying to keep Evelyn from being even more afraid. Those people up there were more scared than wanting to do us harm. "But it wouldn't hurt to be prepared," Penny pressed on, reading my thoughts again by not mentioning the chasing, fighting, or theft we'd witnessed. "That's why I'm more than happy to have this discussion."
If you say so,
Evelyn replied, smacking her lips as if the topic was distasteful. Carmen came out through her garage.
I found it.
She hefted a huge olive-drab gun case as she came across the street. "You said it was a pistol," I called out to her. "That looks like you're carrying a machine gun." The case was about 2 feet long and 8 to 10 inches thick. It wasn't big enough to hold a rifle, but it was still much larger than a typical pistol case. The drab military green box looked out of place being held by a beautiful young woman in her colorful little dress.
This is what they gave me,
she replied as she handed it to me. I held it against my chest and popped the 2 latches. When I tilted the top open, I had to remove a layer of gray foam before seeing the contents. "Holy shit," I blurted. "This is what you bought for yourself?"
Are you saying it isn't good enough?
She flared out a hip.
The man at the store promised this would stop anyone from messing with me.
I chuckled as I admired the Smith & Wesson Model 500 revolver. It still had the paperwork sitting on top of it, and a factory gun lock installed, suggesting Carmen might not have opened the case since the purchase. But the most remarkable thing about it was the size. The steel revolver had an 8-inch barrel and looked like it had been designed to be held and fired by Bigfoot, not a petite woman with manicured nails. "The guy at the gun store said you needed this?" I tried not to groan.
Yeah. Why do you say it like that? He told me it was the biggest pistol sold on the market. So why wouldn't you think this is good?
Carmen was getting defensive. I turned it around to show the others. "I think it's awesome, actually. And I'm not going to lie to you. I have a strong desire to fire it. For the record, the guy at the gun store was right. This is by far the largest pistol I've ever seen in my life. However, it also has some downsides. Didn't the salesman ask how you plan to carry it around comfortably? Didn't he ask if you could hold it in a shooting stance for any length of time? Even I wouldn't buy a gun this large for self-defense." That was a harmless lie. If I had the spare $1,500, I would have dropped it in a heartbeat. However, unless we planned to down elephants or shoot through cinder block walls, the Model 500 was overkill for Carmen. Carmen's shoulders relaxed, as did her tone.
I guess I thought I'd keep it in my purse. That's outrageous, Evelyn remarked. A proper woman shouldn't stuff something that big and dangerous in her bag.
The 2 of them glared at each other, while I held back my urge to let go of a "that's what she said" joke. Still, I chuckled in a friendly way, closing the container. I don't think anyone could carry this in their purse, because it would rip through the bottom.
Did I get ripped off?
Carmen took her gun case back. Evelyn replied under her breath.
If you dress like that for the salesman, I'd bank on it.
The brunette spun on her high heels.
What did you say, Hintera? Is that more of your Havana speech?
The older woman wagged her finger.
It's not an insult if I don't know what it means. You've heard me use it before, Carmen snapped. It means bitch.
I'd begun to suspect the two neighbors already knew each other fairly well, which was an outcome I hadn't considered until that moment. Evelyn seemed restrained while talking to me, but she didn't hold back with Carmen. On the other side, the Cuban-American bombshell didn't seem to have a dial-it-back setting anywhere on her. The two women began shouting before I knew what was happening. I put 2 fingers to my lips and whistled as loud as I knew how. They both stopped immediately. Ladies, I'm not sure what this is all about, but it has to stop. I can't say for sure what's happening out there, and I know the unknown is making us all anxious. But we'll get nowhere on our cul-de-sac if we're fighting with each other. Why don't we all go back to our houses and do the bare minimum, like I said earlier? Check those tubs. Get your lists started. Pull out your guns, those who have them. Can we all agree on that? I did my best to scowl, hoping to make it clear I wasn't playing around. At first, they met my gaze, but soon they became distracted by something behind me. I turned to see what had captured their attention. A male voice belted out, "Hey, are you people dicking around with my Ferrari?" It was a young guy from the frat house. He strolled under his big palm tree, then across his lawn, avoiding several of the vehicles parked in the grass, until he strode behind the fire-engine-red supercar sitting at the end of his driveway. The guy was barefoot and shirtless, and his blonde hair was matted on one side, as if he'd just woken up. "We're on this side of the street." I stepped in front of my neighbors. "Nowhere close to your car." "Well, you guys are making enough noise to scratch my whip." Another pair of young men stood by his front door, lurking. As I'd imagined, they could have come directly from a fraternity house. They all appeared to be around 20 years of age. I tried to defuse the situation. "There's been an EMP, fellas. We're all in danger. These neighbors and I are working together on—" "Yeah, whatever," he interrupted. "We heard the hurricane sirens. It's the same shit as always. I've been listening to you all talk and yell at each other for the past few minutes. I found it funny you would ask about guns, because I happen to have one. I need you to know, if anyone is going to lay down the law around here, it'll be us." The asshole pulled a pistol from the front pocket of his khaki shorts and waved it wildly. His 2 front teeth on top were missing, but the remainder of his grin was anything but friendly. "Any questions?" Chapter 6. "Look, there's no need for the gun, son," I said in a calm voice. "We're all on the same team." The guy paced menacingly near the back of his Ferrari, though I was more concerned with his jerky arm movements than his bad attitude. I held my ground, while the others stayed behind me, but my muscles went taut with anticipation whenever he waved the barrel of his gun in our direction. "My name is Trevor, not Son. Don't ever call me that, Pops." A stream of 24 20-somethings came out of the mansion, including many young ladies. Most looked as ragged as the kid with the pistol, with rumpled clothing, wild hair, and dazed looks. If they were still in the house at midday, it must have been one hell of a party last night. "Sorry, old habit. Let's start over. Nice to meet you, Trevor. I'm Frank." I kept my hands up to avoid any threatening gestures, and I forced myself to appear relaxed, even though my stomach remained in a knot. I also got a good look at his pistol, which was a Ruger LC9. These friendly folks behind me are Luke, Carmen, Penny, and Evelyn. We're your neighbors.
Yeah, I know you people. You all like to give me dirty looks.
Trevor paced quickly back and forth, trying to see those standing behind me. I motioned to my new friends not to get involved. It was important to keep Trevor's attention on me, so we could talk, rather than having him feel ganged up on by the whole block.
I hear what you're saying, but things have changed. There's been an accident, Trevor.
I spoke louder so the partygoers could hear me.
If you want to get back to where you live, you're going to have to hoof it out of here. All the cars are dead from the EMP, which could have been an intentional attack. It killed the cars, your phones, and all the power. Anything with technology has been zapped dead, at least for now.
My cautionary words sent Trevor's friends running for their expensive cars. A young blonde girl in a black bikini threw open the door of a Lexus sedan parked farther up the driveway. After several tries to crank it over, she cried out in frustration.
My dad's going to kill me!
The same result took place in a silver BMW, a blue Porsche 911 convertible, and an oversized Jeep Unlimited parked in the grass, almost at Trevor's front porch. After establishing all their vehicles were dead, the young people gathered behind Trevor, as if waiting for a cult leader to give them their next instructions.
Trevor, what's going on? This isn't funny.
The bikini babe remained next to her Lexus and spoke to him from across the yard. Trevor finally lowered his pistol, but instead of answering the girl, he looked square at me.
Nobody's going anywhere until you come clean about screwing with our rides. Like Mitzi said, this isn't funny, Pops.
I did my best to laugh while I ignored the rock in my stomach.
We're using first names, remember, Trevor, my man? I'm Frank, not Pops.
I dealt with assholes like him my whole life. Certain shipping clerks, dock workers, and insurance adjusters acted like small-time bullies, lording over their tiny kingdoms. The key was to show no weakness or fear, but also give them multiple ways to avoid locking horns. It wasn't like the playground, where I could belt him in the nose and be done with it. I needed him on my side, not working against me. And I promise you, no one screwed with your stuff. Our phones, cars, and electronics are out too. You're welcome to check out the dead Corvette in my garage. Trevor's eyes narrowed, as if he'd stumbled down a path of logic, but didn't like where it kicked him out. He brushed his wavy blonde hair with his free hand, giving me a moment to notice how bad he was sweating. It was early afternoon, and a typical sticky day in South Florida, but he'd only been outside for a couple of minutes. It looked as if he'd been shoveling dirt for the entire morning. I appealed directly to his friends. I know this is confusing, but I've been to North Point, so I know there are real problems beyond our neighborhood. Every car between here and there is dead, just like ours. If the power stays out for the rest of the day, the night is going to be darker than you've ever seen it, and people are going to get scared. We have 8 good hours of light left, so you'll want to head home right now to avoid being caught in that darkness or chaos. Go in groups if you can, to protect each other. A few of the young people nodded, as if they understood my message.
Everybody chill. There's no need to believe this nobody. Someone has to have a phone that works.
Trevor turned and pointed to the pair of guys standing by his front door.
Right?
Both shrugged. One of them held out his phone, showing a black screen, his message clear. The leader harumphed and paced back and forth again.
Don't worry, bros. I have you covered. We'll go back inside and wait this out. I've got a fridge full of beer, a bar stocked with liquor, and a pool that needs bodies. If this is an emergency, like Frank says, then we might as well enjoy it.
His words didn't have the effect he was probably going for. The girl in the bikini pulled a big beach bag out of her Lexus and began dressing in regular clothes. A trio of girls in little black party dresses walked next to the giant palm tree in the middle of the yard, but they were headed for the street.
"Wait!"
Trevor screamed while he waved the gun around like an idiot. The walking girls jumped with fright.
"I'm sorry, ladies,"
Trevor said in a soothing tone as he lowered the gun.
"But why are you listening to this guy? Didn't you have fun last night? Doesn't Trev know how to take care of you?"
"But he said this is everywhere,"
one of the girls replied.
"We don't mind walking home. Really."
Trevor wiped his nose with his bare arm, which was another giveaway I'd learned to identify from half a lifetime in truck stops.
"Are you high?"
I interrupted in a loud voice.
"Screw you, bitch."
Trevor's gun came up again.
"What I do on my property is none of your damned business."
I waved my arms to get the attention of those behind Trevor.
"Hey guys, the party's over, and I think for everyone's sake you should clear out of here."
Trevor came out into the street and was pointing the gun sideways, like a wannabe gangster. It jacked up the pucker factor, but I still didn't let on that I was even slightly intimidated. That lack of response no doubt made the guy lose his shit.
"These are my best friends, retard. I've known most of them since I started playing hockey in grade school. They aren't going to listen to you."
My plan to bring him to our side was hitting speed bumps. But once I'd seen all the young people, I knew there was more on the line than Trevor's cooperation. He might be a grade A ass gasket, but his guests didn't need to suffer because of his poor choices. It was obvious some of the ladies already intended to leave his party, so my words were getting through. I dropped my arms, took a couple of steps closer, and fought back any misgivings about facing his firearm. I could draw my Springfield and put an end to his rant in about 2 seconds, but then I would be the asshole waving a gun in all the kids' faces. I wanted to defuse rather than escalate the encounter.
"Someone should have talked to you about your drug problem years ago, because it's clouding your judgment today, when it matters. This isn't a Grand Theft Auto video game. You can't wave a gun around and expect to get what you want. Not with us. We're your neighbors, not random jerks looking to steal your buzz or damage your cars. In fact, I'm trying to save your lives right now." "Yeah, right," he shot back. "We got off to a rocky start, but let's start over."
I held out my hand as a diplomatic option.
"If we work together, we can get your friends home safely. I promise you that."
He wiped sweat out of his eyes, but said nothing.
"Trevor, you seem like a smart kid. If the power comes on tomorrow, this will all be a bad memory, and you can go back to whatever it is you do in there. I promise I have no interest in stopping you. But if it doesn't come back on for a while, you might just save a lot of lives by sending your friends home before it gets bad for them. Don't you want to be the hero?"
His calculating gray eyes crunched numbers over whether I could possibly be telling the truth. Like all bullies, he probably worried more about impressing his friends with bravado than whether I was telling the truth. In a split second, his facial expression broadcast his intention.
"Everyone inside,"
Trevor said, as he backpedaled next to his car. Those standing in the grass and near the parked cars headed for the door, as instructed. The 2 frat guys on the porch watched them all file in.
"Come on,"
I said, as I made one last effort to bring them around.
"We can work this out. Me and my friends will be watching from inside."
Trevor carelessly tapped the barrel of the Ruger on the rear spoiler of his Ferrari.
"You guys better leave our cars alone, or the next time I come out with this gun, I'm going to use it."
It seemed like the guy had a firm handle on most of his friends, but not all of them. The Lexus girl remained at the side of the driveway,
and the 3 women near the base of the palm tree didn't go in either.
"You're still leaving, Mitzi?"
he asked the girl standing by herself.
"Yep,"
she replied in a dry tone. Trevor sniffled, turned, and walked onto his spacious front porch. He checked over his shoulder the whole way, as if a rush of policemen might try to take him down the second he dropped his guard. When he was inside his doorway with his 2 goons, he gave me the finger.
"Screw you, asshole,"
he shouted, before he slammed the door with the violence of a sonic boom. Penny appeared at my side, gushing with amazement.
"How did you know he wouldn't shoot you, Frank? That was insane."
I turned toward her and the others, who had the same question written on their faces. "I've been dealing with kids like him for decades. He's the kind of person who signs up to work, then doesn't show up on time. He's the kind of guy who passes the test to drive a truck carrying $1 million of stock, then gets a career-threatening speeding ticket because he's twitting on his phone."
"Tweeting,"
Carmen corrected me. "Yeah, that," I chuckled.
"It was still insane,"
Penny allowed. "His generation is all hat and no cattle, as one of my drivers from Texas always said. Plus, he's holding an old-school Ruger LC9. I could tell the thumb safety was off, meaning it was hot, but the loaded indicator on top of the slide was down, which told me he didn't have a round in the chamber."
"Shit, Frank,"
Luke replied. "Were you going to tackle him if he tried to shoot you? He could have still loaded a round, right?" I checked around for a moment, turned my hip toward them, then lifted my shirt a few inches above my belt, revealing the pistol tucked inside my waistband holster. "I was ready," I said in a low voice.
"Oh, my,"
Evelyn shuddered.
"You've had a gun this whole time?"
Penny asked with sudden understanding.
"Even when we were in town? Why haven't you used it?"
I dropped my shirt over the pistol. "Since I carry a concealed weapon, I have a responsibility to work extra hard to avoid or de-escalate confrontations, so I'm not put into a situation where it's necessary to fire it. When you and I were up north, I was ready to use this if I needed to defend you or Daisy. But I wouldn't have done it lightly. Other people might have been armed too, and that could have started a bunch of bullets coming back at us." "But you just put yourself into danger," Luke suggested, "by engaging with Trevor. Surely if anyone deserved to have a gun flashed in his face, it was that guy. Why didn't you whip out your gun for him?" Someone tapped me on the arm, interrupting our conversation.
"Excuse me, mister?"
a young woman said in a soft voice. "Oh, hi," I replied. "Can I help you?" It was the young lady from the Lexus. Up close, she appeared attractive enough, but her eye sockets were dark and sunken, like she didn't get much sleep. Her long chestnut bangs were unkempt, and they further obscured her blue eyes. She came across as a tall supermodel with an eating disorder, or an ordinary girl trying hard to mimic that lifestyle. The t-shirt and shorts she'd thrown over her bikini hung loose, adding to her fallen angel vibe.
Yeah, hello. I'm Mitzi. I heard what you said, and I want to go home, but I don't know where I am."
She rubbed the side of her neck, seemingly embarrassed.
I don't remember how I got here last night."
As she spoke, the trio of girls who'd left Trevor's place also wandered over.
"We don't know the exact way home either,"
one of the new girls added.
"Sure, I guess we could,"
I started to say. Mitzi pointed before I could finish.
"Here comes some more."
10 or 12 others appeared from behind Trevor's house. They came from the left side of the garage and used the cars parked on the driveway as their shields, obviously trying to stay hidden from their angry friend. The escapees were mostly young ladies in party dresses and swim attire, but there were also 3 college-aged men who were dressed in designer clothes, like they'd come from the discotheque. I looked over to Trevor's front door as I tried to decide the next course of action. Was he inside watching what I would do? Would it matter if he was? He would probably find it funny I was stuck cleaning up his mess, but I didn't see it as a chore at all. The kids needed help, and I had the ability to give them a hand. "I don't have enough bicycles for all of them," Luke whispered. "If that's what you're thinking." "No, we'll need those as our own transportation. I have a different idea for them." The new arrivals hustled into the street to stand with Mitzi and the 3 young ladies. Once they were all together, the looks on their faces suggested they expected me to know what to do. "How many of you live near the North Point area?" I asked. A few raised their hands. "And who lives the other way, toward South Point?" Most of the others lifted theirs. This is a classic scenario for why we want to take inventory of what we own. I turned to my neighbors. If we had a list, I could see who had the needed supplies right away. For now, we can do this the old-fashioned way. Who here has some large plastic self-sealing bags? The 1-gallon size would be perfect. Penny raised a hand. "Great. Can you count off these youngsters, then go get one for each? Start filling them with water, okay?" The city main still flowed, since Evelyn's flower bed was currently being drowned by the sprinkler, so I had confidence Penny could complete this task for me. I noticed a couple of the young guys followed Penny's tight biker shorts with their eyes, though it was ironic to me, since they were already surrounded by pretty young ladies. If they played their cards right, they could be the chivalrous heroes for their attractive peers. But none of them seemed interested in taking charge. Instead, they huddled inside the group of women, as if waiting to be told what to do. "And who can get a pad of paper and a pen?" I asked my remaining neighbors. "I want to draw these kids a map to help them get home." Luke and Evelyn both raised their hands, but I pointed to Luke. "Can you go grab them, please?" "You got it, boss," he replied. "Evelyn, would you be willing to let these youngsters stand on the other side of your house, out of view of Trevor's place? That will ensure they aren't bothered before they can leave our street."
"They can stand over there, but I don't want them in my flower beds."
The gray-haired woman still wore her frumpy, flower-covered blouse, but she'd changed her slippers and now wore a pair of dingy white sneakers.
"Benjamin spent all spring preparing them for me, and careless kids can ruin them in 5 seconds.
Inside, I tried to imagine the mindset it would take to think these young people would stomp over her garden. But Evelyn seemed like an odd duck. Maybe kids often smashed her flower beds, and her experience taught her to be insanely cautious about them. I had to be careful not to dismiss her seemingly irrational concerns outright, just as I needed to accept not everyone would immediately see things my way. "All right, everyone, follow Miss Evelyn to her place, okay? While you wait, we're going to pull together some things to help you get home. However, please be respectful of the flowers and stuff in her yard. I bet she works hard to keep them looking so good." Evelyn looked at me for a moment, then led them away. Once I was sure the young people were moving, I headed for my place.
"Where are you going?"
Carmen asked. "I'll be right back," I replied. "I have to grab a paper map." When I moved in, the first thing I did was buy a fold-out map of Fort Myers. It was an old habit from my trucking days. Paper trumped digital maps while on the road, because they didn't disappear when a phone drained its charge, or a GPS device lost a signal. It was a lesson I tried to instill in my young drivers, with varying results.
"I'll be back in a sec, too,"
she replied, before I was out of earshot. Minutes later, we regrouped next to an ornamental fruit tree on the far side of Evelyn's large ranch house. Penny used the bike trailer to haul the gallon-sized bags of water, Then she handed them out in plastic shopping bags, so they were easy to carry. At the same time, I used my fold-out map to sketch lines and street names on the blank paper, showing each of them how to get home. Finally, I offered them one last courtesy. "I'll ride my bike alongside you and make sure you get out of our subdivision."
"Why are you being so nice to us?"
Mitzi asked.
"We were with a guy. Well, you know."
Luckily, him being an asshole doesn't transfer to you guys. Besides, I was telling the truth before. An EMP disaster only gets worse as time goes on, and we don't want you guys to get hurt, so we have to get you all home. Many disaster books said it was critical to be with family or friends in grid-down scenarios, since you wanted to be with people who wouldn't betray you for a can of beans. I had no family or friends within 1,000 miles, so I could relate to Mitzi and her pals being among strangers.
"Well, thank you,"
Mitzi replied.
"Whatever the reason. My parents are probably worried sick I didn't come home last night. I broke their curfew, I didn't call, and now I've lost their Lexus. So they'll probably throw a fit."
"Nah, I have a feeling they'll give you a break this time," I assured her.
"I hope,"
she allowed. "Okay, I have you split into North and South groups," I said to the youngsters. "So you'll make it home to all your parents. Stick together as long as possible, since no one will mess with a big group." I tried to soften the talk of real danger. It had only been a few hours since the EMP went off, so I doubted anyone would interfere with them. But staying in groups was always good advice. Carmen came around the front corner of Evelyn's house.
"Hey girls, I've got 2 pocket-sized cans of mace. I'd like one from each group to take these."
She held them out, one in each hand. Mitzi reluctantly took a can, as did a girl from the opposite group.
"I'm sure you won't need it," Carmen added. "But Frank said he met some freaky people out there, so I want you to be prepared. Don't worry, I bought a case of this stuff."
"Nice job, Carmen," I said, impressed she'd done it without being asked. She smiled at me for a moment, before being bear-hugged by Mitzi.
"Thank you, ma'am," the young woman gushed. "You've all been so nice to us. I almost wish I could stay here on the street with you. Not with Trevor, I mean."
She pulled back, wiping away a tear.
"But with you all. Us girls have to stick together."
Carmen beamed with pride. "All right, let's saddle up." I pointed the kids to the street. "Would you mind coming with me?" I asked Luke. "I need your bike again, but I also want another man on the team, just in case Trevor gets any ideas." "You think that creep would try to hurt his own friends?" I turned and shot a glance at Trevor's place. A cokehead looking for his next fix was impossible to predict. However, he'd already shown a willingness to threaten violence, and he'd turned down what I thought was a fairly obvious face-saving solution. A man with such poor judgment was exactly the type who would take revenge on innocent people. If I could prevent such problems by spending a few extra minutes guarding the kids, it was worth it. "Let's make sure he doesn't," I replied. Luke grabbed his wife's hybrid bike, and I used the same one as before. Back on wheels, my legs ached at being asked to crank the pedals again, but it didn't hurt as bad as I'd feared. I was easily able to keep up with my new riding partner, and we caught up with the walkers as they got onto the street. Mitzi's face lit up as we rolled up.
"I have an old bike at home, but I haven't ridden it in years. I guess we'll need them now, huh?"
"At least until we get some cars working," I replied.
"I guess we'll all be buff from the exercise, right?" she asked. "At least there's an upside."
I pedaled for a few moments, not sure if I should reply with a dose of reality or fantasy. If society took a dump, no one would eat well, and proper nutrition would become a lost art. The days of exercise for fun would be over, and we'd need every ounce of food to survive. There might be no upside at all. But that wasn't how I thought about life. Reading stories about men and women in difficult times had given me insight on some of the most important drivers that kept them alive during dark times. They were mentally strong, with can-do attitudes, and they always believed things were eventually going to get better. Those were qualities I had to broadcast with everything I said and did. Instead of destroying her hope, I resolved myself to be strong and maintain a positive outlook. Yeah, I plan to be as ripped as Lance Armstrong. I'm going to be Chris Froome, Luke added. Mitzi and I looked at him with what I'm sure were two blank faces. Lance Armstrong is literally the only cyclist you know, isn't he? He addressed his question to me. Maybe, I offered. I haven't heard of either guy, Mitzi interjected, before chuckling. It gave me hope to see her laugh. We turned the corner onto Poseidon Pier and started along the length of the canal to our left. The guy on the far side of the waterway was gone, but the giant croc floated in almost the same spot as before, which was a relief. The way my day had been going, I expected it to be in the middle of our route. It took about 10 minutes to ride along with the group before we reached the stop sign and orange fish billboard at Bayside Road. The kids had talked quietly among themselves during the walk, but now they got more excited. You're all going to be fine on your way home. It seems quiet out here again. There was a faint plume of smoke over North Point. It looked as if the fires had died down, but not stopped. So everyone going south, head into the street. If you are going north, stay by the stop sign. 6 of them went to the middle of the empty street, including Mitzi. Mitzi, do you want to be in charge of the map? I offered it to her. I know where we're going. A young guy tried to grab it. All of us live by the South Point High School, except for these 2. He pointed to a boy and girl standing close to each other. They're from farther south. The kid had bloodshot eyes and hadn't said a peep since he'd come out from behind Trevor's house. I wasn't sure why he'd picked that moment to try to take charge, but I had a lot more faith in the young woman who'd left Trevor to his face, rather than the guy who'd snuck out the back door. I purposefully held it out to Mitzi. Whatever, the boy exhaled, as if the word drained his energy. Thanks again, Mitzi added. I won't let you down. Promise to help each other, I suggested, and everyone in the group nodded. Then good luck to you guys. Get home safe. I brushed the air to signal they should get moving. They headed down Bayside Road, which had some activity to the south. A few other travelers walked both ways in the empty lanes, or loitered around the abandoned vehicles. One man even jogged in our direction. I watched the youngsters walk about 50 yards, waiting to see if anything was going to jump out at them, but of course, nothing did. I hoped I was being paranoid about their safety. Stick together, I shouted, as I noticed a couple of them dropping behind. The pair sped up. It didn't feel like enough, but it was all I could realistically do for them. I turned to the group heading north. Who here is best at reading maps? No one responded. Anyone? Maybe I should have been shocked at their lack of geography skills, but I was familiar with young people's over-reliance on smartphones and GPS devices, which held your hand as you went. I'd walked them through the routes on paper, but seeing it was always different. I was sure all they needed were some familiar landmarks. Okay, there's nothing to it, I said. Stay on Bayside Road until you reach one of the cross streets written on this paper. That's how you get home. You should recognize something when you get a few miles up that way. The young lady who carried the mace offered to take the sheet.
I'll try.
I handed it over. After moving them to the road, I pointed in the direction they were heading. I came from up there not long before I met you guys. Stay on the west side of town if you can. There was a plane crash and other issues on the east side. The lone boy in the group held up his makeshift canteen and acknowledged me with a, "Thanks, dude." Then he walked onto the shoulder of the road to start the journey. The 4 others trailed after him, keeping a tight formation. "Well, Frank, I think you're in the running for a Citizen of the Year award." Luke patted me on the shoulder as the kids walked off. "You really did a solid for them, and you didn't have to." No, I did. Since I'd grabbed the map from my garage, I'd been searching for the reason I wanted to help the strangers. And it wasn't only because they were young people without skills of their own. We have to think 10 steps ahead of this disaster. It isn't just us on our happy little street. Each of those kids comes from their own subdivisions, out there in Greater Fort Myers. If Trevor had shot one of them, and word somehow got back to their parents, who do you think they'd blame for their kid's death? Trevor, he said without hesitation. As well they should. But if the law is gone, they could take their revenge a lot further than they would in normal times. They might know the street where their kid went to party last night, but not the house. Those angry parents might burn us all out, just to send a message to Trevor. Who knows? My point is, while these kids are in our subdivision, it falls on us to make sure they stay alive. Now, when they get home, they'll only have good things to say about us. Kill 'em with kindness, Luke said. Yeah, something like that. This won't be the end of it with Trevor. Luke straddled his top tube as we spoke. You know that, right? Yeah, I sighed. There are still people in his house. His hockey friends, as he called them. Until they're gone, a guy like Trevor is going to do everything he can to puff out his chest and piss on what we're trying to keep dry. You never did answer me, Luke said, when I asked why Trevor didn't deserve to have a gun shoved back in his face. Would you believe me if I said I didn't want anyone to die today? Of course, Luke nodded. Trust me, I would have pulled it out if I thought he was really going to fire his gun at us. However, in doing so, it would have made negotiating with Trevor impossible, and it would have severely hindered getting those kids out of there. Instead of Trevor being the threat, he could rally his friends into thinking I was the armed bad guy. Besides, with as shaky as his hands were, it might have been you or Carmen or Penny who got shot. There were just too many risks. So you don't like guns after all? If this disaster is anything like what I read in my books, there's going to be plenty of people dying, Luke. If we can push it off for one extra day, one extra week, even an additional hour, we'll retain civilization for that much longer. I'd love to get through this without needing my gun at all, but I guarantee you that's not going to happen. So, if we aren't going to shoot Trevor, what are we going to do about him? Right now? Nothing. I've got a million other problems to deal with, like lists, water, and prepping more guns. I wasn't kidding about beating the nighttime either. This first night is going to be a fun one, I can promise you that. Luke wanted to say more. I read it on his face as he watched the group walking to the south. What is it? I prodded. Well, I hate to be the guy to add to your problems, but I have one of my own I was hoping you could help me with. 2 of them, if I'm being truthful. Yeah, whatever it is you need, I'm in. Luke had come through for me today, so I was ready to return whatever favor he needed. We both watched the group getting smaller, and the lone jogger getting closer. Luke finally turned toward me. Frank, I know this is a huge imposition, but after what you did for Penny, and what I've watched you do for these strangers, I wonder if you'd be willing to go with me to get my son and daughter at their high school.
I opened my mouth to respond, but he kept talking.
It's just that after the plane crash and all I've seen today, I don't think the buses are going to be running at 2:30 like they normally do. The high school might dump my kids out onto those streets.
He pointed south toward the running man, who was now close to our intersection.
And I'm willing to bet my whole 401k they aren't going to have a guy like you on their end, who's willing to draw maps and provide water so each of them can get home. They're going to be on their own.
I chuckled at how nervous he'd suddenly turned.
Luke, please stop talking for a minute so I can...
Luke's eyes lit up.
Frank, that's LeVar.
He pointed to the jogger turning onto our street. He was a tall black guy who I instantly recognized as the neighbor I'd seen a few times.
LeVar, Luke shouted. Over here.
The runner saw us and changed course. They met at the curb.
Great to see you, Luke. I can't believe I made it here.
LeVar panted for several seconds, then bent at the waist as he caught his breath.
Please tell me my wife is safe at home.
Luke snuck a glance at me. His eyes said I'd picked up another problem. Chapter 7. I let LeVar ride my bike back to our street, and I jogged alongside, taking mental notes on how many different muscles were going to be sore when I finally went to bed. However, the newcomer fell over himself thanking me for not making him run the last half a mile to his house. It was a small price to pay to bring home another resident. When we reached LeVar's home, a sprawling ranch surrounded by a few mature palm trees, he jumped off the bicycle and practically kicked in the front door.
"Hey," I said to Luke, "I was trying to tell you earlier. I'll help you find your kids. You don't have to explain your reasons. I get it. I'm in."
"Thanks, Frank. I owe you big time."
"No, you won't," I replied. "I'll tell you the same thing I said to Penny when she tried to pay me to help her. We're neighbors, and we have to help each other. It's the only way we can get through a disaster."
"I can get behind that," he agreed. "Though no matter what you say, I'm going to be on the lookout for how I can help you in return."
"Let's take care of him first." I nodded to LeVar's house. "Then we'll make sure our fellow residents are properly armed, so they can defend themselves. After that, you and I can take off. Sound good?"
"Right on," he replied.
LeVar wasn't in his house for more than a minute before he burst back out.
"She's not here."
The young black man had obviously done well for himself, since he lived on Clownfish Cove with the rest of us. However, where it took me my whole life to be able to afford one of the big homes, LeVar was only in his mid-20s. He wore khaki long pants, leather work boots, and a bright green polo shirt with a company's logo on the front. However, like stay-at-home worker Luke, he still maintained a hip hairstyle, which was a bunch of 6-inch dreadlocks on top, with the sides and back of his head shaved down to bare skin.
"Well, she's got to be on her way home," I suggested. "Yeah, you made it here," Luke added. "She might be doing the same thing." "No, she's not as strong as I am. She can't run all the way from downtown. I've got to go get her."
LeVar eyed Luke's spare bicycle.
"Can I ride that again?"
"Whoa," I stepped in front of the bike. "You just got back. Take a minute to rest. Drink some water. There's a lot going on here you need to know about."
"Trust me, I know what's going down out there," he replied. "I've been in it all morning."
Luke and I shared a quick glance. I could see in his eyes he wanted to prevent LeVar from going back out too.
"Hey, LeVar, I'm Frank. I live in the last house down on the circle."
I pointed to my place.
"Oh, hell yeah. You've got a nice Corvette," he remarked. "I wouldn't mind having one of them someday."
My garage door was still open, revealing the orange supercar I'd purchased earlier in the day. I didn't tell him it was currently a useless brick of steel and fused computer chips. In fact, I tried not to think about it. "Why don't we walk down there?" I suggested to keep him distracted, "and I'll show it to you. If you still want to go out by the time we walk back here, we won't try to stop you." "For real?" LeVar wiped his brow and seemed to consider it. "I'll even lend you the bike," Luke added to back me up. I could tell the guy wanted to get on the bike to search for his wife that instant, and I would probably do the same if I had someone to search for. However, now that I saw him up close, his tan slacks and green shirt were almost soaked completely through with sweat. Even if I thought it was a good idea for him to go right back into the wild, he obviously needed a break to recharge. "Yeah, just a quick walk," I confirmed, and motioned for him to follow me. "I can't make you stay, but what you learn now might help you out on the road." "Damn it, make this quick." He easily caught up to me, since his legs were longer. Luke picked up both bikes and wheeled them behind us. "When you and your wife are home safe," I said while on the move, "we could really use your help gathering supplies for a long power outage. Everyone on the street is filling their tubs with water before it shuts off." "Who's everyone?" he interjected. I pointed to my house, then moved to the right. "That's mine. The next one is Penny's." "The MILF?" "What?" I asked with surprise. "That's the hot lady who lives alone with her kid, right?" He said it matter-of-factly, not as a joke, as I'd taken it at first. I couldn't deny Penny was pretty attractive, though. "She doesn't live alone. She's married." "Huh. Never seen the dude," LeVar mused. "Right. Anyway, the next house belongs to Carmen. She does live alone. And the next one is—" "I know him," he interrupted again. "He's the douchebag who has all the parties." They were almost the exact words used by Luke and Carmen to describe the frat house. "Right again. And then you probably know who lives in the last house on that side?" "They're always gone," he answered. I gestured to my house again. "So, on the other side of the street, we have the old couple who live next door to me, but they're not home. Obviously, you know Luke and Evelyn already." "Uh-huh," he said dryly. We cut across the island in the middle of the circle, where I found Penny and Carmen. They sat on the bench among the decorative bushes, talking to each other. "Frank!" Penny exclaimed when she saw me. The two women stood up. Carmen still wore her small dress, but Penny had changed out of her biking clothes. Now she wore a loose pair of capri jeans, a white tank top, and a gauzy long-sleeved denim shirt. She'd also put on a wide-brimmed sun hat that made her look a little like a tourist out for a day at the beach. Luke came up behind me as I introduced everyone to LeVar. After the formalities, I spoke to everyone. "Guys, let's all go to my house. I told LeVar I wanted to show him something there. Then he's thinking about going out to look for his wife." "I'm definitely going," LeVar corrected. It would have been perfect if LeVar stayed back at the cul-de-sac, while Luke and I went after his kids. He could protect the ladies, including Daisy, until we came back. I tried not to be sexist about it, but Penny and Evelyn already said they didn't have guns, so they would be no help with security. Carmen had her hand cannon, but that wouldn't do her much good in a real fight. Not without some training, at least. "LeVar, do you have any guns at home?" I asked as we all walked into my garage. The tall man strode over to my ZR1 and ran his fingers along the lines of the hood. When I asked the question, he looked up, stone-faced. "Why would I tell you if I did? How does that help me find my wife?" I had his same attitude before the EMP. Back then, I wouldn't tell anyone what firearms I owned, for almost any reason. At best, I'd tell them the common gun owner fable about losing any guns I might have had in a terrible canoe accident. Certainly I wouldn't have told a stranger who'd walked me into his garage with a bunch of other strangers. I get it, I replied. You don't know me, and I don't know you. The rest of us already had a few hours to get familiar with each other. However, if you know anything about what knocked the power out, you'll want to pay attention to our level of mutual trust. I'm going to walk inside and bring out some guns for my neighbors to protect themselves. If you own a gun, I recommend you get it right now. If not, I'll trust you with one of mine, so you can help protect this street until we know things are safe. Sorry for acting like I'm not interested in you guys, LeVar said from the far side of my vet. I am, but my wife Kyra is my whole universe. Every second I ran for home, I prayed she would be there waiting for me. But she wasn't. My priority is getting back on the road, but this place needs to be here when she gets here. I'm impressed you've already come together and have a plan. We do, I assured him. He gestured toward Luke. I know you, bro. He motioned toward Carmen. And I've seen you tons of times out in your yard. To Penny, he added, and you've waved while driving by dozens of times. LeVar addressed them as a group. And y'all are okay with this guy? They all nodded at the same time, as if practiced. Then yeah, I've got a gun. He lifted his shirt, revealing a flattened black strip attached behind his belt. It's a Glock 19 in my hidden holster. It sits inside my pants, below this latch. It's kind of a bitch to get out, but I have to keep it hidden from my regional manager. It's company policy not to have any weapons when we do installations. But if you've seen some of the places I've had to lay out security cameras, you'd carry all the time too. And believe me, if you want to leave the subdivision for any reason, you're going to want to be armed. He dropped his shirt back down. What's he like out there? Carmen asked. LeVar sighed. It ain't a normal day, that's for sure. Did you see the planes and helicopters crash? I asked. No, I didn't see anything like that, but I heard a lot of jets this morning. I was doing a job in Costa del Vista, south of town, when everything in the client's home went out. Like, everything. He looked at us for a moment. Well, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah, I replied. I went out to my truck and found it wouldn't start. That's when I knew some weird shit was going down. I sat in my front seat for a few minutes before residents of the neighborhood started filling the street. When there were enough of them, I blended in and tried to get an idea of what was going on. Some ex-military guy said he'd been talking to a man on his old-school shortwave radio when the remote station went out. A few seconds later, he said his own radio burned out, and he called it a classic EMP event. And you knew what an EMP was? I asked. Yeah, we have to learn about electromagnetic interference for our installations. A low level of interference can affect picture quality, while a lot of EM interference can destroy the signal itself. I just never thought I'd see one as big as the whole state. You think it's only here in Florida? I asked. He looked at me funny. You don't? I wanted him to be right. A smaller EMP would be much more survivable, and we wouldn't be stalked by the prospect of societal collapse. I honestly have no idea, but I've been planning for the worst. The guns, he replied in a dry voice. Yeah, guns, food, water. Those have been my priority today. I guess I'd add lights as the day wears on. How did you get home from that street? Carmen cut in, and she seemed interested in LeVar's story. Please tell us why it's so bad. LeVar smiled at Carmen, but held up a finger, asking her to wait. He then looked at me. I took a swig back at my house, but I could use another glass of water. Do you mind? Nope. Why don't we all go into my kitchen? I'll show you what I've got for weapon selection while you take a drink. We all went inside. After filling a glass of water, thankful the tap still worked, I set it on the granite countertop. "I'll be right back," I announced. I went into my supply closet and opened the first and second lockers. I grabbed a pair of pistols and 2 boxes of 9mm ammo from the first one. Then I pulled out a tactical shotgun from the second. I stood there for half a minute, trying to decide if I wanted to secure the lockers or leave them open. If I left them open, my weapons would be available to those who needed them in an emergency. If I closed them, I would prevent any thieves from gaining access. In the end, I decided to secure them. My house backed up to the woods, so there was a chance someone could wander in and get sticky fingers. That kind of loss might endanger everyone on the street, and it would have been completely my fault. The smart play was to lock down the rest of our weaponry. I returned to the kitchen and placed the gear on the table. LeVar continued his story.
"So, once the guy told me it was an EMP, I knew I wasn't going to be driving home. At that point, I was tempted to run to downtown Fort Myers to get Kyra at her office, but it would have been a long trip. If she'd already started for home, I'd easily miss her, and my run would have been twice as long."
You didn't by chance have a plan in place in case you two were separated, like during a hurricane. My books had brought up this point about contingency locations a lot, usually for common emergencies such as tornadoes or severe floods. Always have a meeting place for loved ones in case you lose communications. I never followed the sage advice, however, because I had no nearby family members to worry about.
"Nope."
He chuckled for a moment.
"Never crossed my mind."
"Don't sweat it," I assured him. This took everyone by surprise, and I'd bet almost no one had this event on their apocalypse bingo cards. He looked at me with curiosity.
"It means we're all working without a plan," I added.
"Amen to that," he replied.
"So it was a straight run here?" I asked.
"Oh, hell nah," LeVar laughed.
"I was working in a pretty nice community, but it sits a few streets over from a couple of bad streets. Those people were already motivated to keep their places locked down tight. But once those folks heard the warning sirens, they shelled up like turtles against everyone who didn't belong there."
LeVar looked at each of us in turn.
"Have you ever been the lone black man running through suburbia?"
Our faces must have shown confusion.
"I'm serious. I saw a lot of shotguns and glares as I got the hell out of the residential area. But it didn't get better on the main streets, since I had to go through that shitty part of town I mentioned. No one was friendly there, no matter what color you were. The liquor store already had a line of people taking stuff right out the front doors, like they woke up planning to loot the place."
"What about the schools?" Luke interjected. "Did you see what was going on in them?"
"Yeah, I did pass the high school and middle school," LeVar replied. "Don't your kids go to South Point High? I've seen them get off the bus a few times."
Luke nodded grimly.
"I didn't see any kids wandering around, but there were maybe 50 adults trying to get in the front doors, though I guess they were locked. I wish I could tell you more, but I heard some gunshots going off nearby, so I wasn't about to stop."
"Gunshots?" Luke gasped.
"Yep. Not at the school, but close by."
Luke seemed a little relieved, but he immediately looked my way.
"Yeah, bud, we're going soon," I said to reassure him before I picked up the first pistol.
"I'm ready," he replied, and I turned to Carmen.
"Carmen, this is my 9mm Ruger LCR I named Rocco. As you can see, Rocco is about a quarter of the size of the giant Smith & Wesson you showed us. If you'll take this, I think you'll find it much easier to operate. It fits nicely in your hands, and it's much easier to point, pull, and fire."
"Aren't you afraid I'll shoot myself?"
her green eyes filled with worry. "Are you planning to?"
"No,"
she replied, taken aback.
"of course not."
"It's just a tool," I explained. "Like a screwdriver. The trigger won't pull itself, even if you drop it. But as with any gun, only point it at things you want dead. Okay?" The beautiful Cuban woman held Rocco in her hands. She made a big deal of pointing the gun at the floor, with her finger well off the trigger, like she'd at least had a basic lesson in handling firearms.
"It's definitely lighter," she admitted.
"And I have another wheelie gun for you," I said, turning to Penny and opening the revolver so she could see the bullets in the moon clips. "This one is a Ruger SP-101. It's also 9mm, since I like to chamber as many guns as possible with the same round. The bullets need to be kept in those little moon clips. You guys will each have your own box of ammo, but you can share if necessary."
"Does it have a cute name?" she asked.
"I didn't give this one a name, since it's more of a backup," I chuckled, and held it out for her.
"Can I name it?" she asked.
"Go crazy," I said with a smile. "Oh, it's going to be hard to carry this around if you don't have big pockets, but when I get back I should be able to dig a couple old holsters out from my boxes."
"When you get back," she said as she took the weapon. "Where are you going?"
"I'm going with Luke to get his kids." I picked up the shotgun, opened the box of ammo, and fed shells into the tube. I racked the first one and loaded an extra, giving me a +1 in the chamber. "They're at the school LeVar just mentioned."
"I see,"
she replied. I pointed to the unnamed gun she was holding. "It's the same as I told Carmen. Aim the gun, pull the trigger, and a bullet goes out. It's that simple."
"I'll need to practice,"
she stated. "Of course, we'll do that as soon as we can." I'd love to spend the afternoon shooting targets in the woods, but it wasn't possible to do it until more pressing issues were settled. "For now, get used to carrying it around."
"I will,"
she said confidently. "LeVar needs to go back out to find his wife, so now that you all are armed, the three of us will hop on bikes, travel down to South Point, and get Luke's kids to safety." I turned toward LeVar. "While we're doing that, we'll help you find your wife. But we all gotta stick together, right?" "You'd really do that for me?" LeVar seemed surprised. "I'd do the same for a friend," I deadpanned, using a play on words one of my drivers always liked. The guy seemed to process the new information for a few seconds, before realizing I'd called him a friend too. "I don't know what to say. If you ever need a free security camera installed, you've got one coming." He was joking in return, since nothing electronic would function without power. We all laughed for a few moments, but then it was down to business. I spent my time putting together the guns I wanted to take, along with some less lethal tools, just in case we needed options. Luke spent a few minutes prepping the bikes. He worked with Penny to install her trailer on his road bike, so we had the ability to carry supplies. LeVar ran home and came back with 2 pistols holstered outside his belt, like an Old West sheriff. "I bought his and hers pistols," LeVar mused. "I'm giving this one to Kyra as soon as I find her. We're not going to take crap from anyone." "I'm with you," I replied, holding up my combat shotgun. Luke approached, carrying a relic of a shotgun, along with a faded box of ammo under his arm. "Is this going to be enough for me?" Me and LeVar shared a bemused glance. I had no idea when the first shotgun was made, but the specimen in front of me was probably among the very first models. The dust and grime actually formed their own layer, as if age had been painted over the wooden stock and the twin metal barrels with hammers. It looked like a gun that was either worth a fortune due to its age, or absolutely nothing on account of its horrible condition. In either case,
It wasn't something we could depend on for defense. "Holy shit," I said with admiration. "That might be the oldest frickin' shotgun I've ever seen. Did that thing come over on the Mayflower?" "Is it that old?" he replied, looking over the ancient weapon. "This is a really fine, shotgun you got from your wife's dad, but it won't work for our purposes. Would you mind if I ran home and got a different one? I want us both to have dependable ammo and interchangeable weapons. Make sense?" I wouldn't trust the old box of ammo under his arm to even fire, much less hit a target. "Guns can go bad?" Luke asked. "Maybe we can clean it up and use it, but right now it's in no condition to protect you or your family." "Say no more," he said in an agreeable tone. He turned to take it back inside. I used the opportunity to bolt for home, grab a second pump shotgun from my case, and then run back. I had 3 shotguns in my collection, but the third one was an old double barrel I'd found at an auction. I'd always thought of it as far too old to use, but after seeing Luke's heirloom, mine seemed fresh and clean. If needed, my double shotty would be a good choice for our collective defense. We met back at the trailer, and I handed him the replacement. "This is my Remington 870 Tactical. It has 6 rounds in the tube and 1 ready to go. Just press the safety here by the trigger and pull. All right? Pump the handguard like this to load the next shell." He took the weapon as if we were in a religious ceremony. "He did you right, Luke," LeVar said, witnessing the handoff. "It uses the same ammo as my Benelli, so we can share these boxes of shells." I dumped in a second box of 25 rounds to match the one already in the trailer. "Will that be enough?" he asked. "Yeah, the plan is to only use them in worst-case scenarios." I motioned for him to set his shotgun in the trailer. "We can't ride and shoot guns, so we want to avoid situations where we might need them, you know? Our job is to travel light, move fast, grab the kids, then get home." "That's what I like to hear," he replied. I'd brought a small survival backpack from my house, which contained a little first aid kit, a multi-tool, a camp shovel, some paracord, and other small pieces of gear. I'd also brought a couple of claw hammers, which I now transferred to the trailer. "And those are for?" Luke asked. "More insurance," I answered. "Great idea." He held up a wait-for-me finger before running off. "Be right back." Evelyn cut across LeVar's lawn, returning from whatever the older woman had been doing in her home. She seemed lost, which was the way she'd looked most of the day. "You okay, Evelyn?" I asked in a kind voice.
"Are you going out again?"
she squeaked. "Yes, we're going to get Luke's kids from school. Why?"
"I can't take the waiting."
She stood with her arms across her chest.
"If you see Benjamin, please tell him to come home. I'm worried sick about him."
Luke came out of his garage carrying an aluminum bat. "Insurance," he crowed, before he tossed it in the trailer with the hammers and guns. I looked back to Evelyn, who was evidently appalled at Luke's actions. "If we see your husband," I said in a calm voice, "I promise we'll talk to him. But it's a huge world out there, so can you give us any idea where to look?"
"He took his little boat, but once he leaves the canal behind our house, I have no idea where he goes."
My paper map showed all the streets and canals up and down the coast in our region of Florida. My best guess was there might be hundreds of miles of waterways, zigzagging all over the nearby subdivisions. The chances of finding one guy and all that was practically zilch. However, all I could do was try to help her. "If we see him, we'll get him moving toward home, okay?" For the first time since I'd met her, Evelyn's face softened.
"Thank you, Frank."
You're most welcome, I replied. I clapped my hands to get us back on track. Are you boys ready?
Which bike can I use?
LeVar asked, once he saw the 3 bicycles. Luke pointed to his wife's teal-blue hybrid bike, which was lying in the grass near one of the pink flamingos.
Since you're pretty tall, I've got the seat all the way up, so you'll find that one the easiest to use. Frank is taking my hybrid. I'm taking my road bike with the trailer attached, since I'm the strongest rider. I put flat pedals on, so I don't need to clip in, and we can all switch if necessary. Frank said he wants a pair of those tight biker shorts, Penny giggled. Do you have any extras, Luke?
Luke looked at her, then at me. Whatever he saw on my face, he started to laugh.
Frank, I wasn't going to dress in my kit for this ride, but I'll run in and get you a pair if you need them.
He took a few fake steps toward his garage.
Very funny, guys. I laughed to show I was a good sport. But I need to be in street clothes. I've got a backpack with some bottled waters and spare ammo, so it holds down my shirt and keeps my pistol hidden while we're riding. That's as athletic as I dress.
Penny continued to titter with laughter, like she'd really pulled one over on me. I had to admit, it was nice to see her in a good mood, so I didn't mind being the cause of it. However, once I threw my leg over the top tube, I had to return to serious Frank.
All right, everyone. You know what you need to do. The 3 ladies will stay back and hunker down. I'd recommend you all stick together. Safety in numbers, you know?
I'd already used the same advice on the kids I'd sent home. It was also the reason the 3 of us were going out on the bikes at the same time. It was definitely a universal truth. Carmen and Penny stood next to each other in a show of solidarity. But Evelyn went the other way.
I'll wait for Ben at my house, she said over her shoulder.
The 2 women shared a glance before Carmen spoke up.
Penny's daughter is in her bed. We should all wait there. No thanks,
the older woman insisted, already on her way home. Penny looked over to me, and I shrugged.
When Daisy wakes up, me and Carmen will head over to her place.
I nodded in agreement.
Roll out,
I called to my riding partners. A few minutes later, and for the 3rd time of the day, I paused my journey at the Clownfish welcome sign, approaching Bayside Road. I looked left and right on the main road. The same abandoned cars littered the roadway in both directions, and a few pedestrians walked for their destinations, but there was no vehicle traffic, which made it look otherworldly.
Things seem the same as before, I suggested. That's good news, LeVar said. I don't want it to get any worse until I find Kyra.
Or ever, Luke chuckled. That would be ideal.
Ain't that the truth, I added.
This way. The youngster sprang into action and was on his way before Luke or I could get mounted again.
After you,
I motioned to Luke. He rolled out with the trailer behind him. I had water, weapons, and allies, so it felt like I was finally prepared for once. The 3rd time was going to be the charm, exactly like the saying. I pedaled to give chase. We'd gone about a quarter of a mile before LeVar jammed on the brakes and skidded to a stop, but I couldn't see the cause. My feelings of preparedness immediately went away when it seemed like we were in our first emergency, and I couldn't even identify the threat.
What is it?
I inquired as I stopped next to him. He pointed to a canal going under Bayside Road.
Would you believe it if I told you that's my neighbor, Ben?
Adrenaline stopped pouring into my system. Not an emergency.
The Ben we're looking for? I asked with shock.
Yep, LeVar said with certainty. Looking closer, he wasn't pointing at the water, but to a grove of trees hanging over the canal. Underneath, a lone man reclined inside a small, flat-bottomed metal boat His ball cap hung over his face, as if he were asleep. "We should wake him up," I said. "Yo, Ben!" LeVar shouted. The man stirred immediately, as if he'd been relaxing, not dozing. "Yeah?" he replied as he sat up. "Who's that?" We waved when he looked up to us on the bridge. LeVar continued talking to him. "Hey, do you know your wife is looking for you?" What else is new?" Ben removed his hat and swatted it on his knee. "Is she sending out groups of neighbors to track me down now? That's a real low point, even for her." It seemed as if he and Evelyn weren't on the best of terms. "Hey, do you know what happened earlier?" I inquired. "With the EMP strike or the plane crashes?" "The what and the what?" Ben called back. "An EMP? Are you sure about that?" "Pretty sure," I replied. "I come out here to fish in peace and quiet," Ben replied. "And I did hear a noise earlier, but I figured it was a sonic boom from a fighter jet. They've been flying crazy all morning." "They aren't in the air now," I said in a calm tone. "And you think it was because of an EMP?" he replied, and sounded unconvinced. I wiped my brow from the heat of the afternoon. "Ben, this isn't your wife talking. You really do need to get back to our street. All the power is out for the whole city of Fort Myers, maybe all of Florida. We have no idea why it happened, but we're 99% sure it was an electromagnetic pulse. Luke, LeVar, and I are going to get Luke's kids down at the high school, and hopefully to find LeVar's wife. But then we're going right back home to load up on guns and food." "Say all that again." Ben sat up straight. "Where are you going?" I spoke slower as I repeated my words. "This does sound like an EMP," he replied when I was done the second time. "And you're right. I need to get back to Evelyn. If you have any firearms, I suggest you have them ready. There's nothing earth-shattering happening at the moment, but if the power stays out, people are going to be scared out there. Evelyn wouldn't take one of my guns." I left it hanging out there to see what he said, rather than tell him what I thought of her refusal. "Damn, she should have taken you up on your offer. I've told her for years she needed to know how to defend herself, but she was always satisfied I would be there." Ben glanced around, as if noticing his boat. "As you can see, I'm not there round the clock." "Well, you should get back however you can," I advised. "We'll talk more when we return." Ben cranked over the little motor, which started up right away. "It works," I said with surprise. It was the first engine I'd heard since the EMP. "This old beast doesn't have a single piece of modern electronics in it." He gave me a thumbs-up sign. "My dad gave me this 20-horsepower antique before he passed. It'll be running long after I'm gone." The engine sang quietly as Ben shoved off the shore with a wooden paddle. It crossed my mind that some of those desperate people we'd escaped earlier might hear the engine and come looking for it. But that seemed fairly remote, now that things had settled down. We were miles from North Point, and it had been well over an hour since the chaos of the plane wreck. "Get home as fast as you can," I called out. "Will do," he replied. The three of us watched Ben's little boat cut through the water as he sped down the canal. There wasn't a direct path back to Clownfish Cove from where he was, so he had to drive to the west, to presumably weave through the neighborhood over there, before he could finally get to the canal which connected to our street. Our path was elsewhere. "Let's keep moving," I suggested as I kicked off. I figured it was lucky we found Ben so early in our journey, but both Luke and LeVar had missions to accomplish, and I knew they wouldn't want to waste a second. For the next mile or two, the trees on the left side of the road continued as part of the preserve. However, when they ended, We entered a dense region with subdivisions sprawled on both sides of Bayside Road. "It's a left up here," Luke advised when we approached a four-way intersection at about mile 4 of our trip. The homes were almost as large as those on my street, but they were a bit older, as if they'd been built a decade earlier. The palm and fruit trees surrounding those houses were a lot more mature as well. Like everywhere else, people stood under those trees, or on the streets, talking to their neighbors. Everything looked the same for the next 2 miles. "There!" Luke shouted when he saw the modern-looking school on the right-hand side of the block ahead. "Oh, shit!" LeVar exclaimed, when we could see things better. "There's a lot more people at the doors." The 2-story school was surrounded by a ring of student parking lots. The main building was designed a bit like a Spanish mission, with arched walkways, a sloped roof made of orange tiles, and white paint on the outside walls. Pruned trees and shrubs tastefully decorated the peaceful areas, where students would walk and sit outside. However, at the moment, it looked as if a rambunctious crowd had congregated in front of the main doors. They yelled, held up their arms, and the sound of fists pounding on glass made it all the way out to us on the roadway. "What are we heading into?" I asked. Luke showed no signs of slowing. Like Penny earlier, he was determined to get his kids. It was up to me to help him. Chapter 8. It was mid-June, so I was surprised the kids were still in school. But they have hurricane days here, the way we had snow days back up north, and the full parking lot confirmed it wasn't a mistake. With one glance of the area, I knew the students were still inside the building, too. If they'd been let out, young people would be all over the place, and those parents wouldn't be banging on the doors. Once we came up to the gathering of parents, I realized there were a lot more than I'd initially thought. Perhaps 100 of them were packed in tight against the front doors and windows of the entrance lobby. A good number of them yelled obscenities at a guy they called James. "Let me guess," I said to Luke. "James is the principal." "Yeah," he replied while he studied the crowd and the rest of the building, as if seeking a way around the blockage. I tapped the shoulder of a young woman at the rear of the line, and she turned to look at me. "Excuse me, is this the door to get our kids?" I asked in a friendly voice. "I hope so," she huffed, "but no one really knows. No kids have been let out since I got here, so we're all kind of waiting for them to open up." The banging on the doors became overwhelming for a few seconds. "So," I continued over the noise, "did you just come up here on your own, or was a message somehow sent out?" "No message," she replied. "Usually I'd get a text if anything was happening at school, but not this time." She held up a phone, which was dead, as a testament. "Mine's dead too," I remarked. "I walked here when the power went out," she continued. "I had a sneaking suspicion it was off in a wide area, since my phone and everything else in the house was dead. I don't live far away, so it wasn't a big deal to come up here and check on my daughter. Now I'm glad I did." The brunette woman was probably a few years younger than me. Her thick-rimmed glasses made her look smart, like she was a lawyer or scientist. The image lent credibility to her words. "Yeah," I chuckled a bit. "It's great that you took the initiative, since I don't think any of us will be getting any texts for quite a while." "Really? Won't they work again when the power comes on? That's why I keep checking it." She held up her phone again to show me the dark screen. Several others from the crowd had their phones out too. "The power might not come on for days or weeks," I whispered, "and your phone may never work again, since the insides have been fried. I think it was an EMP." "Like in the movies?" she asked. "Yeah, exactly like that." I noted, even though she knew it was from the movies, she'd missed making the connection when it happened in real life, until I'd pointed it out. "But let's not make too much of that, okay? I'm sure Principal James is prepping the kids for dismissal as we speak.
It doesn't look like those doors are going to open anytime soon.
She motioned toward the front.
They haven't even had the courtesy of making any announcements to us. It's the not knowing that sucks, you know?
Exactly, Luke interjected. I have 2 kids in there, and one glass door isn't going to stop me. The determined look in his eyes might have been enough to push open the doors. Whoa, bud. I have an idea about this, but we should walk our bikes over there, away from all the noise, so we can talk. It was an excuse to get us away from the woman and those who might listen to our conversation. My friend stood there for a few seconds, apparently unsure if he wanted to be talked off the ledge. Eventually, however, LeVar motioned for him to step away too. Luke relented and came with us, but he still looked like he was going to storm the barricades himself. I wouldn't blame him if he did, but there was a right and wrong way to go about it. Once we were clear of all the people, I motioned them to huddle close. Guys, this is about to become a tinderbox. Each new parent is going to get everyone else angry that nothing is being done. So I'm thinking we need to sneak around back and get inside before the place goes nuts. You're right, Frank, Luke nodded with enthusiasm, then wiped sweat from the back of his neck. Sorry for not seeing it sooner. There are a dozen other doors around the campus, but this is where my kids normally come out, so I was waiting for Principal Jackass to release them at the same spot. I wasn't thinking about the big picture. Just find us that door, and all will be good, I replied. We jumped on our bikes and followed Luke in a wide loop around the parking lot of the school. He guided us to an obscure rear entrance between 2 wings of the large building. As we rolled up, there was no one waiting outside the glass door, nor was there anyone visible on the inside. This is perfect, Luke, I said as I hopped from my bicycle. Despite knowing how those parents in front of the school felt, I didn't want a big entourage following us inside, since it would complicate our own mission. All I wanted was to get in there, grab Luke's kids, and get out before shit hit the fan. Luke approached the door and gave it a half-hearted tug. Yep, it's locked. I tore open the lid of the trailer and pulled out one of the hammers. Not for long, I said. As I lined up my swing, Luke stopped me. Frank, let me do this. It's just glass, I chuckled. I know, but if anyone sees you, they might identify you later. He reached for the hammer. I'm willing to take the fall for breaking into my kid's school. You don't have to endanger yourself. I almost swung it anyway, as I didn't care about the fallout. But he seemed adamant to do his own work, and I respected his reasoning, so I handed it over. The door was glass from top to bottom, with a metal frame and handle, plus a crossbar latch on the inside. After briefly looking around, Luke smashed the hammer against the entryway, which caused the full-height pane of glass to shatter and fall into a million pieces. For a few seconds, we all stood there looking at our handiwork. However, I knew the clock was ticking. Okay, let's get all our valuable gear so some kid doesn't come along and see a bunch of guns. LeVar cleared his throat. I'm not going in. You're cool, LeVar, Luke replied immediately. If anyone gives you shit for breaking and entering, I'll say I put a gun to your head to get you in there. It's not that, LeVar laughed, though I appreciate the offer. I want to stay out here and keep an eye on the road, in case Kyra passes by. That's smart to keep searching, I replied. Will you stick near this door so you can keep an eye on our bikes while we're inside? Sure. LeVar's face lit up with a toothy grin. I'd do the same for a friend. I was really warming up to the guy. Thanks, man. You're doing us a huge solid so we don't need to take our shotguns inside the school. That would freak people out, I'm sure. I yanked out the baseball bat. but we'll take a little insurance, just in case. Plus, you already have the pistol." Luke looked to my hip. On any other day of the year, I'd be hesitant to take the concealed pistol into a school, but almost every book I'd read about the end of the world stated in no uncertain terms once the shit smacked the fan, you needed to carry a weapon everywhere. Endless characters were attacked when and where they least expected it. I was not going to fall into the same trap. I'd even figure out a way to take it into the shower if I had to. "You want this back?" I held out Luke's bat. "Nah, you can have the bat if you want it." He put the hammer inside his belt, as if sheathing a sword. "I'm digging this thing." I took a practice swing. "I can make this work." He waved for me to follow him. We crouched under the crossbar of the door, careful not to touch the shards of glass with our fingers. The hallway was empty to our left and right, and there wasn't much noise, though I did hear a muffled male voice coming from one direction, along with murmurs of a large group of people. "It sounds like they're in the auditorium," Luke said as he listened. "Like a pep rally?" I asked, unsure what high school life was like these days. "I don't know," he allowed, "but it's this way." I gave LeVar a last look, but he was faced toward the roadway, watching for his wife. He struck an imposing figure as he stood there. A tall black man with twin pistols on his hips wasn't the kind of dude anyone would mess with. I was glad to have him watching our six. We walked down a long hallway, lined with blue lockers on each side. The sounds from the gymnasium became clearer as we approached. It was definitely a man talking to a group of students. Each time he would say something, a rumble of crowd noise would erupt. "This is it," Luke said as we reached a closed wooden double door. When he peeked inside one of the small windows, he added, "And it looks like the whole school is in there. They've got 'em packed in." Luke shook the door handles, but they were locked. "Shit," he hissed. "Let's bust this down, too." "Wait," I whispered. The voice inside the auditorium came through clearly. "Students, please. I know you all want to go home, but there are procedures to follow. Just stay in your seats while Principal James gets this straightened out, okay?" "Luke, we can't just bash through the door like in The Shining. It's going to scare the crap out of all the kids in there, including yours. Where's the principal's office? Maybe we can light a fire under their asses. We'll explain what's happening outside." He glared at the door like it had keyed his car, but then he turned and gestured down the hall. "It's that way." We ran the length of one hallway and turned left to do the same in a second. When we went around another corner, we arrived at a windowed room which was obviously the command center of the school. A small group of men and women in business casual clothing stood on one end, huddled together as if conspiring. "This is the principal's office?" I asked. "It's the main office. The school actually has separate principals for each grade, since there are so many kids. This is the one we want, however." He stormed through the door and walked directly toward the staff. "Hey," he shouted. One of the women spun around. "You aren't supposed to be in here. Are you a parent, I hope?" "I'm Luke Farmington. Why the hell are my kids locked in your gymnasium?" A man separated from the main group and hurried toward us as we stood at the front counter. "Mr. Farmington, you shouldn't be here." "He's the main principal, Mr. James," Luke whispered to me. The man was on the short side, mid-40s, slightly balding, but had a polished way about him, as if he'd run the school for a long time and was used to dealing with difficult parents. When he reached us, he used his arms to attempt to swish us out of the office. "Please, you know you're not allowed in here while we're in lockdown, and you especially can't be in here with those weapons." Luke slid the hammer behind his hip as a concession to the man's wishes, but he didn't take a step backward. Lockdown? Why a lockdown? Why aren't you letting the kids get the hell out of this place? Don't you know what's going on outside? Well, yes, we know there's been a major electrical outage. James dropped his arms to his side when he realized we weren't going to be pushed out. The power spike ruined all our computers and cell phones, too. It wasn't just that, I volunteered. There's been an EMP, a pulse which knocked out every computer chip in this part of Florida. Cars are dead, computers, anything with a microchip. But it's worse than that because military planes crashed up in North Point, too. It means this is bigger than a mere power spike. I'm sure I would have heard about something like that, the principal scoffed. We have 10 teachers in the hard sciences on this campus. None of them have said it was more than electrical surges that jumped from the lines. Then how do you explain what I just said? I pressed. Your parking lot is full of cars that won't start, and they have no connection to power lines running to your buildings. Nor do the dead cars stopped on the roads. I'm sure you've seen them. It bothered me on a fundamental level. The mom standing in front of the school immediately recognized we'd experienced an EMP. But supposedly smart people leading the school couldn't put it together. In fact, I was getting tired of explaining it over and over to everyone we met. I needed to carry flashcards with the definition of an EMP, so I could hand them out whenever I encountered confused citizens like Mr. James. I go by what my people tell me, he shrugged. All I know for sure is all lines of communications with the bus service are down, which means we have to go to a secondary protocol for releasing the kids. Which is? Luke asked. James tilted his head back to the group of people. Looking at them closer, it became obvious they stood around a pair of industrial copy machines, though they weren't powered on. We have strict security protocols in place to protect the children, which is why we had to lock them down when we lost power. Normally we check out each student using our computer system, but obviously that's not an option today. My helpers are scrambling to write up rudimentary release forms for all 2,000 students. Once we have those ready, we'll cancel the lockdown and let people out of the auditorium, but only when we match them up with their parents at the front doors. I couldn't help myself from chuckling. You think this is funny? James asked. There's a mob banging on your front door. It's your call, but if you're planning on handing out paperwork to those folks, you better be wearing one of those bomb disposal suits. Why can't you just dismiss everyone? Luke asked with increasing agitation. Like the end of a normal school day. James looked at his watch. It's almost 2:30, yes, and if it were a normal day, I could throw open the doors and let them all go. However, without buses to load them, I can't send them miles out into the city on foot, can I? I have to wait until their parents come and get them. On the one hand, I saw his point. I appreciated how he seemed to care what happened to his students once they left his supervision. However, he had no appreciation for the scale of the disaster beyond his campus. It might be hours before parents could walk or bike to the school. Or never. I thought I heard breaking glass in the distance. Can I sign out my 2 right now? Luke asked in haste. Of course, James smiled. Let me get 2 sheets. While the principal retrieved the paperwork, I heard more of the distinctive tinkling of falling glass. You hear that? These people have no idea what they're doing, Luke commented. They mean well on some level, I replied under my breath. But I can feel disaster coming. Can't you? Hell yeah, he exhaled. James came back with a pair of papers, but before he handed them to Luke, he noticed a pair of men running by the office. Hey, stop! You've got to check in! Luke grabbed the release forms as James passively watched the hallway. More parents ran by, not giving the principal's office more than passing glances. They followed those ahead of them as they went deeper into the high school. They're already inside, I said to him. Look, You're out of time, sir. Go with me and Luke into the gym and release all the kids before the place gets out of control. I tried to think of how to sweeten the pot. He and I will try to round up everyone who lives in our neck of the woods. We'll escort them as best we can. James watched more people pass outside his office. My form is filled. Luke slapped the sheet on the counter. You heard what he asked. Are you going to help us? If not, I'm getting my kids anyway. Last chance, I said to James. You want us to get the kids home, or not? The bureaucrat looked at me with fear in his eyes. This isn't how it should be done. I can't release other people's children to a stranger. There was now a steady stream of parents walking by. I had no clue about the layout of the school, but even I knew they were heading for the auditorium. Sir, your plans are already ruined. Once those parents get to the gym, the kids are going to scatter to the wind. Let's roll. Luke tugged at my arm. Mr. James, I pressed, what do you want to do? He met my eyes, and I saw a spark of weary acceptance. However, he jumped a foot off the ground when 2 gunshots exploded in the hallway. Parents scattered in every direction. Some dove inside the doorway of the main office to escape the commotion. I crouched by the threshold, as did Luke. It's too dangerous, James complained from behind his countertop. We need to wait for the police. I saw the guy with the gun, Luke reported. He's heading the same way as everybody else. We have to get to my kids right now. We weren't going to get any help from James or the paper pushers. They had their way of doing things, and they weren't going to change them fast enough. So it fell on us to do what was necessary. I glanced back to James as I bolted out the door. Good luck with your forms. Luke and I trotted warily down the hallway. The gunshots had cleared most people from the main hall, but even the threat of further violence couldn't stop the flow of parents for long. He and I made it about 20 yards down the corridor before the others rushed out of the empty classrooms and slowed our progress to a crawl. At least I have my paperwork signed, Luke joked. Yeah, when we get there, we'll make sure the other parents know your kids get to leave first, right? We shared some tense laughter. A man shoved me in the side, and a woman ran into my back, but neither had done it on purpose. There were far too many people for the hallway, and the open doors of the gym created a bottleneck ahead of us. The echoes of student voices came through the opening, giving us hope we'd soon be with Luke's kids. But I had to fight against the press of bodies as we neared. At least these doors are open, I commented. We ain't stopping for shit, a random woman replied to me. Others cheered her words. Luke and I had no choice but to become friendly with the men and women around us. We sucked in our guts and crunched together with the crowd as we squeezed through the doorway. However, once inside, the parents exploded in all directions to escape the constriction. Some went for the bleachers, but most went out onto the basketball court. Shit, this is absolute chaos, Luke said as he scanned the stands. Arriving parents tried to rise above the generalized noise by screaming the names of their kids, which created a self-defeating situation, as if every radio station on the dial played a news report at the same time. The kids had no hope of hearing an individual parent calling for them. We needed a way to get Luke noticed. Hey, bud, can you do a pull-up? I asked. Luke looked at me like my head had spun all the way around. Can you lift yourself if I help you onto one of those? I pointed to the basketball hoop at the less crowded end of the gym. He seemed to piece together my request before nodding. I can't do many, but I can at least do one. That's all we'll need, I assured him. We ran under the hoop and set down our crude weapons. On 3, I said. I wrapped my arms around his thighs and lifted at the appropriate moment. Like the world's worst cheer squad act, I hefted the young man so he was able to grab the net. Once he'd made contact, I helped lighten his load by lifting his legs. He pulled himself up on the orange rim and got into a sitting position. "Nice job," I shouted. "I can really see things from up here." "I can do you one better," I called out. "Get ready to yell their names." The gym was bedlam. More parents filed in through 2 different doorways, and most of the kids had started down the bleachers, clunking the metal risers with thousands of footfalls, making identification even more difficult. I put 2 fingers between my lips and used a skill I'd picked up working one too many shifts at loading yards. I cranked out an ear-piercing whistle I knew from experience could be heard from almost a mile away. The entire place froze, like 1,000 deer seeing 1,000 headlights. But it didn't become whisper quiet, as I'd hoped. A few kept stomping the bleachers, and the talking was maybe cut in half. It was far from perfect, but the room had died down enough to give Luke his opening. "Rainey and Tyler," he shouted. "Over here." Luke repeated the names a second time, but other parents were quick to piggyback on our idea. They also shouted the names of their loved ones, which sent the gym into another frenzy. Before he could call out a third time, the place was noisier and more chaotic than it had been before. "Did it work?" I called up to him. I was ready to whistle again, but I knew it wouldn't have the same effect. Already there were men and women whistling like I did, though I took some pride none of them were as loud as me. He looked around with anticipation. At first his face was laced with worry as he searched the crowd, but it wasn't long before it lit up with joy. "They're coming," he gushed. Luke scrambled off the hoop until he hung from the net with his hands. "Wait," I cried out. "I can drop," he assured me. "If you break an ankle, there won't be any medical services. Let me help you down." He thought about it for a second, and then agreed. I reached for his legs and got a good grip. As he let himself drop, I guided him down and slowed his descent. It was the clumsy cheer squad again, but we got it done without injury. That's what mattered. A young woman ran up to us. "Dad!" "Rainey! Thank God!" Luke opened his arms as his daughter fell into them. A couple of seconds later, a younger boy trotted up. "Dad, that was cringy." "It certainly was." Luke held out an arm. "Bring it in, Tyler." For a few seconds, the young family stood frozen as kids and parents swarmed the gymnasium around us. However, Luke broke their embrace and gently pushed both kids to a respectable distance so he could speak to them. "What the heck is going on out there?" Tyler asked immediately. "They said the power is out everywhere." "Never mind that," the daughter said. "What's going on in here? I've never seen parents in such a hurry to get to their kids. I think the freshmen and sophomores are peeing their pants." "I'm not pissing myself," Tyler growled. "I didn't mean you," she snickered. "But some of your bros are freaking out." Looking at the nearby students, some of the youngest did appear frightened and confused. Many stayed high in the bleachers, as if knowing their parents weren't among those who'd come inside. If it mattered, I would have blamed the principal and administration staff for creating such fear. "I can't tell you how glad I am to see you guys," Luke spoke to the pair. "This is our neighbor, Frank Douglas. He helped me ride a bike to your school so we could take you home." I shook hands with the girl first. She was as tall as her dad, with long black hair cinched into a ponytail. She wore black stretch pants and a silver school t-shirt with a 3-tined trident on the front, and I guessed she was an athlete of some kind. "Nice to meet you, sir," she said respectfully. "Likewise." Tyler shook next. He was a little shorter than his sister, but had the same swarthy dark complexion and hip hairstyle as his dad, as if he were imitating his father. His red sweatpants and Adidas shirt also suggested he was athletic. "Hello, Mr. Douglas," the boy added. "Please, you and your sister can call me Frank. Mr. Douglas is now retired." "We should get out of here," Luke suggested, "but the exit is clogged." Most of the parents continued arriving in the door we'd come through, but now some students were trying to leave, which made the bottleneck into an impossible choke point. "I have a better idea," I said as I pointed to the doors on our side of the gym. They were the set we'd approached when we'd first come into the school, meaning the exit we wanted was closer than I could have hoped. The doors were locked from the inside. When I pushed them open, a few parents who'd been standing there immediately rushed through. They'd probably tried to get around the crowd at the other doors. "You made it," I said to calm them down. Once they were through, we exited into the hall. I flipped the metal security tab on the door so the lock wouldn't engage again, since there was no reason to keep anyone out. The relative quiet in the hallway seemed to catch us all by surprise.
"Wow, that was insane,"
Rainey blurted. "Keep moving," I said, leading by example. "We have a long walk ahead of us once we get out of here."
"Walk?"
the boy replied with sadness in his voice. The sister laughed to herself. We strode a short way before Tyler stopped at a row of vending machines. "What are you doing?" Luke asked the kid, also halting. "I'll catch up, Dad. If we're walking, I want a soda." "Son, we don't have time," Luke said with exasperation. "We brought water." "I only need a second," Tyler insisted. "I can't stand water." The 3 machines might have been brand new. Units filled with soda flanked a snack model in the middle. That one had a clear front, so buyers could see all the candy bars and chip bags inside. Tyler banged on the unpowered green soda machine on the left. "Oh, man, they run on electricity," he complained. I met Luke's eyes, and light bulbs went off over our heads at the same time. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" I asked. "I'm sure I am." Luke reached for his wallet. "You want to collect stuff for our supplies. However, I think all 3 of these machines aren't going to take my dollars. We're way past dollar bills." I held up the bat. "Whoa," Tyler said as soon as he saw what I was prepared to do. "Are we really doing this? Can I break it? I have high dexterity and strength." "This isn't your stupid game, T," Rainey snorted. "No duh, R," the boy answered back. "Not in a million years, Tyler." Luke faced me. "Besides, do we even need what's in there if we have to destroy the machines? If the power comes on tomorrow and we break into it for nothing, I'll pay to repair the machine. However, if it doesn't come back on for a while, someone's going to come through and break this machine for what's inside. It might as well be us." "Works for me," Luke shrugged. "Hey kid, you got a piece of paper and a pen?" I pointed to his big black backpack. "Sure," he answered. Since we'd shown the way out the back of the gym, a steady flow of escaping students and parents hurried by the vending area. It lent some urgency to our decision, and I made the choice to damage the machine if it meant we got a little extra food out of the deal. Everyone gave me space. Then I slammed the bat into the plastic, shattering it. Once I had a hole in the middle, I struck it several more times to clear around the edges. "That ruled!" Tyler yelled. "That wasn't so bad," I said, as I removed my backpack and opened the zipper. "Let's fill this to the brim. Get the grain bars and chips first, then the chocolate and sweets." Tyler already had his pack off and open so he could get the pen and paper, but he soon turned it over and let all his books fall to the floor. He tore a piece of paper from a notebook and handed it to me, along with a pen. The notebook went onto the floor, too.
"What the hell are you doing?" Rainey asked with surprise. "You can't toss your books."
The boy looked at his dad, at me, then back to his sister. "Dad just arrived with a strange neighbor to help us walk home because something bad happened outside. We're plundering a vending machine inside our school. Summer vacation starts in 4 days. Do you really think we're going to need books anytime soon?" I wasn't sure if I should get involved. I was never big on school myself, so I could see myself dumping the books if I were in Tyler's place. But Luke was the dad. He might have to pay for them if they were lost or destroyed. Luke didn't say anything.
"See?" Tyler sniffed. "Dad thinks we need food more than geometry tomes." "They're books, not tomes, you doofus."
After a long sigh, she slowly pulled off her dainty backpack and picked out books to drop.
"I get these?"
Tyler pulled out a row of Twinkies.
"And these?"
He plucked a bunch of Kit Kat bars from their slot.
"I really don't care,"
Rainey replied in a dry voice. After both kids began picking at the carcass of the vending machine and filling their packs, they soon removed every chip bag, cookie, and candy bar. We filled up the little space in my backpack immediately, so I was glad to have the extra room from those other two. When we were done, there was nothing left to take. I scratched my name and phone number on the piece of paper, along with a short note explaining I was willing to pay for any damages. It seemed like the honorable thing to do, though I immediately wondered if anyone would ever read it. In fact, I hoped someone would. If I ended up paying the bill, it would mean civilization had returned, and some bureaucrat had come to collect. In a weird way, getting busted for vandalism and theft was much preferable to getting away with it.
"Oh, man,"
a male teenager said as he stopped behind us.
"We can do that now?"
"We were just leaving," I replied.
"What about my soda?"
Tyler protested.
"Can I crack into it with Dad's hammer?"
Luke looked at me. "We don't have time," I replied. "Besides, soda machines are locked and sealed like refrigerators. I've seen them opened up in truck stops lots of times. We can't bash through one without spending a lot of effort."
"Well, that blows,"
Tyler replied. The three of us left as the passing student and a friend started shaking a soda machine. I had no idea what would happen if they tipped one over, but I belatedly wondered if I would get stuck picking up the tab for all three machines. My note should have made it clear I only destroyed the food unit.
"Do you want to go into the kitchen?"
Rainey said to her brother.
"I bet you could steal an entire cow from the freezer."
My ears perked up. There would be a lot of food for the taking in there.
"The party would be at risk if we shoot too high for loot," Tyler answered. "The vending machine was a target of opportunity. The cafeteria would require its own campaign."
In his own weird way, the kid was right. Even if we needed that much food, we didn't have the means to carry it for 6 miles, and we didn't have anywhere to store it. I'd read about groups of survivors going out for big scores of food, but raiding a school cafeteria 3 hours into an unknown disaster would be pushing it. I felt fine with the vending machine because it wouldn't seriously affect anyone if the power came on tomorrow. On the other hand, if the police showed up and asked why I had hundreds of pounds of meat labeled as coming from the school, there would be tough questions. Until I knew for sure we were in this for the long haul, I had to keep Luke and I from getting into serious legal trouble.
"I swear, I can't even talk to you,"
Rainey huffed.
"What?"
he asked with disappointment.
"I'm speaking English, you know. You should be able to talk to me just fine."
"Guys," Luke said with exasperation.
"We're in a situation here.
Save the sniping at each other until we're home safe."
"Fine," the two said at the same time. As we walked the hall toward our exit, I crashed into a pretty young woman who'd been going against the flow of traffic. "Sorry, ma'am," I said immediately.
"It was my fault,"
she answered. And then her eyes lit up.
"Tyler and Rainey!"
the woman cried out. Luke spun toward the voice.
"Melanie?"
The woman scrambled around me and held both arms wide open, sucking the trio into her grip like a powerful magnet. They hugged for a good 20 seconds as I watched the foot traffic grow in density around us. There was a steady stream of walkers, including a lot of young people, suggesting the gym was still emptying. Luke was the first to come up for air, leading the others to separate.
"Mel, this is Frank Douglas. He actually lives on our street, in the last house. But he's been helping me like crazy today on account of the EMP blast."
"Nice to meet you, Frank. I'm Melanie." "An EMP? Is that really what happened out there?"
Melanie was tall, with a lithe figure. She wore gray dress slacks, but had on running shoes. She also had a sporty tank top, rather than the expected blouse. When she wiped some blonde locks out of her eyes, I realized she'd recently been sweating profusely.
"We think so," I said. "I've been trying to figure it out since it happened late this morning, but no one has been able to get the official story. I take it you've been outside, too? Maybe you saw something which could help us confirm what we already know."
Before she could reply, multiple gunshots blasted somewhere back by the gym.
"Shit!" I exclaimed. "We need to go. Now!"
We moved quickly toward the back doors, but so did everyone else. It was a stampede. Chapter 9.
"Run!"
I yelled. In moments, we were swept up in a torrent of people running away from the chatter of gunfire. The popping echoed throughout the halls, making it hard to say which of the corridors the noise originated from. However, there wasn't much choice in where we had to go, since everyone was headed in the same direction.
"Stay together," I added.
Luke and his wife kept the two kids in front of them, acting as sheepdogs guiding their flock. I stuck with them, using my strength to add to the protection of the kids. But I also searched frantically for the small back door we'd used to come in.
"Luke, which way to LeVar?"
When we'd come through the back door, I made a point to observe details of the hallway, assuming we'd be returning the same way. However, every landmark was now hidden by running people, making everything look different. Luke's kids had been in the school for years, so I figured he'd know his way around.
"Yeah, make a left, then a right," he shouted.
We were on the wrong side of the flow for a left turn, so I leaned my shoulder and pushed my way over. I immediately hit the side of a huge young man who was probably a linebacker on the football team.
"Watch it,"
he growled in a deep voice. "Sorry," I chuckled to de-escalate the situation.
"A bit crowded in here. We just need to go left at this hallway."
The guy looked over, and at first didn't act as if he was willing to help us, but he seemed to quickly change his mind. Instead of continuing with everyone else, the big man planted his feet.
"You're right, sir. It's crowded as hell in here. You guys can cross in front of me."
With the giant slowing the flow of traffic, it presented a gap for us to cross.
"This way,"
I insisted, and grabbed Melanie's hand to get her attention. She and Rainey switched directions, which led Luke and Tyler to do the same.
"Hey, Rainey,"
the guy said as she went by.
"Oh, thanks, Macon," she replied.
"What a last week of school, huh?"
He spoke as if there was no urgency.
"It's only Monday,"
Rainey chuckled.
"I can't wait to see what's in store for Tuesday."
"Me too,"
he said, as his feet moved a couple of steps.
"See you tomorrow,"
the girl added, as she bolted into the side hallway.
Even with all his strength, the bulky kid did not come close to stopping the stampede. Luke and his son were the last to sneak through the opening, but Macon lurched forward before they were across, shoving the dad. "Sorry, sir," Macon said in a polite tone. "No worries," Luke replied as he made it into the small side hallway. "Get home and be safe." Once Luke and Tyler were safe, I waved to Macon. "Thanks." "Any time," he replied with cheer as he got swept back into traffic. As we all sped down the new hall, I finally recognized where we were. "We're almost out," I said to my friends. 2 distinct claps of gunfire resonated from far inside the school. Whatever was going on back there, I was relieved we were no longer a part of it. After turning down the next hallway, I saw the door we'd broken through to get in. LeVar stood in the gap, looking as if he wanted us to hurry, a feeling I shared. "Come on," he shouted. LeVar stepped under the push bar and got the door open so we could all run through without delay. Once we were all outside, he let it bang shut. "Thanks," I said to him as I caught my breath. Luke and his family greeted their neighbor. "I can't believe you found the kids and all that," LeVar said once it was evident everyone was safe and unharmed. "I heard those shots pop off and didn't know if I should run in with your backup guns." He pointed to the nearby bike trailer. "The gunfire wasn't aimed at us," I replied in a serious tone. "In fact, we never really saw what caused it. Whatever the reason, though, the noise got everyone moving. I hope that's all it was." The air was thick with tension after our hasty exit, but Tyler's worried face changed to excitement when he saw the bike trailer. "Can I ride in that?" "You're a little big, aren't you?" Luke answered. "We brought it along to store our supplies." He got quiet. "Frank had us bring guns in it." Melanie's expression changed to something I guessed was disappointment, or shock, but she said nothing to explain her reaction. "Cool," Tyler continued, not sounding at all deterred. "Can I sit in the trailer and hold a gun while you drive me home? That would be badass." "This isn't Fortnite," Rainey huffed. "We're all going to walk home," Luke insisted. "Do not pass go, do not collect $200, and most importantly, do not touch the guns." Tyler was clearly disappointed, though he held a hopeful pose. "And no, you still can't ride in it," Luke said with exasperation. The boy finally gave up. "Are you ready, LeVar?" I asked with a chuckle. "Yeah. Hey, do you mind if I ride around for a bit before going back? We can't spare a minute. It's going to be dark in a few hours, and there's a lot we need to do before then. Plus, My brain warned me anything could happen on the way home. We could get jumped, lost, blow all the bike tires running over broken glass. Anything could prevent us from making it home today, which screamed as a reason for us to start the journey without delay. However, I didn't want to panic Luke's kids, since they hadn't gotten a taste of what things were like outside their school. Yet. I reformed my thoughts before continuing. "I think things are getting a little more serious out here." Around us, the parents and students ran across the tree-lined parking lots and empty ball fields, away from the main school building. Only a few came out of the little back door we'd found, but they kept moving when they saw LeVar and his holstered pistols. 1 or 2 even went back inside the door, rather than pass him. "Look, I appreciate what you're saying, but I came with you guys expecting to find my lady. If she's out here when things get..." LeVar purposefully looked at the kids, seeming to pick up on my reluctance to get too detailed about our situation. "Busy. Then she'll need my help leading her back to the subdivision. She's not that great with directions, you know." "Let's still make a plan," I replied. "Search for as long as you can, but try to get home before nightfall. I have a suspicion things are going to be the worst on the main streets and around businesses. It should be a lot safer on the back streets, where there are less people, you know?" "I promise I'll try to return before night," LeVar said, as he picked up his bicycle. "But don't come looking for me, okay? I know what I'm doing." It was an easy promise to make. Even if LeVar was the most important person in the world to me, I wouldn't have a chance of finding him in an entire city cast in darkness. It made me realize how futile it was for him to search for Kyra. LeVar walked the bike over to Luke and held out his hand. "Thanks for letting me use this. I can cover a lot more ground than if I was on foot. I owe you big time. To pay me back, you can install that video system you're always talking about," Luke laughed. "I think I'll owe the whole street a new surveillance system before this is over." "Good luck," Tyler added. "Thanks. I'll be back as fast as I can." LeVar got on the seat and pedaled away. He had to weave through some of the escaping students, but was soon clear of the crowd. A moment after I was sure he was going to make it, I pushed my bicycle toward the street. "Come on, guys. We have to get on the road before everyone else." "Why do you say that, Frank?" Luke got his bike and trailer rolling. "Don't we want safety in numbers?" "Yes and no," I answered. "On any other day, it would be fine to walk with everyone else. But today I think we need to stay in front of them, so we don't get caught up in the mayhem. Plus, I did tell James we would try to lead them." As we moved away from the back door of the school, it gave us a better view of the chaos that had come out with us. Parents ran around screaming the names of their children, while throngs of high schoolers darted back and forth across the parking lots, frantically searching to see if their parents were among those present. It reinforced the need to stay in front of the mess. "Can I go to my car before we leave?" Rainey asked her mother. Melanie looked to Luke. Luke turned to me. "We have to go through the lot anyway. You think it's safe?" "I'm fine if it's on the way," I replied to Luke. If her car was over the horizon, she'd need to justify the detour. But if we were passing close to it anyway, it seemed like a reasonable request. "Show us the way," Luke said to his daughter. Rainey pointed where we should go, and Luke and I adjusted our bearings. We approached hundreds of dead vehicles, some of which were already paired with young drivers, trying to figure out why they wouldn't start. The kids had popped some of the hoods to investigate, but many simply sat in their cars and cursed, or cried. It was probably made worse than it needed to be, since they had no idea about the EMP. It was all a mystery to them. Melanie came between Luke and I, drawing my attention away from the drivers. "So, Frank, are you a policeman? Because this seems like a rescue." "No way. I'm not cut out to be a cop. Working with criminals every day isn't something high on my list. However, I did run my own trucking company. Some of those guys and gals abused my rigs like criminals, I suppose. Before that, I drove the trucks, which I guess made me the criminal." "Well, thanks for coming here with my husband. This is too crazy to even believe." Several boys ran past us, weaving between parked cars with their heads crouched low, as if someone were shooting at them, though I heard no shots. I kept my head swiveling for threats, but I wanted to keep the conversation light. "What do you do for a living, Melanie?" I asked. "I do IT support for a fishing company in downtown Fort Myers, like light programming and server management. Basically, I turn stuff off and then turn them back on again. Whatever it takes to keep things running." "I guess it all came crashing down when the EMP went off?" I asked. She shrugged in a way which seemed unencumbered by guilt. "Hell if I know. I wasn't there. I ducked out for an early lunch and was doing some shopping down at the Pine Island stores. When the power went out, the stores went dark. But it was kind of fun for the shoppers. There were skylights in my store, and the mood turned festive for a while. At least until people came inside and said the cars were all dead. Melanie was silent for a short time. "You all right?" I asked.
"Yeah,"
she answered right away.
"I wish I hadn't wasted so much time. I kept dropping things in my cart, thinking the world outside was humming right along. I should have ditched the store and run toward the school."
"It's okay, honey," Luke said, putting his hand on her arm. "If it makes you feel any better, I'm sure I would have done the same thing in your position. I'm only here because Frank figured out the problem minutes after it happened and began organizing about 10 seconds later. He helped Penny, the woman who lives next to Frank, get her daughter from daycare."
"Then I owe you even more thanks," Melanie remarked, "for keeping our home safe during this catastrophe. It took me about an hour to walk to the school from where I was. Each street I passed made me think worse and worse things about our own home. I never dreamed it would be this big."
"That's what she said," Tyler interjected. "Ty, not now." Luke's stare was ice cold. I gave the kid a reappraising look, like he had good taste in humor. I'd already passed on a similar joke earlier in the day. My job was too serious to be joking around like I normally would, but I didn't mind someone else rising to the task.
"Right before a dark journey is the perfect time,"
Tyler replied, still giggling at his own joke. Rainey slapped him on the shoulder.
"Who says it's going to be dark?"
Before he could reply, his sister kept talking.
"There's my car."
We all congregated around Rainey's white sedan, which was a plain-looking Chevy car I couldn't immediately identify. She'd left her door unlocked, so she got right in. "Do you think there's anything of value in her car?" Luke asked me. "Besides her personal stuff?" "It depends," I replied. "Most cars aren't going to have much in the way of survival value, at least at first. Later we could siphon the gas for heating, running generators, or whatever. Her car probably has a spare tire and a tire iron, but those are found in almost every car. We could get 10 of them back on our street. The tire iron might make a primitive club if we didn't already have more serious firepower."
"I need a weapon,"
Tyler said with no humor.
"What?"
his father replied.
"A weapon. You two have guns and a bat? LeVar had those cool pistols on his belt."
He pointed to the shotgun in the trailer.
"I was kinda joking before, but I really do want one of those. I want to defend Mom." "And what about me?"
Rainey asked from inside her car.
"I guess you too,"
Tyler chuckled. "You want him to have the hammer?" I asked Luke. The man shook his head.
"But Dad,"
the boy complained. Luke spoke quietly to his son. "Tyler, I promise you the second I see a threat out here, I'll give you a weapon. For now, on this nice little walk, just stay close and out of trouble, okay? Can you do that?" Tyler didn't seem to like it, but he nodded anyway. Rainey came out of her car holding a pair of blue sneakers, all smiles.
"We can go,"
she declared. "Why don't you put them in the trailer?" I suggested. Rainey opened the flap of the trailer and tossed in the shoes. The young girl visibly recoiled at the sight of the shotguns, as if they were a pair of snakes about to bite her. After a flutter of indecision, she slapped the plastic lid shut again. I took a moment and peeked into her car to see if there was anything useful being left behind. Other than a Christmas tree air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, her ride didn't seem to have any other personal touches. It made it easy to see there was nothing of value. "Is there anything in the trunk?" I asked.
"Nope. During running season, I keep a bag with nutrition and hydration bottles, which would have been awesome for a walk home, but there's nothing back there now."
If the season's over, why do you still have the shoes? I asked with a raised eyebrow. I do long distance for track, so I have to put on some miles almost every day. They aren't long, though, so I don't need all my extras. I didn't understand the impulse to run voluntarily, but I immediately sensed how much she was invested in the sport. If the expensive-looking running shoes were paired with her 0% body fat figure, I expected she could run lots of miles. Her appearance made me realize there might be an option I hadn't considered. She and Tyler both dress like athletes, as did their parents. Do you all run? I asked. Can you run while we bike? Hell no, Tyler said before anyone else could reply. Well, the girls do, but I don't. I'm more of a fan of simulated running, like in role-playing games, you know? I wanted to ask why he was dressed in sporty gear if he hated exercise, but his sister replied immediately. You should have trained in the real world, Rainey suggested. If you were able to run, we could get home in less than an hour. As it is, with your 20-minute mile walking pace, we'll be out here for almost 2. I could ride in the trailer, Tyler said with a cheesy smile. For the millionth time, you're not riding back there, Luke replied. The trailer will break under your weight. Mom and I could run home, Rainey suggested. We both have running shoes. Someone can stay back with Slowpoke here. She gestured to her brother. No, Luke and I said at the same time. I deferred to him. We're all sticking together for protection, Luke continued. That includes you, young lady. Both his kids seemed strong-willed and ready to spring into action, no matter how crazy the idea. I was shocked at how composed Luke and Melanie were in dealing with them, but I figured that calm had come after years of torture. Luke turned to me. I don't run much anymore, Frank. I twisted a knee a few years back, and it hasn't been right ever since. It's why I ride bikes now. Much easier on the knees. But Frank said there wasn't anything to worry about out here. Rainey looked in a circle around us. That's true, Luke admitted. But it's always good to stick together, all right? I want you and your mother where we can all help each other. Fine, the girl agreed with a heavy sigh. With 2 bikes and 5 people, I was sure there was a combination which would get us home faster than walking. We could get 2 people on a bike if necessary, and have the fastest runner go on foot. However, I reminded myself we could help more than just Luke's kids on the way home. This way, I said, leading them toward the exit of the parking lot. The whole family followed me, as if I was the mother duck. We walked a couple of rows before I noticed 2 young women standing next to a minivan. One of the girls had found a brick and held it against the glass of the door, as if sizing up how she was going to throw it. Hey, do you have the keys? I asked on a whim. I do, the red-headed girl replied. But it doesn't open the doors. There should be a metal key inside the plastic fob. You slide it out, and it lets you open the door when the battery is dead. Since I worked in the transportation industry, I'd seen almost everything with broken-down cars and trucks over the years, so I knew those fobs inside and out. Not only did the plastic housing usually have a hidden metal key to open the outside door, they also had the ability to start a car by pressing them against the start button if their little battery died. These were tricks most drivers never needed, thus they never knew existed. The other girl, who appeared to be a twin of the one holding the brick, pulled out a big bundle of keys and fiddled with the fob. After a few seconds, she held up the metal key, as if she'd discovered a diamond. You were right, mister. Thanks. My pleasure. I waved, and then turned to my friends, who were giving me weird looks. What? You just have to help people, don't you? Luke spoke in a friendly way, as if amused to know me. Glass is expensive to replace, I replied. I saw what she was about to do, and probably saved her a few $100s. It only cost me a few seconds of time. Those two are airheads, Tyler said under his breath.
You know them?
His mother asked. Yeah, they're in my class. I try to avoid them because they're the founding members of the anime club, and they like dressing up as characters from weird sci-fi shows. Rainey snorted. That's the stuff you like, dork. But I'm not in a stupid club, he shot back. I'm a free agent. Okay, I interrupted, and realized Tyler might be farther from being an athlete than I could have anticipated. Let's just keep walking. We're not even off the lot yet, and we've got those 6 miles ahead of us. Once we cleared the school grounds, the people thinned out. Students lived in every direction from the school, and columns of walkers filed off toward their homes. Our way, west, seemed to have the most people walking in the same direction. Since we'd managed to get out first, we were almost at the front of the stream, as I'd planned. We hadn't made it far on the main road before I heard a deep growl and the deliberate engine revving of a driver with a lead foot. What the hell? I asked. Most kids halted and turned around. The school was perhaps a quarter of a mile behind us, and it was evident the vehicle in question was back there. It's gotta be an old car, right? Luke asked. Yeah. As a simple rule of thumb, cars built earlier than about 1980 will start for sure. They didn't have all the fancy computer crap in their engines, so they're unaffected by the EMP. I listened for a few seconds as the car seemed to move. There it is, Tyler pointed. A perfectly restored yellow 1972 Ford Mustang Mach 1 sped to the edge of the lot, nosed up to the street. Then the driver roasted the tires as he made the left turn. Out of the way, I cried out, though everyone was already running into the grass. The monster car rumbled toward us. A teen boy was at the wheel, his attention on the road. A much less attentive, wild-haired blonde girl sat in the passenger seat. She leaned toward the window and laughed, as if not quite able to fight the G-force of acceleration. I only had a few moments to make my observations of the pair, however, since the big block engine soon sent them past us in a canary yellow streak. We were close enough to be buffeted by the air currents as they went by. Jeez, Tyler exhaled. That's Bobby Jablinski. Gearhead? Asshole. Figures he'd have the only working car. In seconds, the Mustang sprinted another quarter of a mile away from us. Well, some people have all the luck, Melanie said in a calm voice. A car would be nice, but I'll be thankful just to have you all safe at home. Ew, Mom, the boy replied. I'd rather have the car. We resumed walking for a minute or two before I saw a new crowd of people coming at us from a side street to our south. It looks like the little kids from middle school have been let out, Tyler said in a matter-of-fact voice. There's a middle school? I asked. Yep, Melanie replied. Our kids went there for 3 years before coming to the high school. I'd be worried sick if Ty and Rainey were still that young. I can't even imagine. Is there also an elementary school down there? I inquired. No, she replied. It's a few miles from here. Suddenly, walking with high school students didn't seem so bad. I don't know what I would have done if I'd been stuck walking 6 miles, with children almost as young as Daisy. At the same time, I felt sorry for whatever they were going through at the elementary level. Let's keep walking, I said in a calm voice. The afternoon sun was relentless as we traveled those first 2 miles. There were 2 strips of highway, each with a pair of bubbling hot asphalt lanes, and they were separated by a 20-foot strip grass median, so it felt a little like walking on the interstate. Widely spaced single-family homes dotted the landscape, but the sprawling grass yards and huge gaps between each property made them seem to pass slowly as we trudged along. There wasn't a hill or slope anywhere along the route, and the trees were far back from the right-of-way, which made the boring walk seem twice as long, with double the heat. When we finally reached the intersection where we met Bayside Road, the students split into smaller groups. A few continued west, a couple went south, and the largest faction went north, same as us. I finally saw my opportunity to more directly help the walkers. "Hey, is anyone going as far as Poseidon Pier?" I called out to the kids arriving at the head of the column. I was met with mostly blank stares. "The Yucca Reef community?" I clarified. More empty faces. They had no idea what I was talking about, though with hundreds of developments up and down the miles of Bayside Road, I realized I was asking a lot of them. "It's the newer subdivision on the right-hand side, surrounded by the trees. The welcome sign has an orange fish that looks like it's out of Finding Nemo." About 20 hands shot up. I noticed a good number of younger kids from the middle school had caught up to us and were listening to me speak. "So are we," I continued. "Stick with us, okay?" The kids gathered around me as I started walking again, though I noticed there were no parents with us anymore. A few had been on the street when we left the school, but they'd already peeled off with their kids. Those students left with me probably lived so far from school, their parents had been unable or unwilling to rush there on foot before it let out. Upon reflection, it explained why most of the youngsters joined up with me. They gravitated toward the only adult offering to help get them home. We'd walked a short distance before Tyler came up next to me. "Hey, you're Gandalf. Did you know that?" "Who's Gandalf?" I quipped, even though I knew exactly who he was. The kid's tone made it sound as if he thought he was telling me something extremely important, so I wanted to see where he was going with it. "Seriously? You don't know who he is?" "I spent a lot of my life on the road. I didn't have much time for pop culture. I've heard the name, but I'm not sure why you'd say I was him." "You never read The Lord of the Rings?" he gasped. "He's a wizard from those books." "Nope," I fibbed. "I read a lot of books, mind you, but my taste is more toward the end of the world. EMPs, floods, asteroids, those kinds of things." I guess reading about those might be useful these days. But just so you know, Gandalf was the leader of his party as they went to destroy evil. You took over this big group of people like he did. I just hope you don't end up the same way." "Why? What happened to him?" I got into the spirit of our discussion. "He fell into a pit and died." I wasn't sure how to respond. Fortunately, his mother popped in. "Tyler, let's leave Frank alone." "Oh, I don't mind," I replied. "I'm afraid I don't know what the kids are into these days." "I'm his mother, and I don't even know," she chuckled. "Every year it's something different. Last year he and his friends spent every weekend at our house playing Dungeons and Dragons, with dice and paper. This year they come over and play the same game on the computer." "We're evolving, Mother," Tyler replied. "More like devolving," Rainey said from behind. "Go practice another TikTok dance, idiot," Tyler yelled. I enjoyed listening to them, but we were far from home. "Hey guys, let's try to keep it quiet for a while. We don't want to draw attention to ourselves any more than we already are." Someone was bound to notice 50 kids walking along the roadway. My friends turned down the volume, but so did the other kids nearby, even though I wasn't directly talking to them. "See?" Tyler whispered. "You're pulling a Gandalf." We walked like that for another mile before we approached a crossroad with 8 or 10 soccer moms standing at the corner. The ladies anxiously watched us approach, and one by one they clapped with joy when their child ran up to them. By the time we reached the corner, there were only a couple left by themselves. An older woman waved me over.
"Hey, are you a teacher in charge of getting the high school kids to their homes?"
"No way," I laughed. "I just happened to be going the same way as them."
"He got us all walking together,"
Luke volunteered.
"My granddaughter should have come home," the woman said, "but I don't see her. Do you have any paperwork showing who left with you?"
"Sorry, they had all the kids in the gym, and there was a bit of an issue getting them outside the school, so maybe she was delayed. I can tell you the school released everyone, so she should be home soon." There were still a lot of teenagers following our main group, so I was hopeful the woman's granddaughter was among the stragglers. We couldn't stay and wait with her to be sure.
"Well, good luck to you."
I'd pushed my bike about 20 yards before a female voice shouted,
"Hey you, mister."
I stopped and turned. "Yes?" It was a different woman from the corner.
"My son said you kept an eye on him while you walked from school. Thank you for being a good Samaritan." "He's doing a Gandalf,"
Tyler yelled from next to me.
"What?"
the woman asked. "Nothing," I replied. "I'm glad to help." The happy woman stood close to the one who was still waiting for her granddaughter to show up, providing a stark contrast in emotion. I was almost certain every kid who'd been in the school was now heading directly home. But teens were teens. Not every person would go straight there. We continued on our way with fewer people. Almost every street led into another subdivision, and each time we passed one, there would be a student or two who peeled off our group. Another 30 minutes in, getting close to our turnoff, we saw a strange sight on the road in front of us. Ahead, coming down the middle of the two lanes, a car-sized cube of silver appeared. It took me half a minute to figure out what it was, but once I saw it, I knew for sure, since I'd seen similar stacks many times.
"Frank, what do you make of that?"
Luke asked as we stopped the bikes to assess the situation. "It's a pallet of bottled waters. Someone must be pushing it on a skid." We continued walking until we were within shouting distance of the approaching object. As I guessed, it was a 5-foot-tall cube of 24 packs of water bottles. The whole thing was shrink-wrapped with clear plastic, and it rolled on a pallet jack pushed by two big men. One guy wore a red ball cap. "I'm glad you had us fill up our tubs, Frank," Luke said, "because it would suck to push all that weight down the highway." "Yeah, you aren't lying," I whispered. As soon as the men saw us, they put on the brakes. "We don't want any trouble," I said, anticipating they'd defend what was theirs, possibly with violence. "We're all walking home from school." I pointed behind me, showing the men the procession of perhaps 40 boys and girls. The two guys looked at each other, then back to me. The man in the red hat spoke. "I guess we could spare a little for the kiddos." I stood there in shock. "Would that be okay?" the man pressed. "Yeah," I replied. "Your offer took me by surprise. It must be the heat getting to me. Of course it would be okay. You're lifesavers in this afternoon sun." I spoke to those left in my group. "Kids, these two nice fellas are offering you a water bottle for the rest of your walk home. Only take it if you need it, but definitely take one if you're getting hot." The teens swarmed around the pallet as the men picked from a couple open cases near the top. The man in the red hat walked an armful over to me, Luke, and Melanie. "We've got plenty to spare." "I appreciate it," I said, "but I brought my own. I'd rather you give any extras to the kids." Luke didn't take one, but Melanie did.
"Thank you,"
she said. "How'd you come across so much water?" I asked in my most casual voice. My first impression was they'd stole it, but the unprompted offer to share had me thinking it might be legitimate. Thieves wouldn't give up their loot, would they? The guy with the red hat spoke to me. Me and my brother here own a microbrewery in North Point, but there was a big plane crash close to our building. I saw it come down, I interjected. Never saw anything like that in my life. We stuck around for as long as we dared, but when no police or fire trucks showed up to fight the fire, we decided to scrounge what we could. On our first trip home, we stuffed our company laptops, hard drives, and other valuables into a pallet of hops. On this second trip, we got something useful for our families, in case the water goes out. Don't forget to plug up your bathtubs and fill them with fresh water, I said, once again repeating the most basic and free survival advice anyone could do. You can also use double-ply trash bags to make big water bladders, but you have to do it while the municipal water is still flowing. Well, I guess that would have been less work than trudging this home. We're sure glad you were here, I replied. I think it worked out just fine. By the way, I'm Paul, and this is Chris. We're from Starburn K, which you just passed. He pointed behind us. If you ever need anything, look us up. Same here. Always glad to help. We're from the Yucca Reef community. I pointed in the other direction. You can see our turnoff right up that way. We were maybe 200 yards from Poseidon Pier, in the sign with the orange fish. Since there wasn't much besides trees on the east side of the road, our development stood out. We'll keep you in mind, Paul replied. Oh, one more thing, I added. I know why you brought home your computer gear, but I think this is all happening because of an EMP. From here on out, the only things of value are going to be what can keep your families alive until help arrives. Both men were struck silent for a few moments. Paul took off his red hat, wiping his forehead. How long? I shrugged, aware whatever I said would probably be wrong. I'm planning for the worst, as if the power will never come back on. Then, when it does, I'll be pleasantly surprised. I guess that's better than assuming it will come on tomorrow or the next day. Paul brushed the sweat out of his eyes as he spoke. Both men looked to their pallet, as if they were anxious to get moving. Take care, I said. Ditto, Paul answered. They heaved and pushed to get the pallet jack rolling, then steered it back to the middle of the roadway. In moments, they were cruising along toward their intersection. I intended to remember who they were and what street they turned down, should I ever need 1,000 plastic bottles. Not to mention, being able to brew beer is a surprisingly useful survival skill, if things stayed bad for a long enough time for calories to be a big issue. The students in our group had spread out to sit in the grass and drink their waters, but I had to get them right back up so we could get them all home. We were so close, and nothing bad had happened, so now wasn't the time to get sloppy. Up and at it, I said in a loud voice. Almost there. Everyone grouped got back up without complaint, as if they were anxious to get the trip over with. A sentiment I shared after talking to the two men about long-term possibilities. The final stretch went fast. When we reached Poseidon Pier, 3 or 4 adults waited near the stop sign. A few of the younger kids, undoubtedly from middle school, ran ahead to meet their parents. Is this when the bus would show up? I asked Tyler, who walked nearby. Yeah, I think so, he replied. So these parents still don't know this is bigger than a power outage. I waved to the anxious mothers and fathers. Why is that important? The boy asked. Don't you see? Your principal didn't seem to grasp the implications of a full-on EMP blast. The small number of parents who showed up at the school suggests most of the others didn't get it either. Now these guys are standing around waiting for their children to show up, like it was any other day. I can't be the only one who knows about EMPs. Bruh, he said with a chuckle. I keep telling you how you're totally Gandalf. You even have secret knowledge of the old world, just like he did. It all fits. It's not a secret, I insisted. This should be common knowledge to everyone. I've never heard of an EMP until you mentioned it, he answered, not sounding proud of himself. You're what, 15? You have an excuse for not knowing. I'm talking about the adults. 16, he replied. I'm a sophomore. I don't think it's the kind of thing they teach you in school. It might as well be magic.
He's right, Rainey added. They don't teach about EMPs to seniors either. High school is mostly useless stuff that doesn't do any good for anyone, like geometry and history. Ugh.
Those are... I was going to counter her statement by saying they were important, but I didn't want to lecture them like an old-timer. I'd used geometry and math almost every day of my life, especially when loading and unloading cargo. However, her point was well taken about the lack of useful information being taught. There wasn't any reason why an informed student shouldn't know about EMPs and survival. My books were full of people who had no idea how to do the most basic things, like pitching a tent or starting a fire. I suspected most of the kids around me fell in that same category. We walked in silence for a few seconds before we made it to our destination. I stopped and turned around to address my following of students. This is where I get off the bus. If you are continuing up the road, please gather around while I tell you something. Most of the teenagers did as instructed, though not everyone seemed interested. The nearby parents moved in as well. My name is Frank Douglas. I live over on Clownfish Cove, so I'm one of your neighbors. If they didn't tell you in school, the reason your phones are dead and the power is out is most likely because an EMP exploded above Florida, or maybe even somewhere else if it was really big. The powerful blast of energy knocked out everything with a computer chip. I waved in a few of the stragglers. Which is why I'm going to give you the most important lesson of your lives. It's what I've been telling everyone I meet today. Go home and ask your parents to pretend a massive hurricane is coming. Secure your homes. Fill your bathtubs with water. Fill anything that will hold a liquid. Planters, barrels, swimming pools. Top them all off. Gather your food in a secure place, since restaurants and stores will likely be closed until they have power again. And last of all, get to know the neighbors on your street. None of us can do this alone, okay? We're in this together. There was a sea of blank faces in front of me. Was that the normal look for teens? Or was it just disbelief? I probably would have doubted some old guy talking like this when I was their age, too. But this might be my last chance to help them, so I decided to give it my best effort. Also, last thing, if you're continuing up the highway past my stop, stick together as far as you can. Older students, please take care of the younger ones. There's safety in numbers. I got a lot of wary acknowledgments. A few of the youngsters stood closer to older students, as if afraid they were going to be left behind. Class dismissed, I added. The magic words did the trick. Kids dispersed from my impromptu lesson and sprang into action. 3 or 4 met up with the waiting parents, who must have lived on the other 2 streets in our subdivision. The rest, about 20 of them, continued walking north on Bayside Road. I feel like a cop after all, I said under my breath. A traffic cop. I'd spent considerable time in my day gathering young people into groups and then sending them off into the unknown. First Trevor's friends, now the high school and middle school students. I was happy to do it, but I couldn't make it a full-time job. The press of silence returned once we'd gotten away from the noisy teens and walked a bit. The parents who'd been waiting for their kids peeled off and went up the first 2 streets in our neighborhood. By the time we turned on Clownfish, I was happy to only have my smaller group of neighbors. I didn't seriously expect trouble, but if I'd learned anything from walking and riding all over the area, and reading my books, it was that trouble would eventually catch up to us. The first few hours of the EMP had given me some scares, but nothing had been beyond my ability to handle. I wanted to stay on that streak. Looking at our street anew, I saw where we needed to have guard posts near the first houses under construction. Maybe a roadblock there as well. Some of the books I'd read had their heroes set up complicated signal systems, such as stringing communications wire between houses, so their owners could converse in real time. If we used my garage as the headquarters, it would be nice to talk to the guard post 100 yards away without shouting. Confident I had the workings of a security plan, I glanced over my shoulder to check on my group one last time. They'd all stuck close to me, which was good. However, I was surprised to see 2 young ladies fast-walking about 100 feet behind us. The whole group stopped when I did.
"Oh, man,"
Tyler said under his breath.
"Not them again."
"Shh," his mother hissed. Their insane red hair identified them from afar as the 2 girls who'd been trying to break into their own car, so I immediately understood Tyler's reaction. "Are you guys lost?" I asked when they finally got close. The girls came a few steps closer, but halted about 10 feet from me.
"We don't mean to be a bother,"
one of them said,
"but we don't have anywhere else to go."
The twins were tall and muscular, but not in an unattractive way. I figured they played softball or volleyball based on that alone. Their hair hung down to their waists, but one had hers in braids, while the other let hers fly wild.
"Our car didn't start,"
Wildhair said.
"We live about 10 miles north of here, but we've already gone about 5, so we'll never make it home before it gets dark."
She looked to her left, toward the sun. It was already dropping toward the houses in that direction. It had taken us an hour and change to walk home, which meant it was probably close to 4:30 or 5 o'clock already. I needed to find an old-school watch as soon as I could. "And you want to stay the night with us?" I asked.
"We're real sorry,"
she nodded sheepishly.
"But once we saw you weren't going any farther north, we knew it was best to stick with you, since you seem to know what the heck is going on. Plus, we go to class with Tyler." "They can't stay with us,"
Tyler replied in a voice too quiet to be heard by the girls. Rainey scoffed at Tyler before shifting toward her mother.
"Of course they can stay with us. Right, Mom?"
"I'm happy to provide a safe place for you girls, of course." She scowled at her son, as if to ensure he didn't argue. Luke turned his back to the twins, so he wouldn't be heard when speaking to me. "I'm cool with them being here, and of course we'll take them in for one night. But getting them home could become an issue if this goes on for too long." I nodded. They were extra mouths to feed, too. Based on their size and strength, they probably ate as much as full-grown men. But having them around was the price I paid for walking out of my house earlier in the day. It was the price of living in a society. Each person I'd met had added new complications, incurred costs I'd not anticipated, and yes, added long-term dangers and risks. The alternative, however, was living as a hermit inside my house in perfect safety until the food ran out, helping no one but myself. What jackass would choose that path? "It'll be fine, girls," I said to them in an upbeat voice. "We'll take good care of you until we figure out how to get you the rest of the way home. Come with us, and we'll get you settled in. Maybe you can even help us prepare some things for the night." The wild-haired girl stepped closer.
"We'll help however we can. My name is Alexandria, but you can call me Alex. My sister is Zoe, but she goes by Z." "Thank you so much,"
Z, the girl with the braid, added.
"We were afraid to ask for help, which is why we followed you at a distance for so long. Sorry about that."
All is forgiven, I replied. I'm glad you decided to ask for help. And I'm just as glad we're in a position to give you a safe place to crash. As we walked the last 100 yards, I saw 2 men come out of the woods behind the 2 homes under construction. They walked fast and toward our end of the cul-de-sac, which threw up 100 red flags. Luke, stop the trailer. We might need those shotguns after all. Chapter 10. I grabbed my combat shotgun from the back of the trailer and handed the pump to Luke. You get everyone to your house. I'm going to see what those guys are doing sneaking around here. Are you sure? I can come with you. No, I said with more force than I'd intended. I wasn't trying to be the hero, but someone had to stay with his wife and the 4 kids. There might be more men and other threats, so we couldn't both go out and leave everyone else virtually defenseless. I see Penny and Carmen standing by the island. You need to get them and your family to safety inside. Have the shotgun ready. Come on, Dad. Gandalf knows what he's doing, Tyler said matter-of-factly. I wasn't some all-knowing wizard like the boy thought I was. Instead, I was the guy who already thought about a lot of these scenarios from reading my novels. We were standing in the open, which those books and common sense advised was the worst place to be when enemy forces were around. Rather than spend more time talking about it and possibly getting spotted, it was better to spring into action. All right, everyone, let's do as Frank says, Luke said in a low voice. Once the group continued on, I jogged to the back corner of the house across the street from Evelyn's place. It belonged to the 2 workaholics we hadn't seen yet. The backyard was filled with young trees of many different types. Most I didn't recognize, which made it seem like an arboretum. The foliage gave me plenty of cover to watch the pair of men. I watched for a few moments, until I saw the 2 men emerge from the ground cover at the edge of the woods. I gripped my shotgun, aware that I'd made a big deal telling Luke I wanted to hold off using it as long as possible. However, I was prepared to defend my friends, with whatever level of violence was required. The pair of men went around a large tree behind Trevor's property line. Then they changed directions and came into his grassy backyard. For a split second, I was torn about what to do. There was a certain cosmic justice to allowing strange men to tangle with the smarmy young guy and his frat buddies. However, I knew I wasn't going to let harm come to any of my neighbors, even those I found distasteful. Ready for anything, I cut across the yard until I was closer to the mystery men. I watched as they approached Trevor's pool and headed on to his huge screened-in recreation area. Oh, shit, I said under my breath. I recognized the lead guy as my asshole neighbor. Wherever he'd been, I had no doubt Trevor had caused problems for someone. He and his larger partner walked with purpose the whole way, as if they were attempting to get inside before someone spotted them. I was the someone he was likely avoiding. He'd have no idea I wanted to avoid him, too. I'd made sure the 2 men weren't strangers looking to rob a house, so I'd done my neighborly duty. But pressing my luck by jumping out and questioning the hothead about where he'd been would bring me nothing but frustration. Trevor's behavior reinforced the idea I'd need to keep a close eye on him whenever possible. I let the pair go inside the house. Then I reversed course through the shaded yard, keeping plenty of cover between myself and Trevor's windows. I didn't want him to see me, since he would never believe I'd gone behind his neighbor's home so I could protect his own property. The concept of being a good, concerned neighbor was alien to the kid. When I got to Luke's place, he'd gotten almost everyone in the garage, as I'd suggested. Even Evelyn and her husband Ben were there. The faint sound of a barking dog came from inside Luke's home, as if the animal knew something was happening outside. Where's Penny? I asked.
She ran home to be with her daughter,
Carmen replied. It made perfect sense. If she thought there was a threat to the street, the mother wouldn't hide in a garage while the child was alone. She'd gone to provide security, especially since I'd given her the revolver. As I'd touched on a few minutes earlier, there was so much we needed to do. In addition to the roadblocks and guard stations, we could really use an all-clear siren, so residents knew the threats were gone. Also, I didn't like the idea of putting everyone in a single garage. If the EMP effects lasted for more than a few days, we needed to set up multiple strong points and defensive positions. "You okay, Frank?" Luke said in a sympathetic voice. "Who were those guys?" "It was just Trevor," I said in a matter-of-fact tone. "He and his pal were off doing God knows what, while we've been working hard to get your kids." I didn't ask where he was, but I'd bet anything they weren't visiting a local church.
"So we're safe?"
Melanie asked. "For the time being," I reasoned. There was a fine balance between being paranoid about deadly threats lurking in every shadow and the more realistic possibility no one even cared about our street. Reading all those books had given me insights into what bad situations were possible during disasters, but I had to temper such fictional knowledge with reality. Life wasn't like those books, where all of society broke down in a few hours. Even criminals would take time to figure it all out. I had to remember not to throw too much negativity on my neighbors. "We can get back to preparing ourselves for tonight." I looked out Luke's garage to the east. We had a few more hours of June sunshine, which gave us plenty of time to prepare for the darkness of night. But I was also getting hungry. "Does anyone feel like a big barbecue tonight?" I asked.
"Is now the time to be having a party?"
Evelyn replied. "I never thought I'd say this," I answered, "but we have no choice other than to throw a little party for ourselves. The meat in our freezers isn't going to last more than a couple of days if the power doesn't come back on. Our only course of action is to fire up the grills and feast, before it rots." Almost every book I'd ever read about EMPs started with a barbecue, and, in a way, I'd been trying to avoid it, hoping the power would flick back on by some miracle, because having the barbecue would signify we were really and truly heading into a serious crisis. "I called dibs on the brats," Tyler blurted.
"Who says we're having brats?"
his sister asked. "Mom keeps a stockpile in our downstairs freezer. I call dibs on at least 4 of them." The kid rubbed his hands together, excited at the prospect of dinner. "This is the first time in my life I don't have access to a propane grill," I stated. "I haven't had time to buy one since I moved in." "I've got one," Ben replied. "So do I," Luke answered. "I can wheel it around to the front. We can grill right here on the driveway, if that's what you had in mind." "That's exactly what I had in mind," I smiled. "Ben, if you can roll yours over, we could use 2. "I'm on it," Ben replied.
"Ben, no,"
Evelyn whispered to him.
"We need to keep what we have."
The garage got uncomfortable for a few seconds. "Frank's right," Ben finally answered. "We need to cook it before it goes bad. You and I can't possibly eat all we have in 2 days, so we should share it with everyone else. Trust me, dear, this is the best way for you and I." Evelyn shook her head, but didn't argue with him. "Come, dear," Ben said to his wife. "Let's go get the grill." Ben gently took her arm and walked toward their home. "I'll bring some meat and beers," I said to the others in a cheerier voice. I got Carmen's attention. "Can I talk to you for a second?"
"Sure. What's up?"
I pulled her away from the activity in the garage, so I could speak with her in private. I didn't want to ask this in front of the others, because I don't make it a practice to talk about anyone when they aren't around. but I'm having some problems figuring out Evelyn. She isn't really a team player."
"Believe me, we've all noticed," she chuckled.
"Well, I had an idea I wanted to fly by you. Would you be willing to grab Penny and then invite Evelyn to grill the meats together? I don't know if this is the problem or not, but maybe having some women friends would make her feel more included here."
"You might be right. But what makes you believe I'm the woman for the job? She hates me the most out of anyone on this street."
"She does seem to have something extra for you. What did you do to earn that? Did you curb stomp her flower beds?" I laughed at my joke, but she remained subdued. Carmen closed the distance between us and whispered,
"She thinks me and her husband once had a fling."
It took me a few seconds to process her words. It would be super unusual for a woman who could pass for J-Lo in her prime to hook up with a 70-something dude like Ben, especially since he was married. But I'd seen a lot of weird relationships over the years, so I knew better than to ask for details. I waited for her to continue, which I could see she wanted to do.
"And no, nothing happened between us. That would be gross. I'm in my late 20s.
There was a twinkle in her eyes, as if she'd just subtracted 5 or 10 years from her age.
"And he's got to be at least 75. It would be like going out with my abuelo, my grandpa."
"So why does Evelyn have it in her head that you did?"
"My mom lives hours away in Miami, and I get lonely living here in my big house."
She spoke in a more reflective tone of voice.
"Getting out of the house is necessary when you live alone, you know?"
I nodded. Even a quick trip to the library was better than sitting inside all day.
"So I try to be friendly to everyone I meet. A few times, while outside washing my car or watering my lawn, I spoke to Ben. I was only being neighborly, and nothing ever happened. At all."
"That sounds normal," I remarked.
"To you and me it does. But not Evelyn. She's the opposite. She's always inside and never comes out, never goes anywhere with her husband. I think he's lonelier than I am, even though he's married, which is why he was so anxious to chat with me."
My eyes studied her expression.
"Stop looking at me like that."
She playfully slapped me on the shoulder.
"My dad died a long time ago, so talking to Ben was like a little reminder of what it was like to have a caring father. Nothing physical ever happened between us, I promise. He stood by my mailbox and we talked."
"I trust you." I held up my hands in surrender. "But why doesn't his wife?"
"You know how older guys are."
She giggled a bit.
"He probably told her we talked about lawn fertilizer and car tires, which would have made any wife immediately suspicious. He probably never thought to tell her the truth about our conversations."
"What did you guys talk about, if you don't mind me asking?" Given the age difference, I was curious what they had in common.
"We mostly talked about money, actually. I came into some dinero after my divorce, and my mother knows nothing about investing. Benjamin has a portfolio, and has done quite well for himself. He seemed to enjoy giving me pointers, and I appreciated the help."
"And now Evelyn wouldn't believe anything you said to make it right."
"She'd only hear how I was trying to steal her man. The accusation is in her voice every time she and I talk."
"Well, I guess that changes things, but we can't give up on her. Would you still mind getting Penny and explaining a little about what we need? You can stay clear of Evelyn by being the gopher for a while."
"The gopher?"
she said with surprise.
"What is this?"
"She's the person who goes for things. You can bring over the meats, condiments, buns and bread, and that sort of stuff. While you're gone, it will give Penny and Evelyn time to get to know each other. Maybe Penny can succeed, where the rest of us haven't been able to break through." Carmen didn't seem happy, but she wasn't angry either.
Fine, the woman sighed. I'll do what I can to play nice. She's the one with the problems, though, not me.
You're a lifesaver, I exhaled.
Yeah, well, you owe me one.
She winked before leaving. I watched her walk away for a moment before hurrying back to the garage. Luke had already wheeled his giant gas grill from the backyard, and he'd set it up in the middle of the driveway. Ben tinkered with a smaller grill he'd brought over from his place. Tyler and Rainey had gone inside, as had Melanie, leaving me and Ben alone. Ben, we haven't formally met. I'm Frank Douglas. We shook hands. I've seen you driving around in your old pickup truck, he replied, though it's nice to put a name to the face. Well, you won't see me in the pickup much anymore, because I just bought a new Corvette. I pointed to the orange car in my garage. Then again, you won't see me in any car for now, since we can't get them started. Yeah, I saw all the stopped vehicles as I came back home through the canal system. Every street is a lot like ours, as best as I could tell. I'm glad you made it back here without any incidents. He'd only been a few canals away when we'd found him in his boat, so it wasn't a long ride back. But I was happy to see him and his working boat motor had returned unharmed. We need every able-bodied person on our street to help prepare for potential trouble. He held up an open beer bottle, as if to say cheers. I'm glad you made it back, too. I overheard Melanie and the kids talk about you. It seems like you have a fan club. Hell, even Evelyn said nice things about you. Really? I asked with surprise. I didn't think she even liked me. He chuckled in a polished way, as if the statement was one he heard a lot. Trust me, she doesn't like anyone. I'd hoped my retirement would make things better, but I'm starting to think she just hates living in Florida. I think she wanted to move to Arizona to be closer to her sisters. Sisters? Are they as pleasant? He suggested. I shrugged, glad I didn't have to finish my thought. They're both peaches. I love being around them. I just don't love the dry heat of the desert, you know? Plus, I've always lived here. I plan on dying here. Benjamin was instantly an important resource. Someone who'd lived in the area all his life would have insights that would help us down the road. So I looked at him with an appraising eye. Hey, Ben, what would you say to taking a few minutes and having a quick meeting with me and Luke? I wished LeVar was home, since I hadn't spoken to him in a meaningful way either. But having Ben with us would be a start. Luke came out of his garage carrying a huge pair of tongs. I walked down the driveway, which gave me a view of the upper story of his house. Luke, when you get the grill lit, me and Ben would like a word. Sure thing. I've already got it going. We'll be at grilling temperature in 10 or 15 minutes. That's more than enough time. But first, I'm looking to get some elevation. Can you tell me if that upstairs window can open? I pointed to a raised window on his top floor. He gave me a knowing look. Follow me. A minute later, the three of us filed through the window onto the roof. We climbed to the summit and had the view of the surrounding neighborhood I was hoping for. Guys, I wanted to talk to you both in private because we've now got a bunch of kids and, delicate women down there. I spoke in a low voice, so no one in the driveway or in the garage could hear us. Ben still carried his bottle, but he pulled a can of beer from his pocket and handed it to me. Thanks, I said. He made a second can appear from another compartment of his cargo pants. Then he handed it over to Luke. How many do you have in there? I asked with a laugh. I figured we'd need 'em if we're discussing serious things, Ben answered. I sat next to him, while Luke sat on his other side. Ben sucked on his bottled beer before replying to me. I know you wanted to get me alone because you're talking about Eve. You don't have to sugarcoat it for me. She talks tough, but deep down she's afraid of everything and everyone. In fact, I'm surprised you got her out of the house before I made it home." "Can't you talk to her?" I asked. "Get her to calm down a bit, and maybe lay off Carmen?" I wasn't going to reveal what Carmen had told me in confidence, but my suggestion should have been clear. The woman's bad attitude could soak through to the others and bring them down. The last thing any group needed during the end of the world was interpersonal problems. "We've been married for 35 years. He chuckled with a touch of sadness. "You think I haven't tried? I've heard she's worse when I'm not around. And she has some issue with Carmen I can't figure out. But it shouldn't be a big deal now that I'm back. From here on out, I'll watch over her and keep her from becoming a problem until the lights come back on." "Well, here's the thing," I said. "I think this might go on for a lot longer than any of us thinks. A big EMP like this has wiped out this part of Florida for sure, but there's no reason to think it didn't take the rest of America with it. At this point, best case, other countries come to our rescue. Figure several weeks until they arrive, and because we're on the coast, we'll have a jump on everyone else. However, worst case, other countries tend to their own issues and leave us to survive on our own. We might see millions of dead come winter, millions of others migrating south on account of the cold, and worst of all, possibly years of living like we're in the 1800s. "My God," Ben whispered. Luke and I had already discussed the possibility, so he showed less reaction, which reminded me how glad I was to have him around. He didn't have the survival skills of the heroes in the books I'd read, but he was a fast learner, a solid listener, and seemed like a good dude. I was lucky he was the first person I'd met. "Wait a minute," Ben replied. "How the hell do you know all this? Are you with the military or a government agency or something? I've seen plenty of disasters living in hurricane country, and I'll grant you this looks bad on the surface. But how can you know what's going to happen in days, weeks, or even years?" I'd been getting variants of the same question from all my neighbors, so I had an answer at my fingertips. "I've been reading books about stuff like this since I was a kid. The end-of-the-world scenarios fascinate me. I've read a ton of stories about EMPs, which have results exactly like what we're seeing here. Loss of power, communications, computer chips, and so on. EMPs require high technology and know-how to get them into the atmosphere above a target. So if we're suffering the effects, it means someone was successful at it." "Could it have been natural?" Ben asked in a thoughtful tone of voice. "How do you know for sure it was an attack? If it were natural, we'd probably be in even worse shape. Some sort of solar event or gamma-ray burst from a distant supernova might do the trick. But then the entire world would be in jeopardy, not just America. So we're hoping a hostile nation did this to us. Not Mother Nature?" Ben finished. "Something like that," I admitted. After a quiet moment looking at our surroundings, Ben spoke again. "So, what's our plan?" I downed half the can of semi-chilled beer. "As far as I know, we have all the youngsters accounted for on our street. I was happy to get Penny's daughter and your kids, Luke, but those should be the last trips out to retrieve people. We need to focus on organizing ourselves, drawing up lists, and getting our houses in order. I'm not only talking about what's inside, but also who. We have to minimize conflict, so when the times get tough, we all trust each other." I looked over to Ben. "That's the main reason why I had to bring up your wife." "I'll do my best," he replied. "Awesome," I said. We all sat quietly drinking our beer for a few moments. "The next thing," I continued, "is intel. You said you've lived around here all your life, right? The older guy nodded. What can you tell me about our area? East, north, and south was the forest, so there was nothing to see in those directions. The west was more open, toward Bayside Road. But the lay of the land was entirely flat, making it hard to see beyond the pockets of trees on the other 2 streets of our subdivision. Well, it's true I've lived in the area my whole life. It doesn't seem that long ago there was just one road through here, and no houses, no canals, and none of these big box stores like they've got all over the dang place. He held up his bottle and pointed behind us. In fact, I used to live back that way, in a little tar paper shanty my granddad built. It was... He caught my eye. You don't want to hear about my stories, do you? Not right now, I smiled. Once we get this place together, we'll have nothing but time to kill. Then we can shoot the breeze until your voice craps out. For now, I'm looking for information on what's hidden out there. Are there any prisons I don't know about, for instance? He took it in stride. Prisons? Not that I know of, thank God. Behind us is the Yucca Pens Preserve. Lots of trees for miles, as you know. But on the other side of the forest is the interstate, going between Fort Myers and Tampa. You'll find all those box stores up there. He pointed due north. That way is North Point. Port Charlotte is about 15 miles farther up the road. Lots of homes that way, but also a lot of country clubs and snowbird RV parks, which could be useful. Between Port Charlotte and Tampa is a lot of marshland, some forest, and a few farms. What about south? I asked. You mean beyond Fort Myers? He replied. Yeah. What's on the other side of the city? Swamp. Beyond Fort Myers, there are a ton of retirement homes through Bonita Springs and Naples. But every mile you go toward the south, it gets wetter and swampier. The Everglades are down that way. I knew a little of the geography of South Florida. I'd been to Miami a few times on my truck routes, but it had been many years. I did remember crossing the Big Cypress National Preserve, which seemed like driving 100 miles in a straight line through a damp forest. I'd never been to the Everglades, which was on the southern tip of Florida, by the Florida Keys. And to the west? I asked with finality. Oh, that's easy, since you've been looking at it all day while you've been out on the road. Between here and the coast, I'd figure 1,000 homes and 50 fingers of canals winding between 'em. It gets very confusing for those who aren't familiar with the waterways, but I know 'em all pretty well, because I like to take my boat to the Gulf, so I can fish in solitude. You fish the beaches? I figured Florida was surrounded by beaches, which was one of the reasons I'd moved to the state. When I got settled in, I'd planned to take a cooler, an umbrella, and a stack of books to the closest patch of sand. Nope, the beaches are miles away. You first have to pass through a marshy preserve beyond the homes, cross a bit of water, then you'll reach Pine Island, which is a narrow north-south piece of land about 15 miles long. When you get past that, you'll cross more water before you get to Captiva and Sanibel Islands. Those are even narrower than Pine, but that is where you'll finally reach the sandy beaches. I needed to study the map a bit better, since I didn't remember rows of islands along the coast. But my interest in what was out there was no longer recreational. The important question, I went on, is whether you can catch fish out there among the marshes, islands, and beaches, Ben. I can catch fish anywhere, even in this nasty canal. He pointed to the waterway behind Luke's yard. I didn't know Ben from a stranger, but something about him made me believe what he'd said. He didn't seem to be a guy who exaggerated. That's good, I went on, because if I'm right about what this is, food is quickly going to be our #1 concern. Tomorrow, People are going to wake up all across the area and realize their freezers are thawing out. Most of them won't think to have a big barbecue like we're going to do, nor will they think about making jerky out of the leftover meats like we'll do tomorrow. I figured we've got 3 or 4 days as people consume what's in their cupboards. Once they realize they're screwed, well, then we're all screwed. Why is that? Luke asked. You're helping us get squared away so we're not one of them, right? Because they'll be coming here, Ben jumped in. That's right, I agreed. It's the Golden Horde concept. Once the people in the big cities realize the whole place is about to collapse, they'll run into the suburbs to steal or eat anything that isn't locked down hard. They'll spread like locusts, trying to consume enough to stay alive, before they move on to points even farther out from the city. Is that from your book reading? Ben asked. Yes, but really it's just human nature. There's no scenario where people get kinder and more thoughtful toward each other when society breaks down. Every book puts it in their own way, but they all suggested the same, unpleasantness is heading our way if this goes on for longer than a few days. Yeah, Ben replied. Nobody has been too pleasant these last few years. TV has nothing but killings and war and violence anymore. If this is going to take days or weeks, you're right to want to prepare for it. Ben wound up his arm and chucked his empty beer bottle in a high arc before it splashed in the canal. The plop caused ripples to fan out from the point of impact. You trying to make it more of a challenge to fish in that water? I said with a chuckle. What? That? You should see what your neighbors drop in the water when they think no one is looking. I've seen them toss in car batteries, jugs of motor oil, and I even saw one guy dump in an entire pool table into the canal. Trust me, that water probably got a little cleaner on account of my bottle. I assumed he'd gleaned the information during his boating trips. It wasn't my style to toss my garbage for someone else to clean up. But Ben probably had a point. There were much bigger problems to deal with. Ben pulled the top of another can of beer he'd found on his person. You guys don't mind, do you? He asked. We might not have cold beer again for some time. Would be a tragedy not to capitalize on these chilled suds while we've got the chance. Agreed, I replied. We again fell into silence and sucked on our beers. The sun was low to the west, suggesting it would be dark soon. I turned toward the front of the house to see Penny and Evelyn as they put meat on the grill. Carmen came out of her house across the street and walked toward the other 2 women. When she saw me, she waved. I waved back. Well, I was cut off by the rat-a-tat sound of multiple gunshots coming from the direction of Bayside Road. The 3 of us hopped up. Luke dropped his can. It went tumbling down the roof, adding to the sense of urgency. Meeting adjourned, I announced. Chapter 11. Ben and Luke slid down the roofing tiles toward the open window, but I held on to the peak rather than drop. I stayed low to minimize my profile to whoever was shooting, but I also felt compelled to know what was happening out there. As I watched, a huge white flash of light erupted to the west, followed a second later by a deep booming sound. There might be weapons involved, but the explosion was something else.
What's going on?
Penny shouted from the driveway below.
Do I need to get Daisy inside?
Penny's daughter sat on a blanket in the front yard, though she frantically looked around for the popping sounds, perhaps remembering the loud noises of our bike ride. I turned back toward the trouble, not sure what to expect. Another flash of bright white lit up the western sky. Damn! I cried out. A colorful splash of sparks erupted from the ground, as if fired by a cannon. My first impression suggested I was watching a fireworks show. However, instead of exploding a safe distance above people's homes, the pyrotechnics were now blowing up on the ground.
"Looks like a garage fire," Ben commented, as he came back to the top of the roof.
"You sure?" I asked.
"Yep. Had a neighbor lose his standalone garage one time due to fire. Caused all kinds of explosions and flashing lights. Just like what you see there. You'd be surprised how fast a typical garage, with all its chemicals and whatnots, will burn up."
Watching it for another half-minute, the large, colorful explosions suggested Ben was half right. I had no doubt there was normal garage stuff cooking off, but the 4th of July was about 2 weeks away, and if Floridians were halfway as serious about the holiday as people in my old Chicago neighborhood, they'd already be hoarding large stockpiles of fireworks. That had to be the bulk of what was blowing up over there.
"I guess the fire department won't be putting it out anytime soon, huh?"
Luke said as he finally made it back to the top of his roof. A thunderous boom echoed through the air.
"Damn," Ben exclaimed. "He had some big gas tanks."
I now saw the plumes of yellow fire standing taller than the houses to the west. It wasn't a home in our subdivision, but it wasn't far across Bayside Road either. Close enough to see it, yet too far out of the area to think of helping. Without a proper fire department, the flames would have to burn themselves out. The revelation made me aware of our own hazards. Leaving Ben and Luke, I slid down the incline of the roof until I was at the edge. Penny, Carmen, and Evelyn stood on the driveway, looking up at me.
"It's just a house fire, not a gunfight," I said to those below.
"Is that good or bad?"
Evelyn replied.
"I can't tell by the tone of your voice."
"At this point, I'm not sure. Both are pretty bad. I do know we need to roll those grills a little farther down the driveway. We don't want to take any chances of lighting Luke's house on fire."
My books had taught me a million useful lessons, but one I couldn't remember reading about was the crushing sense of urgency present in a long-term emergency. If it ever happened to me, which was something I thought about a lot, I always assumed societal breakdown was going to happen slowly, over many days or weeks, giving me plenty of time to plot my course to survive it. However, in reality, I'd been caught up in one minor emergency after the next in the first several hours, making it impossible to take a breather and look ahead. By the time the three of us made it back to ground level, the ladies had moved the grills halfway down the long driveway, putting them at least 30 feet from the home. The chance of any embers flying into the open garage had been far reduced. One more minor thing out of the way, it was time to move fire prevention higher up on our list of preparations. "Guys, we can't help those people with their fire, but we can work to prevent our own." I pointed to the 2 sizzling grills. "Even something common like these things have to be watched like hawks. One spark could destroy everything we'd need to survive later on."
"What else do you want us to do?" Penny asked. "Are we in danger?"
"Not right at this second, but prevention is going to be our best friend." I turned to my oldest neighbor. "Ben, would you be willing to go around to all the houses and shut off the electricity?"
"You mean switch off the main breakers?" he asked.
"Yeah. I know the power is out right now, but if it comes back on when we don't expect it, a spark could touch off a fire. It's better to shut it all down, to prevent any chance of a fire now or down the road."
"Why me?"
Ben asked in a good-natured way. "Because I figure you've probably dealt with breakers and don't need to be shown what to do. Am I wrong?"
"No, you're right."
He took a final swig out of his beer can.
"I can do it. I'll start at my house and work around. Unless anyone doesn't want me poking into their homes."
"I can do mine," Luke replied.
"I don't want Mr. Puppers to attack you. He's in the spare bedroom chilling on his bed, so he doesn't come out here and get all excited. If you show up, Ben, he's going to jump all over you."
I appreciate the warning, Ben laughed. And skip Trevor's place, I added. At least for now. Suits me fine, Ben said as he ambled off toward his home. I addressed those who were left. The number one thing we can do right this second is make a rule that says you can't use open flames inside your homes. Is everyone cool with that? As expected, everyone nodded in agreement. Sensible people knew better than to invite trouble into their homes, especially since they could still hear the occasional clap of explosions from the distant blaze. Later we'll talk about gathering fire extinguishers, prepping buckets for a bucket brigade, and clearing out fire hazards from inside and outside our homes. There are a lot of little things we can do once we have a bit more time. Our part of Florida wasn't known for its wildfires, so at least we had that going for us. Human error would probably be the biggest threat, such as tossed cigarettes or candles at night. But other unavoidable accidents could also strike, like the falling planes earlier. No matter how fire came to our street, education and preparation beforehand was a key toward fighting it. Eventually, we'd have to talk about other services that might not come back around for a long period of time. It wasn't only the fire department we'd miss, but the police, too. We'd also miss out on doctors, dentists, and other healthcare professionals. However, while I had to keep track of these potential problems, I didn't need to bother everyone else with them. As Ben quietly battened down the houses of our street, I wanted to keep everyone upbeat and positive. Now, on to better and tastier things, I said as I rubbed my hands together while looking over the meats.
We're almost ready, Penny advised.
It looks like this meal is going to be epic. A dozen different cuts sizzled on the metal grates of both grills. It smells heavenly. Even Evelyn smiled in response. Thanks for cooking them, ladies, I commented, and then Carmen pulled me aside and leaned in conspiratorially.
You were right, Frank, she said.
About the fires?
No, I'm not talking about fire, she paused. Though I assume you're right about that, too. It does make sense to prepare for the worst.
Then what? I asked.
About her.
She turned toward Evelyn.
You were right about Penny being able to get through to her. They've been talking like fast friends since you went up on the roof.
Maybe it was me getting away from her, I chuckled.
No, you were right, which confirms I've been totally wrong about you since you moved in.
Wrong about me? What does that mean?
Single, middle-aged man who drives a hot rod Corvette? Lives in a bachelor pad? What did you want people to think?
Luke said something similar about me. I chewed on her words for a few seconds. You thought I was the asshole at the end of the street, didn't you?
Maybe not an asshole, she mused. You always waved and smiled when you drove by, and you were respectful without ogling me. So I have to give credit where it's due. An asshole would have given me finger guns, or warned me my lawn was going to catch fire because I was so hot.
I raised an eyebrow. Do guys actually talk like that to you?
Some do, she shrugged. Toby, the guy in the house across from Ben, would walk by when he saw me outside. He was nice enough, and he never tried anything out in the open. But he's just like my ex. He called me honey, sweet little thing, and used pickup lines as jokes. It got so annoying I went inside any time I saw him coming out of his house.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm not.
Oh, I know,
she cut me off.
Most guys your age driving a big orange sports car wouldn't give a crap about someone like Evelyn, much less devise a way to befriend her through a third party.
To be fair, I only wanted to make peace on our block. I don't think she and I have much in common.
Oh, no. You don't get out of it that easy. You've got a gift for seeing a problem and knowing how to fix it.
She pointed to Daisy, who sat on the grass nearby.
You tackled the problem for Penny, then you did it for Luke, and now you've made sure Evelyn isn't totally alone."
Carmen's eyes glowed in the golden hour sunlight. I was tempted to comment about how she looked in the flattering light, but it wasn't the time, place, or situation for getting even a little personal with the beautiful woman, especially after the conversation we just had. "What do you know about Toby and his wife?" I asked. Her expression changed, as if my line of questioning surprised her.
"Not much," she said. "Toby once mentioned his job, which has something to do with construction, but it's been a while since that conversation, so I don't remember the details. I was glad to have someone new to talk to when he first started coming around, but after all his condescending names for me, I got the feeling he was looking for more than conversation."
"And his wife?"
"She never hit on me."
It took me a second. "You're joking." My hesitation made her giggle. "I meant, what does she do?"
"I think she's a real estate agent. He mentioned her and golf a few times, I think. Maybe she sells houses at golf courses? Or something like that? Not sure how they fit together. They had one kid, but she moved out a few years ago. I know it's not much, but that's all I can say for sure about the wife, since Toby almost never shared anything about her."
"Do you think his wife saw you guys talking?" I mused, thinking of her problems with Evelyn. "Maybe she has a hidden grudge against you too. That's the kind of thing I need to know about."
"I have no idea," she laughed, "because I've never met her. When she shows up and throws shade on me, I'll fill you in."
We shared a moment of levity while standing in the low rays of sunshine, but I excused myself to get back to the driveway. Melanie and Luke had brought out an 8-foot plastic table and were placing folding chairs around it. "Can I help?" I asked.
"Nah, we got this,"
Luke answered. In 15 minutes, with varying degrees of help from the 4 kids, the table came together with condiments, napkins, paper plates, and metal utensils. There was enough space for all 12 of us, including the teen twins, though it was tight.
"You sit here,"
Melanie insisted, as we all gathered around the feast. She'd pointed me to the head of the table. I was going to let Luke sit there, since it was his table, his driveway, and we'd used his grill. But he'd already taken the chair next to that spot. His wife and kids sat in the adjacent chairs, with Evelyn in the last place. Ben took the seat at the far end of the table, and Alex, Z, Penny, Daisy, and Carmen filled out the other side.
"You want to say grace?"
Carmen asked me. "Yeah, Frank, you have the honors," Luke added.
"Grace,"
Tyler whispered.
"She passed away 30 years ago."
Rainey jammed her elbow in his side.
"Ow,"
he complained.
"You're such an idiot,"
Rainey said to her brother. "It's okay," I remarked, since I knew where the Grace quote came from. "I'm a fan of Christmas Vacation, too."
"Right on,"
Tyler cheered. Luke tapped the table, which made the boy put his head down, though his smile remained. Slowly, with reverence, I sat in my designated chair. "Thank you," I said to my host. For the first time since the sirens went off, I felt as if I was in charge. I'd been winging it from the beginning, and there were moments when I'd taken on the role of leader because no one else jumped in, like when confronting Trevor. But being at the table, with everyone looking to me, made the responsibility sink in. My neighbors are counting on me. I bowed my head. God, bless this bounty in front of us. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to meet our great neighbors, and for helping us find the strength to endure this strange day. Thank you for bringing home our children, including Daisy, Tyler, and Rainey. Make it safe for Alex and Z to go home soon, too. Please watch over LeVar and his wife Kyra, wherever they may be. Also, please help the rest of our missing neighbors find their way back to us. Finally, if you don't mind me asking, please make our EMP a lot less dangerous than it is in all the books." "Amen," the others replied. Tyler mumbled, "Play ball," which was another quote from the same movie. The sun went down as we stuffed ourselves with the treasure trove of food. The cooks had also provided numerous frozen vegetables, bread and buns, and anything else they could pull from the freezer that was bound to go bad. One cooler was filled with tubs of ice cream that had to be enjoyed immediately. "This is like the feast at the start of The Hobbit," Tyler said while stuffing a piece of steak in his mouth, "which means Gandalf is about to split." He pointedly looked at me. "I'm not going anywhere," I countered. "You will," Tyler said in a casual tone of voice. "Trust me." The more I thought it over, the more I had to acknowledge there would almost certainly be a time I would have to leave our street. We would eventually need something from the outside, and someone, me, would have to organize an effort to go get it. It was part of the responsibility of being put at the head of the table. I'd already left the street twice on day one. "We'll see," I allowed. He scoffed at me in a friendly way, like he didn't buy what I was selling. "So," I said to him, "what is it you do in your free time? Are you on any sports teams at school?" The shelves in Luke's garage were filled with soccer balls, padded equipment, netting, shoes, and sports drink coolers. Everything you'd expect from a couple of kids who were athletic. Rainey chuckled to herself. Tyler glared at her, then turned back to me. "I don't play any sports." "Oh, sorry," I commented. "The garage is full of stuff, and you dress like you do." His Adidas shirt and track pants suggested he was athletic to the core. "Yeah, it's fine to dress like a Fortnite kid in middle school, but not in the big leagues." The boy looked down at his attire. "These are comfortable, and I guess they look all right, but I do not play any sports in them." "What's a Fortnite kid?" I asked as I tried not to sound like my generation was too far out of touch. And I recalled that Rainey had said the name earlier. He looked over to his sister, as if she might say something, but she had a hamburger stuffed in her face. "It's a video game I used to play a lot back in the day, when I was a kid. That's really all you need to know." "Well, you had me fooled." I said it to be polite. His desire to ride in the trailer, along with aversion to running home, now made sense. "It's no big deal," he replied, taking it in stride. "And I don't regret playing it back then, because it has given me an appreciation for high-quality games. In fact, now that I've grown up, I'm in top clans for several online games I play. I'm basically a professional." Rainey made a pfft sound. "Ignore her," Tyler said without glancing sideways. "She's just jealous because she can't make any money doing what she loves." "You make money playing video games?" I said with surprise. "Sure, lots. I'll be able to buy my own car soon. One way nicer than hers." He tilted his head toward his sis. "Dang, I never would have guessed. You must be pretty good." "I told you. Top clans." He smiled hugely. I still didn't know what he meant about clans, but few of the others seemed interested in video games, so I let the moment pass. The rest of the dinner was mostly introductory conversation, as we went around the table sharing our backgrounds, how we came to live on Clownfish Cove, and what we were doing the instant the EMP struck. The 4 teens all shared their stories about the power going out at their high school, each making it seem highly dramatic and how they escaped the noisy gymnasium and the subsequent gunfire. By contrast, Ben's story was positively boring, since he'd been resting under a tree when it happened, though he and his beers made his return sound much more impressive than it was. Eventually, as the last light faded from the sky, and we'd put away as much ice cream as we could choke down, we packed up the leftover meats. Tonight, this stuff can go back in the thawing freezers. Tomorrow, we'll start a wood fire and dry out what we can of these pieces of beef, I said. We'll turn it into jerky, so it keeps better.
How long will it last?
Melanie asked. I'm not sure precisely. I'd read about making jerky, but it wasn't something I'd ever done, so I didn't have a ready answer. I have a survival book somewhere in my stuff that might have a page or two on it, but I'm not sure if it's one of the books in the boxes in my garage, or if it's on the moving truck.
I guess we can write it off if it's on the truck, right? She asked.
Yep. We'll figure it out, though. I know we have to heat it over a fire, but we might have to experiment a little to get it right. As for how long it'll last, we'll have to test that, too. The jerky process removes all the water, which is where bacteria can thrive. If we get it right, the meat should last weeks, maybe months. A few minutes later, Penny and her daughter caught me alone.
Hey, Frank. I just wanted to thank you again for helping me rescue my little angel. She also has something she wants to say to you.
We both looked at the little girl, who stood halfway behind her mother's leg.
Come on, dear. What do you say to Mr. Frank? Penny said in a coaxing tone of voice. Thank you for coming to get me, Mr. Frank.
The second she'd said it, Daisy went all the way around her mother's leg. You're very welcome, Miss Daisy, I replied. And any time you want to go for a bike ride in your trailer, you just let me know, okay? The girl giggled. As the pair walked back to the table, I wondered where we were on the sliding scale of danger. The chance of marauding barbarians swooping through on the first night of a disaster was effectively zero, but the chance would go up each night as the EMP outage continued. 2 weeks in, we might all be wearing football padding and driving refurbished police interceptors, like in Mad Max. Or, after 2 weeks, we might be dying in our garages because all the food is gone. Danger might not arrive on the first night, but it was already on the march. My books seemed to penalize the characters who planned the least, so I needed to stay ahead of the curve. I used the moonlight to scribble notes on my pad of paper, while the others quietly chatted. But the full group didn't last long. The 4 teens were the first to leave. Then Evelyn excused herself and went home alone. It left me, Carmen, Penny, Luke, and Melanie sitting around the table on Luke's driveway. Ben was there drowning another of his seemingly endless supply of beer, but he chugged it while standing inside the garage.
What are you writing? Melanie asked, after a long period of silence. And what can we do to help?
I looked up. I'm writing down the gear I know I have in my garage. The problem is I don't remember everything I packed in my advanced boxes versus what's still on the moving truck, like that survival book. There's also a lot of junk I still have in storage back in Chicago. I'd like to try to recall what I left behind, so I'll know not to look for it here.
Do you have to do that now? She asked. You must be exhausted.
I am, I sighed. But I'm a professional sleep avoider. I drove an 18-wheeler for many years. It had been a long time since I regularly drove long-haul rigs over the road, but I like to think I still retained the simple skill of staying awake. I tapped the notepad. There's a ton of stuff I need to get done besides taking inventory. I have to plan some options on how to make the jerky. I need to find a good saw to cut the wood, so we can have a bonfire to cook the jerky tomorrow. We need a comm system using old-fashioned wire to alert each other to danger. We need to set up a perimeter. We need a fire plan. We need...
Whoa, Melanie interrupted. You can't do this all by yourself.
Yeah, I have a lot of cables, Frank, Luke said, from when I ran Ethernet throughout my house. I bet I could rig something up. Really? Like a line from my garage to yours? It was a start. If we had enough cable, maybe it was possible to run a line to each house, then a line out to the homes under construction. Communications were crucial to protecting our subdivision. Maybe it was the most critical piece of defense, outside of having enough guns and ammo. Whatever you need. I could even rip the cordage out of my walls, so we have more.
Honey, are you sure?
Melanie replied. I don't know, he shrugged. I'd hate to do it, but if this lasts for a long time, we won't be using our computers or smart televisions. I just want to give Frank an option to consider. This is all great. I wrote down a few notes about his suggestion. If Luke doesn't care about his wires, I certainly don't, Melanie said with assurance. You just have to tell us what you need. I'll do whatever you ask too, Frank. Ben spoke slow and with a slur, as if he'd overdone it on the liquor. It had been about an hour since we ate dinner, and he'd been cracking open fresh beers the whole time. We looked inside the dark garage. I know I'm not on top of my game right now, Ben went on, but I'll be ready tomorrow. Besides, I'll be out of beer. Thanks, Ben, I said politely. We can really use you. I dropped the pen on the table. Right now, Frank, Melanie said, I think what we all could use is sleep. No matter what kind of trucking skills I retained, there was no denying I was approaching peak exhaustion. Today wasn't just sitting behind the wheel and pushing distance like a zombie, which was common back in my driving days. I'd ridden a bike more miles than I'd done in the entire rest of my life. I'd also walked and run around a bunch, too, before scarfing a huge meal. I wanted to curl up in bed and sleep as long as necessary, like a normal retired person. However, I was now experiencing the cost of being placed at the head of the table. I had to live up to my neighbors' expectations of leadership by making sure they were safe before I turned in. Yes, go home, I replied. Everyone rose from their seats. Sleep with your windows open, I cautioned. Especially you, Ben. You're at the end of our street, so you might hear trouble before the rest of us. The older guy grunted. We don't have air conditioning anymore, Luke laughed, so we don't have much choice about open windows. That's true, I replied. It means we're already set up to be vigilant at night. All of us have to stay alert for what's happening out on our street. Since we don't have a better way of sounding a warning, I guess we should... If there was trouble in the night, we'd all need a way to regroup and take care of it. Ideally, we'd have a secret alarm inside our homes, so we could converge on trouble without giving ourselves away. However, for night number 1, there was only one thing that both conveyed seriousness to the neighbors and would possibly deter the source of trouble. We should fire a gun, I finished. Oh, I don't know, Melanie said with hesitation. If we need it, that's what we'll do, Luke assured his wife. I can shoot, Ben slurred. There's no doubt in my mind about that, I said to him in a friendly tone. But right now, you should get on home, okay? Roger that, he said, shuffling out of the garage. He tried hard to keep himself upright as he walked away, but the older man was unquestionably drunk. Maybe don't worry about sleeping too close to a gun tonight, I suggested to his backside. Leave your window open, just in case, but keep your gun an arm's length away until you sober up. Aye, aye, boss, he replied. Ben cut across Luke's yard, and he knocked over one of the pink flamingos on his way. Oops, I'll get that in the morning, he called out. Don't worry about it, Luke answered. Ben crossed in front of LeVar's place, then went into his own garage. Wow, Melanie whispered.
He's had a few too many.
Who can blame him? I replied. We interrupted his quiet retirement away from Evelyn. Still, I hope he really is out of beer, so he's fully with us. We're all the neighborhood watch, looking out for each other's homes. That role has taken on new meaning, you know?
I'll sleep with Rocco on my dresser, Carmen announced. And I'll have your revolver near me too, Frank, Penny whispered, since Daisy was asleep in her arms. Everyone shoo. Melanie waved us away. Go home. Get some sleep. Frank, you especially. You're trying to get everyone else home, but I can see your eyelids drooping, even in the moonlight. You've earned your sleep.
I'm going, ma'am, I said in a weary voice. Penny hefted Daisy in her arms when she stood. The little girl had been asleep for the past hour as the adults talked.
Good night, all. It's definitely way past a certain someone's bedtime. Let's hope tomorrow is a better day.
Carmen waved to the mother. Remember to keep those windows open, I called out. Be ready for anything. I realized Penny was going home alone. Hold up. I'll walk you. Carmen, you ready too? The women walked on either side of me. There wasn't far to go, so the walk for Carmen was only a few seconds. But it was a good habit to encourage.
Good night, you two,
the pretty Cuban called out as she walked up her driveway.
Night,
Penny and I replied. Stay alert, I advised for the 10th time. We walked around the island of bushes, since it was hard to see the ground there. When we reached Penny's driveway, my neighbor halted.
Let me guess.
Stay alert, she chuckled. Do your best, I replied. I'll be keeping an eye on things too.
That makes me feel better, Frank. Thanks again for everything you've done today. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have someone like you as my neighbor. My day would have been a lot different if you weren't around.
She bounced the little girl in her arms, as if to keep her from waking up. You're welcome. I'll see you in the morning. We parted ways, though I didn't move from my spot until I saw her walk inside her home. While I stood there, I figured tomorrow night it might be a good idea to set up a bonfire near the circle, to provide more light for people walking around at night. It might also serve to comfort everyone, since a bright fire could add a sense of security to our street. Another item for my growing list of things to do. When I got to my house, I decided it wasn't enough to simply sleep inside with the windows open, like I'd told everyone else. Sure, a typical neighborhood watch consisted of residents who remained vigilant for illegal activity, but few people actually took them seriously. If a member stumbled upon a crime in progress, they would certainly report it, but almost no one took it upon themselves to actively protect their neighbors. That's where I had to be different. I pulled out a camp chair from my outdoor gear and set it up at the threshold of my garage right behind the vet. I put an LED flashlight in the cup holder of the seat. Then I placed my shotgun up against the back of my car so I could grab it in a second. I felt for the Springfield XDS on my hip to be 100% sure it was still on me. When I was satisfied I could properly defend myself, I fell heavily into the chair, more than ready to cash out. It seemed like days ago I talked on the phone to my nephew back in Chicago, though it had only been since the morning. Was he bedding down under similar powerless circumstances? Or was Chicago safe? Maybe he was watching the news about Florida and wondering if I was all right. Would he try to drive down and help me out? I'd have done the same if our positions were reversed. I jotted lines in my notebook several times as I sat there, each another piece of the survival mentality I was trying to foster. Each gave me a boost of alertness, with the knowledge it was an important skill, piece of equipment, or resource I needed to share with the others. However, despite knowing my list was impossibly far from done, I eventually fell asleep. In what felt like seconds later, I was startled awake by the clinking of broken glass. Without cars, planes, or the hum of 1,000 air conditioners, the Florida night seemed unnaturally quiet. It was that contrast which made the breaking glass noise stand out. The commotion came from the retired cop's place, which was the house to my right. I grabbed my shotgun and peeked around the corner of my garage door. A little more glass tinkled to the ground, but it sounded like the damage had already been done. A moment later, I strode across my lawn to get a better view of the home, and clearly saw the front door was wide open. I jogged onto the neighbor's driveway, went up the walkway to the front porch. Then I tiptoed to the edge of the doorway. Glass from the central pane of the door was scattered on the inside floor. Men spoke in low voices inside the home. I waited a couple of minutes to see if I could make out what they were saying, but they were deep inside, so I couldn't hear them very well. I tried to see if it was the homeowner, Mr. Drummond, thinking he might have had to break into his own place for some reason. I decided not to get any of my neighbors involved until I knew more. Plus, I currently had a huge advantage over the intruders. They had no idea I was there. I snuck into the front room, avoiding as much of the glass as I could. Then I wound my way toward the other side of the house, so I could be closer to the culprits. By the time I'd gone through the dining room, I heard two voices clearly. "He has a 50-inch flat screen," one guy said. Immediately, I knew it wasn't the homeowner. Quietly, I flicked off the safety on my semi-automatic shotgun. I already had a round in the chamber, so I didn't need to rack the first shell. It was tempting to rack around anyway, to make the thieves shit their pants at hearing it. But I'd learned from my books never to risk a misfeed or jam when you already have a huge tactical advantage.
"We should take it, bro. It's probably the only good shit in this place. Even the garage is full of junk, and a shitty old car. You can really tell a couple of old fogies live here."
Taking a risk, I peeked around a corner. Two men were silhouetted by the moonlight coming in through the sliding glass doors at the far end of the kitchen. The pair stood on opposite sides of a table, with a dark bag between them, as if planning what to put inside it. As best as I could tell, they had no idea I was there. There would never be a better chance to end the situation peacefully. I decided to go for the surprise. While I wasn't going to rack around to scare them, I still had a loud voice.
"Freeze, dirtbags!" I yelled.
Chapter 12. The second I shouted, both of the men sprang away from me as if my voice had a physical presence. They screamed in fright as they stumbled, but they didn't put their hands up or surrender, as I'd hoped.
"I said freeze,"
I repeated. One of the guys threw himself at the sliding glass door, perhaps thinking he could break through.
"Shit!"
the man yelled as he hit it. To my surprise, he crashed outward to the back patio without the sound of broken glass, and I concluded it must have been a screen door rather than plate glass.
"Come on!"
the man yelled to his partner. The other guy had also jumped in panic toward the rear exit, and he turned to look at me for a second, but then his shadow hopped out through the gap to follow his friend. I could have shot them at any time, dark or not. There was enough light to see my targets and ensure my rounds hit them. However, I'd gotten so much of a jump on them, they were absolutely no threat to me, and they'd abandoned their goodie bag on the table, meaning they were no threat to Mr. Drummond's belongings. Their wild shrieking and cussing also gave me the impression they were teenagers, rather than hardened criminals.
The two shapes sprinted for the canal, and I guessed that they were running to a boat. I went through the hole in the back door, noting that the man had in fact thrown himself through the flimsy screen, rather than the glass. I figured they'd opened the door earlier, perhaps to cool the place while they ransacked it. Once on the patio, I kept my shotgun handy, but I wasn't going to fire it unless the men came back at me, since I'd risk some of the buckshot traveling across the canal and hitting the houses on the next street. "Don't try it again," I shouted into the darkness, "or I'll have to shoot you." The guys didn't stop at the canal, nor did they have a getaway boat. They both splashed into the water and paddled away from Mr. Drummond's property. Once in the canal, I was certain they were kids. Their voices squeaked with fear as they conversed about where to go, whether I was going to chase them, and whether they were safely out of range of my shotgun. A professional would have known voices carry forever over open water. I watched and listened for about 5 minutes as the would-be thieves swam like crazy to get away from me. The canal wrapped around the cul-de-sac on the next street, giving them an escape route. Since the builders had yet to trench the canal around the other half of our block, I could have walked along the bank to keep up with them, but I decided it wasn't worth the risk. They could have accomplices, or I could be shot by a neighbor who might mistake me for the bandits. Only when I couldn't hear them splashing and cursing did I let my guard down enough to go back inside my neighbor's home. The big TV they mentioned was still on the wall of the main family room, and other than a few loose papers tossed on the floor, it didn't appear as if much had been disturbed. I chalked it up to my quick reaction to their home invasion plans. After a quick tour of the main house, I opened the door to the garage. "Mr. Drummond, you crafty bastard. I had no idea you were a pack rat." The thieves had said there was nothing other than junk in the garage, but they'd been 100% wrong. The 3-car garage was typical of the oversized space of the houses in our neighborhood, but the retired couple had crammed tall metal shelving into every square inch of the first 2 bays. Row upon row of canned foods, bottled water, and dry goods made it look like a hoarder had looted most of a Walmart store. The 3rd bay was a car, with a black cover over it. A pile of lumber and plywood had been crammed into the remaining space on the far side of the vehicle. I slowly backed out of the garage, wondering what I'd stumbled upon. The ex-police officer had obviously been planning for a serious hurricane. The plywood was perfect to cover the windows of his house, and the food would allow him to ignore evacuation orders and ride it out. It was the level of preparedness I'd been aiming for when I headed to Florida. The last thing I checked was the bag on the table. I expected it to be full of treasures, but it only had a couple of hammers, a flashlight, and a little crowbar. The tools to break into a house. My light hit a reflective surface on the back entrance. I'd not noticed it earlier, but the heavy sliding door had been cracked near the handle. It looked as if the thieves had tried to smash their way in, but weren't able to bust through the hurricane glass. It explained why they'd circled around the home and broke in through the front door. Amateurs, I mused. I closed and locked the sliding door. Then I went through the house and out the front. Since I didn't have a key, I had to leave it unlocked. But I wasn't going to take my eye off the house until Mr. Drummond or his wife came back. Even though they weren't there, it was my responsibility as part of the neighborhood watch to ensure their belongings stayed safe. My first stop was Luke's place. It only took Luke about 5 seconds to reach the door after I knocked. "Frank? It's 3 a.m. Everything okay?" "Sort of. How did you get to the door so fast?" "I did what you said. I slept in my front room with my window open, so I could hear anyone at my front door." "Did you hear breaking glass about 15 minutes ago? Someone tried to rob Mr. Drummond's house.
Shit, he whispered. I didn't hear that at all. I take it you did? Yeah. I spent the night in my garage because I was worried I would sleep through anything but a revving engine if I was in my bed or on a couch. I got lucky when I woke up to the sound of breaking glass at Drummond's place. Trevor? He asked. I hadn't been expecting it, but as soon as he said the name, I had a strange sensation that he was correct. My initial instinct said they were teenagers, but Trevor wasn't much older than one. The pair of thieves didn't act very smart either, which seemed to fit Trevor as well. When I got there, I snuck inside and scared the shit out of the two thieves. They jumped in the canal to get away from my shotgun, so I never saw more than their backsides. What do we do now? He asked. We have to post guards, I replied. I didn't think we were there yet, but I believe we already need someone to stay awake in the overnight hours. Let me put on some shoes. I'll be right out. You might want to bring your son, too, I said. Ty? Are you sure? It's your family, so it's your call. If we have to set up a rotation of guards, we're going to want everyone possible to take shifts. He seems like a smart kid who would be able to help right away. I'm sure he would, Luke chuckled. He thinks this is a game. Wouldn't stop talking last night about what he's going to get for a weapon. I told him no guns, so he's convinced he's going to make his own bow and arrow, or even a spear. Right now, his best weapon would be a whistle, I said in a matter-of-fact tone. That's what we need to wake everyone when there's trouble on our street. He's not going to like being the whistle guy. I wouldn't either, I admitted. But the teens have to contribute however they can. None of us adults are in special forces, so we can't let ourselves believe we can keep everyone under our protection 24/7. We need to get some sleep, you know, like normal people. I see where you're going. Let me wake him up. We'll both be out in a couple minutes. Oh, and Luke, I said. Yeah? Bring my loaner shotgun. He looked at me for a long moment in the moonlight, before nodding. Be right there. While I waited, I surveyed the neighborhood. If we were already moving into defending against outsiders, it would change a lot of what I'd intended to do in the new day. Instead of simply cooking jerky and gathering lists, I'd already have to be looking for break-in points in our homes, arranging schedules for guards, and figuring out what valuables needed to be protected. Obviously, Drummond's garage was now at the top of our list. I'd gone to sleep thinking our neighborhood watch was vigilant enough, and thankfully, I'd gotten up when I heard the breaking glass. But now, I knew we had to dial it up even more. When Luke and a bleary-eyed Tyler stepped into their garage, I joined them. We've had some excitement tonight, I said in a quiet voice. So the three of us are going to hang out in your garage and keep watch so nothing else happens. All we're going to do is listen. Got it, Tyler? Yeah, Tyler answered. I hear you. I waited for a joke or movie reference, but the kid had nothing to say. I suspected he wasn't too happy about being on the job in the middle of the night. Not that I was crazy about it either. The excitement wore off in minutes. Chirping crickets and the endless drone of bug wings created a monotonous spell that lured us all back to sleep. The three of us stood up, stomped our feet, and walked up and down the driveway to fight off the Z's. It was made a lot worse by the fact we couldn't chat with each other for fear of giving ourselves away. Only when the sun had risen enough to shine inside Luke's garage was I comfortable coming off high alert. We can talk now, I remarked. Thank God, the boy cried out. That was the longest night of my life. Come on, son. It wasn't that bad, Luke replied. You should try spending the night in your tractor-trailer when you're stuck on a mountain pass in a snowstorm, I said with a bit of friendly one-upmanship. You ain't seen nothing, kid."
"Well, it still sucked," he said with a little less volume.
"I'll get us some coffee," Luke started to say.
"Oh, wait. I can't make it without power." Coffee did sound good, but we'd have to add it to our list to tackle later. Campers did it every day, so I didn't think it was going to be complicated, but it simply wasn't high on our priority list. "Let's gather everyone together," I said with a yawn. "Before we can think about creature comforts like coffee, we have to discuss what happened last night. Tyler, would you mind running around to all the houses and asking them to meet on my driveway?" "Do I have to go to Asshole's place?" He pointed to Trevor's. "Hey, you shouldn't call him that," his father reprimanded gently. "I've heard you guys call him that a bunch of times," Tyler said with a spark in his eyes, as if he relished catching his father in such a way. "You don't have to go to his place," I said, to save Luke from admitting his kid was right. "Like with the power breakers, we don't want to stir up trouble for ourselves. For now, he's on his own." The kid looked like he wanted to press it, but he soon headed across the lawn toward Ben and Evelyn's home. My eyes were drawn back to the asshole's place. I'd put some thought into Luke's suggestion that it had been Trevor who robbed my neighbor, but it was impossible to answer him with any certainty. It seemed like two young men about Trevor's age, but there were probably hundreds of young men within a few miles of our street, so I wanted to be certain before pointing any fingers. It took Tyler about 10 minutes to gather all the neighbors at my house. If we ever had a real emergency, we'd need the meeting to happen a lot faster. We'd need a sliding scale of threat levels, so people knew if they should put on their shoes or just run over wearing whatever they had on. It was another item on my to-do list. Fortunately, for our first meeting of the new day, there was no real urgency.
"Good morning, Frank."
Penny walked across her lawn, and she wore the same capri pants and loose denim top as yesterday, minus the sun hat. I realized hygiene was going to come into play a lot faster than I thought. Luke still wore his black shirt with Kermit on the front, and I was going on 24 hours in my Levi's and favorite Hawaiian shirt. It was understandable not to worry about such things during the heat of the disaster, but going forward we'd need to change clothes more frequently to avoid skin rashes and other bodily issues. "Where's your gun?" I asked as she arrived.
"It's on my table. Do I need it?"
She looked around for trouble. "No, not yet," I said. Carmen came up a few moments later. She'd changed into a pair of jean shorts and a tight black t-shirt, and looked a lot more casual than the day before, though no less attractive. "Good morning, Carmen," I announced to the Cuban woman, who I'd noticed still had perfect hair and makeup. "Did you leave your gun at home too?"
"I forgot it,"
she said with a sheepish smile. We weren't at war, so I couldn't get mad at them, but I'd hoped they'd be a bit more concerned about safety than they were. I'd have to instill that mindset into them if the world continued the way it was going. By contrast, I still had my Springfield on my hip and my shotgun slung over my shoulder. I didn't think I was being overly dramatic by carrying them around. Evelyn and Benjamin walked up last.
"What's this about?" Evelyn asked. "My Ben needs his sleep."
Ben's eyes were almost closed, as if it had taken a huge effort to get him to walk up the street. After all the beers he'd flaunted the night before, I had no doubt the man was hungover. Belatedly, I noticed he hadn't changed, and Evelyn remained in her same oversized white blouse, adding to my earlier observation about people's apocalyptic dress code. "I'm fine," Ben stuttered, obviously not great. I motioned for them to gather round. "Thanks for coming, everyone.
Did any of you hear weird noises last night? Breaking glass? Pounding on doors? Anything like that?" No one did. Well, I slept in my garage, so I'd hear anything unusual on our street. Someone got into Mr. Drummond's place who shouldn't have been there. I woke up when they broke the front window, so I was able to get over there before they took anything of value.
"Who was it?"
Penny inquired. "I don't know," I replied. "There were 2 of them, possibly young men, but they jumped in the canal before I could grab them." "Should have shot 'em," Ben remarked. "No, it would have been murder. I wasn't defending my home, nor was I in any danger. If they were just kids, I wouldn't want 2 deaths on my conscience. Besides, I stopped them before they took anything. They even left behind their goodie bag filled with their break-in tools."
"Was it that asshole Trevor?"
Carmen spat toward the guy's place. Tyler caught my eye after hearing Trevor called that name again, but he quickly turned to his dad, probably trying to get a similar acknowledgement from him. "Has he robbed people before?" I asked as I turned back to Carmen. Luke suggested the same thing.
"I don't have a clue if he's robbed anyone in the past."
She shrugged.
"It's just a feeling. You did say he was lurking around in the woods yesterday. Maybe he was planning which house to hit."
Could it have been him? The woods were on the opposite side of the street from Drummond's place, so it didn't add up perfectly. But maybe they were watching from a distance to see who was home. Nobody stirred at Trevor's, so there were no additional clues. "I don't think we can make any accusations. Yet," I finally answered. Evelyn raised her hand. "Yes?" I said to her.
"If you think the one house was hit, maybe that explains why the door is ajar on the Hamilton's place."
I had no idea who she meant. "That's LeVar, Frank," Luke interrupted. "She means his house." "His door is open," I pressed.
"Yes, we just walked by it. I was going to say something to Ben, but he was so tired. I'm sure it's nothing."
"Wait here," I ordered. "Luke, come with me." Luke and I ran past the 3 standing flamingos and jumped over the fallen one as we headed to LeVar's front porch. As Evelyn had reported, the front door was wide open. "Shit! His house was hit too," I exclaimed. We went in, since I was confident no thief would still be inside after sunrise. "Wow," Luke remarked as he followed. "This is way worse than the Drummond place. They took a bunch of stuff." The inside looked like a stereotypical robbery scene you might find in a movie. Every shelf was knocked over, every drawer opened. Even the TV had been pulled from the wall, leaving a hole where the wires had once been neatly hidden. I circled around and came back to LeVar's front porch. It troubled me that my new friend still wasn't home from yesterday, which meant he'd spent the night somewhere out on the road. Since his wife wasn't inside, I assumed she was also still out there. When they finally made it home, after whatever trials they suffered out on the road, how shitty would it be to find their own home had been violated? There were no clues about who'd done the breaking, but from my vantage point, I looked directly across the street to Trevor's pad. "You think it was him?" Luke asked, as his feet crunched on glass from the broken front door. The sun peeked over the 2-story mansion and teased the fronds of the high palm trees in his front yard. Maybe it was fitting the biggest asshole on the block lived in the house that looked the most like the home of a drug lord. The carefree parking job of the exotic cars were the icing for the cake. "I have no idea, but let me check something." I jogged back inside LeVar's place and went to the back door. As with Drummond's house, the glass of the hurricane door was partially cracked, suggesting the thieves had also tried to get through it in a similar manner. "Both houses were hit by the same robbers," I remarked when I returned to the porch. Same damage to the sliding doors, same front door busted open. All clumsy. I overheard them talking about taking Drummond's TV as well. They obviously nabbed LeVar's television. "But we were on guard last night," he stated. "Yeah, they must have hit LeVar's first, then Drummond's," I reasoned. "Once you and I were on duty, and they'd taken their swim in the canal, they didn't try to break in again." "If that's the case, it means they must have dumped off what they stole from here before they went over to the other house. That means it had to be Trevor," I finished. "No one could haul a huge TV for very long. They dumped their booty at his place, then went out again. They didn't need to sneak around the woods to see who was home. They'd been watching from their second-floor windows." "We have our suspects," Luke replied. I took a deep breath before speaking. "I'm going over there and putting an end to this shit before it really gets started." Luke followed me across LeVar's front yard. "Are you sure?" He looked over to the folks standing on my driveway. "Should we get backup?" "Nah, you and I can handle this." We both carried our shotguns, so I didn't think anyone was going to mess with us. If I waited until we had another crowd, it would needlessly endanger my friends and possibly escalate our encounter. Besides, if my run-in the previous night had taught me anything, we'd have a much better chance of surprise if it was only the two of us. I strode past Trevor's Ferrari, the dead Lexus, and a couple of other exotic supercars. The garage door was open, so I chose to use that to get inside the house. As I went into the empty garage, I reminded myself it wasn't trespassing if you were in pursuit of a criminal. The door to his house was unlocked, so I pushed through. "Stick close," I whispered, "but keep your shotgun pointed down, so we don't shoot each other by accident." "Got it, boss," he whispered. I only needed to take a few steps inside the ornate kitchen before I felt like I'd entered another crime scene. Numerous cabinets had been flung open, drawers pulled out, and the kitchen table had been flipped over. "What the hell?" I asked. It wasn't any better in the giant living room linked to the kitchen. China plates and silverware were scattered on the floor around the room. A coffee table had been turned on its side. Several large paintings had been torn from the wall and tossed on the carpet. "They were robbed too?" Luke asked with disbelief in his voice. Something about the inside of his house didn't feel right. In the other two homes, the robbers had acted violently in their quest to find loot, such as pulling junk out of drawers, yanking wires out of the wall, and breaking things all over the place. In Trevor's place, nothing seemed smashed or broken. The framed artwork caught my eye, since they were the largest items. "Do these paintings look like they've been ripped down?" I asked. "Not really," he replied. "The hooks are still up there on the walls." "My thoughts exactly," I said. "What the hell are you doing in my house?" Trevor cried out from near the bottom of the wide staircase going to the second story. "What did you do down here?" I'd been expecting him, so I didn't startle at his sudden arrival. "A couple of your neighbors were robbed last night, and the two of us are going around making sure everyone is all right. However, now that I'm here, I think I have a pretty good idea how all these robberies tie together." Trevor was in his khaki shorts, like the day before. He wore a button-down shirt, but all the buttons were open, as if he'd thrown it on in a hurry. There was someone else near the top of the stairwell, but I couldn't see who it was, since it was a bit dark on the upper floor. "I don't see how you're helping," he said with anger. "It looks like you ripped my place apart." "Nice try," I laughed. "The whole street saw us come in just now, so they know we didn't do this. However, after what I just told you, I'm sure you probably see who really did it." I don't know what you're talking about, dude, Trevor said in a too calm voice. It wasn't me. Who said anything about it being you? I meant that the same robbers from the other homes hit your place too. Of course, he replied, not sounding bothered. That's what I meant. Sure it was, I chuckled. Hey, I don't know who you think you are, but get the hell out of my house. My dad's a lawyer, and he can sue your ass into next year if you don't get out. I was holding a shotgun, though not in a threatening manner. I did note, however, Trevor didn't have his pistol with him. He might have it hidden in his pocket, but I didn't see an imprint. If he'd planned the whole thing to look like he was the victim, he might have thought being unarmed would look more believable. We're not going anywhere until we take a looky-loo around. If I find LeVar's television, even your dad isn't going to be able to save you. There's nothing here to find, he insisted. I was upstairs with Bonnie all night, wasn't I? Trevor had the girl come down the steps to reveal herself. Tell him, he insisted. I was with Trevor last night, like he says. Her monotone voice didn't lend much credibility to her statement, and her words made me believe him less, not more. Each snowflake of evidence stuck together to make a larger snowball of truth about Trevor's involvement. All I needed was to find the television or some other stolen item to complete my case. Been swimming in any canals lately? I asked. If he'd taken a swim, I suspected he'd probably smell like the brackish water. But I couldn't take a chance he'd showered when he came home, so I didn't accuse him directly. I have a pool, asshole. Swimming in the toilet bowl is not what I do. The girl behind him remained passive. I looked around the room, again noting how most of the damage seemed to be superficial. While it was certainly messy, nothing obvious was broken. Even the china plates and bowls spread out randomly on the carpet were intact. A crystal serving pitcher rested on a black duffel bag on the floor near the back window. There's no way it bounced there. Would he stage a robbery in his own home? You don't mind if I look in that bag, do you? I asked, already walking. Why? I told you I'm the victim in all this. Just leave me alone. If you really got robbed last night, you can understand why I'm investigating everyone's house on the street. We want to make sure everyone is safe, as are their possessions. You'll probably want to cooperate with us on security too, right? Trevor's eyes kept going to the black duffel bag, so I figured I was onto something. Upon closer inspection, the duffel had a sports logo with a shark holding a hockey stick. When I crouched next to it and began unzipping the top, I worried I was going to find a bag full of jockstraps. Damn it, this is an illegal search. First I get robbed, then I get my privacy invaded. Pike, are you seeing this? He turned to talk to someone higher on the stairs. Yeah, the kid answered in a deep voice. I pulled the zipper a short way and saw a pair of skates inside, striking down my hope of finding a bag full of $100 bills, which would then lead me to a grand reveal of the guilty party. However, as I slapped the top back, my eyes fell once again on the logo. I stood back up. Luke, will you do me a favor and head over to Mr. Drummond's place and bring me what's sitting on his kitchen table? Are you sure you want to be alone with him? He replied. Oh, I'll be fine. We're just having a chat. Besides, he says he's innocent, so I'll believe him until you return. Then we'll see. Luke took off. Trevor sat on the steps. By the look of him, he wasn't happy playing his role as the victim, but he'd committed to it when he destroyed his living room. How many people were upstairs last night, Trevor? I asked in a polite voice. How many do you think? He snarked. By my count, you've got at least 3, including yourself. Probably more, How is it none of you heard robbers tearing up your ground floor? It was dead quiet last night. I'm sure you would have heard two guys throwing china all around.
I didn't hear jack, dude. I was banging this dime all night, so I only heard what was taking place inside my sheets.
He laughed as if he'd hammered me with a joke, but I took care to gauge the reaction of the young lady behind him. Her expression was blank, even more so than the typical young adults I'd been hanging around. It was as if she was tuned out completely. His glib attitude about the state of his home reinforced my suspicions about who'd wrecked the place. If you confess before Luke gets back, it will help your case. I know you don't believe me, but we need you. We want you to rejoin our neighborhood. A young, strapping lad like you would make a great guard to defend the younger and older folks on the street. I keep offering you the position of being a hero, but you refuse to take me up on it.
Pfft, he spat out. I keep telling you I'm not interested in what lame-ass shit you're selling. The sooner you get out of my house, the better. If you don't take the hint, I might have to get my gun.
Whoa, fella, I replied. You don't need one to get me to leave. I'll be out of your hair in 5 seconds if you just tell me where to find the shit from LeVar's house.
Or what? Trevor hopped up. You aren't going to shoot me.
He was right, but he couldn't be certain about my intentions. I kept my shotgun at the low ready, aimed toward the floor. I figured it was more effective to appear as if I'd interrogated assholes 1,000 times, rather than point the shotgun at him and beg his compliance. Here's something funny, I chuckled. Right now, nobody can call 911, not even the robbers. If I did find one of them, I could shoot him dead and burn his house to the ground, and no one would come to arrest me. That would suck for him, right? Trevor sat back on the step. The thief would have to decide if a painful death was worth a television that won't even plug in anymore. If it were me, I wouldn't take that route. Trevor's face glowed with anger, but his eyes conveyed defeat. The inner workings of his mind were likely searching frantically for an escape, though I'd explained it so even a child could understand the situation.
You can't force me to confess with a gun in my face, he spoke through clenched teeth. This whole thing isn't fair.
Gun in your face? Who was the guy who waved the pistol at me and my friends while I stood in a public street? There were about 50 witnesses to your display. It might have impressed your friends, but now no one with a brain will take your word over mine. He scoffed. I'm holding this gun for my safety, not to threaten, I said in a dry voice. I keep telling you there are thieves running around our neighborhood, and they could do harm to any of us. I really hope it's not you, Trevor, because that would be a shitty thing to do to the very people looking to help you and your friends survive.
I told you it wasn't me.
Yeah, we're about to find out, I replied.
What's your deal? He pouted. Why can't you just leave us alone? Those neighbors you talk about are the ones always giving me dirty looks. They have ever since I moved into this crappy place. I'm really sick of it.
Every person I've talked to has said the same thing about you. Likes to party and has no regard for loud music, revving engines, and screaming house guests, even if it's 3:30 in the morning. I don't know how it is where you come from, but that isn't the kind of neighbor I'd like to live around.
You're the new guy. What do you know? They're lying to get you to hate me.
No, you've done that all by yourself. You've yelled at me, pointed a gun in my face, frightened enough of your friends that they came to me to help them get home. And now, for the cherry on top, you've robbed from my friends. Tell me, where in that list should I not take a dislike to you?
I told you, he sighed. It wasn't me.
Luke would be there soon. If my theory was wrong, and I didn't get the proof I needed, Trevor might end up getting away with his nighttime activities. If he was guilty, as all the evidence suggested, we'd have a whole different discussion. Either way, there was still a chance to make him cooperate willingly. "You know," I began, "I actually relate to what you're talking about. As the new guy to your street, I found out a lot of my neighbors had gotten the wrong first impressions about me. They thought I was a single middle-aged guy who was living out his midlife crisis. I live alone, and I didn't get a chance to talk to many of them, so they naturally thought I was like all the other jerks driving sports cars around this part of Florida. However, once they got to know me, everything changed. I wasn't the person they feared I was. They found out I was actually a pretty nice guy." "Whatever," he said in a glum voice. I shook my head. "You don't get it. I'm throwing you life vests, ropes, and anything that floats. I'm trying to help you join the rest of us on the street." "Give it up, dude. It's great that you can turn on the charm for the others. I told you I didn't take nothing, and you can't prove otherwise. Like you said, the power is out, so no cameras were recording for your proof." "Knock, knock," Luke said as he came in behind me. I nearly spun around with anticipation, but didn't want to take my eyes off Trevor. I'd requested Luke bring me back the black duffel bag the two thieves had abandoned on Drummond's kitchen table, and I'd staked everything on whatever logo I'd find on the bag. He held it so I could see the white markings, as if he'd figured out my plan. "This was the only thing on the table," Luke said. "Is this what you wanted?" "Yep," I said with a mile-wide grin. "Would you mind setting it over there?" I pointed to the black duffel bag by the back door. "Knock, knock again," Carmen said from the kitchen. "Mind if we pop in?" "What the hell is this?" Trevor demanded to know. Carmen and Ben walked in, looking around, as if on a tour given by a realtor. The Cuban woman hurried over to stand by me, but Ben leaned against the kitchen counter, obviously fighting his hangover. "Luke said he needed witnesses for something," Carmen said to me. "So here we are." "Great idea," I said to Luke. Confident I was about to hit a home run, it did make a lot of sense to have backup. I still didn't know who else was on the upper level, but all it would take was one order from Trevor, and things could get ugly in a hurry. Having more people on my side would make the boy think twice about being stupid. Luke set the bag next to its twin by the back door. "So, Trevor, you want to explain why the thieves used a hockey bag identical to yours? As you already know, this was left on the kitchen table of my friend's empty home." "Son of a bitch," Trevor said in a defeated voice. "Pike, you asshole! What were you thinking?" "You gave it to," a voice replied from upstairs. "Shut up!" Trevor cut him off. Luke, Carmen, and Ben lined up behind me. "Look, you got caught. You should be thanking me for not shooting your heads off last night. I already told you there are no cops around, no detectives. I could have put buckshot in your backs and dumped you both in the canal." "Then you can't send us to jail either," he said, eyes lighting up with hope. "No, but I can help you make this right. You're going to show me where you stuck LeVar's TV. Then you're going to show me whatever else you took from his house." I used the shotgun to motion him to get moving. He remained seated on the steps. "I have every reason to believe you've got it, and if you don't give it up," I said in a calm voice, "I'm going to tear this house to the foundation looking for it. I guarantee I'll break every item you own during the search. I'm a clumsy guy, after all." Trevor finally got up. After looking upstairs, he waved for Pike to join him. A large young man came down, a guy who'd been on Trevor's lawn the day before. Then they both went through the kitchen and into the garage. I followed, wary they were going to try something sneaky.
This is all his shit.
Trevor pulled a white sheet off a giant flat-screen television and other small valuables on the floor next to a workbench.
Take it and go.
Oh, no, I replied. That's not how this works. You took the shit. You're going to return the shit. You're going to put everything back where you found it, so when my friend comes home, he'll have no idea you were there. I want his television back up on the wall.
But you just said it doesn't even work, he moaned.
His whiny voice precisely matched the kid who'd fled from Drummond's place and loudly complained during his swim in the canal. I told you this is how you make things right. You took it down. Now you're going to put it back up. While you're doing that, think about rejoining society. If you show you're willing to play ball with us, I think you'll find we're a pretty forgiving bunch. But if you want to remain a titan of douchebaggery, maybe you should consider what I said about no one being on the other end of an emergency call. I brought his attention back to my shotgun. Carmen crossed her arms, as if daring him to disagree. Trevor's face was red with rage, but he was surrounded by guns and caught in his own lies, so he was unable to get out of doing whatever I said.
Pike, get the wheelbarrow. We'll roll the shit over there.
Trevor picked up a DVD player which had been next to the TV. Over the next few minutes, the four of us watched as Trevor and Pike loaded all the treasures into the wheelbarrow and then headed out of the garage. Wait a sec, I ordered. There is one more thing, and I'm not playing around when I say this. Everyone stopped. Until we're sure of your allegiance to this neighborhood, I'm going to have to take your pistol and any other guns you have in the house.
No effing way,
Trevor snapped. Yeah way, I replied. What kind of idiot would I be if I let a known criminal carry a firearm around me and my neighbors? I don't think any of them want that either. I glanced at the others, only long enough to see them nod in agreement. I'm not a thief, so I won't take your guns permanently. You'll get them back when all this EMP stuff blows over. I'd deliberately given him a timeline for their return, so he wouldn't turn desperate and try to get them back himself. Trevor remained silent. I know you have the Ruger LC9, I said. Do you have any others? Still nothing. Fair enough. We'll do this another way. I turned toward the shy young woman, who stood inside the threshold of the kitchen door. Ma'am, do you know where Trevor keeps the pistol he pointed at us yesterday? I asked.
Don't tell him shit,
Trevor yelled. She made sure to stand far inside the door, so Trevor couldn't see her nod in agreement. Does he have other guns up there? I asked. The girl shrugged. Well, do your best. If you see any, please bring those down too. It was dangerous business taking someone's guns, even a small-time criminal like Trevor, so I tried to leverage the advantages at my disposal. If there were more of Trevor's friends upstairs, they could jump me or Luke if we tried to go up there to collect the guns ourselves. It would also make us look like fools if the place was loaded with weapons, but we didn't find all of them. I would have to rip the house down to bare wood to search the walls and floors for contraband to do it right. And despite the similar threat earlier about LeVar's stuff, I didn't really have that kind of time. However, by asking the girl, I tried to tap into her obvious distaste for how Trevor had been treating her. She willingly admitted knowing where the kid's pistol was located. So if I could at least get that without any risk to me or my friends, it would be a huge victory. The girl went back inside. We'll see what she comes back with, I said to Trevor. Consider yourself on hardcore probation from here on out. If I see you even touching another gun, we'll run you out of town on a rail like they did in the Old West. He cursed incoherently as he picked up the wheelbarrow handles. I'll be over to check out your work later, I said in a matter-of-fact tone.
Screw you,
Trevor mumbled. But I locked eyes with him until he looked away. Seconds later, he shoved the wheelbarrow to move out. I could have called him out for talking back, but I was more than satisfied with what Luke and I had accomplished. Not only did we stop Trevor and his accomplice from looting Drummond's place, we did enough detective work to find the two thieves. I'd of course tell LeVar about the incident in his house, but at least he could take some comfort knowing his stuff was safe. "You think he has more guns?" Luke whispered as we watched them go. "I didn't see any in their waistbands or pockets," I replied, "so I'm taking it on faith the girl will bring down anything lying around upstairs, and we'll get the obvious stuff. At this point, I think this is the best outcome we can hope for, short of shooting him dead." I held Luke's surprise for a few seconds, then let him go. "I'm joking." "Nice one, Frank. You got me." It was a way to be funny, but deep down, I wondered if that's where we were headed with them. The lack of law worked both ways. Criminals had free rein to do criminal things, so law-abiding people had no choice but to become the law enforcement. My books had touched on such topics, but never in exactly the same way as in real life, so I had to wing it. A minute later, the girl came out through the garage holding 2 pistols with just the tips of her fingers, like they were dead mice. One of them was the Ruger LC9 I recognized as Trevor's. The other was a small Taurus. "Thanks. Bonnie, isn't it?"
"Yes,"
she peeped.
"You're welcome. That other gun was Pike's."
"That's," I started to say. Without waiting, she hurried back into the kitchen, out of sight. I guessed she didn't want Trevor to see her helping the enemy. The girl was gone before any of the others could even say a word.
"Where'd she go?"
Carmen asked. "Back inside," I said with disappointment. I would have preferred she left what was probably a fairly unsatisfying relationship.
"Too bad,"
Carmen added. "All right, folks," I said to Luke, Ben, and Carmen. "Let's head back." We walked alongside the parked cars on the driveway until we went into the street. My neighbors still stood outside from our earlier meeting, but they weren't all gathered together. Penny and her daughter sat on the bench in the middle of the circle, while Luke's family and the 2 redheads stood on their driveway. The only person missing was Evelyn. She'd evidently gone home while Ben came inside Trevor's house with Carmen. Perhaps Penny hadn't been able to get through to her after all. There was also someone new. "Who is that?" I said as I walked into the street. A young boy leisurely rode his bicycle along the middle of our lane, heading for the cul-de-sac. I met him close to Trevor's Ferrari and flagged him down. "Cool car, mister," he said when he slowed and stopped. "It's not mine," I replied. "Bummer." "Why are you riding out here alone?" I asked. "It's dangerous to be away from your house. Where do you live?" The boy was probably no older than 10, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. He'd approached like he didn't have a care in the world. He pointed behind him. "I live back there." There were no houses on the other end of our block, so I took it to mean he lived on one of the parallel streets in our subdivision. "Come here for a second, will you?" I waved him to follow me over to Luke's. "What's your name?" I asked. "Brendan," the kid replied. "Well, Brendan, last night we had a barbecue with lots of goodies. We also had a lot of leftovers. Would you like some ice cream to take home?" I motioned to Melanie, hoping she knew what I wanted. "Sure," he replied in an instant. "Okay, I'll share some with you. But you have to promise me you won't eat it until you get home. Does that sound like a fair deal?" "I can do that," he assured me. Melanie came over with one of the half-thawed tubs of ice cream. It still felt cold enough to be frozen, but only barely. There was no way we could eat all the containers before they thawed, so helping the kid was a decent alternative to throwing it away.
"Here you go,"
Melanie said in a friendly mom voice. "Remember to get back home before you eat any of it," I reminded him. Brendan gently placed the item in a basket on the front of his bike. Then he put his feet on the pedals and got started. Instead of going back the way he'd come, the child rode toward the circle, where Penny and Daisy still hung out.
"Whee!"
he exclaimed as he did a tight turn around the central bushes.
"Hi,"
Daisy said with a wave. "Hiya," Brendan replied. When he came out of the turn, the boy pedaled hard back toward me. "You're going home, right?" I asked. "Don't let it melt."
"I'll go as fast as I can,"
he yelled. The kid pumped as he whizzed past, making good on his promise. Carmen sidled up to me, enveloping me in her vanilla-scented perfume.
"You have kids, don't you?"
she asked. "Nope. I wanted some for a long time, but I never found the time to get married. I worked my ass off the past 30 years, so I could afford my dream car and a decent retirement home at the end of a peaceful street. I kind of miss the wife and kids part of life."
"Frank, you might not know this, but you don't have to be married to have kids. It really surprises me you don't, too, since you act like you've been around them your whole life."
"I guess I'm protective is all. Drive a truck for a while, and you'll see a lot of kids on the streets. I don't like seeing them get left behind, you know?" Carmen smiled.
"Yeah, I do. Hey, if you're offering your services, I'd like you to come over to my place to tell me if it's safe. I heard a rumor you're like the sheriff around here."
She giggled playfully. I shot at her with 2 finger guns, since she'd mentioned the gesture annoyed her, in order to keep up our humorous back and forth. "I'll be right over, ma'am." Chapter 13. I followed Carmen into her showroom-quality garage. Unlike all the clutter and moving boxes in mine, or the shelves packed with sports equipment in Luke's, her 3-bay garage was almost empty. The floor was polished to the point of appearing slick and wet. A cherry-red Mercedes S-Class convertible had been parked in the middle, as far as possible from the empty white walls. It was also spotless, as if the last thing Carmen did before the EMP was wash and wax it. "Wow, you've got good taste in cars," I commented.
"Thanks. My no-good husband had to buy it for me, along with this house, as part of our divorce settlement. You don't think it's too much, do you?"
She turned around and smiled, as if daring me to say yes. "Not at all," I answered truthfully. My only complaint was that it wasn't American, but most people these days didn't care about where cars came from, so it wasn't a big deal. She led me across her darkened garage and hopped on the first step to go into her home, but she froze in place, which in turn caused me to bump her hip. "Sorry," I said.
"It was my fault."
Carmen spoke with a bit of mystery.
"Because I need to mention something. Before we go in, please remember what you just said about having good taste, okay?"
The beautiful Cuban woman had to be teasing me, since nothing about her was anything but classy and tasteful. Obviously, her home was nice, but so was her lawn and sculpted shrubbery around it. Her garage was immaculate. Somehow, despite the early hour, her hair was styled to perfection, and her face was naturally stunning. She had nothing to worry about. "I promise I'll remember what I said." She studied my reaction for a few moments. Then she turned with a flourish and continued into her big kitchen. Once I got inside, It took about 5 seconds to realize her warning had been justified. Her place had the same sprawling open floor plan as mine. The spacious kitchen had a large central island, a classy glass dining table, and expensive tile floors. Stainless steel appliances and granite countertops screamed high dollar and nothing but the best. It was exactly what you'd expect in the home of a woman with fine taste. Except for the decor. Holy shit.
"Remember what you said,"
she cooed. Dozens of little cat statues had been packed onto the shelves and countertops, barely leaving space for toasters and electric mixers. Cats graced the dish towels hanging over the sink and the oven mitts on top of the stove. 20 kitty magnets hung on the fridge, though they weren't holding anything. Someone had even painted a dark gray Siamese cat on the wall behind the oven, so it appeared to be reclining up there. Wow, I chuckled. Beyond the kitchen, the family room was equally as catty. There were framed posters of cats on all the walls, larger statues of cats randomly placed on the floor, and numerous throw pillows shaped like cats.
"You don't think this is too much, do you?"
she asked in a sheepish voice that was quite un-Carmen-like. The reaction inside me was hard to pin down. I wanted to lean over and kiss her for being a strong enough woman to show me such a spectacle, while at the same time, I wanted to tease her about clearly being insane over the little animals. "This is amazing," I said without emotion.
"You don't like it?"
she pouted, accentuating her accent. "No, it's not that at all." I continued speaking in a neutral tone, since I wasn't yet sure how fragile her ego was. "But I do have questions."
"Yes?"
"You've only been in this house for a few months, right? Where did you find the time to get all of these treasures? There isn't an inch of room for more." She beckoned me with a twirling finger as she walked away.
"You see this little cutie right here?"
She led me to a small orange cat sitting on an end table next to her couch. "Yeah?" I replied.
"Mr. Meow Meow was my first. I brought this figurine home one day about a year ago and showed it to my husband. Proud as hell I'd found something so cute. Do you know what that bastard did with it?"
I shrugged.
"He threw it out the damned window."
"Why would he do that?" She'd apparently divorced the guy for cheating on her, so it wasn't a stretch to see him abusing her stuff. But I could tell she wanted me to play along.
"Isn't it obvious?"
Carmen swished her arm as if showing me the room. It took me a few moments to catch her drift. "He hated cats?"
"With a passion," she exclaimed. "Now living on my own, and using his money, I'm able to buy as many cats as my heart desires. I take selfies with him and post the evidence to social media a few times a week. My ex-husband and I don't talk, but I'm sure that loser looks at what I'm doing online. And each time he does, he's going to see me in front of a new cat that his alimony dollars are buying. He can't throw any of them out the window ever again."
It would take a bulldozer to get all the feline decorations out a window. I didn't dare ask her what was on my mind, which was that maybe she went a bit too far the other way. However, I could understand the need to fight back against an ex in any way you could. Divorce and over-the-road trucking often slept in the same bed. "So, I have to ask, are there any real cats out there?" I motioned toward the rest of the house. For all I knew, there were 10 real cats staring back at me.
"Ew, no way. Can you imagine how much cat hair I'd have to clean up on all these pillows? It would be a full-time job."
I was again torn between two extremes. If she didn't use her freedom to buy a real cat, Then what was it all for? Was she winning or losing in the war against her husband? I'm allergic to cats, I replied.
Yeah, I'm more of a dog person myself, she went on. I always thought about getting a teacup poodle, but they're messy too. Plus, I don't want to have to take it with me when I visit my mother.
It was a pivot away from cats, and one I was happy to take. You might have told me before, but where does your mom live?
Miami? I go down and visit her whenever I can. In fact, I don't know if you noticed, but I was dressed up yesterday because I was supposed to go see her.
Her voice became sad.
I didn't think the power would be out for more than an hour or two.
I had a hunch she was fishing for me to acknowledge how stunning she'd been in her tiny sundress the day before, and I was more than happy to oblige, mostly because it was absolutely true, though her tone suggested it was more than selfishness. She seemed upset about missing her mother. It's okay. None of us really knew. I definitely noticed you were overdressed for our weird day yesterday. But now that you've told me why, I'm really sorry you couldn't go visit her.
It's all right,
she replied in a wistful way.
She's in a retirement community. I'm sure they'll take care of her there.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be fine, I said. There's probably no better place for people who are a bit older.
Anyway, she taught me everything I needed to know about being a hairstylist, which is what I do when I'm not taking selfies to piss off my husband.
For real?
Yeah. Clients come into my studio back here.
She motioned for me to follow her to a room adjacent to the kitchen. We entered a 10 by 20 space that looked like a small salon, complete with chair, sink, and a big hairdryer hanging from a robotic arm. To my shock, there was nothing even remotely related to cats. Instead, there was one large framed picture hanging from the wall that featured a woman in a red bikini spiking a volleyball on the beach. You cut hair in your home? I asked. I wouldn't think you'd have to work at all.
Oh, I did make a lot of money from my divorce, and I've made it so my ex has to pay through his nose for years to come. But it's not enough to last me forever. More than that, I wouldn't know what to do with myself if I just clammed up and did nothing with my time. I enjoy meeting new people and hearing stories about their personal lives. Doing nails and styling hair is easy, and I can work my own hours, so my situation is perfect.
I'd been completely wrong about her. The cat thing I could never have predicted, but seeing the divorced young woman living alone had made me assume she was one of those ladies who did nothing but watch daytime television and drink boxes of wine with other divorcees. Instead, she was driven to remain productive with her life, no matter what happened. Same as me. I think it's great you have this, I said, and it explains all the cars coming and going. Some of the, others thought you were a drug dealer.
Who said that?
She slapped her hands to her hips, as if angry, but then giggled. I guess it's what neighbors do, I said. They gossip, just like you all thought I was a single dude enjoying his midlife crisis. That was way off.
But you are single, she smiled.
Yes, I said. I didn't know where she was going with the statement, but instead of continuing her line of thought, she walked past me. When she reached the back of the styling room, she gestured to a door leading outside.
Well, Single Frank, this is why I brought you over here.
Carmen tapped the wooden door, which contained a wide frosted glass pane about 5 feet tall.
I love this entryway because it lets natural light into the room, but it has all this glass. Couldn't someone get through this pretty easily?
Probably, I replied. But don't let that get you down. No door is beyond the ability of a thief to break in. We just have to make it more difficult for them, so they will want to go somewhere else. And if they do get through, you want enough warning to defend yourself."
"So, you can help me secure it?" she asked.
I looked around, keen to show her I knew what I was doing. Though I had absolutely no experience as a security expert, I did spend quite a few years living in shitty neighborhoods. Some of the best defensive measures were also the easiest. Motion-activated floodlights were my go-to, though they were out of the question for our current situation. Another easy one was to restrict access to doors and windows, both inside and out. "Do you have patio furniture by chance?" I asked.
"Of course. Let me show you."
She led me back out to her kitchen and drew me into an attached sunroom. The room was bright and cheerful from all the sunlight coming in, but I immediately saw the security risk. The outer door was the typical sliding style in the rest of our homes. If a thief couldn't break through the thick glass, however, they could bust open any of the other dozen windows nearby. "Well, this is a good news, bad news situation."
"Why is that?"
she countered. "We can use some of this furniture to block anyone from breaking through this sliding door, as well as in your studio, but we can't plug up every one of these windows. If we have more time, we could string some wire outside your house to trip up any thieves as they come into your yard. We could make it ring a bell or tip a jar of pennies. Anything to wake you up."
"And then they could still get inside, right?"
Carmen backed out of the sunroom, then walked back into her catastrophic living room. She bent over and picked up my loaner wheelie gun, which had been hidden among the furry figures.
"So, I'd have to use this."
It became clear how difficult it would be to secure every neighbor in their own home. Carmen's house had 4 exits to the outside, plus maybe 20 windows anyone could access with a step stool and a hammer. Multiply the problem across all 9 of the houses on the street, and that left hundreds of weak points to be plugged. However, I wasn't ready to suggest the alternative, which was to have everyone hunkered down in one house each night. It hadn't even been 24 hours since the EMP went off. People weren't ready for the worst case, but I wouldn't stop planning for it. If it came to it, yes, but you could also use the advanced warning to run out your front door and alert one of the guards. From now until the power comes on, we'll have one of us awake and on duty on the cul-de-sac, so we can rally everyone out of bed if there's trouble. She strode over and stood a few feet in front of me.
"Frank, I know it's in your nature to protect me, but I'm not a shrinking flower who needs the help of a big, strong man. I'm not afraid to use that gun if someone is trying to get what belongs to me."
We looked around the crowded living room for a few seconds, which caused us both to laugh.
"Okay, I know they aren't coming for my cat collection,"
she corrected herself. "Wasn't even thinking it," I laughed.
"But you get it, right? I'm ready to fight. You just have to teach me how."
"Yes, absolutely. Today is a new day, so I'm hoping we get some news about what happened yesterday. If we knew more about how long this is going to go on, it would give us a huge leg up on what we need to do in the meantime. Right now, all we can do is assume tonight is going to be a lot like last night. If you want, we can drag some of those chairs into your studio and put them in front of the door. Make it so even if they break through, they'll have to make a lot of noise getting over and around the furniture. That will give you a start on hardening your home." I tried to step away, intending to get back outside, but she grabbed my arm.
"Wait, Frank. I don't want to be alone tonight."
She held my gaze for about 5 seconds before releasing my wrist.
"Do you think it would be okay if I asked Penny to stay with her?"
I chuckled, as I'd been a mile off on what she was going to say. That's a great idea. We're going to circle the wagons and watch over each other by posting guards and such. But it will also help if we stick together more. I half turned to leave again, but she latched onto my arm a second time.
Thank you, Frank. I really mean it. Just having you come over and look at my home has given me a new perspective on security. Can we practice shooting Rocco today? So if thieves try to get into Penny's place, I'm able to defend her and her kid?
There are a million things I've got to do this morning, but getting people trained on guns is definitely a priority. Look me up in the afternoon, and I'll see about having us all practice shooting in the woods. Deal? Her smile could melt the paint off my vet.
I'd love that,
she replied. We'll talk later, okay? I said, as I strode toward her kitchen.
I'll see you outside in a little while, she added. To help.
I walked out through her garage. It had been nice to be in the company of such a beautiful woman, but I hadn't been lying when I'd said there were a million things to do. Getting away from Carmen's alluring perfume was step one on the list. Hey, Luke. I waved to my friend. I'm heading over to Drummond's place for a moment. Will you get everyone back together so we can continue our morning huddle when I come out? He gestured with a thumbs-up sign. I jogged across the street to the home I'd defended the night before. Since I'd left the front door unlocked, it was easy to get back inside. With the light of day to see everything, I went into the garage to check out the retired couple's stockpile. It was even more impressive in the daytime. I strode down a narrow aisle between two sets of floor-to-ceiling shelving packed with food cans. Everything was labeled with small strips of masking tape and neat black lettering. Each can of food had the purchase date as well as the expiration. I could only imagine the amount of time spent on those labels alone. This is amazing, I said. He'd gone heavy on vegetables, especially green beans and corn, with lesser amounts of canned fruits and baked beans. As I looked through the shelves, I found bags of sugar and salt sitting loose, as well as dozens of 5-gallon containers lining the ground level with labels like flour, rice, and dried beans. It was impossible to quantify how much was in there, but it had to be enough to feed a small army for at least a year. There was also a metal rack on the back wall, which contained 2 stacks of 6 computers each. The metal boxes lacked keyboards or monitors. Each had an 8-inch fan on the front, and they all connected to a large insulated tube stuck in the wall, as if hot air was gathered from the rack and then vented outside. What the heck were you up to? I wondered. There were 2 small windows on the back wall, as well as a thin row of windows on the top of each garage door, so there was plenty of light available to see the security situation. As long as no one got inside the house, there was no other way to reach the supplies, besides opening the large garage doors on the front. The windows were too high up and too small for anyone to climb through. I rushed through the rest of the Drummonds' home, curious if the old hoarder had any other stashes of goodies. But it only took a few minutes to confirm he'd kept his best stuff in the garage. The only notable thing I found in the rest of his home was a handwritten note hanging on his fridge. Francine, thank you for offering to water our flowers and check on our home while we're away. This is the trip we've been waiting for our whole lives. We thank you and Raymond for making it happen. Please take the bills stuck under this note as payment for helping us out. God bless. See you when we get back. I pulled the note up to reveal 4 crisp $100 bills under the magnet. I looked at them for a long time, wondering who Francine was and whether she was ever going to show up. And then I put them back and returned the note to its place. How long had the message been there? I hadn't been on the lookout for him, but I didn't think I'd seen the old guy or his wife for at least 5 or 6 days. The last time I saw him for sure was the previous weekend. I'd been working on my truck, and he'd waved to me on the way to his mailbox. I remembered it because I was anxious to join the retired guy and not caring about the weekends anymore. Every day was going to be Saturday for us both. If he and his wife had already been gone a week, how long was left on their trip? If they'd gone fishing down at the Florida Keys, they might be home soon. If they'd gone to Europe, they might never come back. I wasn't sure what I was legally supposed to do about his property. If he came back and found me poking around his stash, he might shoot up the whole street in retaliation. However, if he was now stuck at his destination, the odds of him getting home would diminish greatly each day. It would be a shame to let his stockpile go to waste. No matter how it played out, we had to keep it safe. I left through his front door and closed it. The small glass pane was broken, so anyone could reach through and unlock it. At some point soon, it would have to be fixed. Once clear, I ran to my house and grabbed a couple of spare holsters I'd promised to the women. They needed to have them more than I needed them sitting on my shelf. Outside, Luke had already gathered everyone at the circle. "Hey all," I said as I walked over. Luke's kids stood toward the back of the group. They looked lost, with hands in their pockets. I wondered if they were suffering withdrawals from not having their phones. Some of my younger truck drivers couldn't be without them for one shift behind the wheel, so I recognized the expressions. Behind them, even farther back, the twin girls hung by themselves. "We have a lot to discuss. First, Luke and I took care of the thieves. Trevor and his buddy are returning what they took from LeVar, and I've just checked again on Mr. Drummond's place to ensure there was nothing missing. I'm happy to report it all looks intact." I'd already had a few minutes to chew on the dilemma, but I wasn't ready to report what was inside yet. All those canned goods and survival rations belonged to Drummond. While I was willing and able to defend it, along with everything else of value on our street, I had no idea how to solve the legal problem. If we took anything, wouldn't that make us just as bad as the thieves?
"Were those the only 2 houses that got robbed?" Penny asked. "I saw you go into Carmen's home for a long time a few minutes ago."
Carmen stood next to Penny, and I saw the same sly grin on both of their faces, leading me to believe they'd been conspiring. Did Carmen exaggerate to her friend what we'd been doing over there? As best we can tell, there were only 2 homes broken into last night. I went into Carmen's place to look for ways to keep intruders from getting in there. If you'd like, I can come over and give you an evaluation too.
Sure, Frank."
Penny blushed, confirming my suspicions. "Remind me in the afternoon," I said, still in business mode, but happy I'd kept the 2 women off their game. "This morning, I have some suggestions for how we can prepare ourselves for another day of being on our own. For starters, take these." I held out a holster for her and a second one for Carmen. Both women shoved the clasps behind their belts at the waistline, so it hung on their hips. Then they dropped their pistols inside. I was glad to see that when I'd been doing other things, they'd both gone home to retrieve their forgotten guns. "They fit?" I asked them.
"It's great."
Carmen flared her hip to show off the gun and her short shorts. Penny sat over her capris. She was more reserved in showing it off, as if she didn't necessarily want to advertise she was carrying a weapon. It might seem annoying at first to have a few pounds hanging off your side, but soon you'll forget they're even there. At least you'll always have them with you. I hadn't meant to dig at them about not carrying the pistols when they showed up earlier, but I realized it was how I sounded. I wasn't being critical. I only meant you'll be ready if any bad guys come around." They smiled as if to assure me it was no big deal. I spoke to the others. "Now that we're done with that, does anyone have questions before I tell you what we're going to do?" One of the redheads in the back raised her hand. "Yes, it's Alex, right?" I was almost certain, but with twins it was hard to ever be sure.
"It is,"
the girl smiled.
"Me and my sister were wondering if we should head out toward home."
The girls lived at least 10 miles away, across vast stretches of unknown territory. Since we didn't have bikes to spare, they'd have to go on foot, which would mean a long, slow trip for whoever escorted them. Since I wasn't going to let anyone be by themselves out there, we'd need to send a pair of adults. Our guides could walk their bikes on the outbound trip and ride them back on the return leg. But it would still take at least 2 of us out of the action for a good portion of one day. My projection also assumed the best case. If we ran into trouble along the way, it could be the entire day, or even days, that we would be away from helping our neighbors on the street. Time was survival during the apocalypse. The only realistic short-term option was to load them up with whatever weapons we could find, then let them walk home on their own. I hated even thinking it. "Look, the situation has changed since yesterday."
"You aren't going to help us, are you?"
Alex said immediately. "We are," I assured her. "But it's going to take some time before we're ready. Last night opened our eyes to a lot of potential security problems on our street. We need all hands on deck today to plug those holes, so we can provide a safe refuge for everyone, including you two. Once we have a better handle on keeping you safe here, we'll keep you safe on your journey back home. For now, it's just too dangerous to go out."
"You're welcome to stay with us as long as you need," Melanie spoke up.
"Yeah," Luke agreed. "You can share the 3rd bedroom." Tyler looked like he was a bit put out by the suggestion, though not with as much distaste as the day before. Maybe he was coming around to the idea of having 2 extra girls in his house. Alex and her sister glanced at each other for a few moments, then nodded. Whatever silent communication they'd passed, Alex spoke for them both.
"Sorry for interrupting you. Once we heard the gunshots last night, we pretty much knew we'd be staying. So I don't know why it surprised me."
"It's all good," I said in response. "As long as you're on our street, you're family. So don't think for a second we're giving up on you." Z gave me a curt nod. "I'm glad we got one thing settled," I remarked to the group. "Now we have some other problems to address." On day 1, I'd been focused on gathering our most important resource, which was our people. Day 2 was going to be about building the most basic defenses for them. We'd seen no aircraft fly overhead, heard no civil authorities come around with news. And, most telling of all, our power and devices were still dead. Knowing those facts, it became imperative to assume we were in it for the long haul. We've all done our water collection, we've done some food preparation, and we've taken up arms. So our next tasks are related to protecting our properties. I was thinking about rolling our dead cars up to the houses under construction, so we have a visible border to our miniature kingdom. I pointed to the 4 empty houses in the middle of our block. "Won't the bad guys just walk around it?" Ben asked. "Or between the cars?" "The goal isn't to stop people completely. We want to make it clear that if anyone comes into our ring of defenses, there's going to be trouble. As it is right now, if someone came down our street, they'd get right up next to us, like Brendan did. We want them to stop 100 yards away and wait for us to let them in." "They could still come at us from another direction," Ben continued. There was no way to seal ourselves off completely. even if we had the materials for a 50-foot fence all the way around our homes. Some clever bastard would figure out a way to parachute over the top, or go under it. In time, assuming this goes on, we'll have to get busy securing the other borders of Clownfish Cove. We've got the canal to our west, which is a natural deterrent. The roadblock of cars will be to our south. The woods are to our east and north, so we can cut trees to make a crude fence on those sides. That's going to be a lot of work, Ben replied, but with renewed interest. It was as if the idea of building something was an antidote to his lethargic attitude from earlier. And we'll only have hand tools, I said. So yeah, it's going to take time. That's why I'm proposing we do the easy thing first, which is roll our cars into position up there. We've got 2 vehicles. Ben seemed to chew on it for a bit. If this is what we're doing, I'd be happy to park them on the line.
Oh gosh, Ben. At least let me get my stuff out of my car, Evelyn complained, before you commit it to his little project.
I haven't even moved, Ben snapped back. You have plenty of time. I didn't want to let them take over my briefing. Ben, I have another task for you, if you don't mind. Ben gave me his attention, which in turn silenced Evelyn. I know you're big into fishing. Would you mind showing the 4 youngsters how to throw lines into the canal so they can catch a lunch for us?
Sure.
Ben's eyes lit up. Over the course of this day, I'm going to set up my garage to be the neighborhood watch office for the street. Since it faces the length of the road, it will give us good visibility of the fronts of our houses. I'll put up some tables, chairs, and get it ready to be used around the clock as a guard post and street headquarters. Does that make sense? Silent nods all around. We'll get to yours, Ben, but I want to give Evelyn time to clean out whatever she needs. So since I'm in it to win it, let's take my Corvette up to the roadblock first, okay? The next few minutes were a scramble, as everyone got prepared to push their cars up to the new roadblock. Unlike Evelyn, I had nothing to clear out of my Corvette. It was so new it still had the manufacturer's sticker on the side window and a bundle of paperwork on the passenger seat, placed there by the dealer. Luke and I were able to push it out of my garage and roll it backward into the street. Penny and Carmen joined us as I turned it around, so we could steer it forward around the central island of the circle. She sure is a beautiful car, Frank, Penny said while pushing at the back. She cost a bunch, I chuckled, so she better be beautiful. I'm sure you can fix her eventually, she said in a sympathetic way. I'd like to think you're right. It sucked to lose the ability to drive it, but I was also glad to have it at home, so at least my hot rod could serve a purpose by blocking our lane. If the EMP had gone off while I was on the road, some other person would probably be using her for the same purpose, or it would remain abandoned. We rolled the paperweight on wheels past Luke's driveway, but we hadn't gone much farther before Trevor strolled out of LeVar's home. Everything cleaned up? I asked while holding the steering wheel. Yeah, sure, Trevor said sarcastically as he walked across LeVar's lawn.
Looks like you've got found on road dead with your shitty car.
You're thinking of Ford. I drive a Chevy. We don't have a stupid acronym.
Well, whatever you drive, it sucks donkey nuts compared to my Ferrari.
He and Pike crossed the street behind us as we kept on pushing. Remember, you're on probation, I shot back, not interested in rising to his insults. Might want to lay low for the rest of the day, you know?
Whatever,
Trevor said as he headed for his garage. We rolled on for another 100 yards until we reached the first 2 under-construction homes. I yanked the wheel and turned into a driveway, then backed it straight into the street, so it was sideways compared to regular traffic. When I had it where I wanted it, It blocked off most of the narrow two-lane street. "One down, 100 to go," I said to be funny.
"Let's do this,"
Penny replied. The second vehicle we rolled to the blockade was my black pickup truck. I was intent on clearing out my garage for the watch office, so it was a good choice. Ben joined us when we got the third vehicle, which was his old Subaru wagon, since it was parked closest to the roadblock. My pickup went in front of the vet, while his went behind it. When we had the 3 cars in a line, we took a breather. Penny and Carmen leaned against my truck, while Luke and I stood closer to the Subaru. We all looked back toward our houses during the break. "How many cars do you think we have on our street right now?" Luke asked. It was hard to say. Some houses probably had no cars, like the first one on the right, which was owned by the 2 workaholics. On the other hand, if we took all the cars from Trevor's place, we'd add an extra 8 or 10. "Quick guess? Probably 20, I said, assuming we get cooperation from the owners. Everyone laughed, since it was obvious what I meant. "Remind me again why we're building this huge wall?" Penny inquired. "I get that we want to stop people at our border, but can't we use something less labor-intensive, like a bunch of sticks in the ground with keep out signs?" "The cars will make it obvious, even at night." "Ah," Penny replied. "That's why we need every vehicle we can get," I went on. "I want to park them up the driveways of these 2 houses. We'll probably need 4 cars for each driveway to plug all the gaps."
"But then, won't they just drive or walk around the houses?"
Carmen asked, continuing Penny's line of questioning. Since the houses weren't completed, they didn't have backyards to speak of. They were empty plots of land, with a few scattered trees for decoration. If someone wanted to avoid our roadblock, it was a snap to drive around the unfinished homes. "When we see how many cars we have, we can put a few in the backyard of that house." I pointed to the one backing up to the canal. "So they'd fall in the water before going around."
"And the side with the forest?"
she pressed. "If we have enough cars, maybe we can extend the wall to the tree line behind the house. That would do a pretty good job of blocking them completely, unless there are undeveloped roads and paths in the woods that can take them around our blockade. We'll have to check that out eventually, but not today." "Sounds like a good plan," Luke added. We took a few more minutes to recover our strength. From our vantage point, I caught sight of Evelyn messing around in her garage, still cleaning out her vehicle. Melanie was keeping watch on the 4 kids fishing the canal, plus Daisy. Every so often, she'd poke her head around the corner of her house, as if making sure her husband was doing okay. Trevor and Pike hadn't been seen since they went back in their home, which was the way I preferred it. "You guys ready?" I asked.
"Yeah, let's get my car next,"
Carmen suggested. Ben and Luke hopped into action, ready to follow the Cuban bombshell, but Penny remained where she was. "You okay?" I asked her.
"I'm fine. Would it be all right if I took another few minutes of rest? I think I overdid it with that last one, which is ironic since we pushed it the shortest distance."
I looked at Luke and the others. "You guys go ahead and get set up. Penny and I will be down in a few." I didn't want to leave Penny alone at the roadblock. "Roger," Luke answered. The trio walked into the humid morning.
"You don't have to stay with me,"
she said, not sounding sad I was there.
"Nah,
It's okay. We're probably getting to a point where no one should be left alone, especially not this far from our other neighborhood watch members. We have to look out for each other until the real police are back on the job."
"Your holster is working great for me."
She patted the pistol holster attached to her hip.
"Not only do I feel safer with it on, but it's also not interfering at all when I push heavy things.
We both chuckled.
And I'm sorry about before, she continued. Carmen was tickled silly that you visited her home. She mentioned blowing your mind when you got in there, but she wouldn't say why. It sounded like she made a pass or something.
It's not what you think, I laughed.
Carmen did seem like she was making a pass at me a couple of times, but I didn't want to get into the details with Penny.
You wouldn't believe what she showed me, even if I'd taken pictures. Just ask her for a tour sometime, then come find me so we can discuss.
Wow. Now I want to go see it.
Yeah, Motion down the street caught my attention. Shit. Hold that thought. 6 men rounded the corner at the end of our block, all riding bikes shoulder to shoulder in the middle of the road, as if they were in a movie. They had rifles or shotguns slung over their shoulders, but they dressed like everyone else in suburbia. Cargo shorts, sneakers, colorful shirts.
Did you somehow know these guys were coming? Penny asked.
Nah, the roadblock isn't even done yet. This was just lucky timing, I guess. Let's see what they want. Be ready with the pistol and that holster. But let's be friendly to start with, okay? I pulled the shotgun off my shoulder, safety hot and ready for use.
I'll do my best, she said in a tense voice.
The men stopped when they got about 50 feet away. Hey there! Can we approach you guys and talk? A man yelled out. I glanced over to Penny. I saw silent determination on her face, which was probably a result of staking out our land with the roadblock. At the same time, her feet and legs were restless, as if she could run away in a flash. She passed nervous looks my way to see what I would do next. Here we go, I whispered. Come on over, I replied to the man. The men closed the distance. I had no idea what to expect. Chapter 14. Thanks for not shooting us on sight, the lead man said as the group approached our 3-car roadblock. I set the shotgun on the hood of my Corvette, rather than hold it. I wanted it obvious we weren't helpless, but I didn't feel the need to be belligerent about it. Not until I knew what they wanted. If you don't mind, we'd like you to stop about right there, I pointed, indicating a position about 20 feet away from our cars. Enough space we could duck down if they made threatening moves with those weapons. Sure, no problem. The guy put a foot down and straddled his bike frame. My name is Zen. I gave all 6 of them a once-over. They appeared to be Trevor's age, probably early to mid-20s. All of them were dressed in cargo pants, white sneakers, and silky button-down shirts with half the buttons open. Their necks were adorned with thick gold necklaces. My first impression fit with the young men who'd left Trevor's place the day before. Trust fund kids. Hiya, Zen. I'm Frank. This is Penny. The guy's eyes darted between us. Unlike what other guys had been doing lately, he did not dwell on my pretty companion. Either he wasn't into older women, or he was only visiting for important business. Nice to meet you both, he said with some sincerity. Zen's black hair was pulled back tight in a ponytail, adding a hippie vibe to his metrosexual nightclub aura. You too, I replied. Those are some nice rifles you've got. While they got off their bikes, I had time to observe their weaponry. Most of them had AR-15s, decked out with expensive stocks, grips, and red dots. The leader, however, had a compact AK-47. I dig the underfolder. Thanks. Bought it recently, actually. I don't like to carry what everyone else has. Zen motioned to his friends. I wasn't going to tell him it was dumb to be the odd man out when on patrol. The only ammo he could use was whatever he carried with him. None of the others could mix and match ammunition with him. I always wanted to get one, I stated matter-of-factly, but never had the spare cash.
I feel you, brother, he replied. Guns cost a lot more than you'd think.
All I've got is this Benelli M4. I drew his eyes to the black shotgun lying on the hood, noting how easy it was to lie about what guns I owned. He briefly looked at it. It's kind of insane that we're all carrying guns around with us already, I said in a gee-whiz tone, to make them think I was surprised, but not frightened by the prospect. Coming across as scared of firearms would rightly be seen as a weakness. Really makes you think how good we have it most of the time.
Uh-huh. Looks like you're still making the best of it.
Zen pointed behind us toward the action on the block. Ben, Luke, and Carmen had already pushed the Cuban woman's convertible out of her driveway.
Are you preparing for an invasion?
The man's demeanor was relaxed and friendly, as if he didn't find us threatening. It made sense, since his people outnumbered Penny and I 3-1. I only turned halfway around, trying to keep my eyes on the men, as well as check out our street. The EMP has made it impossible to depend on the authorities, so we're just taking a few precautions. We set up a couple of snipers, armed up all the neighbors, and, as an afterthought, I figured it would be good to put up this wall of cars, so we can talk to people before they get too close. I'd lied about the snipers, though I planned to create a position for one. As long as Zen thought someone might have his people in their crosshairs, it would probably dissuade him from doing anything stupid. Zen took a look around, then turned to his friends.
Maybe we should do the same thing when we get back, huh, guys?
His buddies nodded. His initial impression was they weren't happy to be there. They hung a bit behind Zen, looking nervous. I couldn't tell if it was discomfort at the confrontation, or if they simply wanted to be somewhere else. However, as it was our first encounter with someone approaching our neighborhood watch zone, I made sure to not let my guard down, even a little. Everyone was a threat, until proven otherwise. Whatever we're doing, I said in a reasonable voice, I kind of hate it. We're only 24 hours into this disaster, and we're already carrying all these weapons and building forts. That's not the America I want.
No shit, Zen allowed. One of my neighbors lived in New Orleans when Katrina went through. He's the one who said we couldn't leave the street without being armed. That's why we've got these.
He leaned sideways to display the weapon over his shoulder. Makes complete sense, I replied, before jumping into the important question I'd been building up to. So what brings you all to our humble little street? I kept my voice even, rather than accusatory or provocative.
We're not here to cause trouble, Zen replied. But we're looking for a guy named Trevor. We know he lives on this street, probably in the house with the Ferrari.
He jabbed a finger toward Trevor's place. One of his pals swiped his own nose, giving me another clue about their states of mind. If Zen was on drugs, could I expect the same irrational behavior as my neighbor? Was I now dealing with 6 more Trevors? Why do you want him? I asked, still keeping my voice open and friendly.
He took something valuable that belongs to me, Zen replied. I'd really like it back, so I brought a few of my friends to help convince him. Obviously, we want nothing to do with you or anyone else living here. I promise, once we have our stuff, we'll be out of your hair.
That problem seems to be going around, I replied. A couple of houses on our street were robbed last night. We found out later it was Trevor and his friend Pike.
Pike was there? Zen asked. No surprise. That big oaf does whatever he's told,
If you'll just let us through, we'll have a nice conversation with them about taking what doesn't belong to 'em." Penny and I didn't present much of a deterrent, but I stood my ground. "I'm sorry, but we have a lot of kids in the houses surrounding Trevor's place, so we don't want any violence around them, you know? If you all will wait here for a little bit, I'll go collect Trevor and bring him to you. Then you can talk to him all you want." Zen shrugged. After looking from side to side to see what his friends thought, he returned his gaze to me. "I guess it couldn't hurt. We just want our shit back." As we struck our agreement, the red Mercedes convertible slowly rolled up to the roadblock. I instructed the pusher trio to park it on the driveway as the fourth car on our wall, but I didn't give them time to line it up perfectly. "Hey guys," I said to my friends, "why don't you all head down to my garage, okay? You too, Penny. We'll talk about which cars we're going to get next, just as soon as I finish helping out these visitors." "Roger that," Ben said, barely giving the new guys a glance. "You sure, Frank?" Luke asked, hovering around. "Yeah, I'd like you all to head down there together, so you don't get ambushed by Trevor. I'll keep an eye on you." It wasn't just Trevor. I wanted my friends to leave immediately so I could watch them go and warn them of any funny business from Zen's people. There was no reason to think he'd turn on us, but I wasn't going to risk my neighbors' lives. I also didn't want anyone standing around at the roadblock while the strangers were there. If they were somehow in cahoots with Trevor, anyone at the roadblock could find themselves between two enemy forces. Luke was reluctant, but he soon walked away. Carmen patted the holstered gun on her hip as she left. New gun owners tended to check their firearm over and over, and she played the part to perfection. While my friends walked away, I faced Zen, the most immediate threat. "You really think Trevor will hurt your people?" Zen asked. "Yes, without question," I replied. "Yesterday he pulled a gun on everyone in the neighborhood. Last night he robbed us. Today I had to confiscate 2 of his guns. He's bad news." "Was one of them a tan Smith & Wesson Shield pistol?" Zen asked. "No. Why?" "It's not why we're here, precisely, but it is one of the things he stole from us." "Shit," I replied under my breath. "Yeah, he's dangerous. That's why you should let us deal with him." Zen took a few steps closer. "We could make sure he knows not to dick around with people. We'll even take him away if he doesn't cooperate." I found it hard to get a read on the guy. His party's armed presence suggested there was a lot of danger in front of me, but his relaxed posture and easy smile made it easy to believe he was peaceful. I had to remind myself that anyone who had dealings with Trevor probably wasn't in the gifted program, so I felt justified in continuing my white lie about only being worried for the children. "Believe me, if we didn't have kids around, I'd take you up on the offer. I don't really feel like dealing with him again. However, I think the safest move is to get him myself, then quietly bring him to you." "I can respect that," Zen replied. "What exactly did he steal?" I asked. For a split second, Zen appeared uncomfortable. "I won't know for certain until I talk to him, you know?" There was more to it than he let on, but our goal was the same. Get Trevor to the roadblock with the least amount of disturbance to the neighborhood. "Okay, give me 10 or 15 minutes to work this out. You all can sit in these cars to get out of the sun if you'd like. They aren't good for much else." "Thanks." I grabbed my shotgun and walked away from the roadblock. While I'd waited behind to make sure no one took a shot at my friends from behind, I was fully aware of the risk I'd put myself in. If they wanted an easy shot, I was it. After going about 50 yards, I risked a glance behind me. Zen and his friends had set down their bikes and gotten into the cars. Most were in Ben's Subaru, since it was the only four-seater. But Zen had hopped into the driver's seat of my Vet. It gave him no sun protection, since the sunroof was down. But it did give him the best visibility to my side of the roadblock. That was probably his intention. I met everyone in my garage. "We're going to need more people if we ever hope to maintain a roadblock," I said as I approached. "I could have stayed up there," Luke offered. "No, there's no point right now. If those guys had meant to shoot us, they wouldn't have ridden bikes right up to the gate. If they still intend to do us harm, I want you guys here, in the houses, where you can protect yourselves and each other. If you were standing out there by the cars, you'd make easy targets. Besides, we all have to focus on the other problem." I gestured to Trevor's place, 3 houses down the road.
"He got into even more trouble?"
Penny asked. "Yes," I replied. "He went out of our neighborhood and took some things from those men." "What did he take?" Ben asked. "I'm not sure. They said one of the items was a pistol, but they made it pretty clear it wasn't the main thing." "Drugs," Tyler snarked. I looked his way. "Yeah, maybe. I'd rather it be that than a bunch more weapons." "What are we doing?" Ben continued. "You want us to back you up when you go inside? Like before?" "No, I can't imagine he's still got his doors unlocked. We're going to have to try to get him to come out."
"You think that will work?" Penny asked. "He pointed a gun at you last time."
I took a moment, there among my new friends, to appreciate how complicated life can get when you entangle your affairs with other people. I could have retired to a log cabin on the side of a mountain in deepest Idaho. Then it would have only been me against the elements, which was the theme of many of my books. However, as I looked at Penny and her daughter, I took some comfort that they were together because of me. If I'd been on that mountain, there's no telling what would have happened to the cute little girl. I'm sure she would have made it back from daycare. But after that... The thoughts were interrupted by the necessity of coming up with what to do. My friends were good at honing the details of my plans, but it seemed to fall to me to create them. "Well, we can either shoot our way in, or talk him out. I vote we try the second one. Unless anyone has a better idea?" No one raised their hands. "Do you have any tricks up your sleeve?" Tyler asked. "Gandalf always has tricks up his sleeve." "As a matter of fact, I do." I held up a wait finger and ran inside my house. When I came back out a few minutes later, I showed the boy what I'd retrieved. "Oh, yeah," he said. It was my pride and joy Bravo Company Recce 16 carbine AR-15. I'd spent considerable time dialing it in over the years, so I could punch nails all afternoon at 100 yards. However, since there weren't many opportunities to fire beyond 100-yard ranges in the outskirts of Chicago, I'd placed a 1 to 4x scope on it, instead of a larger one. That made it more suitable for close encounters.
"How many guns do you need?"
Evelyn said in a dour tone.
"As many as it takes,"
Melanie chimed in. I turned with surprise toward the young mother, as I'd had her pegged as hating firearms.
"As many as it takes to ensure my kids aren't harmed by that jerk,"
Melanie continued with an attitude. "That's right," I said as I stuffed an extra 30-round mag in my pocket. "I don't want it to come to violence, but this time I'm not going to tolerate him pointing a gun in my face, loaded or not. The men at the roadblock said Trevor stole a pistol from them, so I know he has at least one firearm again." "He broke his probation already?" Ben asked. "The guy barely tried," I replied. It could get dangerous, the old guy said with concern. That's why I'm taking 3 guns of my own. I've got the rifle if things get hot while I'm on his front lawn. The shotgun is for breaching his house. And my everyday carry pistol is a last resort gun, if all the others are out of ammo. Luke, I'd like you to carry the loaner shotgun. Ben, if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to have you hang back here and watch the kids with Melanie and your wife. We need to make sure someone proficient with a gun is taking care of them.
I'm coming with you, Frank.
Carmen spoke up. I was hoping you'd say that, I answered. She talked earlier about contributing to the group, so I was pleased to see her making good on it. We need a few of us out there, so he knows we're serious. Penny decided to stay with Daisy, though she also kept the pistol on her hip. Once we were done switching people around, I walked out onto the street with Luke on one side and Carmen on the other. We cut across the island and came out not far from the Ferrari. Let's work from here, I whispered. I can't make any promises, but I don't think he'd shoot at us if we are close to his high-dollar ride. I set my shotgun up against the side of Trevor's car, out of sight of the house. Keep your guns hidden until we know we're going to need them. I want to try to do this the peaceful way, but I'm already assuming he won't be reasonable. Luke put his shotgun next to mine. Then I slung off my AR-15 and set it next to the pair of scatter guns.
Should I take mine off?
Carmen asked. No, just stand behind the window of the car so he can't see your waist. Once we were ready, I called out, Hey, Trevor, you in there? It took a few moments, but he came up next to one of the open second-floor windows.
Now what do you want? I haven't borrowed more of your shit, so don't even try to pin it on me.
Borrowed? That was funny. I need you to come out and talk, I said.
Hard pass, dude, Trevor said with a chuckle. I'm doing what you said and lying low. We've got all we need in here, including women, booze, and endless blow. So nothing you can say is going to interest us. We'll ride this out with no problem.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, since there are 6 men standing down the street who are very interested in talking to you about something you took from them. I was trying to save your bacon by talking to you directly, instead of letting them come down here. Trevor leaned out his window to get the angle on the roadblock. Based on his surprised reaction, he saw them, but when he turned to look at us again, his demeanor was more reserved.
I've got no idea who they are.
I huddled with Carmen and Luke. Guys, I asked those guys to stay up at the roadblock so they wouldn't endanger our kids with all their guns. Plus, I've read a bunch of stories about bad things that can happen when you invite strangers into your home. Maybe they'll see something they like here and want to come back days or even months later. We have to plan ahead and protect ourselves from unnecessary risks. We want to deal with Trevor ourselves, Luke summed up. You got it, friend. Now, how are we going to do it? We can't starve them out, Carmen chuckled. No, we don't have that kind of time. However, I looked over to Trevor's yard to confirm he had an external water supply shut off. Like mine, it was under a small metal lid about 10 feet from his driveway. We could make him think he's being starved out.
You have a cute twinkle in your eyes, Frank,
Carmen remarked. Luke laughed. Yeah, it's super cute. Carmen reached in front of me and slapped Luke's arm.
Don't tease him.
They were both having too much fun. Okay, you two. Here goes nothing. I faced Trevor's house. Hey, Trevor, if you aren't going to be helpful and just step outside to talk to these men, we're going to make it miserable for you to be in there. The first thing we're going to do is turn off your water. I bet you don't even have a clue how to turn it on and off, do you?
I'll figure it out,
he said. But it didn't fool me. Maybe. But once we turn off your supply, you aren't going to have any for showers, drinking, or toilets. Do you know what it's going to smell like in there after a couple of days of crapping in your living room?
I said we'll figure it out, Trevor yelled. And who made you the president of this whole damned street?
It was a good question. I wasn't technically in charge of anything. My neighbors seemed to rally behind me, which was nice. But there was no organization to it. I kind of figured it only meant no one else wanted to take the responsibility.
For the 10th time, I'm giving you a chance to rejoin our neighborhood. No one can survive on their own, not even you, which is why we're all working as a team out here. I don't know what you did to these men, but I know you aren't a lost cause. Once you make things right with them, maybe you can make things right with us.
That was my first big lie. After all the trouble he'd caused, there was no way in hell we were going to let him stick around. But I was willing to bend the truth if it ensured no one took a bullet, including him.
"Screw you!" he cried out.
Wrong answer, asshole. I went back into discussion on the safe side of the Ferrari.
Well, I'm happy to turn off his water, but the threat of it didn't bring him to the table like I hoped it would. He might be dumb enough to think he could survive in his house for a long time, while the rest of us were actively hostile toward him. I appreciated one of the core lessons of my books, which I'd thought about a lot over the past day. Be on good terms with your neighbors when Armageddon comes calling. Carmen, maybe you could entice him out, I suggested. Ew, I'm not sleeping with him.
I double-blinked.
What? Oh, sorry. I misunderstood what you said. I thought you wanted me to entice him like prostitutes do on the street corner. Good God, no, I replied with emphasis. I just meant you could play good cop to my bad cop. Offer his friends an out. See if we can peel away some more of his allies. I find it hard to believe anyone would want to stick around in there if they couldn't drink water or take showers. Good point.
Carmen moved to the hood of the car, giving her a clear path to see the upstairs windows.
Hey, everyone up there. My name is Carmen. I actually live next door. Frank really is going to shut off the water, and it won't take long for your house to break down into anarchy. I know I couldn't go one day without taking a shower or washing my face. Is that how you want to live? She chuckled. Frank has this EMP thing figured out. He's making good decisions, helping us plan. I'm sure if you come outside, we can help take care of you, and maybe even send you home. Frank did the same thing for your other friends yesterday. If not, we'll make sure you're fed and taken care of until we can. Okay?
After about 20 seconds of silence, Carmen gripped her hair with both hands to lift it off her shoulder for a moment. She'd been doing manual labor in the intense morning heat, so had good reason.
You're wasting your time, Trevor huffed. I've got a small army up here, and they aren't going to do shit for you guys. I guarantee it. Just leave us alone, and I won't have to make you regret messing with us.
It was one of the worst bluffs I'd ever heard.
Just come down, guy,
Carmen said in a thick accent.
We only want to help.
Trevor guffawed in his window. Moments later, there was movement happening next to the garage. As the day before, a pair of women ran down the driveway, followed by two guys.
Nice work, Carmen, I said. I think you talked some of them out of the house.
I am good, she replied in a happy voice. The small group came over to our position.
Will you really help us?
One of the girls asked. It was Bonnie, the one who'd turned over Trevor's 2 pistols. She was blank-faced, like before, as if she'd been through trauma, but there was still a light in her eyes. Freedom was important to her.
"We didn't sign up for this," a young man added. "Trevor's a good dude and all, but he's been tripping balls since yesterday, and his decisions have been totally sus. Now I just want to go home." "I wouldn't say he's a good dude," a second girl replied. "How many of you are left up there?" I asked. "Right now it's just Trev and Pike," the same man answered. "He's blowing mud telling you there's an army up there." "Really? Are you sure? I thought there were a lot more of you guys." Almost 30 of them had been on the lawn the day before, and about 12 had left with Mitzi. There should have still been another 10 or 15 in the house. "There were," he answered, "but a lot of them pieced out overnight. Trevor went somewhere after dark, which was the opportunity everyone was waiting for. A bunch of them ran through the backyard and into the woods." "The woods?" I imagined a gaggle of young people heading out into the dark forest. Would they have the skills to navigate? Or were they still wandering around out there? Their fate concerned me somewhat, but it also took the pressure off my immediate problem, since it meant there wasn't a group of armed men waiting to ambush us from inside Trevor's place. "Yep," he replied. "They figured it was safer than knocking on your doors at 2 a.m. "We wouldn't have turned him away," I said.
"You should know,"
Bonnie interrupted.
"I wasn't with him all of last night. He and I weren't."
"Don't worry about it." I touched her on the shoulder. "I could tell he had you reading from a script. You did more than enough by helping remove his guns." She flashed a weak smile. "We bailed because we saw how you helped our other friends walk out of your neighborhood," the boy added. "We watched them leave from our windows and knew we were missing out. Trevor was pretty pissed at that point, so we didn't want to make things worse." "I can imagine," I admitted. Trevor cursed in a loud voice. Then he came to the window. "What are you guys doing?" he asked. "You're leaving? Bonnie, what the hell?" "We have to go home, bud," the man next to me called up to the window. "Thanks for letting us crash there for a couple of nights."
"Yeah, thanks for nothing,"
Bonnie shouted. "We have to go," the young man said to Bonnie and the other two as he strode away. "I think he's going to lose his shit now that we're out."
"Thank you,"
Bonnie said to me, before following the guy into the street. The 4 of them walked directly toward the circle. Then they started to jog toward my garage. I was left with Carmen and Luke. We listened as Trevor cursed and stomped around his upper floor. There were some clear indications he was breaking things and slamming doors. But it wasn't until a lamp base came out the window I knew his real level of anger.
"I did it for you guys. You 4.
Trevor hung out his window, pointing to his guests escaping on foot.
"Blow doesn't just come from nowhere, you assholes. I had to acquire it for you. And this is the thanks I get?"
"Wow, he's on fire," I whispered.
"Those kids aren't stopping."
Carmen pointed toward my house. The 4 of them ran alongside my driveway, as if they were going into my garage to meet the others. But they diverted to the side of my house and went into the backyard. They checked over their shoulders, as if they were about to be chased down. "I wonder if they know something we don't?" Luke asked.
"At least they're out of harm's way,"
Carmen said with pride. "Yeah," I smiled. "I'm going to make you the neighborhood public relations officer. It doesn't hurt to put a pretty face up front, you know." The twinkle returned to her eyes, like she wanted to say something. "What is it?" I asked her. Her answer was interrupted by Trevor.
"Well, loser, I should thank you, I guess. Now I don't have to feed a bunch of worthless mouths. Me and Pike will get along just fine with the stuff we've got in here. We won't have to come out for years."
I sighed. My threat to turn off his water had worked almost to perfection, getting his friends to jump ship. But it failed to draw out the one person I needed. Zen's people at the roadblock didn't seem like the types who would allow days or weeks for him to finally run out of food and water. "All right, Trevor, I'll make this easy. If you won't give back what you took, I'll roll your Ferrari up the street and use it as a down payment. I'm not sure about everything you took, but I'd bet one exotic car would cover it."
"You son of a bitch!"
Trevor roared with rage. "That kicked him in the beanbag," I bragged to Carmen. Luke peered at the window. "He's got something new." I saw it immediately. The object was painted gold, which threw me off for a second or two. However, as he held it against his shoulder and aimed it in my direction, I soon recognized the familiar shape. It was an AK-47. Chapter 15. "Get down!" I yelled as I bowled into Carmen.
"Oof!"
she yelped when she bumped her head against the Ferrari's back tire. Luke dove for cover next to us. Trevor fired 8 or 10 shots into his own car, causing a whirlwind of broken glass around us, along with an earth-shattering pop from one of the front tires.
"You aren't taking my car anywhere!"
Trevor screamed. He fired a couple more at the Ferrari, hitting toward the front, before stopping. I figured he might have come to his senses about the insane act of destroying his own property. But then he started up again. "Shit!" I cried out, once I saw his new target. The rattle of multiple shots struck my brand-new home. A window shattered, then the light fixture next to the front door exploded. Some of the bullets hit the roofing tiles up top. Then he spent the rest of his ammo firing into my empty garage. Hard in my throat, I searched for the kids taking refuge there. They would be easy targets for any competent rifleman at less than 100 yards. The 3 bays appeared empty. "I think the adults got the kids out of sight," I reasoned. "Thank God," Luke added. Carmen stayed low and had her hands over her ears, but she chuckled nervously when she saw me checking her over. "What's so funny?" I asked.
"You said he wouldn't shoot his own car, Frank,"
she said in a mocking but playful way. "So I did," I admitted. "I know drugs make people do dumb shit, but this guy has apparently hogged all the stupid."
"I'll let you off the hook for this one,"
Carmen went on. I peeked through the compartment of the sports car to see if Trevor was still in the window. I didn't see him, which probably meant he was reloading his AK. Cars aren't bulletproof, especially this aluminum machine from Europe, so we should move out of here before he starts up again.
"Tell me where to go,"
she replied. I slung the AR rifle over my shoulder and picked up the shotgun I'd leaned against the car. Before I did anything, I looked at Luke. "Well, brother, I told you I was going to put this off as long as I could. I honestly didn't expect it would happen this fast." "What's that?" he asked. "I'm going to fire a gun," I replied. "You might want to cover your ears, but get ready to run the second I shoot, okay?" They nodded and got into crouches, like runners at the starting blocks. One thing I was willing to admit, reading my books might have given me insights into human nature and the way breakdowns in society take place. But the stories had bestowed little in terms of actionable military strategy and tactics. Just as I could read a book about the greatest soccer games in the world and how to kick a ball, I would be a lead weight if I ended up on a professional soccer team. Likewise, specific best practices for trading fire with a drugged-out lunatic wasn't something I could easily reference. However, I knew enough not to stay in the direct line of sight with the shooter. I balanced the shotgun on the edge of the hood and lined up the window where I'd last seen Trevor. "Go!" I yelled to my friends. I braced for the recoil against my shoulder. The boom of the shotgun was far louder than I'd expected, since I'd never fired it without proper eye and ear protection. The expelled gas and acrid smoke wafted around me, giving immediacy to the fact I was firing at a living person. The buckshot shattered the top half of my target window. "Stay low," I yelled to my friends. They scurried up the driveway, toward the garage. If Trevor had moved to another window, he might still draw a bead on them despite their cover, so I had to let go of a second round. I squared the buttstock against my body again, then squeezed the trigger. A satisfying chunk of window frame turned into a fist-sized hole. If Trevor was still in that room, he was no doubt covered with glass and debris. It was time for me to move. As I ran for the next car, Trevor appeared in the damaged window. "Bastard!" he yelled. He put 2 rifle shots in Mitzi's Lexus, causing me to duck down again. Luke and Carmen were at the threshold of the garage. "I'll be there," I shouted. I crawled the rest of the way to stay hidden from my attacker. There was a brief exposure when I went between the next 2 cars, but Trevor must not have expected me there, since no bullets came chasing after my feet. The upstairs window allowed Trevor to see down to the driveway, but not inside his own garage. When I reached my 2 neighbors, I let go of the tension in my lungs. "Damn, that was crazy," I exclaimed. "He could come downstairs," Luke warned. "What now?" Carmen asked. She stood there in her curvy shorts and dark t-shirt, looking every bit as feminine as ever. To my surprise, seeing her holding the pistol while being on the edge of a gunfight struck me as far more attractive than when she'd been in the tiny sundress. On the other hand, a gun battle was not the time to notice such things. "Luke, keep an eye on the door." I pointed to the entry into the house. "Roger that," he said, sounding as if he was playing the part of a soldier. I turned back to Carmen. "Just stand over here for now." I guided her to the front corner of the garage, then around to the side of the house. "Why out here?" she asked. "Look, I love that you wanted to help me with this problem, but you don't have any experience with your pistol. Luke and I are going inside to put a stop to this." "We are?" Luke interjected. "We're going around back," I said to Carmen, "but I need you to stand here and be ready if anyone runs outside from the front of the house or the garage. If they do, fire a quick shot or 2 from behind this corner, then come and let us know. You are our eyes and ears, okay?" "I can do that, Frank." Her voice was filled with worry. "Are we really going in there?" Luke inquired with fear in his eyes. "Luke, there's nothing I'd rather do than avoid this danger. But this asshole fired at your kids and our other neighbors, to say nothing of firing on us. If we don't get rid of him, he's going to sit in his house from now until the end of time, and be a threat to our loved ones. I think you'd agree we can't let that happen, especially when there are no police we can call." "I don't want to leave him be," he gulped, "but I'm no good with this shotgun." "Did you see his shooting?" I replied. "He can only hit things the size of my house. Plus, I think he's hopped up on goofballs or coke or whatever drugs he's got. I guarantee you're 100 times better as a shooter than he is." Luke sucked in a long breath through his nose, then let it out slowly from his mouth. "We could just let those guys at the roadblock have him." I took a moment to think about it, but not seriously. "We don't know anything about those guys. They're strangers who might act in ways we can't possibly anticipate. What if they took over Trevor's house? Maybe they'd find it funny to shoot at us instead of the thief. Who knows what would happen if one of their guys got killed? Would we get the blame? Any of those could lead to even bigger problems for us." "That's all true," he allowed. "Even if we hit the best case, and they took Trevor without us lifting a finger, we would seem like pushovers to them. That might bite us in the ass if this breakdown continues for a long time." "I didn't think of it that way." Our best play is to carefully go in there and basically arrest him like a cop would. If this EMP sticks with us, we're going to have to be able to take care of our own problems. This is our first BFP. Big friggin' problem. All right, Frank. I'm not sure I'm your best choice of partner, but I'll do anything to protect my family. He didn't sound as enthusiastic as I would have hoped, but maybe it was better to have someone with common sense who appreciated the risks, rather than someone gung-ho who would rush in behind me without thinking of the consequences.
I'll go with you,
Carmen said from close by. No, I'll go, Luke said with more resolve. I'm good. And besides, Frank was right. We need someone we can count on to watch our backs. He and Carmen exchanged nervous smiles. I went over my plan, which took about 20 seconds and consisted of Luke standing behind me the whole time and covering my ass.
That's it?
Carmen chuckled. Keep it simple, stupid, I replied. I've learned that over and over in my books. She nodded. I walked out onto the driveway, just far enough to see Trevor's window. Hey, Trevor, I hope you took out gunshot insurance on your car. You sure did a number on it.
I can just buy another one, dipshit,
he shouted back. I didn't see him in the banged-up window, but his voice sounded like it came from that location. Even if he'd moved to another window, I could rest assured he was in the front part of the house. That was all I needed to know. After hustling back over to my friends, I grabbed Luke by the arm and guided him toward the back of the house. Come on, we have to move fast. I swapped the shotgun for my Bravo Company AR-15. The shotgun was probably better for trading fire inside a home, but I'd already expended 2 rounds, which only left me with 4. I had a few extras in case I wanted to reload, but that still wouldn't be enough if there was a lot of gunfire. By contrast, my AR had a 30-round mag ready to go, and a full spare in my pocket. We stopped when we got to the back corner of the house. Luke panted, as if he was scared shitless. I'm sure he was. You all right, bud? I said in an upbeat tone. He breathed in and out for a few seconds. Yeah, just nervous is all. I feel like I'm going to puke. I'm right there with you, I replied, as I ejected the 4 shells, then set my shotgun against the side of the house, so it wouldn't weigh me down. If Trevor somehow found the gun, there was no way he could use it. You don't seem nervous, he mused. Oh, I am, but it helps to stay busy. I gave him the 4 rounds, along with 2 I found in my front pocket. Put these in a pocket, in case you need them. Will do, he said. I looked ahead. Hey, the back door is already open. The 4 kids must have run out and left it that way, he suggested, as he peeked around the corner with me. That's our way in, I said as I took a few steps toward it. Right behind you. Trevor's bean-shaped pool was surrounded by bushes and shrubs closer to the house, which gave us some concealment as we snuck up to the back door. Wait, I whispered. Luke halted behind me. Trevor and Pike came down the steps. I thought for sure they'd see us, but we no doubt blended in with the greenery of the yard. Once off the steps, they sprinted into the front foyer, as if they were going to steamroller through the door. Were they planning to rush outside and hurt Carmen? If so, I'd rush in and shoot both of them in the back to protect her. I watched for what they would do next. What are they up to? Luke asked. Adrenaline coursed through my veins as I was on the literal and figurative edge of our upcoming encounter with Trevor. I realized I was getting a small taste of what it was like to be a police officer confronting a bad guy, or a soldier taking down a terrorist. I wanted to be as professional as those guys,
so I used that comparison to stay centered on my task. Trevor leaned against the front door, but didn't look like he was going to open it. "I don't know," I whispered. Nothing happened for the next few seconds, and it felt like a week with how amped up I was. Trevor and Pike remained glued to the front window, now each holding pistols, perhaps wondering why they couldn't see us. Their confusion would only last for so long. There were a few moments I considered shooting my rifle through the house, but I didn't have a straight shot down the hallway, nor were the two kids standing still. If I missed, the bullet might fly over to the next street. A miss would also alert them to our presence, giving them an advantage, since it was their home. It looks like they have more than just Zen's shield. Despite Bonnie getting us those 2 pistols, the bastards now have 2 more. I pointed inside to paint an accurate picture for Luke about the danger we were about to confront. "Are we going to shoot them?" he asked. I wasn't going to be dumb about it, but I still held out hope I wouldn't have to shoot and kill someone on day 1. We had the drop on them, so there was a great chance we could end it without bloodshed. If they point a gun at you, yes, don't hesitate. However, if we can surprise them and make them give up their guns, I'd prefer to go that route. "Let's hope," he agreed. "Come on, the faster we move, the better," I advised. I hopped inside the door and committed to our sneak attack. I instantly split my time between watching Trevor and looking at my feet. The place hadn't been cleaned up from earlier, and I had to carefully step around the dishes and cups Trevor had tossed out to make it look as if he'd been robbed. I made it halfway across the living room before a loud crunch erupted from close by. "Shit!" Luke exclaimed under his breath. When he'd come in behind me, Luke had stepped a bit to the side. His foot must have jostled the delicate serving pitcher sitting next to the black duffel bag near the back door. It had fallen sideways and cracked in half. I whipped my head toward the foyer. Trevor and Pike had both turned to see who'd made the noise. For 2 heartbeats, we looked at each other. "Drop your weapons!" I cried out, knowing it wouldn't work, but willing to give them one final chance. "Get them!" Trevor shouted to his friend. All 4 of us drew our weapons and fired. Luke dove behind the nearest couch. His first shotgun blast went into the vaulted ceiling. I fired from the hip 3 times with my AR-15, which was a method of shooting I'd only practiced a handful of times. My rounds went toward the enemy, but struck one of the walls between us and them. I dropped behind a recliner, already looking for my next hop to reel cover. Glass shattered out of the big doors behind me. Luke popped up, aimed, let go of a deafening shotgun blast, then watched for half a second before dropping to the floor again. A man screamed in pain. "Luke?" I asked, afraid it was him. The ringing echoes in my ears were epic in scale, making it difficult to tell location. Luke replied from 1,000 miles away. "Hit." I couldn't make out what he'd said. "Did you say you were hit?" "No, I hit someone," he yelled back. "Trevor?" I asked. 3 puffs of stuffing exploded from the recliner chair, which forced me to drop all the way into the prone position. "No, the other one," Luke answered. "I don't know how, but I hit him and he went down." More screams of pain from the front of the home. "Go that way, bud." I motioned for him to go into the kitchen, which would lead him in a roundabout way to the front foyer. With 4 people trading shots down a narrow corridor between the living room and the front door, it was crazy to remain a stationary target. I wanted Luke to flank them. I was already in the middle of the living room, so I hopped up and lunged forward toward the edge of the hallway leading to the front of the house.
I watched for Trevor to peek around a corner and shoot at me, but he must have been distracted by his injured friend. I only saw Pike's legs as he laid prone on the tiles. "Stay alert," I called over to Luke. There was still no activity down the hall. Was Trevor at the corner 10 feet away, just waiting for me to make a mistake?
"I can see Pike,"
Luke shouted.
"Trevor's not here."
"Is it clear?" I asked, suddenly looking to the stairs behind me, as if Trevor might emerge and shoot me in the back.
"I think so. I'm at the front door."
I peeked again and saw Luke standing over Pike. There was probably some protocol he'd breached by going right up to the bad guy's position, but I didn't know what it was. Instead, I used my own initiative to rush forward to meet and support him. A large tiled foyer surrounded the front door. A visitor could enter the house and either walk down the short hallway toward the living room, turn toward the kitchen, or take a third route deeper into the home. Trevor must have taken that third way. Luke kicked a big 1911-style pistol away from Pike's reach, though the injured kid had made no effort to grab it. As best as I could tell, the guy bled only from his leg, though it did look pretty serious. Without warning, the plaster near my head exploded inward. "Duck!" I yelled, way too late for the first shot. Trevor fired his handgun through the wall, creating a deadly piece of modern art, as several holes were punched out of the plaster. Luke had gone back into the kitchen, so I threw myself to the floor and drug myself toward the corner to follow him. Pieces of drywall scattered over my back as I went, which led me to realize I couldn't pass the injured boy and do nothing. "Sorry if this hurts," I warned Pike. I dragged the big guy about 6 feet to get him out of the line of fire. "Thanks," he murmured through his pain. The second I got us both safely around the corner, I hopped to my feet and positioned my rifle toward Trevor. "Where is he?" I asked.
"I don't know,"
Luke replied. "Watch for him to come behind us in the kitchen." I pointed toward the living room again, so Luke would keep our rears covered. After a quick peek to ensure I couldn't see Trevor across the foyer, I pulled back and sucked in a breath while I thought about where to aim on the wall. I was about to break one of the prime rules of gun handling, which was to always see your target. The holes in the wall were spaced about 5 feet off the ground, so I tried to imagine Trevor standing behind the exit wounds. Instead of aiming for the holes, I lined up a little below them, figuring that was his chest. The pop-bang noise of the AR-15 was quiet compared to the shotgun, but it was still ear abuse. I put out a spread of 10 shots, which I counted off, before I retreated behind the corner again. Since I couldn't see beyond the wall, I hoped to hear some screaming from a lucky hit, but I was only greeted by silence. There was a remote chance Trevor had been shot dead, but I wasn't willing to bet my life on it. Instead, I kept peeking around the corner on the off chance he wanted to sneak up and take us out in a suicidal attack.
"What now?"
Luke asked.
"We have to—"
Footfalls interrupted me.
"He's going up the steps."
I did some mental math to determine how far he'd have to go before he could shoot through the floor and hit us. Then, I wondered if Trevor would risk shooting his friend with blind fire. Surely his buddy had more value to him than his Ferrari, which he'd already proven he was willing to destroy. "Let's get him farther into the kitchen," I pointed to Pike. Luke and I pulled the big guy along the tiles and propped him up against the nearest cabinet. If Trevor was crazy enough to shoot through the floor, I figured Pike would be far enough away from the target area at the front door. "Here, use this to staunch the blood." I dropped a dish towel on Pike's leg, which had already created a messy streak of blood where we dragged him. "Thanks," Pike hissed through the pain.
"What's upstairs?"
I asked the kid.
"Ammo,"
he said after a short pause. Bonnie didn't know about our new guns, or the ammo. We stole the handgun last night while we were out. I should have told you earlier where he hid 'em, but I promise I never dreamed he would be the one to start a gunfight with our stash of guns. I was learning that Trevor's friends often seemed surprised by Trevor's actions. It was almost as if they didn't see any of his self-destructive tendencies, until it was far too late. I couldn't fully trust Pike, but his answer didn't seem like a lie. Trevor had just fired at me with his pistol, and I'd seen the golden AK, so obviously there were at least 2 guns on the upper level, and probably ammo. I've got to get up there, I said in a hurry. You want me to come with? Luke asked. No, keep watch on this one. Help him, if you can. We'll only present more of a target if we both go up the staircase. Be careful, Luke advised in the most serious tone I'd heard from him in the past 24 hours. Always, I replied. I ran to the stairs and stood at the bottom for a few seconds. If Trevor was up at the top, he could cut me down. I could fire my rifle at the corners, in case he was hiding there, but then I might waste my limited ammo. As I deliberated, I heard a thud coming from the second floor. It sounded distant, as if Trevor wasn't in the immediate vicinity of the steps. I made a decision and ran up 2 steps at a time. When I reached the top, I crouched on the 3rd and 4th steps, took a peek around the corner, and immediately saw a flicker of movement. Trevor stood in a doorway about 15 feet away, with Zen's tan pistol pointed at my face. I whipped my head back as the shot went off. Holy shit! I screamed without thinking. Trevor fired a second time, but I had a thick corner of wall between us. I clutched my rifle, ready to shoot him if he came down the hallway and showed himself at the top of the stairs. That was the only solution I was willing to entertain to end our impasse. Sticking my head around the corner again, while he was obviously prepared to fire his gun at that exact spot, was suicide. Son of a bitch, the guy said to himself. My nerves carried more tension than a snare drum, which is why I jumped a foot off the riser as something heavy struck my shoulder and skimmed the side of my head. It seemed impossible, but somehow Trevor had gotten the drop on me. He'd drawn first blood. What the hell? I blurted. I was shocked to realize it wasn't a bullet. Trevor's pistol had bounced off the left-hand side of the staircase before it struck me. Once it went by, the tan gun rolled down the steps like a slinky. I let out an intense chuckle of relief that he'd thrown his weapon rather than shoot me with it. Really, dude? I cried out. Screw you, Trevor yelled. He was either super clever or dumb as a rock. Did he really run out of ammo and toss away his empty gun for nothing? Or did he want me to think he was out, so he could get me to go up into the hallway, where I would be an easy target? Now or never, I whispered as motivation. I went with him being dumb as a rock. He'd run out of ammo, didn't know what to do, so threw his pistol in anger. It was a trope in the movies, so he probably thought he'd do it to be funny. Once I got on the top step, I waited for 5 seconds to slow my heart. Then I rushed around the corner. I held my breath for a few strides, uncertain of my decision. But when I came to the room where he'd been shooting from, he was no longer at the door. It had only been seconds since I lost track of him, but it was already make or break time. If I stuck my head in, he could still be waiting for me with the AK. I decided not to give up the initiative. While trying to minimize my profile, I leaned my head around the door jamb. My mental picture of the room showed the busted window, broken glass, and a golden gun sitting on the bed. Trevor looked up at me in panic. He had a golden magazine in one hand and a loose shell in the other, as if he'd been reloading. A small pile of rounds laid on the bedspread. I raised my rifle and pointed it at his chest. He grabbed for his own, though it didn't have the magazine attached. It was a mystery how he planned to seat the magazine, chamber around, and fire at me before I simply put a bullet between his eyes. "Don't be stupid," I said in a "you're beat" tone of voice. For half a second, I was afraid he was going to go for it anyway. A guy ripped on coke might think he was twice as fast as anyone on Earth. However, somewhere in his brain, he seemed to realize the truth. Though his hand made it to the stock of the gun, he didn't try to pick it up. "Nice and easy, Trevor. No one has to get hurt."
"You mean like Pike? You bastards shot him."
I wasn't going to play the blame game while I had him dead to rights. "Step away from the gun, and you'll be fine."
"No, I won't."
He choked up.
"Everyone's after me, dude."
He sweated profusely, and I was certain it wasn't just because of the heat inside his home or the adrenaline of being shot at. He was high as a kite and showed no signs of coming back down. "Stand over there." I motioned him to the head of the bed, nearest the back wall. Once he did, I went up to the window and yelled outside, "We're all good up here." Carmen came out of the garage.
"Holy shit, Frank. It sounded like a war," she said.
"Are those guys still at the roadblock?" I asked. I didn't have a clear view because of the fronds of one of the palm trees.
"Yep," she replied. "They're still hanging out where you left them, though they're definitely looking this way to see what happened."
"We'll be down soon," I relayed.
"No way, dog. You can't do this,"
Trevor protested.
"Those guys will kill me."
"I know you took that pistol you threw at me, but they said you took something extra from them. Something they wouldn't come right out and tell me, but hinted they couldn't live without. They wanted to ask you about it, but I'd prefer we just get it, and them, out of our neighborhood right now, you know? So if you give it to me, I'll put in a good word for you."
"If I give it to you, will you let me stay here?"
he said with a flicker of hope. "Hell no. You're going to meet with those guys, and then keep on walking. You shot at me, dude." I emphasized his favorite word. "So I would have to be an idiot to let you stick around. I have no idea what they intend to do with you, but I would think they'd treat you a lot better if I marched you up there with something to bargain with. Don't you?"
"It's in that chest."
He pointed to a yellow metal box in the corner, and it looked like something a young boy would have in his room.
"No more bullshit."
His hands twitched, as if he were about to draw a pistol at high noon in an old west town. "You gonna give me trouble, Trevor?" I gestured to his hands. His eyes went to the rifle on the bed.
"No,"
he said in a dispirited tone. "Hey, Luke, are you able to come up here?" I shouted into the house.
"Yeah,"
he said after a brief wait.
"This kid is taking care of his leg."
"Okay, come up when you can." I lifted my rifle and pointed it at Trevor's face. Every story I'd ever read had the villain make a move, trip up the inept guard, and go on to cause a bunch of trouble. That wasn't how I did things. With the gun in his face, Trevor backed farther into the corner. Luke showed up a few moments later. "Would you mind patting him down while I keep watch over him?" I asked. I figured he didn't have a hidden gun, or he would have used it in our gunfight, but he could have a knife or some other weapon. He patted Trevor's shorts and shirt, but came up empty. "Okay, thanks, Luke. Now I need you to open that chest." I pointed to the other corner of the room. It's supposed to have the stolen goods inside."
"Sure thing, boss,"
he replied.
"Why are you sucking up to this guy?"
Trevor snorted toward my friend.
"If you want to be rich, just take what you want from my chest when you open it. All you have to do is get your boss to let me go free."
Luke and I shared a bemused glance. "Do I need to be worried?" I asked Luke with a laugh.
"You know me. 2 days ago I was just an honest internet programmer working from home. Now, after the EMP, I'm in this purely for the riches. Sorry, Frank."
Despite his words, Luke worked on opening the chest, as I'd asked. That interplay seemed to piss off Trevor even more.
"Damn it! This isn't fair. Just take it all, and whatever else you want in here. But for the love of God, let me go. Zen and his gang don't have to know we made any kind of deal."
Wow. Luke had the chest half open. "It looks like someone raided a cartel's stash." I sidestepped until I could see the chest and my prisoner at the same time. "Wow, indeed," I exclaimed. "How much is it worth?" Despite seeing truckers hopped up on every kind of drug imaginable over the course of my career, I'd never been into them myself, so I didn't honestly know what I was looking at. However, the flat rectangular bag of white powder looked exactly as it did on TV.
"That kilo is worth 25 grand. As I said, one or both of you can take it for yourself and sell it, or use it. I don't care. As long as you let me go right now."
"Looks like you skimmed a bit," I said, pointing out a small hole near one end. Trevor looked away. "Sampling the stolen goods. I get it." I watched as Luke set it on the bed next to the stolen rifle, careful not to let any spill out of the hole on top.
"Do we have a deal?"
Trevor pushed. "It is a lot of money." I pretended to consider it. "We've got a nice drug runner-style AK-47 with gold trim and a bag of blow. What do you think, Luke? Shall we arm wrestle for who gets rich?" "My wife would not approve either way," Luke laughed. "Is this everything you took?" I asked Trevor, motioning to the 2 items. "If we get up to the roadblock and they say there's more, I'm not going to be in as good of a mood."
"I swear it is. This and the pistol I threw at you. The one Pike had was my dad's. He had it hidden in the attic."
"So you didn't come clean when you had the chance. I told you what would happen if I caught you with another gun." I picked up the gold-plated AK-47. "Get moving," I commanded. Luke grabbed the bag of powder, but when he came near me, he noticed something on my head.
"Frank, you okay?"
"What do you mean?"
"You've got an angry welt behind your ear."
He pointed.
"It wasn't there before."
"I'm fine," I replied as I caught on. "Genius here threw his gun at me. It was my luck to dodge all the bullets, but still get hit with the gun itself."
"Doesn't look too bad,"
Luke assured me. "Trevor, a friendly word of advice," I said as Luke stood close. "When you run out of ammo, don't let your enemy know about it. I would have never come up those stairs if you wouldn't have tossed your empty gun."
"I'll remember that,"
he replied in a hangdog way. It was an act. Instead of being beat down, he made a sudden athletic leap over the entire bed, as if doing parkour. Luke and I were bunched up closer to the foot of the bed, so I wasn't able to grab him in the air.
"Stop!"
I yelled as I lunged for the door, the only place he could go. He stuck his landing perfectly and was a few paces from the exit, but he'd misjudged his ability to surprise me, so he didn't get much of a head start. He and I reached the doorway at the same moment, and I used my rifle as a battering ram to drive him against the far side before he could get all the way through. Trevor collapsed into the hallway. I rushed next to him, with Luke a few steps back. The young man broke into tears.
Just let me go, he moaned.
Not a chance, I said without emotion.
Why?
He sniffled. Because you made this personal, jag-off. I'm a nice guy, but you've spit in my face every time I've held out the hand of friendship. Eventually, even nice guys have to take out the trash. You are definitely the bad news of this cul-de-sac. It's high time I throw you out.
You've ruined everything, he cried.
Get up, Trevor. You've got a hot date waiting up at the roadblock. I hope they treat you as shittily as you did to us. He stood up, but acted like he was moving at half speed. Not that I blamed him. He was about to see the new law in town. We all were. Chapter 16. Walking out Trevor's front door with our prisoners, my body finally let go of all its adrenaline. I shivered from a chill, despite it probably being 80 degrees. My free hand shook a bit, as if those muscles excitedly danced off the tension from the near-death encounter. However, even as I recognized the shock, I tried to act calm, to minimize the same effects on Luke. Thanks for your help in there, I said to my friend. That was some scary shit, wasn't it?
Nah, I just followed your lead, Frank. I knew we'd be fine.
A voice crack betrayed his commendable attempt at bravado, but I wasn't going to dwell on it. The truth was, I had no idea what it was supposed to feel like after a person's first gunfight. Maybe it was a little like an almost fatal car crash, of which I had been in a few. Right after surviving the experience, I would relive it over and over in my head, wondering if it would ever go away. At the same time, I didn't care what my brain did with the memories, as long as I wasn't dead. Wait up, I said to Trevor. Pike needed to sling his arm over Trevor's shoulders, since his leg injury made it difficult to walk. I knew almost nothing about gunshot wounds, but I assumed being able to travel upright meant his prognosis was good. The pair stopped in the front yard, under the palm tree. I waved Carmen over to us. See? Piece of cake.
Oh, thank God. I prayed you wouldn't be hurt.
She let go of $1 million smile, but then looked over to Luke and shed a little of the value.
I prayed for you both.
Are we okay to come out? Ben peeked out from behind a wall in my garage. Yeah, I replied. In seconds, all the teens came out of hiding from inside my spacious garage. Good job getting the orcs, Tyler shouted with glee. I gave him a thumbs up, not sure exactly what piece of pop culture he was referring to. While I watched as he and the others celebrated our victory, I only concentrated on the blockade. It was entirely possible the real risk to our lives was still ahead, so I had to plan the safest course of action. Luke, I need you to go to my house, gather everyone together, and be ready to run if there's trouble at the roadblock. Seriously? Shouldn't I go with you to present a show of force over there?
I'll go with you, Frank,
Carmen interjected.
You said I'm your PR person, and I'm definitely a people person, so I can be useful talking to strangers.
I know you're both trying to help me again, but this is different. Please go back and protect the others. Grab your weapons and keep an eye on what happens to me. I bet you'll know when it's time to head for the hills. It was an expression I'd used back in the Midwest, but it didn't work as well in Florida, since there were no hills to run to. Then we should come to your rescue? Luke laughed. Would you? I mused. Of course, he replied with confidence. After what you've done for us, we'd do whatever was necessary to help you. Carmen nodded along. I'd placed the roadblock by the new construction because there were 2 empty lots between it and the houses on our cul-de-sac. If someone attacked the blockade from outside and wanted to get to the families, they'd have to cross a huge open field. On the flip side, if my neighbors wanted to attack the roadblock from the other way, they'd have the same problem. Don't head toward the trouble. If something goes wrong, you need to get the kids out of the area as fast as possible. Go into the woods and stay hidden until the threat is gone. It's really that simple. You want us to run away? Luke said in a subdued voice. Until electrical power and the law comes back to town, we're on our own. Since we have young people depending on us, we have to be aware of their needs. Keeping them alive is our primary concern, right? Of course, he replied. So I need you two to keep them alive. Be ready to run if you see me in trouble. Don't waste a second risking your lives for me. I figured I'd never need to use my boss voice in retirement, but I'd spent a lot of the past day joking around with my friends. Now, I wanted to properly convey the seriousness of our situation, so I broke it out. Is that understood?
Yes,
Carmen grumbled. I get it too, Luke added. Just so we're clear, it doesn't feel right letting you go off alone, but I really appreciate how you've been risking your life for my kids. I promise I'll get them out of Dodge if it comes to it.
And I'll make sure Penny and Daisy stay safe,
Carmen added. Luke and I shook hands in a meaningful way. In the short time we'd been cooperating, I'd come to depend on him, and I knew what he was going through. If our roles were reversed, I would find it hard to abandon him too. But family always had to come first. Carmen gave me a hug, but she added a quick peck on my cheek before separating.
Be careful, Frank. I want you back in one piece.
See you guys, I said in a neutral tone. I'd never been so aware of the rule of law. When it was missing, even for a mere 24 hours, life itself seemed more precious. Every decision carried weight behind it. A good one could keep people alive. A bad one could get people killed. There would be no jury to decide whether I'd done right or wrong. It pleased me Trevor and I were on opposite sides of that coin. Whereas I'd been able to weave my way through a day's worth of big decisions with the right choices, he'd selected the wrong path at every opportunity. All right, you two, let's start walking. Before we'd left the house, I'd instructed Trevor to retrieve anything else he'd taken from the guys who accused him. I assumed the huge bag of cocaine was the main attraction, and the fancy AK and pistol had some value. But I always assumed he had more hidden from me. Even with all the threats, however, he assured me there was nothing else. But it really didn't matter, since we'd have all the time in the world to comb through his house once he was gone. Do you want to say goodbye to anyone else? Trevor sneered. Shut up, Pike said under his breath.
What more can he do?
The asshole snapped back, almost at a shout.
He's already going to get us killed.
Whoa, I said. No one is getting anyone killed. We're just going to return the lost goods, okay? Trevor laughed as if someone had told the joke of the year.
Give me a gun so I can make sure they don't do anything more.
Shut the hell up, Pike ordered. You just don't get it, do you?
Get what?
Trevor replied, surprised his friend had turned on him. These guys pulled me to safety when you were shooting in my direction. They came into your house instead of letting Zen's crew come in. He's given us a chance to make our case with Zen. Can't you see that? Pfft, Trevor sniffled.
No.
All at once, it struck me how Trevor kept flying higher in the clouds. When his friends ran out earlier, they'd confirmed he was already high. But now, he'd gotten a lot worse. He must have been partaking not long before we shouted up to his window. It explained his reckless bravado shooting at us. Pike glanced over his shoulder to me, He doesn't get it. But I do. I'm sorry I shot at you." "I appreciate that," I said. The gesture put Pike one rung above his buddy, though it wasn't saying a whole lot. Pike was at the first rung. Trevor wasn't even on the ladder yet. We made it about 20 feet before Trevor stopped.
"Dude, can we try one more time to make a deal? You seem like a smart guy."
"A deal?" I replied. "I've been trying to make a deal with you since the moment we met. I thought you hated me." I knew he did. He wiped sweat from his forehead.
"Nah, I was just mad. It's like my dad always says, this is business now. You and I can do a mutually beneficial deal to sort this out. We don't need to involve those guys up the street."
"What can you possibly offer me that you haven't already?" I said, interested in what he'd try to use as leverage.
"Don't look over there,"
Trevor replied, as he nudged his head toward the house next to his.
"We broke in there last night because we knew they weren't at home. They're never home, in fact. However, there's a shit ton of valuables inside. TVs, computers, those expensive coffee makers. We didn't lift anything, but you guys can take whatever you want, and no one will be the wiser."
I took a step back, amazed at the ballsy effort. The guy was literally rich beyond the reach of almost every person on Earth. But still, he'd managed to break into all the empty houses on our street, to take what he wanted. If he was poor, or seemed down on his luck, maybe I could at least understand why he'd done it. As it was, his effort only made me appreciate that he really was a galactic-sized asshole, well worth the danger and effort to kick off our street. "You'd really share your spoils? With me?" I fought hard to sound interested.
"Yeah, bud. We can be in this together, right? Just like you always spout off. I mean, like you always say."
The drugs made him think he was smarter than he really was. That was evident in every word he uttered. I rubbed my chin for a few seconds, making him think I was considering the offer. But then I gave it up and laughed out loud. "Keep walking," I insisted.
"Damn it,"
he whined as he took a few small steps.
"Why won't you take my deal? Hell, you want us gone? We'll go right now. My dad has a house in the Keys. You let us sneak away, and I promise we'll go straight there and never bother you again. You can even have whatever's inside this house. How's that for a deal? It's literally everything I own."
"Wow. You're offering me a house with broken windows, gunshot holes in the walls, and beds that probably have more mileage than my old Peterbilt. Doesn't sound like much of a temptation, to be honest."
"Just take it, dude,"
he hissed through his teeth. "He's not going to help us," Pike said to his walking partner. "So just take your punishment like a man." "That's where you're wrong, Mr. Pike. Believe it or not, I'm helping you by ending your crime spree. If you would have kept up the robberies with your friend, I guarantee you would have been shot dead within a week. I almost shot you on night 1. How do you think people will react once they've had a few more days of this?"
Pike started to say. "Forget all that for now," Trevor interrupted. "If you let me stay, you can call the cops. I'll gladly go sit in a jail cell, all right? All you have to do is let me and him remain in my house until the police can get out here. Confine me, so it's just like a jail."
Even if I wanted to take him up on the offer, there was no practical way to seal him inside the giant mansion. I'd have to nail up all the windows and doors, and probably post a guard or two on his property to keep him honest. Then we'd be stuck feeding and taking care of him. Tending to criminals was a classic scenario from many of the books I'd read, and there was no clear consensus on what to do with them. Was a firing squad the appropriate punishment for a robbery? If not, Where was the line to be drawn? How much could a person like Trevor get away with before he needed to be put down like a rabid dog? Fortunately, the universe had presented me with a gift. My issues with the kid were mostly secondhand, since he'd robbed houses belonging to my neighbors instead of mine. However, it was personal for the men at the roadblock. Trevor had directly wronged them, which gave them priority on getting justice. I was going to generously offer them to take the two troublemakers away from Clownfish Cove for me. Whatever happened to the kids from there, it would come out of Zen's criminal code of honor. That's probably why Trevor was willing to wager his entire net worth to avoid it. Sorry, but you already made yourself square with me and your other neighbors. You returned their stolen property, right?
Yeah,
he said with pained sadness. I could probably jail you for attempted murder, which is what you did when you shot at me. But,
yes, I tried to murder you. Put me under house arrest. I'll face that charge.
Trevor's stride had become more of a sideways shuffle. He faced me whenever possible, so I would listen to his pitches. However, even I had to stop when he agreed to accept a more serious charge. What's wrong with you, kid? Where did you grow up that you have such a warped sense of manipulating people? Did you always get your way when you were little?
No,
he replied in an unconvincing way. The laws of the apocalypse probably allowed me to off Trevor after he'd tried to do the same to me. But the morning's events were a reminder just how fragile society truly was. I'd failed at waiting to shoot my gun for longer than one day, but I hadn't gone all the way to the big one, which was killing a person. I had an opportunity to get the unstable young man out of my hair without resorting to manslaughter, and there was no reason to pass on it. Trevor started walking again, but before he'd gone 5 steps, he yelled out to the guys up the street.
Zen, my main man, this dude broke into my house and shot Pike in the leg. Please help.
Zen's people had gotten out of the cars, and to my surprise, had returned to the far side of the wall to wait for us. Come on, I groaned. Don't you ever give up?
Help!
He called out again. I waited for a few seconds, on the off chance they believed his cries were legit. But I soon saw a lot of head shaking. They must have known Trevor pretty well. When we got to within 10 feet of my vet, I signaled the men. Hey, don't believe anything this fool tells you.
That's easy,
Zen replied. He stepped between my car and the Subaru behind it, while he waved over the 2 prisoners.
He's already stolen from me.
Zen's eyes lit up when he saw what was under Pike's arm. I'd made him carry the drugs, figuring the person who handed it over to Zen would be in slightly better graces with him. I didn't want that person to be Trevor.
And you even brought our stuff,
Zen gushed before he turned toward me.
Still, do you mind if we take these 2 to ask a few questions? No way!
Trevor stopped in place. Pike made him keep walking, perhaps sensing the futility of resistance. Please do, I replied. In fact, don't send him back. He's not welcome here ever again.
This is total bullshit.
Trevor fought a little against Pike, but continued at a slower pace so he could speak to me.
You can't keep me out forever. When the power comes back on, I'll be back for what belongs to me and my family, with the police behind me.
I found it laughable the biggest criminal on the street was suddenly threatening to use the police on me.
I've got to say, you're one tough mother, Zen said to me. We saw you run into his house while getting shot at, and we figured you were a dead man. Yet here you are with both thieves and the stuff we were looking for. What are you, some kind of a special forces guy?
just a retired guy who likes to read books," I said.
"Retired guy?"
Zen didn't look like he believed me. "You probably wouldn't believe me, but today was supposed to be my second day of retirement. I'd planned to sit on my patio, read some books, and down a lot of cold beers. When the EMP came along, it took a healthy dump on my plans."
"No doubt," Zen agreed.
I gestured toward Trevor as he walked the final few feet toward the blockade. "But this guy has made life about 10 times harder than necessary. I was willing to do whatever it took to get him out of that house." Zen pushed Trevor and Pike into the arms of the guys waiting on the far side of the roadblock. "In addition to all my other problems," I continued, "Dillhole here decided to go out of our neighborhood looking for trouble. Then he brought it back to our turf." Pike had placed the bag of coke on the rear spoiler of my Vet as he squeezed through. Zen grabbed it, as if it were the winnings from the poker table.
No, we're cool, bro."
Zen gave the bag to one of his men.
"We're not interested in causing your people any problems. We didn't expect to get Trevor or our product back today, so we're far ahead of where I thought this bike trek would take us."
"There is a bit missing from your bag, but Trevor wanted to make things right with you guys, so he asked me to give you an extra pistol." I carefully set the golden AK-47 on my spoiler, then Zen's stolen Springfield pistol, and finally, the weapon that had previously belonged to Trevor's dad. Trevor moaned, as if losing a good friend. However, he had enough sense left to not complain about giving it up.
"Well, that's damn generous, Trev,"
Zen said as he checked out the pistol. It was a 1911-style semi-automatic, so it was quite large. "I thought it was a great idea, too," I continued, "because I can see you guys are really into your firearms." Zen held it up and aimed at the clouds with one hand.
"You can never have too many guns."
I laughed along with his men, but I didn't forget for a second they were drug pushers who'd come to exact revenge on one of their own. I was happy to give them what they wanted in order to keep them from getting a better sense of the people on our street, and I didn't mind losing a random pistol to them. But I didn't want them to spend a second longer at the blockade.
"We'll take this gift into consideration, but you don't have to give us this rifle."
Zen carefully pushed the AK back toward me, as if not wanting to scratch my paint. "He said he stole it from you," I remarked.
"Nope, this isn't one of ours. It is sweet, though."
I glanced over toward Trevor and Pike. "You said this was stolen."
"I never said who I got it from, dude," Trevor sneered.
I looked toward Pike. "He showed it to me for the first time last night," the young man shrugged. "I honestly have no idea where he got it from, or how long he had it hidden."
"Don't worry about it, man," Zen added. "You get some cool loot out of the deal."
"Thanks for giving it back," I said to the leader. "You didn't have to do that."
"It's all good," he replied. "I'll try to find out where he got it from."
"Appreciate it," I said. I picked up the outrageous weapon and immediately slung it over my shoulder. It was pretty cool, but I didn't want to act like a criminal myself by gawking at it. To me, it represented one more person who'd been wronged by Trevor. One more person who might come looking to take it back. "There's no one left at Trevor's place," I said matter-of-factly, to speed things along. "And none of my people are going to be as stupid as him by stealing from you again. Are we cool?"
"Yeah, we're totally cool, bro."
Zen pushed the 1911 into his waistband.
"We live on Angelfish, which is just on the other side of Bayside Road. It could benefit us both to keep our eyes peeled for people like Trevor. We should stay in touch."
"I'd appreciate that," I said. "And hey, Let's hope the power comes back on real quick. However, if the grid failure goes on for a long time, you're going to want a ton of fresh water. Fill your tubs when you get home. When the municipal water drains out of the tower, that free resource is going to stop flowing, and it may never come back on.
Pfft, this jerk thinks he knows everything, Trevor spat out. The power isn't going to be out as long as he says. Everything will be back to normal in a day or two. I'll take his advice over yours any day, Zen replied. Did you collect water, Trevor? It sounds like a smart bet.
His silence gave Zen the answer.
What about pools, sir? Zen asked me. Can we drink from them?
In a pinch, maybe. But pools have a lot of variables you can't control. Algae will invade since the filters aren't working. They may have hard chemicals your body won't like, including lots of chlorine. However, pools are great for flushing toilets, doing laundry, and bathing. Just be sure you take the water out of the pool before you use it, or you'll have a filthy cesspool in just a few days. I'd read about pools and survival situations many times. If the power was out for weeks or months, we could work up a way to filter the pool water and make it drinkable. We could do the same for the freshwater canal, except people would likely foul those waters with trash, human waste, or even dead bodies. In that sense, pools at least represented a body of water one homeowner could control and keep clean. That made them valuable.
Thanks for the heads up.
Zen saluted me. I saluted back.
All right, guys,
Zen said to Trevor and Pike.
You two are walking back to my place until we can figure out a suitable punishment. We'll ride behind you, so don't try anything stupid, or I'll have to use this nice new gun to air you out.
Trevor looked at me from across my Corvette.
You said we were coming up here just to talk. Now they're taking me away.
I shrugged.
You lied to us.
I said these gentlemen wanted a word with you. I also said you weren't welcome to come back. Both are still true. They're just taking you to a different place to talk. I half expected the guy to parkour over the vehicle so he could punch me in the face, but he merely stood there with hatred in his eyes. Hey, not that I care, but what are you going to do with them? I asked while Zen and his friends mounted their bikes. It wasn't that I was worried about their fate, but I was curious how the young men planned to handle the theft. It might give me ideas if it ever happened again in my neighborhood.
Don't know,
Zen shrugged.
I guess it depends on what they can do for me. I can't exactly call the police and complain about what they took, can I?
That was true even before the EMP. Well, I don't have any suggestions either. But if you could convince him never to come back here, I would really appreciate it. We don't want to spend all our time looking over our shoulders, you know?
I think you've got that covered. It looks like your people are already making damn sure he doesn't come back.
Zen pointed behind me. What the? I blurted.
You guys are all badass, Zen added. I hope my neighbors are as cool as yours.
I told Luke and Carmen to get ready to run, as a way of keeping themselves safe in the face of a possible encounter with Zen's people. However, instead of heading for the woods, they'd fanned out to protect me from behind. Luke saw me looking his way, so he waved. My friend had taken a position among the trees and shrubs behind the last house next to Trevor's. He was partially hidden among the same cover I'd used when I'd watched Trevor come out of the woods. Penny's brown hair was barely visible behind Luke, as if ready to assist. Ben stood across the street, on his front porch, holding a long gun. Carmen crouched near the old man, her pistol drawn, but held low. I'd walked up to the roadblock thinking I was going at it alone. But they'd proven me wrong. I wasn't by myself at all. Yeah, well, all we want is to live in peace, I explained. Same as yesterday and every day before we lost power. Thanks to you boys, our day is now going to be a lot more peaceful. Respect, Zen replied, before his party rolled out. Zen and his friends rode their bikes in a semicircle behind Trevor and Pike, so the pair couldn't escape. It took a few minutes for the slow parade to reach the end of the street, but once they turned the corner, I leaned against my ZR1 to take a load off. When I picked her off the lot the previous morning, I never could have predicted she would be the setting for such a wild encounter. In less than 24 hours, a small group of young men had turned into warlords and hung out inside my brand new ride. And somehow, contrary to what I'd read in the books, those drug dealers had become the good guys. At least, for today. But what if the EMP disaster went on until the food and water ran out? Would they still roll up on their bikes and ask permission to talk? Or would civility take a back seat to desperation? Would they always respect our borders because we'd shown a willingness to defend them? Or does simply knowing we exist provide an invitation to come back and cause trouble? They even had one of my neighbors, as much as I didn't want him associated with us. Trevor was a dirtbag who'd been inside our cul-de-sac since the beginning. He was there when we'd started our guard shifts, began the roadblock, and started carrying weapons. Would he try to get even with me by telling Zen our defensive secrets? I chuckled to myself. That, at least, was something I didn't have to seriously worry about. Trevor had been so self-absorbed in his robbing, womanizing, and multi-day drug binge. He had no idea what me and the others had privately discussed about fortifying our neighborhood. He could only report on things Zen's people could see for themselves. In the end, Trevor or no Trevor, I could never fully trust Zen. They were allies for today, and we'd do what we could to keep the peace and maintain a positive relationship. But that's where my faith in our arrangement ended. A healthy distrust was an important skill used by leaders in many of my books, but it also came from simply being alive for 50 years. The hard knocks of life had taught me to be choosy about who I trusted with anything important. As much as I didn't want it to happen, I had to consider Zen and his drug-peddling buddies as a potential long-term problem.
"You did it, Frank!"
Carmen squealed as she approached me.
"That was incredible!"
My friends had come out of hiding while I watched the men walk away. I was just doing what I could to help the street. It wasn't a big deal, really.
"But you just faced down a bunch of drug dealers," Luke exclaimed. "And you did it with your rifle over your shoulder, instead of pointed at them."
Meh, whatever they are, at least they follow some rules. I was respectful to them, and they were respectful to me. Luckily, it worked out better than I ever expected. Not only did we jettison some dead weight, but those boys are just on the other side of Bayside Road. We now have allies out there. I used air quotes around the word allies, as I wanted to make it clear I didn't place my full trust in Zen, and neither should they.
"We understand."
Luke had almost made it to me, but he spun and turned around.
"I forgot about something. I'll be right back."
Carmen closed the distance until she stood about a foot from me. Her sugary perfume doused me again, reminding me of our brief encounter inside her home.
"Thank you, Frank, for saving my life back there. When you pushed me down, I had no idea anyone was shooting at me. It took a few seconds for my brain to catch up."
"Don't worry about it," I replied. "You did a great job getting those last 4 kids to come out of Trevor's house. I think that saved a lot of bloodshed. So thank you back."
"They ran into the woods," she reported. I have a feeling they didn't plan on stopping.
Well, I hope one of them has a good sense of direction, I replied, since they don't have a phone with a GPS anymore.
Should we look for them?
She asked with concern. There were pros and cons to every decision. If I went out and found them, our street would be responsible for their well-being. While it would be nice to have the extra headcount for the inevitable chores, we'd also have to expend additional resources on them. Until I had a better handle on our existing team, I didn't want to add people at random. And, to put it bluntly, there were probably better allies out there than friends of Trevor. No, we don't have the manpower. If we see them again, I'd for sure help them out. But people their age should know enough to take care of themselves. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they can make it to their homes without our help. Until life gets back to normal, we all have to step it up a notch and learn how to do new things, you know?
Definitely. And speaking of stepping up, the next time you head into trouble, I want to go with you.
She flashed her J-Lo smile.
I just need a little practice with my weapon.
Her voice was suggestive, as if weapon might be more than the pistol on her hip. As soon as we take care of some immediate needs around this neighborhood, I'll teach you how to fire the revolver. A little target practice and training is all you need, so you can help contribute to our defense.
And our offense?
She said with anticipation. Yes, I allowed. If we go on the offense again, I'll make sure to let you know.
Then it's a date,
she replied in a seductive tone. Luke came jogging back to the roadblock, but he'd picked up some followers. A tall black man trotted behind him. LeVar? I asked with shock. He still wore his holster, but he also carried a rifle.
Hiya, Frank,
he answered.
Did you find Kyra?
I asked with anticipation.
She's right here,
he replied, pointing to a small woman who trailed him. I'd seen her and LeVar once or twice, but I'd never had the opportunity to wave or say hello. We gave space to the newcomers. Nice to meet you, Kyra, I said as I extended a hand.
And you too,
she replied while gently squeezing my grip. Her wavy black hair fell to her shoulders and appeared sloppy, as I would have expected from someone who'd just walked all the way from downtown. However, sweaty or not, she was an attractive young woman, whose only oddity was being so much shorter than her husband.
LeVar had plenty of time to explain how you and Luke helped him get out on a bike to search for me. Thank you so much for doing that.
We separated, and she stepped back.
Good to see you again, Ben added. Evelyn says hello as well.
Where is she?
Kyra asked.
She's cleaning out her car, Ben answered as he pointed toward his garage.
Evelyn waved when she saw us all looking at her. I prayed Kyra would be a little more involved with our group than the older woman, though I couldn't complain at what we'd achieved with Evelyn in just one day. Sure, it would be nice if she'd come over to celebrate LeVar and his wife coming back, but at least she was contributing by getting her car ready to go to the roadblock. I'd take small victories like that all day long. I focused back on Kyra.
So did LeVar find you, or did you find him?
He found me, of course. I'd walked quite a ways from my work, but I have to admit, I got a little lost. He saw me wandering on a random street just before dark last night, and we hunkered down until first light.
We went through the woods, LeVar continued. We came out behind your house, which is how we got around those fellas at the roadblock. Luke found us just as he and the others ran to help you, so we were able to protect the kids while we caught our breaths.
I'm so glad to hear it, I said, happy to have the couple back on our street.
But what the heck are the rest of you guys doing out here? I told you to be ready to run, not arm up and expose yourselves to danger.
I was very specific, and I even used my serious voice. "We talked it over," Luke laughed, "and decided we're the neighborhood watch, not the neighborhood runaways. We figured it would help you out if those men on the roadblock saw we stood behind our leader, no matter what." "And the kids?" I pressed. "Don't worry, Frank. Before LeVar came back, Ty and Rainey were going to watch over Daisy and the twins. They had orders to run into the woods if any shooting broke out, just like you said. We simply took your plan and made it better, so no one got left behind. Especially not you." My reasoning for chasing my friends away was to keep them safe, as inviting them to tangle with 6 armed men seemed like a bad idea. My gut still told me they would have been better off hanging back and waiting to see how things played out. But I also had pride in their dedication to the idea of a neighborhood watch. I'd been leaning toward extreme caution, but maybe bold would serve us better. Rather than hiding in foxholes, we had to be out there at our borders, making it clear we were not easy targets to be walked over. Perhaps Luke and the others had inadvertently convinced Zen we were better off as allies than enemies. "Well, I'm not going to say I'm happy you didn't listen to me, but I can see why you guys did it. Your instructions were to focus on keeping the kids safe," Luke replied. "We talked it over and decided the best way to do that in the long term is to make sure you stay alive. Your skills are what have kept us going over the past day." "Yeah, but," I tried to say. "Come on, Frank. Admit it," Carmen interjected. "You're glad we covered your 6. The more I thought about it, the more I privately admired what my friends had become. Their creative interpretation of my suggestions didn't mean they were reckless or disobedient, but instead meant they were operating as a team I'd been actively encouraging since I'd first come out on my driveway the day before. My heightened concern for their safety had given them the chance to voluntarily put themselves in danger. It was a huge leap of trust I might not have asked of them for quite some time. "Yeah, okay," I said in a "you got me" voice. "I'm glad to know we're all looking out for each other. This is the unity we're going to need to survive whatever these coming days bring to us." For the next couple of minutes, we walked back toward our houses like conquering heroes. The mood was light, and Penny, Carmen, and Ben alternately asked LeVar and Kyra questions about their journey. Luke, however, stuck close to me. Unlike the others, he held his shotgun with purpose and kept watch over our friends. When he saw me looking at him, he flashed a quick head nod, indicating he'd seen me. It was one more feather in the cap of our neighborhood watch. We all gathered between Luke's house and Trevor's. Ty and Rainey arrived with the twins, plus little Daisy. Luke finally let his guard down to hug his children, but then he turned to LeVar as if he had an exciting story to tell. "You should have seen Frank go after those 2 jerks who'd stolen your stuff. He was like a pit bull on steroids. He walked into Trevor's home and yanked him right onto the front lawn." "No shit," LeVar mused. "It wasn't quite like that," I answered. "It was exactly like that," Luke insisted. "He got them to reveal what they'd taken, then he frickin' made them go put it all back. He even made them hang the TV back on your wall." "But it doesn't even work," LeVar laughed. I shrugged. "Thanks for that, Frank," LeVar continued. "I know none of those things are worth much right this second, but I'm glad they're back in my house. More importantly, it helps to know we had people looking out for our property while we were gone. I can't say enough how grateful we are." Kyra hugged her husband as she leaned against him. "It was a team effort," I replied. Penny stepped closer. "Just accept that you played a part in our success, Frank. We're all trying to thank you for helping us." "You're welcome," I finally said. "But I'm not going to rest on my laurels. We've won this one, but now we've got to get everyone back to work. All these cars are now free for us to move to the roadblock. Those kids should start fishing again. We need to post guards." A few of them groaned with good-natured disappointment. "Seriously, folks, I'm honored that I was able to introduce myself over the past 24 hours, and that I haven't let you down. Likewise, I'd like to get to know all of you guys, even better than I do today. I'm glad LeVar and Kyra are back, and I'm thankful all our kids are home safe, including our new friends Alex and Z." The twins blushed at the call-out. "But I'm getting back to work, because there are no breaks in the apocalypse. If the power doesn't come back on, and society shits its pants, the only people we'll be able to count on to survive are those standing right here on this street. We did good this morning, but we'll face new challenges tomorrow. That means we have to prepare. Are you guys ready?" My words got everyone excited. "I've got to head home and get something. Then we'll get back to moving cars. Okay?" "Sure, Frank," Luke replied. "We'll all be waiting for you." I turned to walk away, but then stopped, intending to reply. However, Luke seemed to recognize what he'd said. "We'll move a car or two before you return," he clarified. "Good man," I chuckled. We all separated to do our tasks. Mine took me back into my home, which I'd barely visited in the past day. The garage was mostly empty, ready to become the hub of our new neighborhood watch. My front room was full of tiny glass shards, and several walls had small holes punched through by Trevor's bullets. What little furniture I had seemed unharmed. I wasn't concerned about anything inside. My reason for being there was out on my patio table. "There you are," I said with relief. I pushed the useless CD player out of the way and swooped up the pile of books I'd brought home from the library. The stack was about a foot tall, with 10 or so novels in the collection. When I checked them out, I'd almost put some back, since I figured it would be a stretch to read so many books in the 2 weeks before they were due back. At the time, I knew the moving truck was soon to arrive, and it would have brought more than 2 weeks' worth of labor for me. However, being retired meant I didn't have to care about those deadlines anymore, so I ended up taking them all. I was glad I did. Each story could have clues about how to survive the apocalypse I was stuck inside. But the ironic thing was I'd never had less free time to read them. Even while I drove my trucks, I could listen to books on tape. Now, there were no digital crutches. Thank God I didn't buy an e-reader, I mused as I went inside. I could have put 1,000 novels on an e-reader, but I preferred to hold a real book, smell the pages, and admire the cover. Things that I'd been doing my whole life. If I'd committed to digital format, I might now have 1,000 books lost forever. Losing that much knowledge in one strike would have been devastating. As it was, I had a small trove of knowledge to tap. Later, I might return to the library and see about getting more. "You're coming with me," I said to the novels. My destination was the gun lockers. I placed the stack inside the first one, then locked it back up. There was no question I needed to protect them, just as I would any other weapon in our inventory. Those books could hold the key to our neighborhood's survival. This concludes Neighborhood Watch by E. Isherwood. Narrated by Kyle Tate. Copyright 2021 by E. Isherwood. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with E. Isherwood and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.